Sword God Chapter 2019 to Chapter 2071. Chen Zong's figure flashed as he flew up into the sky, quickly leaving the Lu clan. There was a mountain outside. Chen Zong was worried that if a battle broke out in the Lu clan, the terrifying power would destroy the Lu clan. In the end, he owed Lu Hanyan a favor. Even if he didn't owe her a favor, he couldn't implicate the innocent. Naturally, 3 knights followed suit and chased after Chen Zong at an astonishing speed. Above the mountain, 2 figures were floating in the air. "You're very courageous. The last person who dared to challenge me like you was crushed by me in one move." 3 knights sneered. His fierce-looking face looked even more frightening. His words sent chills down Chen Zong's spine. "You talk too much nonsense." Chen Zong sighed and unsheathed his violet lightning sword. Lightning surged and sword chi pierced through the air. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the void. It was swift, violent, and extremely tyrannical. "I won't kill you so easily. I'll slowly let you know my methods." 3 knights became even more ferocious and furious. A mere demigod rank didn't kneel and beg for mercy in front of him. Instead, he dared to provoke him and even took the initiative to attack him. How arrogant was he? How could he vent his anger if he didn't torture the other party? Ha 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 ha, he's dead for sure. Lord 3 Knights is angry. Wang Jichuan laughed, looking very carefree. Facing Chen Zong's sword, 3 Knights made his move. He didn't use any weapons because his arms were his weapons. The black light flashed and swept up. It carried a shocking chill as it rushed out in an instant. When the sword light and the black light collided, the sword light was shattered and the black light continued to attack. Chen Zong casually launched that sword attack, so it didn't matter if it was destroyed. However, from the collision, Chen Zong felt that there was a trace of power that didn't belong to the demigod rank. It was even more brilliant. That was a strength that surpassed the demigod rank. Even Chen Zong's extremely condensed strength was slightly inferior to that of the demigod rank. There was nothing that could be done about that. This was a fundamental difference. If he was already in such a predicament, the difference between him and any other demigod-ranked player would be even greater. But to him, it was just that. Once again, Chen Zong struck out with his sword and shattered the black light. This time, he used his real strength. What level had his current strength reached? Chen Zong himself didn't have much of an idea. After all, his strength had increased very quickly at this stage. He only dared to say that he wouldn't be able to find a match among the demigod ranks. Since that was the case, he would be able to have a good battle with a semi-divinity realm cultivator and test out his current strength. Fight, he activated all of his primordial sword essence. Even though Chen Zong's primordial sword essence had failed to fuse with the origin of sword, his primordial sword essence had also been affected. Its purity had increased, and its might had also increased. On top of that, the breakthrough in his sword Dao allowed Chen Zong to look at his swordsmanship from a higher vantage point. It was as if he was looking at the eyes of a god, and he was able to find many flaws in his swordsmanship and improve it. He was able to raise his swordsmanship to the highest level possible at his current stage, making it even more profound and powerful. Every single sword attack was executed in accordance with a certain trajectory in the void. It was natural and simple, but it contained astonishing power. In the distance, the crowd was watching the battle between the 2 figures, and the more they watched, the more shocked they became. That was because the 2 of them seemed to be evenly matched in the battle. The semi-divinity realm expert known as 3 Knights didn't have the upper hand. Everyone could feel his aura growing stronger and stronger, but he was still unable to suppress the other party. How is this possible? Wang Jichuan was stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected when he first arrived. After all, Lord 3 Knights was a semi-divinity realm expert, the strongest semi-divinity realm cultivator in the world. How could he possibly be unable to suppress a demigod realm cultivator? No, it must be that Lord 3 Knights hasn't used his full strength yet. He's just toying with me. Once he's done toying with me, he'll be able to take me down in an instant. However, this was just his self-consolation. If 3 Knights were to hear his words, he would probably kill him with a single slap. What do you mean by haven't used his full strength yet? I've already used my full strength. Of course, he did hold back a little. It was just that the method he held back was like a kind of secret technique. He would not use it easily. He would only use it at the most crucial moment. Three knights felt stifled. He had never thought that he would end up fighting a demigod realm expert to such an extent. Shouldn't it be a one-sided fight? However, reality was reality. His opponent was no ordinary demigod realm expert, a prodigy that could only be nurtured by the major sections. Otherwise, there was no way he could be so powerful. However, the battle had already begun. Every strike of his opponent was aimed at killing him. The only way to deal with him was to kill him. As for the hidden dangers after killing him, he would deal with them later. Besides, if his opponent was really a prodigy from a major sect, he would definitely have all sorts of valuable treasures on him. Even if he were to leave, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Qianzong didn't activate his domain of Sword Dao because there was no need for it. He discovered that he was able to deal with his opponent just by relying on his other means. Furthermore, he was gradually gaining the upper hand after seeing through his opponent's attacks. This was a hopeless situation for three knights. As a semi-divinity realm expert, he was actually suppressed by a demigod realm expert. If word of this were to spread, he would be the biggest joke in the world. Since that's the case, don't blame me for using this power. Three knights' eyes suddenly changed. It was as though they were filled with boundless darkness. It was so dark that it caused one's heart to palpitate. It was so dark that it caused the surrounding temperature to drop. In an instant, boundless darkness rapidly spread from all directions. It was as though the night was spreading. An astonishing cold aura also began to spread. The temperature plummeted. Frost could be seen in the air. The mountain that had collapsed due to the collision of their powers was also covered in a layer of gray frost. This kind of power caused Qianzong's heart to palpitate. This was a power that had completely surpassed the demigod realm. It was a supreme power. Dao energy. Qianzong, who had obtained the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, immediately understood what was going on. This was the Dao energy that only eminent divinity realm experts could control. Semi-divinity realm experts couldn't control all of their Dao energy. They could only control a portion of it. However, this portion of Dao energy couldn't be used as normal means. It could only be used like a secret art. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. Without using Dao energy, the difference in prowess was several times greater. With a loud boom, a black streak of light shot out from three knights' hands. Under the condensation of Dao energy, it was extremely cold. It seemed as though it was going to devour Qianzong whole. It was as though he was going to be devoured by darkness. Sword Dao Domain. Without any hesitation, Qianzong activated his Sword Dao Domain, covering a radius of 10 meters. After the black streak of light entered the radius of 10 meters, Qianzong sensed that its speed had decreased by more than 10 times. Its trajectory also became incomparably clear. Under Qianzong's perception, everything within the black streak of light became clear. The Sword Dao Domain was undoubtedly an existence that was even more profound than Dao energy. It was a realm that even eminent divinity realm experts had yet to master. How could a mere semi-divinity realm expert understand the profoundness of it? Swinging the sword, it seemed like a casual strike, but it was like a breeze blowing through the dust. There was an indescribable sense of satisfaction, as if he was taking a stroll in the back garden, or lying on a boulder on a mountain and watching the clouds roll by. However, it was this casual swing of the sword that carried Qianzong's entire strength. Qianzong's extremely high level of swordsmanship allowed him to control the weight of his sword as he wished. Even when he unleashed his full power, no one would be able to tell what he was doing. People might think that he was just swinging his sword casually, but in reality, he was carrying an extremely powerful force. It was like when you saw the other party swinging the sword at you, it seemed very simple and effortless. It was estimated that it couldn't even cut down a tree. However, the moment you were hit by the sword, you realized that the power contained in the sword was extremely terrifying and astonishing. It was definitely not impossible for it to cut down a tree, but it could destroy a mountain. That sword directly hit the intersection of the countless trajectories of the black streak of light. That was the strongest point, but also the weakest point. With a popping sound, the black light shattered and exploded. It was like a black firework that was dazzling beyond compare. However, its power was astonishing. It directly penetrated and shattered the remaining part of the mountain. Its destructive power was extremely shocking. How is this possible? Three Knights was stunned. Not only was he unable to kill the other party with a single strike, he was even defeated by the other party's sword. It was as though he was hallucinating. One must know that when he activated his Dao, his attack would be raised by at least 3 times. This was something that no secret art could compare with. Horrifying, goosebumps, extreme fear, in an instant, many thoughts flashed through Three Knights' mind. In the end, they settled on a single thought: to cut off the other party's path forward. No matter how talented you are, no matter how powerful you are, as long as you can't advance to semi-divinity realm, you are nothing, Three Knights sneered maliciously. Indeed, he had thought of a way to deal with the other party. Not only could he cut off the other party's path forward, he might even be able to kill the other party. That was to tell the other party about the profoundness of semi-divinity realm. Needless to say, he only needed to tell the other party the name of semi-divinity realm. It was already in existence that contained the profoundness of Tao. Do you know that the first tier of semi-divinity realm is called Tao controlling realm? The profoundness of Tao controlling realm is. Three Knights immediately opened his mouth and gathered his power. The profoundness of semi-divinity realm was transmitted to Chenzong's ears. He didn't say it directly because it would be blurred by the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He had once failed to break through to semi-divinity realm, but he had grasped a trace of Tao power. Therefore, he was qualified to know. Now, he was going to cut off Chenzong's path to Tao and cut off his future. As soon as Three Knights' words entered his ears, Chenzong knew the other party's sinister intentions. In an instant, he felt a sense of fear and trepidation, but it only lasted for a moment before he calmed down. World's descent, heart refinement, Xianxia's first sword strike was imbued with the might of the will of the world. It was as if an entire world had descended upon the semi-divinity realm expert Three Knights, suppressing him in an instant, rendering him completely immobile. Three Knights and the void around him seemed to have been completely frozen. There was not the slightest ripple. The second sword strike followed. This time, it carried the sharpness of the heart sword intent. It could pierce through anything, and the speed of the sword was so fast that it followed a trajectory in the world. Pierced through, the sword chi exploded in Three Knights' body, spreading to his limbs and bones. Shock and confusion were written all over Three Knights' face. The other party was clearly just a demigod realm expert, so why did he not react at all after hearing the secret of the imminent god realm? He was not tested by the great Tao. Confused, utterly confused, filled with bewilderment, Three Knights was ravaged by the sword chi. Excruciating pain swept through every inch of his body, and his strength was constantly being drained away. Death, a semi-divinity realm expert had died. To a certain extent, semi-divinity realm experts were even more precious than imminent god realm experts. For example, there were times when imminent god realm experts were unwilling to make a move due to their status, and semi-divinity realm experts were insufficient, so semi-divinity realm experts were more useful. The Frigid Knight sect was only a low-tier star-rank power, but they were able to have a semi-divinity realm expert in their ranks. Even some mid-tier and high-tier star-rank powers might not necessarily have a semi-divinity realm expert. But now, a semi-divinity realm expert had come here because of lust, and he had lost his life. He's dead. Wang Zhichuan was completely stunned. He had never thought that the powerful Three Knights would be killed just like that. Then, he shuddered, and his face turned pale. Without any hesitation, he whipped up a gust of wind and fled into the distance. No matter what, it was best for him to leave first. After leaving, he would send the news back to the Frigid Knight sect. It would be best if he could get the imminent god realm expert of the Frigid Knight sect to make a move. Wang Zhichuan's reaction was quick, but Chenzong also looked over at the same time. With a calm expression, he flicked his finger, and a wisp of sword chi tore through the air. The sound of thunder resounded in the air. Philip Swift Thunder, Wang Zhichuan, who had already flown thousands of meters away at full speed, suddenly trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. His back caved in as if he had been directly hit by an invisible giant hammer. The terrifying power penetrated through his body, directly shattering his heart. Shocking sword chi also covered his entire body, wreaking havoc endlessly, exterminating his vitality. Falling, like a bird that had been shot by an arrow, his entire body fell rapidly. The members of the Lu family were like wooden pillars. They didn't move at all. They were all scared silly. Chen Zong's sword qi rolled up the corpses of Wang Zhichuan and 3 knights, and quickly left. Lu family leader, leave this matter to me. Consider it as repayment for your kindness to me. If the people of the Cold Night clan pursue this matter, just say that I killed them and it has nothing to do with your Lu family. Chen Zong's voice also sounded and entered Lu Hanyan's ears. Wait. Lu Hanyan reacted and was about to call out to Chen Zong, but Chen Zong's speed was extremely fast. In just an instant, he had already flown thousands of meters away. In the next breath, he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The reason why he left was that Chen Zong also knew that killing 3 knights and Wang Zhichuan was definitely not a small matter. It was a troublesome matter. Although he didn't like trouble, sometimes he had to face it. If he didn't take responsibility for this matter, the Lu family would probably be exterminated. Moreover, no matter what the reason was, those 2 people were indeed killed by him. The Cold Night clan has an imminent god. It should be at the level of the path-controlling realm. Chen Zong thought to himself as he flew away from the Lu family. The path-controlling realm was the first level of the imminent god. The Cold Night clan won't let the false god realm go just like that. They will definitely find me. At that time, maybe that imminent god will directly attack. Chen Zong couldn't help but shudder when he thought that he might have to face a spirit ascension expert. This shudder wasn't from fear, but an indescribable excitement that made his blood boil uncontrollably. However, before that, he had to break through to the imminent god realm first. Only then would he have the real strength to fight with an imminent god expert. Soon, the 2 corpses were disposed of. As for their storage rings, they became Chen Zong's trophies. This was how wealth was accumulated. Chen Zong was familiar with it. Finding a remote valley, Chen Zong settled down for the time being. While waiting for the divine weapon to be born, he thought about the way to break through to the imminent god realm. To break through to the imminent god realm, one must first condense the seed of Tao on the flower of the ultimate realm. Then, one must go through the test of the heavenly tribulation. After passing the heavenly tribulation, the seed of Tao will turn into a fruit of Tao, and one will master the power of the great path. That's the path-controlling realm. However, any cultivator can only choose one will to condense the seed of Tao and bear the fruit of Tao. In the memory of Sword Master Dongting, this was the rule. This was also the rule in the void. No matter how many wills one had mastered, to break through to the imminent god realm, one could only choose one will of Tao. This meant that one had to give up the other wills. The first level of the imminent god realm was the path-controlling realm. As the name implied, it was to control the great path and control the power of the great path. It was also called Tao power. The great path was extremely mysterious. Any kind of great path would require a lifetime of pursuit and exploration. The cultivation of the imminent god realm was to constantly comprehend and control the great path, and finally master the great path. Outstanding cultivators would choose from the various Tao insights they'd grasped, and then fuse them together to form a new and stronger Tao insight before using this Tao insight to break through. The strength of the will of the Tao and the power of the Tao wielded by those who had broken through to the Tao manipulation realm also differed in strength, as did their potential. For example, the Great Path after breaking through to the Supreme Will was naturally the strongest Great Path. Sword Master Dongting had mastered 4 wills of Tao. The 4 wills of Tao corresponded to the wills of the 4 great swords of Dongting Sword Mountain. However, he did not choose one of them. Instead, with great perseverance, he merged the 4 wills of Tao into the perfect will in his mind. He named it Dongting Will of Tao. This will of Tao was the supreme will of Tao. According to Sword Master Dongting's memory, only those who had mastered the supreme will of Tao had a chance to become a dominator. In other words, if one did not master the supreme will of Tao before breaking through to the imminent God realm, it was almost impossible for one to become a dominator in one's lifetime. Of course, there were always exceptions. It required a supreme opportunity to create one. Now, this had become a point of distress for Chen Zong. The hard sword will and the world will of Tao were both at the supreme will level. To break through to the immanent God realm, one could only choose one of them to condense the seed of Tao and bear the fruit of Tao. How should he choose? Chenzong leaned towards the heart sword will, but he was very reluctant to give up the world will of Tao. After all, it was a supreme will of Tao. Merge the heart sword will and the world will of Tao to form a new will of Tao. This method might work, but Chenzong was not confident at all. Merging wills of Tao was full of risks. Sword Master Dongting had spent a lot of time before he succeeded. He had also experienced many dangers, and a lot of luck had played a role in it. And that was only the fusion of the supreme will of Tao. The heart sword will and the world will of Tao were both supreme wills. The difficulty of merging them was more than 10 times higher than the fusion of the supreme will of Tao. The danger was also more than 10 times higher. The slightest carelessness would cause the wills of Tao to clash with each other. If the fusion failed, the wills of Tao would collapse. What did that mean? It meant that Chenzong would lose his will of Tao and would never be able to condense it again. He would never be able to reach the immanent God realm. Even at the demigod realm, his strength would be greatly reduced because of the loss of his will of Tao. Wealth came from danger. Chenzong was very clear about this. The greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. However, there were times when one had no choice but to take the risk. Sometimes, it was because one had some confidence. Even if it was only a little, one still had to take the risk. This time, Chenzong did not have the slightest confidence in merging the heart sword will and the world will of Tao. Moreover, when he was about to merge the two wills of Tao, a feeling of disaster arose from the depths of his soul. Chenzong could only give up on the idea of merging the heart sword will and the world will of Tao. So, how should he choose? Perhaps he could find a way from Sword Master Dongting's memories. After all, Sword Master Dongting's memories were incomparably vast. They far surpassed Chenzong's own memories. Chenzong did not dare to release them all at once. He could only release them bit by bit. Otherwise, his own memories would be scattered and become chaotic. At that time, he might no longer be himself. After spending nearly a month, the memories Chenzong digested were just the tip of the iceberg to Sword Master Dongting. Time passed slowly in the valley. The divine life weapon in the inner world was constantly evolving and gradually taking shape. The essence of Chenzong's heart sword will, the world will of Tao, and everything else seemed to be merging into the divine life weapon bit by bit. In the inner world, the divine life weapon gradually vibrated. Light appeared on its own and turned into streaks of sword chi that circled around. More and more sword chi appeared in all directions. It was as if they were endless, filling the entire inner world. Chenzong, who was digesting Sword Master Dongting's memories, was also awakened. In an instant, streaks of sword chi spread out rapidly with Chenzong's body as the center. They circled around him and shuttled back and forth like spiritual snakes dancing in the air. In an instant, more and more sword chi appeared and expanded. They kept condensing into streaks of dazzling sword light that covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Chenzong's body flew up and floated in the air. The countless streaks of sword light split up and circled around a radius of 1,000 meters. With Chenzong as the center, they formed a ball of sword light. Every streak of sword light emitted a shocking sharpness. It was as if they could penetrate, tear, and shatter everything. The streaks of sword light gradually shrank and converged. Finally, they condensed into a thicker and brighter streak of sword light in front of Chenzong and turned into a long sword. Good sword. Chenzong flicked his fingers, and the sword vibrated slightly as if it was boneless. The vibrating sword chime entered everyone's ears and shocked everyone. Chenzong could roughly tell whether the sword was good or not at first glance. He could tell even more with a flick of his fingers. A good sword was not only hard enough so that it would not be chipped easily, but it also had to be tough enough so that it would not break. Chenzong felt that this sword was connected to his blood and heart, as if it had grown out of his body like his internal organs. It was as if it had become his sixth internal organ. Divine weapon of destiny, divine weapon of destiny. As for the purple thunder sword, he had already removed the refinement. From now on, he only had this one sword, the divine weapon of destiny. The sword is born from the heart, and the sword is formless. It gathers and separates at the will of the heart. Chenzong muttered to himself. His fingers gently brushed across the sword. His gaze was gentle, reflecting the sword. It was as if there was only this sword. In that case, I'll call you the ultimate heart-phaseless sword, Chenzong said softly. He flicked his fingers and the sword chime was melodious. The sword seemed to be cheering. This sword should have its own spirituality. A ray of divine light suddenly flowed across the sword. It was like flowing water, endless and endless. Chenzong could feel that this sword's power was slightly stronger than the purple thunder sword. However, the most important thing was its potential. It was a potential that the purple thunder sword could not compare to. Chenzong was very excited to get the ultimate heart-phaseless sword. He was like a child who had gotten his favorite toy. He loved it so much that he forgot about everything else and immersed himself in the exploration of the ultimate heart-phaseless sword. After some exploration, Chenzong found out that the ultimate heart-phaseless sword could be divided into two forms. One form was the real sword form, which was the form he was holding in his hand. The other form was the sword light form. 10,000 swords. Transform. Chenzong loosened his grip on the sword. In an instant, the extreme heart non-phase sword shone with a dazzling light. Like exploding fireworks, it turned into streaks of sword light. Each streak of sword light was as thick as a strand of hair. There were 10,000 streaks of sword light. 10,000 streaks of sword light were densely hovering around Chenzong. With a single thought, the 10,000 sword lights danced around his body, displaying different sword moves. It was as if there were 10,000 people practicing with swords at the same time. Of course, although Chenzong could multitask, he was not able to multitask. It was only because of the uniqueness of the ultimate heart non-phase sword that he was able to wield it without any difficulty. This feeling was incomparably mysterious. Sword Dao Domain. In an instant, the sword domain spread out and covered a radius of 10 meters. 10,000 sword lights gathered within 10 meters and merged with the sword Dao Domain. A feeling of controlling everything arose spontaneously. The sword lights circled around the sword Dao Domain. Chenzong could feel that the sword Dao Domain mixed with the 10,000 sword lights would have an amazing defensive ability. Perhaps I can develop a powerful and profound defensive sword move. Chenzong couldn't help but have a thought in his heart, and he thought to himself. With Chenzong's current accumulation and realm, creating a sword move was a piece of cake. The problem was that it was not easy to create a sword move that was completely suitable for him. Before that, I need to break through my cultivation first, Chenzong said to himself. Recently, he had a bad feeling, as if a crisis was coming. Chenzong estimated that there was a 70 to 80% chance that the spirit realm warriors of the Cold Knight sect would come to him. With his current strength, he was afraid that he was not a match for the spirit realm warriors. Breakthrough first. When he had the strength of the spirit realm, he would compete with them. During this time, Chenzong had read and digested part of the memory of the Dongting sword master. He had a feeling that he was about to find the solution. Perhaps, it would be in the next few days. After 3 days, Chenzong finally found the solution. Although this method is also very dangerous, it doesn't feel like a disaster. Chenzong said to himself. Wealth came from danger. To get a bigger harvest, of course, he had to take some risks. Chenzong felt that this kind of risk was within his tolerance range. He could take it. The road of cultivation was like this. If he only sought stability every time, there might not be any risks or accidents. But that was all he could do. It would be difficult to reach a higher level in the future. Chenzong's character was to seek progress and stability. When there was a better opportunity, as long as there was hope, he would seize it. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong prepared to break through in this valley. Suddenly, the faintly discernible sense of danger became stronger. A strong and shocking aura came down, covering the sky and covering the earth. In the distance, the sky was dyed black by an inexplicable force in an instant. It spread rapidly like the arrival of the night. Night fell, waves of coldness filled the air along with the darkness of the night, enveloping the entire valley. Strands of powerful aura filled the entire valley. Chenzong seemed to be suppressed. Immediately, a figure appeared in the night. It was an old man in a black robe. His eyes were dark and deep. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, as if he had become one with the night. The old man stared at Chenzong. His deep dark eyes moved as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. Zhong did not move. He carefully sensed the old man's aura and compared it with the memory of the Dongting sword master. Sure enough, the old man's cultivation level was in the Dao manipulation realm, which was the first level of the imminent god realm. The Dao manipulation realm was the 9th transformation. He felt that the old man's cultivation level should not be higher than the 3rd transformation. Of course, it was also possible that the old man had restrained his aura and did not reveal it completely. Therefore, Zhong could not sense it clearly. After all, Zhong was Zhong. The Dongting sword master was the Dongting sword master. He had the memories of the Dongting sword master, but did not have the Dongting sword master's realm. Which sect are you from? The old man asked. His voice was somewhat cold, like the cold wind of the night. A rogue cultivator. Zhong said neither slowly nor quickly. A smile appeared on his face. Deep in his heart, there was a feeling of trembling. It was very exciting. It made his heart beat faster and his blood flow like a flood that was about to burst a dam. Traces of battle intent gathered from the depths of his heart. The old man was slightly startled. He was in the imminent god realm and had very sharp senses. Naturally, he also felt the trace of battle intent gathering on Zhong. A demigod realm warrior. That's right. He could see that this man was at the demigod realm. Facing an imminent god realm warrior like him, his first reaction was not to beg for mercy or to run away. It was to raise his battle intent. How arrogant. Good. You killed 3 knights of the Cold Knight sect. I'll give you 2 choices. A cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. The first choice is to pay with your life. The second choice is to worship me as your teacher and swear to be loyal to the Cold Knight sect. The old man's plan was very good. Obviously, this man's innate talent was amazing. If he swore to be loyal to the Cold Knight sect, it would not be long before the Cold Knight sect would have another imminent god realm warrior. Moreover, if he worshipped the old man as his teacher, he would certainly receive some benefits. It was a kind of blessing from the unseen fate. Perhaps, he would be able to advance further. Thinking about it, he felt very happy and excited. In this way, perhaps the Cold Knight sect could become a middle star level force or even a high star level force in the future. I choose the third choice. Zhong smiled. He held the extreme heart phaseless sword tightly and slashed it out. The sword light instantly tore the sky apart, slashing toward the old man. Zhong didn't test it. With his demigod realm power, it wasn't enough to test an imminent god realm warrior. Thus, this sword attack directly burst out all of his power. Under the enhancement of the extreme heart phaseless sword, the power of his power was enhanced several times, which was even more shocking. Insignificant skill. The old man was a little stunned. He had never thought that the other would dare to take the initiative to attack him. Then, he sneered, his face full of disdain. No matter how powerful a demigod realm warrior was, he was still a demigod realm warrior. The gap between him and an imminent god realm warrior was immeasurable. He reached out his hand and gently pointed. A pitch-black finger power suddenly shot out, breaking that sword light in just a flash. It was just a casual finger attack from the old man. The power he used wasn't even 1/10 of his own. Gap, this was where the gap was. Zhong's heart trembled more and more. Taking a deep breath, Zhong burst out all of his power. The power of the Taichu sword origin body, the 3rd level of the extreme breaking secret technique, the sword of heart refinement, under the enhancement of his full power, the power of this sword attack was more than twice as strong as the previous one. Oh, the power is not bad. The old man's eyes lit up slightly. Zhong's sword attack had surprised him. It was simply unbelievable that a demigod realm warrior could perform such a powerful sword attack. Thinking back to when he was at the demigod realm, he was far inferior to this person. Moreover, if his cultivation was only at the early stage of the path-controlling realm, he might have to use his full strength to deal with such a sword attack. He pointed his finger again, and the power was even stronger. After destroying the sword light, it seemed to penetrate the void and directly attacked Zhong. Under the finger power, a straight crack appeared in the void, which made Zhong's hair stand on end. Without hesitation, Zhong released his sword principal field. The extreme heart phaseless sword also disintegrated in an instant, turning into tens of thousands of sword lights that circled around him, layer by layer. Shatter, shatter, shatter. The sword lights were shattered under the black finger power, but in the end, the black finger power was blocked. Not bad. You can actually block an attack with 20% of my power. The old man was secretly surprised. He was at the third transition of the path controlling realm. Although he did not use path energy in that attack, and only used the divine power of the imminent god realm, his divine power was many times stronger than that of a demigod realm warrior. Since that was the case, he would try it with 30% of his power. The old man's purpose was not to kill Chenzong, but to subdue him and use him for himself. In an instant, Chenzong swept up a sword light and exploded with extreme speed, directly escaping into the distance. Just now, Chenzong already understood that he was completely not a match for the other party. Continuing to fight would not benefit him at all. Don't even think about escaping. The old man was furious. His hair and beard billowed, and a terrifying aura descended, wanting to suppress Chenzong. Immediately, he opened his 5 fingers. As the black light spread, it turned into a huge black palm, as if falling from the sky, grabbing at Chenzong from all directions. The little dumpling is finally going to become a shining divine dumpling. The void flying ship was a treasure that Chenzong had obtained on the desolate dragon star. It was a top-grade void flying ship left behind by the Yukong Venerable, the vice-hierarch of the Xianxia. Chenzong had always carried it with him, but he had never used it. This time, under the pursuit of an ascending realm expert, he had no choice but to use it. Boom, the black hand struck down instantly. Chenzong did not even have time to activate the void flying ship's defense. However, the void flying ship was a top-grade void flying ship. The materials that it was made of were very precious and extremely hard. Although the old man was in the ascending realm, he was only in the third turn of the Dao manipulation realm. Moreover, he did not use his full strength in this attack. Naturally, he could not do anything to the void flying ship. After a slight tremor, the void flying ship was immediately activated. It quickly burst out with the speed of an ascending realm expert and flew out of the cold night star. A void flying ship. The old man was slightly stunned. Then, he was surprised and delighted. A demigod realm expert actually had a void flying ship. And it did not seem to be a low-grade one. Even a low-grade void flying ship had amazing value. Although he was in the third turn of the Dao manipulation realm, he still did not have a low-grade void flying ship. However, the Cold Night sect's financial resources were limited. Although they could afford it, it would hurt them. He was not alone, so he had to consider the sect's interests. Now, his opportunity had come. That demigod realm expert actually had a void flying ship. But soon, the old man found that he could not catch up at all. The void flying ship's speed kept increasing, faster and faster. Soon, it completely overtook him and left him behind. In the next moment, the void flying ship started to travel through the void. Under the gaze of the old man, it seemed to escape into the depths of the void and disappeared. Damn it! The old man was furious. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body. He had actually let it escape. He was an expert in the third turn of the Dao manipulation realm. He had personally chased a demigod realm expert, but he had actually let him escape right under his nose. It was simply a disgrace. After the old man got angry, his expression became gloomy. He was thinking more. Worried, deep worry emerged from the depths of his heart. This kid was already so powerful at the demigod realm. Once he broke through to the illuminating realm, his strength would definitely increase by more than 10 times. At that time, he might be able to fight him without losing with his first transition Dao manipulation realm cultivation. Some geniuses were often able to challenge those of a higher level. If the other party were to advance to the second or third transition of the Dao manipulation realm, he would definitely not be a match for the other party. He might even be killed by the other party directly. The more he thought about it, the more flustered he became. Now, the other party had used the void travel ability of the void traveler to escape. Even if he wanted to pursue, he would have to fly for about a year, or even longer, before he could catch up. However, it was only a possibility. After all, the other party would not stay in the same place and wait for him to appear. In other words, even if he wanted to chase after them, he had no way to do so. If they couldn't chase after him, when he reached the spirit realm, perhaps he would come back to take revenge. Let's go. The old man made a quick decision. He gave up on the Cold Night sect and left the Cold Night Star for another place. The void was so vast. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be found. Perhaps, after a long time, the other party would forget about him. It had to be said that this old man's instincts of being greedy for life and afraid of death had been pushed to the extreme. Chenzong had just escaped, and he had already thought of so many things that would follow. He was scared of himself and fled the Cold Night Star in a hurry. If Chenzong knew that he had scared a spirit realm expert so much that he had to flee in a hurry, who knew how he would feel? I will find a safe place to break through to the spirit realm first, then return to the Cold Night Star. In the Void Traveler, Chenzong's eyes were somewhat cold. The Void Traveler was a top-grade flying ship. It had recorded the positions of various star fields, galaxies, and even stars. It was a very complete star map. Chenzong opened the star map and searched carefully. Soon, he found the location of the Cold Night Star. After comparing it, he found the location of the Void Traveler and looked for the closest star. Soon, Chenzong found a star that was closest to the Void Traveler besides the Cold Night Star. It was the Vermilion Star. This was also a low-grade star. Even if this star had spirit realm experts, there wouldn't be many of them, and their competence wouldn't be strong. After all, the higher the cultivation base, the better the cultivating environment, which was more beneficial to the warrior. Using the space shuttle again, Chenzong quickly approached the Vermilion Star. Looking from the Void Traveler, the Vermilion Star was a piece of lush green, full of vitality. The Void Traveler quickly entered the Vermilion Star. This star was just a low-grade one, so it didn't have any great formation to protect it. It was easy to enter and leave. Generally speaking, low-level stars wouldn't have any great arrays to protect them. Compared to setting up a void-level array, even the lowest void-level array, it would cost a lot to set up. Forces with such wealth would only use it on more important planets. Most low-tier star-rank forces didn't have such wealth. Low-tier star-rank forces that could set up void-level formations were usually closer to mid-tier star-rank forces. The Cold Night sect was just an ordinary low-grade force, so there wasn't any void-level great formation to protect the Cold Night Star. The Vermilion Star sect on the Vermilion Star wasn't even as strong as the Cold Night sect. The Void Traveler quickly landed. It was a lush green forest, dense and boundless. It was very prosperous. Chenzong observed the Void Traveler for a while before walking out. He waved his hand, and the Void Traveler disappeared into the 9 heavenly rings. Flying at a low altitude, Chenzong looked for a suitable place to break through. It took him a few days to find a secret and relatively safe place. In this world, it was very difficult to find an absolutely safe place. Relatively safe, he just needed to make some arrangements and add some tricks. That would be enough. Calm the mind and concentrate, adjust the mind, qi, and soul, adjusting his body to the peak. Chenzong was ready to break through. Now, everything was ready. It was time to break through to the spirit realm. But this time, he was going to break through to the spirit realm, which was different from most cultivators. One had to choose a Tao insight to charge into the enlightened spirit realm, yet he possessed 2 great supreme Tao insights, so no matter which one he gave up, it would be extremely regretful. Even though he had to give up, if he had a chance to keep both, then it was undoubtedly the best. From the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, Chenzong found a suitable method. That was to break through the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path at the same time. The breakthrough of the Qi cultivation path was to condense the Tao seed on the flower of the ultimate realm, then bear the Tao fruit, and use the Tao fruit to condense the Tao will and transform the Tao to control the Tao power. The breakthrough of the body cultivation path was different. It was to integrate the Tao will into the body, and then use the body as the Tao fruit to control the Tao power. There were some differences between the two, but in the end, there were similarities. Chenzong's idea was very simple. That was to break through the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path at the same time. After all, He used to cultivate the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path at the same time. It was reasonable to seek a breakthrough in both. Moreover, if both the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path broke through to the illuminating spirit realm, it might not bring about an absolute increase in strength, but it would greatly increase his survivability. However, the risk was that the Qi cultivation path had to undergo a heavenly tribulation to break through to the illuminating spirit realm, and the body cultivation path also had to undergo a heavenly tribulation to break through to the illuminating spirit realm. In the end, the heavenly tribulation was actually a test of the Tao in the void. If one wanted to control the power of the Tao, they naturally had to be tested to see if they were qualified. If they were killed by the heavenly tribulation, it would naturally mean that they were not qualified. Only by passing the heavenly tribulation would one be qualified to control the power of the Tao. Generally, one could only choose one of the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path to break through to the illuminating spirit realm. If one wanted to break through at the same time, they would be more powerful, but they would also have to endure a greater heavenly tribulation. That was a double heavenly tribulation. After thinking about it, Chenzong finally decided to take a gamble. Then, let's begin. Fortunately, he had mastered the ability to multitask and would not force himself at all. He used a portion of his mind to control the heart sword intent, which instantly appeared above the flower of the ultimate realm and slowly descended. The heart sword intent fluctuated continuously. The moment it came into contact with the flower of the ultimate realm, it gradually settled down as though it had taken root in the flower of the ultimate realm. It was like a stamen. At the same time, the world Tao intent also gradually dispersed under Chenzong's control and merged into his body. The heart sword intent walked the Qi cultivation path to condense, while the world Tao intent walked the body cultivation path to disperse. One gathered and one dispersed. Each was different. The heart sword intent on the flower of the ultimate realm started to condense continuously. Gradually, it shone brightly and then retracted. Why did one have to excavate the potential of one's Tao intent to the extreme in order to break through? It was because only after excavating to the extreme could one completely control it and condense the Tao seed. As for the world Tao intent, it kept dispersing and merging into his body. The original world Tao intent looked like a world with the sun, moon, and stars, rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, rivers, and forests, as well as birds and beasts. Now, this world had merged into Chenzong's body and started to solidify. The stars that filled the sky merged with Chenzong's hair as if they were solidifying. The sun merged with Chenzong's right eye, while the moon merged with Chenzong's left eye. A very strange feeling surged in his heart. His skin seemed to merge with the earth of the world, causing the earth of the world to no longer be illusory. Instead, it seemed to be real. As the blood in his body surged, it merged with the water of the great rivers in the world, giving off a powerful aura. Chenzong's breathing also seemed to become the wind in the world, blowing continuously. The sound of his breathing also became the rolling thunder in the world. A strange feeling rose from the depths of his heart. It was as if he was creating a new world. And the world he was creating was his body. Chenzong never expected that his sudden breakthrough would bring about an indescribable transformation. He did not even know what he would become. Even with the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, he still did not know. This was because it was somewhat out of his expectations. But now, it was irreversible. He could only continue until it was completed. Looking down from the sky, the lush forest seemed to be boundless, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The specialty of the Emerald Star was that it had a lot of flourishing plants, causing the air here to be very fresh. The Emerald Star had always had a lot of rain. This time, dark clouds quietly gathered in the sky above the forest. Along with gusts of strong wind that came from nowhere, there was actually a mighty aura of thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Hoo hoo hoo. The wind whistled, turning into a roaring gale. More and more dark clouds gathered from all directions. They were so dense that they couldn't be dispersed. They were like heavy ink that dyed the sky, covering a large area with a radius of thousands of miles. The dark clouds gradually piled up, becoming thicker and thicker. There was a kind of pressure that was condensed like a mountain that was about to collapse. The entire boundless forest seemed to be about to be destroyed by the dark clouds that covered the sky. Gusts of wind roared past, causing the forest to sway. Countless leaves were blown off the branches and swept into the sky. The branches and leaves that filled the sky danced in the sky and were shattered into countless fragments that rushed into the dark clouds. Rumble, a dull sound rang out, reverberating in all directions. It reverberated between heaven and earth, rumbling endlessly. It was lightning. Streaks of scarlet lightning shuttled through the dark clouds like dragons, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. In an instant, the aura constantly spread out and was sensed by many cultivators on the Emerald Star. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that some treasure is about to appear? Is a secret realm about to appear? In an instant, many demigod-rank cultivators sensed it and hurriedly looked in the direction of the aura. Their hearts trembled, and they secretly gasped. Soon after, greed and excitement appeared on their faces. Whether it was the appearance of a treasure or a secret realm, it was an opportunity for them. If they could obtain it, there would definitely be great benefits. Let's go. Immediately, many people moved, quickly heading towards the direction of the forest. The closer they got, the more they felt the oppressive aura in the air. It was heavy, making it difficult for them to breathe. Dark clouds that stretched for thousands of miles completely covered this part of the sky, suppressing everything. It was extremely horrifying. Streaks of crimson lightning shuttled through the dark clouds like flood dragons, causing people's hearts to tremble. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a treasure or an artifact had appeared. Within the green radish sect, the deity realm expert that was cultivating in meditation frowned slightly when he sensed the shocking aura. After that, his figure flashed and appeared in the sky, and he gazed into the distance. Someone is attacking Xianxia. The Green Luo Gate's spirit realm expert was secretly surprised. Who was it? Who on earth was here? Xianxia was about to break through to the spirit realm. There was no such person in the Green Radish sect. Could it be someone from another faction on the Green Radish planet? I'm not sure, but I'll know once I get there. With a flash, Daoist Lulua's speed was extremely fast as she rushed towards the forest. Soon after, she was incomparably shocked. Thousands of li. What an amazing talent and foundation. That kind of shock directly rushed into the depths of his heart. It was an indescribable shock. It was simply horrifying. Thousands of li, it was several thousand miles. Yan searched his memory and found that he had never seen or even heard of anyone who had broken through to the spirit realm to create such a tremendous momentum. It was simply terrifying. Thinking back to when he had broken through to the spirit realm, he had only caused a few dozen li of dark clouds. Although the difference between several dozen li and thousands of li sounded like 100 times, the difference between them couldn't be clearly described by 100 times. Just the difference between several dozen li and hundreds of li was a threshold, and the difference was more than several times. This was closely related to the strength of one's foundation, the various powers that one had grasped, the various mysteries that one had comprehended, and the talent and so on. Therefore, what kind of genius could cause such a scene within thousands of li? Perhaps it's not someone breaking through to the spirit realm. Daoist Lulua secretly guessed, it's possible that someone is breaking through to the Tao controlling realm, or even higher. In the spirit realm, every time one broke through to the next level, they had to go through a heavenly tribulation. Because the higher the level of the spirit realm, the deeper the mastery and control of the great Tao. Therefore, they had to accept the test of the great Tao. Only by passing the test would one have the qualifications to further control the great Tao. A few thousand li of dark clouds. If one wanted to break through to the next level of the Tao controlling realm, it might be possible for some powerful people to cause it. However, if it was an expert of that level, why would he break through on a low-level planet like the Lulua star? Daoist Lulua couldn't figure out why. However, anyone who saw Xianxia with their own eyes would understand. The heavenly tribulation is here. Within the endless forest, Chenzong raised his head to look at the sky. Dark clouds roiled within thousands of li, constantly gathering, as though they were constantly piling up and sinking. An incomparably shocking aura was being emitted. Chenzong bore the brunt of it, because Chenzong was about to face Xianxia. This extremely terrifying aura was completely targeted at Chenzong. As for the aura that pervaded the surroundings, it was just a leak. However, just the aura that leaked out was enough to make the demigods unable to approach in the slightest. This was because the moment they approached, they would feel a sense of danger. This feeling wasn't an illusion, and no one dared to ignore it. Even Taoist Lulua didn't dare to get too close. After all, he also felt a sense of danger. Moreover, he was at the imminent God realm. Once he entered the range of the heavenly tribulation, he would immediately attract even more power of the great Tao. At that time, it would target him, and he might even be struck to death. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Moreover, the probability of him being struck to death was very high. For the sake of his life, it was best to observe from afar. Low, oppressive, the aura that could destroy everything directly rushed over, suppressing his soul and body. The double pressure made it difficult for Chenzong to breathe. Within his divine sea, on top of the flower of extreme, a seed remained unmoving. It was the Tao seed condensed from the heart sword intent. Chenzong's body looked the same as before, but if one looked at it carefully, they would discover that it was different. His hair was like the stars, his eyes were like the sun and moon, his blood was like a river, and his skin was like the earth. This body seemed to contain an entire world, but it also seemed like an entire world had converged into a single body. It was incomparably mysterious. When one broke through to the imminent God realm, the Tao will would be integrated into the body to transform it into a divine body. Different Tao wills would be integrated into different divine bodies. The divine body that was formed by the Supreme Tao will was naturally the strongest. Chenzong could clearly feel the strength of his body at this moment, as if it could contain everything in the world and was indestructible. Heavenly tribulation. Come on. Chenzong looked up at the sky. Looking at the dark clouds that were constantly piling up and pressing down on him, and looking at the streaks of scarlet lightning that were extremely terrifying, Chenzong revealed a look of excitement. Heavenly tribulation, what kind of power did it have? It was the evolution of the power of the great Tao. It was the test of the great Tao for the cultivator. Then, what kind of heavenly tribulation would he experience? Taking a deep breath, Chenzong stood up and faced the heavenly tribulation directly. As if it had sensed Chenzong's aura, in an instant, a series of low sounds exploded. Streaks of scarlet lightning gathered, densely packed, and condensed into a huge scarlet lightning. Boom! In just a moment, the scarlet lightning struck down from the sky and turned into a lightning bolt that was as thick as an arm. In just a moment, it tore through the sky and struck directly at Chenzong. It was extremely fast, incomparably fast, and its power was extremely shocking. Come on, let me see how powerful you are. Chenzong had no intention of dodging or attacking. Instead, he wanted to use his body to withstand this lightning bolt. The imminent God realm heavenly tribulation was divided into 9 stages. Generally, when a demigod cultivator broke through to the imminent God realm, the heavenly tribulation that they had to undergo was at most 3 stages of heavenly tribulation. Top geniuses could go through 6 stages of heavenly tribulation, and those extremely outstanding geniuses could go through 9 stages of heavenly tribulation at most. Generally, only star sector level forces had top geniuses who could go through 9 stages of heavenly tribulation, and there were very few of them. Most top geniuses would go through 7 or 8 stages of heavenly tribulation. Chenzong did not know what stage of heavenly tribulation he would trigger, but he guessed that it would not be less than 7 stages of heavenly tribulation. After all, he had broken through both chi cultivation and body refining. The first stage of heavenly tribulation was definitely the weakest. Chenzong had his own reasons for wanting to withstand the first stage of heavenly tribulation with his own body. First of all, heavenly tribulation was also caused by a breakthrough in the path of body refining. The path of body refining required one to temper oneself. It was normal to withstand heavenly tribulation with one's own body. Secondly, Chenzong himself wasn't sure how many heavenly tribulations there were. However, the first heavenly tribulation was the weakest. If he couldn't even withstand the first heavenly tribulation, then he really didn't know if he could survive the stronger heavenly tribulations. Thirdly, the benefits of resisting heavenly tribulation with his own body were even greater. The first lightning bolt struck down directly. Its speed was extremely fast and its power was tyrannical. Chenzong first put away the heart seal treasure robe and used only his body to withstand it. With a boom, Chenzong felt as if he had lost all his 5 senses. He could not hear or see anything. There was only a tyrannical power that carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It kept bombarding his body, as if it wanted to crush his body. Impact, a crazy impact. Chen Zong's body suddenly trembled. Strands of light diffused from his body. In an instant, his hair fluttered. It was as if there were countless stars twinkling in the sky. It was dense and beautiful. The power of the lightning bolt kept pouring into Chen Zong's body. It was absorbed and filled every part of his body. Chen Zong's consciousness also recovered. After careful observation, he found that the power of heavenly tribulation was being absorbed by the world contained in his body. With the absorption of the power of heavenly tribulation, Chen Zong felt that the world in his body was becoming more and more solid. Originally, the world was illusory. As it merged into his body, it gradually became more and more solid. However, it was not really solid yet. Now, after absorbing the power of heavenly tribulation, it became more and more solid. At the same time, the Tao seed of heart sword essence also absorbed part of the power of heavenly tribulation and became more and more solid. Chen Zong completely withstood the first stage of heavenly tribulation. He was not hurt at all. Again. Chen Zong, who was excited, could not help but roar. Boom! The first heavenly tribulation is already so powerful. Master Lulua was shocked when he saw the first heavenly tribulation, which was even thicker than an arm. When he was undergoing his heavenly tribulation, the first heavenly tribulation was only as thick as a thumb. The difference between a thumb and an arm was several times bigger. Now, the second heavenly tribulation was as thick as a calf. It was even more terrifying and powerful. Who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation? What's going on? When the group of demigod-rank powerhouses saw the terrifying crimson lightning bolt descending from the sky, their expressions changed drastically, and they were incomparably shocked. Transcending tribulation, someone is transcending tribulation. Someone cried out in surprise. Heavenly tribulation, to them, it was like a legend. How shocking, they did not expect to see someone undergoing the heavenly tribulation today. Isn't this a little too frightening? A second-tier demigod expert trembled in fear. He felt that he would not be able to withstand the power of the first heavenly tribulation even if he used all his strength. He would be blasted into pieces. Even if his strength was doubled, he was not confident that he could withstand it. Now, his cultivation was close to the peak of the demigod realm. He had planned to break through to the imminent god realm after reaching the peak of the demigod realm. Now, it seemed like there was no hope. That was only the first heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was not the secret of the imminent god realm. Demigod realm experts could understand it. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were filled with despair and fear. Chen Zong did not know that his heavenly tribulation had scared the crap out of people on Lulua planet for many years. It was too shocking. The second heavenly tribulation was even more powerful, but Chen Zong still chose to withstand it with his body. Boom! In an instant, Chen Zong felt as though he was being crushed. However, he was not really crushed. It was just a feeling. Large amounts of power from the heavenly tribulation constantly fused with the heart sword intense seed of Tao and the world will of Tao, causing the seed of Tao and the world will of Tao to become more and more condensed. The toughness of Chen Zong's body continued to rise, becoming more and more astonishing and powerful. Strengthened, the third heavenly tribulation struck again. This heavenly tribulation was as thick as a thigh. Its power was at least 2 times stronger than the second heavenly tribulation. Chen Zong was still resisting. His entire body seemed to have been blasted into the ground, and smoke rose from his body. After the 3 heavenly tribulations, the dark clouds in the sky became increasingly dense and gloomy. Endless scarlet-red lightning rolled within the dark clouds, flickering endlessly as they continuously gathered from all directions. The color of the lightning also gradually deepened. The aura that permeated the heavens and the earth became increasingly gloomy and oppressive. Chen Zong jumped out of the pit. He felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger. He felt like he could crush a mountain with one punch. It was amazing. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong looked up at the sky. The fourth tribulation had not yet fallen. It was still brewing. The crimson color was gradually turning dark red. It was getting more and more terrifying. shot down. In an instant, the dark red lightning struck down from the sky. Its speed was actually several times faster than before. While Chenzong was secretly shocked, he was immediately hit. Excruciating pain came from all over his body. He felt that at that moment, he was completely shattered and torn apart. That kind of excruciating pain went directly into his bone marrow and soul. However, the power of the heart sword intent and the will of the world was also displayed. They were constantly absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was the manifestation and condensation of the power of the great path. It was presented in the form of lightning. To go through the heavenly tribulation, one could either shatter it, resist it, or forcefully resist it. Undoubtedly, the first two were safer, but the last one was very risky. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. But at the same time, the last one was also the most beneficial. It was related to the cultivation after the spirit ascension realm. By resisting the heavenly tribulation with one's own body, one could obtain the power of the heavenly tribulation and continuously integrate it. That was the pure power of the great path. After breaking through to the path control realm, one's foundation would be more stable when cultivating, and it would be easier to improve one's cultivation. This was also a kind of risk, a kind of self-challenge. The power of the fourth heavenly tribulation was too strong. The excruciating pain was almost unbearable for Chenzong. Fortunately, the power of the two wills of the great path and the tenacity of his own body helped him resist the bombardment of the fourth heavenly tribulation. The fifth heavenly tribulation was also formed and struck down from the sky. The dark red lightning was even faster and more powerful. Chenzong still had no way of dodging this lightning bolt and was struck once again. The excruciating pain was much worse than before. Chenzong fell into the pit as if he was really shattered. The muscles all over his body were trembling, as if thousands of sharp blades were raging and cutting inside his body. He couldn't help but howl. It was too painful. It was a kind of pain that went straight to the bone marrow and soul. The heart sword intent Tao seed and the will of the world body were constantly absorbing and devouring. Although the fifth heavenly tribulation was extremely powerful, it was eventually devoured by the power of the two wills of the great path. The sixth dark red heavenly tribulation also struck down. Extremely strong, even stronger, forcefully resisted, Chenzong was still somewhat confident. However, as soon as he was hit, Chenzong realized that he seemed to be a little too careless this time. That feeling was too painful. It was as if his entire body was completely torn apart and had already seeped into every part of his body. It was extremely subtle. He felt that the heart sword intent and the will of the world seemed to be unable to withstand it. They trembled continuously as if they were about to shatter. It was too strong. Master Green Luo was inexplicably horrified. It was the first time he had heard of such a heavenly tribulation. According to the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, dark red heavenly tribulations usually only appeared in the 7th, 8th, and 9th heavenly tribulations. The 4th, 5th, and 6th heavenly tribulations were dark red and almost never appeared. Chenzong's heavenly tribulation was dark red from the 4th heavenly tribulation. It was because of the overlapping heavenly tribulations caused by the breakthrough of both chi refinement and body refinement. Under the 6th heavenly tribulation, Chenzong's entire body sank into a deep pit, and the pit grew larger and deeper as time passed. After the 6th heavenly tribulation, the 7th heavenly tribulation didn't strike down. Chenzong was still conscious and couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Was it over? At a glance, his expression changed drastically. Not yet. In the dark clouds above, dark red lightning seemed to be boiling. It constantly gathered from all directions, causing the lightning in the center to continuously converge. The color changed again, becoming darker and darker. Finally, it became black. Looking at the black lightning, Chenzong felt a sense of fear and trepidation. In Sword Master Dong Ting's memory, even the lightning of the 9th heavenly tribulation wasn't so dark. Even if the power of this heavenly tribulation wasn't at the level of the 9th heavenly tribulation, the difference wouldn't be too great. Could it be the 7th heavenly tribulation? Master Green Luo's heart trembled. It was simply a monster. The heavenly tribulation was constantly brewing, accumulating astonishing power. Chenzong quickly recovered. The heart sword and 10 Tao seed and the will of the world body were constantly absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation to strengthen themselves. The seventh heavenly tribulation appeared and struck down from the sky. The seventh heavenly tribulation was black. It wasn't very fast, at least a little slower than the first heavenly tribulation. However, when it struck, cracks appeared in the void continuously. It was like a terrifying blunt knife tearing through thin paper. It was filled with extremely terrifying power. Oppressive, the aura was extremely oppressive, even though the speed of the black lightning wasn't that fast. Chenzong felt that he couldn't avoid it. He was completely locked on. Moreover, the black lightning gave him a very terrifying feeling. It was as if it would destroy him. He couldn't use his body to resist it. However, Chenzong still chose to resist it this time. However, he released the power of the Heart Seal Treasure Robe again. The Heart Seal Treasure Robe covered every part of his body and could weaken the attack by 70%. The seventh heavenly tribulation directly struck Chenzong. Instantly, the extremely powerful power was weakened by 70% by the Heart Seal Treasure Robe. The remaining 30% crashed into Chenzong's body. Extremely powerful, the extremely powerful power was filled with astonishing destructive power. The destructive power continued to wreak havoc in his body as if it wanted to destroy Chenzong's soul and body. However, because it was weakened by 70%, its power was somewhat insufficient and was constantly absorbed. Even so, Chenzong felt that 30% of its power was completely stronger than the sixth heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the eighth heavenly tribulation struck down. This time, Chenzong was completely not confident that he could resist it. Even with the Heart Seal Treasure Robe, he didn't dare to resist it. Since that was the case, he would shatter it. He grasped the void with his right hand, and sword light suddenly swallowed out. The extreme heart phaseless sword appeared in his hand. Endless power poured into the sword, and the sword light shone brightly. The sword of heart refining, a sword pierced through the air. The power of this sword was much more powerful than before. Because the heart sword essence had condensed into a Taoist seed, and it had continuously absorbed the power of the six heavenly tribulations, it had become even more powerful. The sword light also carried traces of dark red power, and it emitted an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. That was the power fluctuation of the heavenly tribulation. It hit, the sword light of the sword of heart refining directly hit the eighth heavenly tribulation. After a slight pause, the sword light shattered, and the heavenly tribulation was also weakened a little. Its speed also slowed down a little in an instant. Swing the sword, swing the sword, swing the sword, Chenzong kept swinging his sword. Every sword move was casual, but every sword move contained 100% of his power. The eighth heavenly tribulation was constantly hit and weakened. When it hit Chenzong, its power was less than half, and it was weakened by 70% by the Heart Seal Treasure Robe. It was not as powerful as the seventh heavenly tribulation. Once again, it was absorbed. However, the ninth heavenly tribulation struck down, and its power was more than twice that of the eighth heavenly tribulation. Chenzong's expression changed drastically. With such power, if he was hit directly, even with the Heart Seal Treasure Robe's weakening, he would probably be seriously injured. It was too powerful. However, this should be the last heavenly tribulation. The ninth heavenly tribulation was the most powerful. As for the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, there was indeed a saying that the heavenly tribulation surpassed the ninth heavenly tribulation, but it was too rare. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many years it would take for one to appear. Moreover, when it appeared, it would definitely be extraordinary. Even the Sword Master Dong Ting's heavenly tribulation was only at the ninth heavenly tribulation. The power of the Taichu sword origin body, the third level of the secret technique of breaking, 100% of his power. Sword light, it was a dark red sword light surrounded by strands of black lightning arcs. It tore through the sky and carried an incomparably tyrannical might that could shatter everything. It directly pierced through the sky and brazenly charged towards the ninth pitch-black heavenly tribulation. In the distance, Master Lulua was even more shocked. From the moment the heavenly tribulation struck down, he had suspected that this was a divine tribulation, not a Tao-controlling tribulation or a higher level of tribulation as he had imagined. It was just that it covered an area of thousands of miles, and its power was too terrifying, so he was not sure. However, it was true that the power of the great path contained within the heavenly tribulation was not very strong, and it was indeed still within the scope of a divine tribulation. Now, the sword light had struck out with shocking power. It was indeed very extraordinary, and its aura made him, who was in the first transition of the Tao-controlling realm, palpitate. However, the power of the great path contained within was still not obvious enough. It was a demigod-level sword. In other words, this was indeed a divine tribulation. Master Lulua was extremely shocked, and at the same time, cold sweat broke out. Who was it, transcending a divine tribulation was so shocking and mighty? Thousands of miles, 9-level heavenly tribulation, it was extremely terrifying. Once such a person succeeded in breaking through, he would be able to beat him with his cultivation of the first transition of the Tao-controlling realm. Perhaps, just one sword strike would be enough to kill him. Envious, Master Lulua was extremely envious. With such talent, it would not be difficult for him to surpass the Tao-controlling realm in the future. Unlike him, who had broken through to the Tao-controlling realm for many years and had been cultivating hard, he was still unable to reach the second transition of the Tao-controlling realm. Why hasn't the tribulation cloud dispersed? Master Lulua noticed that the dark clouds thousands of meters high showed no signs of dispersing. Generally speaking, after the heavenly tribulation, the tribulation cloud would disperse, and at the same time, the power of the great path would descend, allowing the cultivator to obtain great benefits, allowing the Tao seed to bear a Tao fruit and truly step into the divine tribulation realm. But now, the power of the great path had yet to descend, and the dark clouds had yet to disperse. Moreover, there was an even more oppressive feeling quietly gathering in the dark clouds thousands of miles away. The tribulation cloud still hasn't dispersed? Qianzong held his sword and stared at the sky, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Just now, he had used all his strength and attacked continuously before finally defeating the 9th tribulation. However, he had also suffered some injuries. However, as long as he survived the tribulation, he would be fine. But from the looks of it now, it didn't seem to be the case. It seemed that he was about to face the 10th tribulation. That was a heavenly tribulation beyond the 9th level. It was a heavenly tribulation that surpassed the limits. In the memories of the sword master of the Eastern Court, there was a special name for it, extreme tribulation. Who would have thought that he would have to undergo the extreme realm heavenly tribulation? He quickly took out an elixir and consumed it, circulating the 9th level of the origin sword technique to refine the elixir and restore his strength and injuries. The heavenly tribulation was still brewing. He did not know when it would end, but its power would definitely be very, very strong. It would be very shocking and very tyrannical. Before that, he had to adjust his state and recover to his peak strength to have a chance of surviving it. Extreme stage heavenly tribulation, it was as if the heavens were jealous, the slightest bit of carelessness would result in the destruction of one's soul. It was a race against time. Qianzong did not have anything special to rely on. The only thing he could rely on was the Harding treasure robe. However, the most important thing was the sword in his hand. In the end, although the 9th tribulation was extremely dangerous, he had survived it. Moreover, Qianzong was not at the end of his rope yet. Extreme stage heavenly tribulation. Bring it on. Let me see how strong you really are. Qianzong muttered to himself. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The black lightning that had gathered slowly receded, revealing a vortex that was spinning crazily. Boundless energy gathered from all directions, as if it was constantly being poured into the pitch-black vortex in the center. It was like a black hole, and the aura it emitted made Qianzong extremely fearful. Apart from being frightened, Qianzong also felt an indescribable sense of excitement. His blood seemed to be burning. Sword will soared into the sky and sword chi surged in all directions. The extreme heart non-phase sword in his hand seemed to have sensed Qianzong's sword will. It kept trembling. As the light flowed, the sound of struggle was melodious. His fighting spirit shocked the 9 heavens. Qianzong stared at the vortex. In an instant, he seemed to see a single eye in the vortex. The eye of the Great Way. Qianzong was shocked. The memory of Sword Master Dongting surfaced. The eye of the Great Way represented the gaze of the Great Way. It also meant that the following heavenly tribulation would be extremely terrifying. However, Chenzong was not afraid. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Under Chenzong's gaze, the eye of the Great Way stared at him. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shot out from the eye of the Great Way. The lightning was white, not black. In an instant, the white lightning transformed into a lightning dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was as if it could shatter the vacuum. It descended with a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Compared to the ninth tribulation, the power of this lightning dragon was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, Chenzong felt that a catastrophe was coming. Come! With a roar, Chenzong attacked again. The Sword of Heart Refinement, this was the most tyrannical sword technique that he had mastered. All of his power poured into it. The secret technique was also activated. The power of the Taichu sword origin body was also activated. Kill, in an instant, the sword light was shattered. Explode, with Chenzong's extremely strong physique, he could activate the third level of the secret technique of breaking multiple times without any burden. Of course, there was a limit to the number of times he could use it. Sword after sword broke through the air and attacked the white lightning dragon. However, it was shattered one after another. However, under Chenzong's continuous attacks, the dragon was also weakened. Its power was also decreasing. In an instant, the white lightning dragon bombarded Chenzong's body. Chenzong was sent flying. The extremely terrifying power of lightning surged into his body and wreaked havoc. The Heart Seal treasure robe displayed its power again. This treasure robe's level was obviously not low. It was not damaged by such powerful lightning. Instead, its power was weakened by 70%. However, the remaining 30% of its power was still extremely terrifying. When the remaining 30% of its power surged into his body, Chenzong felt as if he was dead. It was like his soul had left his body. Chenzong did not feel any pain because it was completely beyond the level of pain. It was too terrifying. The white lightning power was wreaking havoc in his body. It was as if it wanted to destroy Chenzong's body and soul. The seed of the way of the heart sword will kept trembling. It was surrounded by the white lightning as if it was about to be destroyed. However, the supreme will of the way was constantly activated to fight against the white lightning. Wisps of white lightning power merged into the seed of the way bit by bit during the fight, making the seed of the way even more powerful. The will of the way of the world and his body seemed to be constantly destroyed by the white lightning power of the heavenly tribulation. Stars were shattered and destroyed, but they quickly reformed. They looked even more dazzling and starry. One after another, the mountains collapsed and shattered, but they reformed again and again, becoming taller and more stable. Rivers were cut off and dried up, but very quickly, more water appeared, creating thousands of waves that rolled endlessly. The great river flowed east, washing away the spring and autumn. The white lightning power was extremely terrifying, but the heart sword will and the supreme will of the world were also extremely shocking. It was as if the stronger it was, the stronger it became. It constantly absorbed the power of the lightning to strengthen itself. In the sky, the outline of the eye of the way became clearer and clearer. Countless white lightning bolts gathered from all directions, forming a huge ball of lightning. The ball of lightning was initially a meter wide. As it rolled, it produced earth-shattering booms that shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the people in the distance had lost their hearing. The large forest was also destroyed by the terrifying power. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles seemed to have turned into ruins. All the trees turned to dust. 2 meters, 3 meters, the white ball of lightning in the sky continued to expand. With every meter it expanded, its power would increase exponentially. It was even more terrifying. The 11th level. Guru Lulua's entire body trembled. It was a kind of fear that came from the depths of his soul. He had never heard of anyone undergoing the 11th level of the Godhood tribulation. Even the 9th level was extremely rare. Before long, the white ball of lightning had expanded to a size of 10 meters. Although it did not expand any further, its aura was still constantly strengthening. At this moment, Chenzong's two supreme will of the way had already digested a portion of the power of the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. The power of the two supreme will of the way became even stronger. It gave Chen Zong a feeling that he could break the sky with a single sword strike. However, when the white ball of lightning in the sky rolled down, it produced a roar that resounded through the heavens. It made Chen Zong feel like he was about to be shattered. His entire body trembled. Boom, the white ball of lightning carried an extremely terrifying power as it bombarded down mercilessly. Its power was several times stronger than the white lightning dragon from before. Chen Zong could not help but let go of the ultimate heart non-phase sword in his hand. The sword light suddenly shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, it divided into 10,000 dazzling and extremely sharp sword lights that floated in front of Chen Zong. Each sword light emitted an extremely shocking power. "Come on, I'll show you the power of my move." Chen Zong's voice was filled with the sound of a powerful army. The power of this move surpassed that of the Sword of Heart Refinement. This move incorporated the profoundness of the 10,000 swords returned to one and the profoundness of the divine weapon control technique. It was the most powerful attack that Chen Zong could perform now. Ultimate Heart Non-Phase Sword. Heart Refinement. 10,000 swords returned to sect. Chen Zong's eyes shone with unparalleled brilliance, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. It was earth-shattering. He waved his hands, sweeping up strands of sword chi. His 10 fingers were like swords as they streaked across the void, leaving behind streaks of sword marks. It was like an inescapable net. Every sword mark seemed to correspond to a sword light. Leading, in an instant, the 10,000 sword lights seemed to be arranging troops. Their momentum suddenly changed, becoming more and more magnificent and mighty. It was as if the 10,000 stragglers before had no discipline and were utterly defeated. But now, they were like 10,000 battle-hardened elite soldiers. The momentum was completely different, and the power they gathered had also changed greatly. Speed, between the heavens and the earth, it was as if the sound was rolling and falling into everyone's ears. In the next moment, the crowd in the distance only saw a dazzling and extremely bright sword light rolling up from the dozens of miles of destroyed ruins. At first glance, the sword light seemed very small. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was an indescribable grandeur to it. It was as if countless sword lights had gathered together and soared into the sky in a densely packed manner. There was a sharpness that seemed to want to pierce through the sky. 10,000 swords in one, 10,000 sword lights, each with amazing power, rushed out fearlessly like elite soldiers charging and breaking through enemy lines. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the stunning sword light and the huge white thunderball rolling from the sky approached each other. As if two enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous would win. The moment the sword light hit the white thunderball, as the thunderball rolled, it constantly burst out terrifying thunderbolts. Under the crazy bombardment, the sword lights were shattered one after another. There were 10,000 sword lights, but at this rate, it would not be long before all 10,000 sword lights were shattered. The shattering of the sword lights did not turn into nothingness, but filled the air. Because this was Chen Zong's divine life weapon, as long as it was not damaged, it would not really shatter and disappear. The power of the thunderball was too terrifying. As it kept rolling, it seemed to crush everything into powder. In just a short period of 3 breaths, the 10,000 sword glows were shattered into pieces. The lightning arcs on the edge of the thunderball also collapsed, and the rolling speed was also affected, slowing down a little. Condense. Chen Zong's sword fingers moved with a solemn expression. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes emitted a dazzling light, as if the sun and the moon were rotating. His long hair fluttered endlessly, as if a little bit of starlight was blooming. From afar, it was extremely bright. This time, Chen Zong really did his best. Under Chen Zong's control, the 10,000 shattered sword lights immediately condensed again, but this consumed a lot of Chen Zong's mental strength. With a boom, the 10,000 sword lights attacked again. Shatter, condense, kill, again and again, Chen Zong seemed to be challenging his limits. The power of his mind was constantly consumed, and so was his divine sense. Blue veins covered his forehead and spread to his cheeks, giving him a ferocious look. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were slightly protruding. The fourth and final time, condense. After this, Chen Zong knew that he would not be able to condense a 5th time. This was the last time he would do his best. As for the rest, Chen Zong had no time to think about it, nor did he need to think so much. The paramount stage heavenly tribulation was completely out of his expectations. The extreme realm heavenly tribulation was one thing, but it wasn't just the 10th stage. There was an 11th stage as well. This was basically putting him to death. It was as if it would not give up until it destroyed him. The 4th time, return of the 10,000 swords, kill, the sword light shot forward and once again bombarded the rolling thunder ball. The thunder ball was indeed very powerful. It was attacked 3 times in a row and crushed the return of the 10,000 swords 3 times. This was the 4th time. With a boom, the 10,000 sword lights of the return of the 10,000 swords were shattered again, but the thunder ball also trembled. In the next moment, the thunder ball also shattered, turning into hundreds of thunder balls the size of a human head. Like a thunderstorm, the thunder balls carried amazing power and were as heavy as meteorites, falling from the sky one after another. Boom, boom. Boom, the earth kept shaking. The ruins within dozens of miles were ravaged as if they had been looted. They became more and more dilapidated, and the shocking aftermath spread to a wider area. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from dozens of miles to hundreds of miles. Shenzong was directly submerged. Hundreds of lightning balls the size of a human head. Every one of them was extremely powerful, as if they could destroy everything. Shenzong estimated that even Bai Mei, with her strength, would not be able to withstand such power. She would definitely be severely injured, and might even be killed. Of course, that was referring to Bai Mei on the desolate dragon star. As for the current Bai Mei, her strength must have improved a lot. However, this was the ultimate heavenly tribulation, the 11th level of the ultimate heavenly tribulation. Even if it was shattered, its power was still very terrifying. However, it was still fine for Shenzong. At least, only a few thunder balls hit him. After the power of the Heart Seal treasure robe weakened by 70%, the damage caused by the remaining 30% of the power had been reduced by a lot. It was even weaker than the 10th level of the ultimate heavenly tribulation. Withstand, Shenzong was able to withstand it completely. The absorption of the Heart Sword intent and the Tao Will of the world also increased. They became increasingly solid and stable. I should be through now. Shenzong could not help but think. Although his injuries were not serious, a sense of exhaustion emerged from the depths of his mind and soul, spreading all over his body. Boom, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the sky. It made Shenzong's heart skip a beat uncontrollably. A strong sense of fear rose up in his heart. In the sky above, the eye of the great path disappeared. The streaks of white lightning continued to spread. Gradually, they formed the silhouette of a huge palace. This time, it took even longer. Shenzong hurriedly took out pills and consumed them. He constantly circulated his cultivation method and digested the pill's power. He recovered his strength and healed his injuries. The 12th level, there was actually a 12th level of the heavenly tribulation. Lulua was completely numb. However, Shenzong seemed to have become a little crazy in his despair. The 11th level of the heavenly tribulation was already like this. It had almost killed him. The 12th level of the heavenly tribulation was definitely much more powerful than the 11th. Could he withstand it? Shenzong didn't have the slightest confidence when it came to the unknown. He didn't have the slightest confidence. But, so what, he had experienced many hardships and setbacks in the past. Hadn't he overcome them with his great willpower and ability? Even if he was in dire straits, he would never give up hope. The 12th level of the heavenly tribulation might be extremely, extremely, extremely powerful, to the point where he would not be able to withstand it at all. However, he still had strength. He could still put up a fight. The heavenly tribulation was a powerful enemy. When faced with a powerful enemy, he had to maintain his fighting spirit. His sword intent was like a sharp blade. He took a deep breath as his strength continued to recover. The Taichu sword origin technique also continued to circulate. In an instant, a mysterious trajectory was naturally opened up. It was as if success was achieved when the conditions were right. The 10th level, Shenzong had never thought that he would coincidentally break through the shackles of his cultivation method at this moment and reach the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique. The path of the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique became even more mysterious. His primordial sword yuan constantly transformed as well, becoming purer and purer. It constantly absorbed the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation in Chenzong's body, constantly refining and absorbing it. As a result, the quality of the primordial sword yuan technique constantly increased and its power became more and more shocking. Afterwards, the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation that had yet to completely disperse within 100 kilometers flew towards Chenzong bit by bit, fusing into his body before fusing with the primordial sword yuan technique. With the help of the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation, the power of the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique was transformed extremely quickly. In just a dozen seconds, it was completely transformed. Good. Chenzong could not help but smile. The power of the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique was actually much more powerful than the 9th level. In comparison, it was at least 3 times more powerful. In other words, if the power of the 9th level of the primordial sword yuan technique was 1 before, the power of the 10th level of the primordial sword yuan technique was 4 now. This increase was much more obvious than the increase from the 8th to the 9th level. As a result, his strength would increase by quite a bit. It was extremely obvious that even though the primordial sword yuan technique was not his full strength and was only a part of his strength, it was still a very important part. An increase of 4 times the power of the primordial sword yuan technique would double his overall strength at the very least. An increase of twice his strength was just so important at a time like this. Chenzong saw a sliver of hope for overcoming the 12th level of the heavenly tribulation. As long as there was a sliver of hope, he had to grasp it. He would never give up. The breakthrough in his cultivation method allowed Chenzong's cultivation to completely recover and become even more powerful. Through the feedback, his exhausted mental state was reaped with benefits as well, allowing him to recover even faster. The silhouette of the thunderous palace in the sky became more complete and more condensed. It seemed almost real. Chenzong looked up and seemed to see a few large words appear on the signboard at the entrance of the palace. However, they seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist, giving off a vague feeling. Although he could not see them clearly, Chenzong could feel the extremely terrifying power contained within those large words. It was as if he would not be able to withstand it and his soul would scatter the moment he saw them clearly. He did not dare to look at them again. The power contained within was far too terrifying. This thunderous palace that did not seem to be completely condensed and was still somewhat illusory was slowly descending. The palace was not very large, only about 100 meters or so. It was not fast either, and could even be said to be very slow. However, as it descended, an extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky and directly suppressed Chenzong's body. It also suppressed everything within 100 meters of Chenzong. The space around him seemed to have solidified. In the distance, Master Lulua was almost scared out of his wits. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this? The power of this heavenly tribulation was enough to directly blast him into pieces. Although he was only at the first transition of the Tao controlling realm, he was still at the imminent God realm. There was a fundamental difference between him and the demigod realm. How would a demigod realm cultivator survive this heavenly tribulation? His mental state and consciousness had not completely recovered, but they had recovered a portion. His primordial sword origin had coincidentally broken through, and its power had increased. The realm of freedom, even if he only had a little bit of power left, he could still unleash its full power. The Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword was his life weapon. As he improved, the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword would also be strengthened. Furthermore, it had also absorbed some of the power of the heavenly tribulation and become even more powerful. In an instant, 10,000 rays of sword light condensed. Each ray of sword light seemed to have electric arcs flickering. Its power was many times stronger than before. 10,000 sword origin, kill. The vast thunder palace suppressed the heavens and the earth. Countless cracks appeared at the edge of the thunder palace. Streaks of darkness exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Those were space cracks. The thunder palace, which was 100 meters in size, had a terrifying aura that suppressed an area of 10,000 miles. It was as if the entire forest was being suppressed. Countless trees broke and made ear-piercing sounds. The branches and leaves swept across the sky. Traces of invisible electric arcs filled the void and shattered the branches and leaves, turning them into powder. Under the thunder palace, Chenzong felt numb all over. However, his strong body allowed Chenzong to resist the numbness. He wholeheartedly controlled the 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords in one, the power of each sword radiance was stronger and more condensed. However, the power of the Thunder Palace was terrifying. The sword radiance shook slightly when it hit the Thunder Palace and then shattered. Condense. As soon as the sword radiance shattered, Chenzong condensed it again. He didn't know if this was the last tribulation, but no matter what, he had to go through it. No matter what, he had to go through it. Faith, his unparalleled belief made Chenzong's fighting spirit even greater. His sword intent flourished even more. Every strand of sword light that condensed again absorbed even more power from the void, becoming tougher, more dazzling, and more powerful. Even if he had to overdraw his mind, he wouldn't hesitate. Attack. The 10,000 swords in one continued to attack, shattering and reforming again. Every time they were combined and arranged, they became more orderly and reasonable. It was as if they were following some kind of law and mystery of the heavens and the earth. The power of the 10,000 swords in one continued to increase. With a bang, a corner of the Thunder Palace was shattered by the 10,000 swords in one. Countless flashes of lightning began to spread to other parts of the palace. A complete Thunder Palace was very powerful. However, a broken corner of the Thunder Palace was incomplete. The cycle of power was destroyed. However, Chenzong consumed a lot of energy to shatter that corner. If it weren't for the breakthrough of the Taichu sword energy technique and the improvement of the extreme heart faceless sword, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to the Thunder Palace. Chenzong used his sword to attack again, following the damaged area. The sword light attacked like a storm, striking the damaged parts of the Thunder Palace one after another. As they shattered, they also left sword marks on the Thunder Palace. When the sword scars accumulated, they would eventually collapse. The Thunder Palace continued to sink. Fortunately, it was not moving fast, which gave Chenzong more time. Otherwise, he would have been directly bombarded by the Thunder Palace after a few attacks. Shatter, shatter, shatter. What shattered was not only the sword light, but also the Lightning Palace. When the Thunder Palace was only 100 meters away from Chenzong, Chenzong launched another attack and destroyed the Thunder Palace. Now, only half of it was intact. However, even if it was only half complete, it still possessed extremely terrifying power. Fall. Although the speed of the Lightning Palace was not fast, 100 meters was still very short. Field Domain of Sword Principle. Chenzong immediately activated his Field Domain of Sword Principle, covering a radius of 10 meters. The Field Domain of Sword Principle was a profound realm of Sword Principle. Ordinary Spirit Realm experts couldn't master it. Although he had mastered it, it was only at the entry level. Moreover, it was at the bottom level of entry level. After all, it only had a radius of 10 meters. There was a big difference between being in the Field Domain of Sword Principle and being in it. 10,000 sword lights immediately condensed in the Field Domain of Sword Principle. This feeling was very mysterious. The consumption of all his power was reduced by half. He could control it more easily and easily. The Thunder Palace also sank to a radius of 10 meters. Chenzong instantly felt an incomparable pressure. The Field Domain of Sword Principle seemed to creak, as if it was about to collapse. Chenzong clenched his teeth and struggled to support it. The blue veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to burst and burst out with blood. Pressure, the incomparable pressure made Chenzong feel desperate. However, he didn't want to give up. Resist. Sword light continued to bombard him from all directions, and he managed to fend them off. It was a battle of life and death. The Thunder Palace was also under the Field Domain of Sword Principle. Cracks constantly appeared. Finally, there was a loud bang, like a thunderclap that resounded through the world. A huge void crack was created. It was pitch black. Looking at it from afar, it made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if even their souls were about to collapse. Guru Qingluo felt that if he were in Chenzong's shoes, he would have died without a doubt. He couldn't resist at all and would have died in an instant. At that moment, Chenzong only felt that his Field Domain of Sword Principle had also collapsed. Boom, the entire endless forest suddenly trembled. It was as though a great earthquake had arrived. Numerous extremely frightening ripples swept out like a tsunami with the Lightning Palace at the center. They were accompanied by an extremely sharp whistling sound as they churned and charged in all directions. In an instant, the ruins within 100 miles were all swept away. More plants and trees were destroyed, and the ruins were further expanded. Endless dust and smoke rose from the ruins, filling the sky. How shocking was that scene? It was extremely horrifying. Even though they were very far away, the spectators were still swept by a gust of wind. They only felt that the gust of wind seemed to be mixed with bolts of lightning. The moment it swept past their bodies, they felt numb all over. It was as if countless thin needles were piercing their bodies, causing them to feel a slight pain. This caused everyone to be extremely horrified. Their hearts were once again hit hard. Could this be the divine ascension tribulation? Could it be that they would have to undergo such a tribulation in the future? Even if I were 100 times stronger, I wouldn't be able to survive. A Tier 2 demigod expert lamented. That was indeed the case. It was incomparably despairing. That should be special. A normal divine ascension tribulation shouldn't be so frightening, someone said embarrassedly. Although demigod rank experts already knew about the tribulation of the Ascension realm, it wasn't much. Only when they were ready to face the tribulation of the Ascension realm would they learn more and make preparations. Knowing too much before that would only mess up their minds. Is he dead? Master Lulua looked at the gradually dissipating tribulation clouds in the sky, then at the hundreds of miles of forest ruins that were gradually returning to silence. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. For a moment, he couldn't sense any aura. A 12th stage tribulation. I've never seen or heard of it before. He must be a peerless monster. It would be a pity if he died. Master Lulua couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If a monstrous genius who could survive the 12th level divine tribulation survived, there would definitely be another sovereign realm expert in the void in the future. What a pity, what a pity. While Master Lulua was lamenting inwardly, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed. Rays of 9-colored radiance appeared and spread out. Shortly after, they descended like heavenly wings. That's. Master Lulua's eyes instantly widened as his body trembled uncontrollably. That was clearly the purest great Tao origin energy. Only after overcoming the heavenly tribulation would this level of great Tao origin energy appear. In other words, the person undergoing the tribulation wasn't dead. The great Tao origin energy is actually so vigorous. In that instant, Master Lulua couldn't help but feel a sense of greed. He wanted to take the great Tao origin energy for himself. He was 100% sure that as long as he took the great Tao origin energy for himself, his cultivation would definitely break through repeatedly. At the very least, he would be able to reach the 3rd revolution of the Tao controlling realm and establish a solid foundation. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the 4th revolution of the Tao controlling realm in the future. He even had hopes of reaching the 5th or 6th revolution. However, that greed only flashed for a moment because he didn't have the ability to do so. The great Tao origin energy appeared to give a reward to the person who had undergone the tribulation. It was a reward that belonged to the person undergoing the tribulation. If others wanted to take it for themselves, they would infuriate the great Tao. It was like something that belonged to me. I could give it to whoever I wanted. If you dared to plot against me, I would kill you. The wrath of the great Tao wasn't so easy to bear. Even sovereign experts weren't willing to face the wrath of the great Tao. It was obvious just thinking about. Sword Master Dong Ting. Intercepting a small portion of the Sword Tao origin energy would result in death from the backlash. However, although he couldn't take it for himself, he could use this opportunity to comprehend it. Perhaps he would find an opportunity and have a chance of completing the 2nd revolution. Immediately, Master Lulua began to stare at the 9-colored great Tao origin energy and quickly comprehended it. This was a rare opportunity. How vigorous was this gift of the great Tao origin energy? Thinking back, the gift of the great Tao origin energy he had obtained back then was less than 1% of what he was seeing now. However, the more powerful the Tao intent, the more great Tao origin energy one would receive after overcoming the tribulation. This was because the more brilliant the Tao intent, the closer it was to the great Tao. In addition, for the Tao seed to mature and bear the Tao fruit, it naturally needed more great Tao origin energy to irrigate it. In the hundreds of kilometers of ruins, it seemed as if the ground had been scraped 10 feet. At the center was a pit that was dozens of meters deep, embedded with a body that didn't look human. It was Chenzong. His bones and tendons were broken, his organs were shattered, and his limbs were broken. However, Chenzong was still alive and had consciousness. It was precisely because of this that the great Tao origin energy could descend. As the great Tao origin energy descended, strands of it merged into Chenzong's body. Not long after, as if threading a needle, a 9-colored cocoon completely enveloped Chenzong. Chenzong seemed to have broken out of the cocoon. His injuries, which were on the verge of death, rapidly recovered. Not only did he recover, but he also continued to grow stronger as the origin energy of the Great Path continued to fuse into his body and be absorbed. His divine seed continued to expand and stabilize. The flower of the ultimate realm and the seed of the way had completely fused together. They were no longer separated. Then, the petals of the ultimate realm closed, swallowing the seed of the way. As large amounts of great Tao origin energy continuously merged into the Tao seed, the petals gradually opened. The Tao seed's appearance also changed greatly. It turned into a small illusory sword that floated above the flower's pistil. That was the Tao fruit. The origin energy of the great Tao was multicolored and ever-changing. It constantly fell from the sky and was absorbed by Chenzong's body. Within his divine sea, which had expanded by more than 10 times, the flower of the extreme had completely bloomed, and the sword-shaped Tao fruit at its center had become even more solid. Shortly after, the petals of the flower of the extreme began to wither, and strands of essence spread out, spreading into the sword-shaped Tao fruit. This sword-shaped Tao fruit was condensed into form from the supreme Tao insight, heart sword insight, and it carried an illusory feeling. This sort of illusory feeling wasn't an illusory illusion, and it was an illusory illusion that possessed a myriad of changes and was impossible to grasp. When the flower of the extreme had completely withered, it disappeared inch by inch, and the Tao fruit had truly taken shape, completely replacing the flower of the extreme and its Tao intent. The origin energy of the great Tao was constantly being absorbed, and more of it was being absorbed. At the same time, Chenzong's body had also completely recovered, and the Tao intent of the world had fused with his body, continuously absorbing the origin energy of the great Tao. Everything within the world, including the stars, the sun, the moon, the rivers, the lakes, the mountains, the trees, the birds, the beasts, and so on, was constantly becoming more and more solid, and more shocking. The 10th stage of the primordial sword origin technique was constantly circulating, continuously absorbing the origin energy of the great Tao. The quality of the primordial sword origin technique had actually increased once again. The breakthrough just now had only just begun. Now, it was truly stabilizing. Everything was changing in the direction of becoming stronger. Time slowly passed, and Master Lulua was also continuously cultivating. When all the origin energy of the great Tao had fused with Chenzong's body, the sky once again returned to its calm state. However, it seemed to have become even clearer, as if the sky had cleared after a rainstorm. It's finally over. The group of demigod experts breathed a sigh of relief, as if all their strength had been sucked out, and they almost fell. Master Lulua's cultivation had also ended. The energy around his body surged endlessly, as if there were plants growing around him, but they were only illusions. Shortly after, his aura became even more powerful and stabilized. It's been 500 years, and I've finally broken through. Master Lulua's tears flowed down his face. After he had broken through to the first transition of the Spirit Ascension realm and the Tao Manipulation realm, he had worked hard for 500 years, but his progress had been slow. He had thought that it would be difficult for him to break through to the second transition within 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, he had broken through now. He was extremely grateful. Guru Green Luo was extremely grateful to the person undergoing the tribulation this time. If it wasn't for him undergoing the tribulation here and allowing him to observe, it would probably take him many more years to break through to the second transition. Master Lu Luo's figure flashed as she flew toward the ruins. When she lowered her head, she saw a 9-colored cocoon rapidly losing its color. After the cocoon lost all its color, a chi-la sound was suddenly heard. One could see an arm tearing apart the large cocoon and penetrating it. Immediately, the large cocoon was shattered and a figure was revealed. In just a flash, Master Lulua only felt his vision blur for a moment before the broken cocoon was completely empty. Where is he? Master Green Luo was startled and hurriedly looked over, but he still couldn't see anyone. Where did he go? Could it be that everything he saw just now was an illusion? In an instant, an extremely frightening pressure descended. The pressure was astonishingly sharp and was very pure. It was sword pressure. Under the sword pressure, Master Green Luo, who had broken through to the second transition of the Dao manipulation realm, actually felt that it was difficult to resist, almost suffocating him. Turning around, he saw a figure in a white sword robe standing in the air. His eyes seemed to flicker with extremely sharp and incomparably vast sword light that seemed to pierce through him, causing an indescribable sense of panic to rise in Master Green Luo's heart. He had a feeling that as long as the other party was willing, he could directly kill him here. Wait a moment, I am Master Green Luo of Green Luo sect on Green Luo planet. I felt that someone was undergoing a tribulation on Green Luo planet and specially came over to take a look. I have no ill intentions. Master Green Luo hurriedly spoke, afraid that he would be killed by the other party's sword if he was too slow. This was not an illusion, but a real feeling. Chen Zong stared at Master Green Luo as a very strange feeling rose in his heart. This feeling came from the heart sword intent. No, at this moment, it could no longer be called the heart sword intent. It was an extraordinary feeling brought about by the heart sword way or the heart sword great way. It was a strange feeling as if he was born with knowledge. Just by looking at the other party, he had a kind of judgment. He could judge whether the other party was a match for him, roughly judge how far the other party could go in a fight with him, and roughly judge how much power or how many moves he would need to use to defeat or even kill the other party. This was a feeling that he had not felt before. It was extremely strange, causing Chen Zong to be extremely curious and inwardly shocked. This was because there seemed to be no such information in Sword Master Dong Ting's memories. Of course, Sword Master Dong Ting's memories were extremely vast and he had not completely digested them. So far, he had only digested a small portion. But no matter what, this feeling was extremely strange and indescribable. Chen Zong did not know what kind of mystery it was. He could not describe it clearly, but he was certain that it was very shocking. He could only slowly explore it in the future. Perhaps he could find the answer from Sword Master Dong Ting's memories. If not, then he would rely on his own ability to find the answer. This mysterious feeling told Chen Zong that this second transition Dao manipulation realm expert in front of him would not be able to block a single strike of his sword. If he had the intention to kill and used his true strength, a single strike would be enough to kill the other party. This was not arrogance, but a confidence that came from the deepest part of his heart, from the deepest part of his soul. It was a confidence that seemed to be born with knowledge. However, since the other party did not have any ill intentions, Chen Zong could not make a move. The sword pressure withdrew, and Master Green Luo almost wiped off his cold sweat. How should I address you, sir? Master Green Luo's tone was respectful. The strong were respected. It was as simple as that. Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not hide his name. Sir Chen Zong, I am extremely grateful that you were able to break through to the second transition after watching you undergo the tribulation this time. Please come to my Green Luo sect and let me properly entertain you. Master Green Luo immediately said. You were able to break through because of your opportunity. There is no need to thank me. Chen Zong said unhurriedly. Master Green Luo could not help but reveal a look of disappointment. Apart from the so-called gratitude, he naturally wanted to befriend Chen Zong. However, if you have good wine, I am willing to drink a few cups. Chen Zong changed the topic, immediately causing Master Green Luo to become extremely excited. Yes. I have a few jars of 1000-grass wine that have been hidden for over 1,000 years. Master Green Luo hurriedly said. The reason why Chen Zong accepted Master Green Luo's invitation was naturally because he had just broken through to the imminent deity realm and wanted to have a discussion with other imminent deities. This discussion might not necessarily be about cultivation, but other things. After all, Master Green Luo should have lived for a very long time. Although he had the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, Sword Master Dong Ting was ultimately just one person and not omnipotent. Apart from the discussion, Chenzong also needed time to sort out the various benefits brought about by his breakthrough. Once he grasped them, he would return to the cold night star to take revenge. After Chenzong and Master Green Luo left, the group of demigod-rank experts finally approached the several hundred li ruins. Looking at the terrifying scene before them, they were all extremely shocked. This kind of power was too terrifying. From now on, these ruins might exist forever. One of the demigod-rank experts sighed. This forest was the largest forest on the Green Luo star. Now, several hundred li of it had been destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. This kind of power was too terrifying and seemed capable of annihilating everything. If nothing special happened in these several hundred li ruins, there wouldn't be any vegetation growing. However, outside of these several hundred li, there wouldn't be any effect and the vegetation would still be lush. As time passed, this place became a scenic spot on the green radish planet. Moreover, because there were traces of the aura of the heavenly tribulation left in the ruins, it attracted many people to come here to comprehend and observe. They really did obtain some benefits. Of course, that was a story for the future and had nothing to do with Chenzong. Master Green Luo was born many years ago and was a winemaker in a restaurant who specialized in brewing wine. Due to a coincidence, he embarked on the path of cultivation. His talent wasn't bad, but it couldn't be considered top-notch. He only had perseverance and willpower, and his luck could be considered pretty good. As such, he was able to steadily increase his cultivation. However, compared to other heaven's prides, his progress was very slow, but very stable. One of the reasons for this was because of Master Green Luo's winemaking. He liked to brew wine. After becoming a cultivator, he tried all kinds of winemaking. He used plants, flowers, fruits, and so on to brew wine that could assist in cultivation. In the end, relying on his own ability and temperament, as well as his good luck, he passed the tribulation and became an imminent deity expert. However, after reaching the imminent deity realm, his potential was exhausted. He had been stuck at the first cycle of the Tao control realm for several hundred years. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to witness Chenzong's tribulation and comprehended the power of the great Tao, he would have been able to break through to the second cycle. If I had cultivated by myself, perhaps I would have needed several hundred more years to break through. Master Green Luo sighed. He was extremely grateful to Chenzong. He poured Chenzong a cup of the 1,000-year-old thousand grass wine. The thousand grass wine was a wine that Master Green Luo had finally succeeded in making by mixing 1,000 different spiritual herbs in a unique ratio. It contained the essence of plants. After drinking it, not only could it help one's cultivation, it could also restore one's spirit and heal one's body's internal injuries. Of course, it was only effective for those below the imminent deity realm. For those in the imminent deity realm, it was only a type of wine. However, the 1,000-year-old thousand grass wine was different. Even for those in the imminent deity realm, it had some effect. Chenzong could clearly feel that when the thousand grass brew entered his stomach, traces of the essence of the plant spread out and seeped into his body, slowly nourishing his essence, energy, and spirit. This feeling was extremely wonderful and comfortable. Good wine. Chenzong couldn't help but praise. Little friend, if you like, I have 2 jugs here. I'll give one to you. Master Green Luo smiled. This thousand grass wine was very expensive. Thank you. Chenzong loved wine, so he didn't refuse. Green Radish Planet, Green Radish Sect, Green Radish House. The Green Radish House was located on a giant tree that was 1,000 meters tall. It was slowly nourished by Master Green Radish's own grand Tao energy, creating a unique scenery. Thousand Grass Brew. What a good wine. Chenzong awoke from his cultivation. He felt his whole body was comfortable, both inside and outside. His essence, energy, and spirit were full, and his strength was vigorous. However, it was restrained within his body, like a still water current. On the surface, there was no movement, but in reality, there was an astonishing power contained within. Although Chenzong wasn't a greedy drinker, he was fond of good wine. This was the first time he had drunk a wine like the Thousand Grass Brew. In the end, it was because of the change in his status. And the change in status was largely based on strength. If he was still a demigod, no matter how outstanding he was, he would at most be given a cup of thousand grasses brew. After drinking to his heart's content, he would not be able to obtain a jug of 1,000-year thousand grasses brew and 3 jugs of 500-year thousand grasses brew. The 500 grass brew naturally couldn't compare to the 1,000 grass brew. However, its taste was very unique. If he drank it sparingly, Qianzong could drink it for a long time. It was considered good. Very quickly, Qianzong shifted his attention from the 1,000 grass brew to his current situation. From Master Green Radish's discussion, Qianzong finally understood his current position. As for the star chart on the void escape, it was too vast. Even with Qianzong's demigod rank soul, he couldn't search too much. He could only search for the nearby stars and didn't know exactly where he was in the void. Only now did he know. The void was divided into 5 major regions: east, west, south, north, and center. The green radish planet he was currently on was located in the center of the void. As for the strongest power in the center of the void, Qianzong was rather familiar with it, but could also be said to be unfamiliar with it. Heavenly Intention Palace. According to the mysterious senior Huaji, this was the strongest faction in the void, a faction that was even stronger than the Eternal Battle Fort, Will Heavenly Palace. Recalling how he had inherited the first few levels of the Will Heavenly Palace's Will 33-layered heavens, as well as the One Heart Sutra of the Will Heavenly Palace's One Heart True Monarch, as well as the Heart Seal treasure robe left behind by the latter, he could be considered to be fated with the Will Heavenly Palace. Also, the greatest fate should be the Heart Sword Seal. It had been proven several times that the Heart Sword Seal was related to the Will Heavenly Palace. Once I'm done here, I'll make a trip to the Heavenly Will Palace. Qianzong couldn't help but think to himself as he clenched his fists. For some reason, he felt his blood boiling. Will Heavenly Palace, he wondered how powerful the strongest force in the void would be. He exhaled a long breath. That breath was like a sword, piercing through thousands of extremely tough leaves, leaving behind neat and uniform sword marks, but it did not destroy them. However, if there were any sword cultivators below the imminent spirit realm here, they would be able to comprehend it. It hadn't been long since he'd broken through. First, he'd been drinking and chatting with Master Lulua. Only now did he have the time to carefully examine his changes. The Heart Sword intent had transformed into the Heart Sword Tao, or rather, the Great Tao of the Heart Sword. The Tao fruit floated in the Spirit Sea that had expanded more than 10 times, as if it controlled the entire Spirit Sea. An astonishing power of the Sword Tao filled the Tao fruit and permeated its edges. This was the power of the Heart Sword Tao, a wondrous power that contained the sharpness of the Sword Tao and the mysteriousness of the Heart Sword Tao. It was unfathomably profound. Qianzong couldn't fully comprehend it for the time being. He could only slowly comprehend and grasp it to the extreme. After probing the Tao fruit of the Heart Sword Tao, Qianzong began to explore the mysteries of the great Tao of the world that had transformed from the world Tao will. There were a myriad of great Taos. Some great Taos already existed, while others didn't. However, when they were comprehended and controlled by someone, the origin of the great Tao in the void would also have the power of the great Tao of the void. Therefore, although every time someone underwent the imminent spirit tribulation, they would receive the power of the great Tao of the void and absorb it as their own. However, the origin of the great Tao of the void would not be weakened because of this. On the contrary, as long as someone underwent the imminent spirit tribulation, the origin of the great Tao of the void would further strengthen. This was how the origin of the great Tao of the void had always been constantly improving. Therefore, the more imminent spirit experts there were, the stronger the origin of the great Tao of the void would be. If these imminent God realm experts died in the void due to battles and other normal circumstances, the power of the great way that belonged to them would be absorbed by the origin of the great way of the void and further strengthen the origin of the great way of the void. Therefore, no matter what, the birth and death of imminent spirit experts would only be beneficial to the origin of the great Tao of the void. Of course, some special evil methods were excluded. Qianzong had mastered 2 supreme Tao wills and had undergone the imminent spirit tribulation to reach the imminent spirit realm. Whether it was the Heart Sword Principle or the Great Tao of the world, especially the Great Tao of the world, it was a relatively rare Great Tao. It was very helpful to the origin of the Great Tao of the void. Because of this, the origin of the Great Tao of the void would bestow so much power of the origin of the Great Tao to Qianzong. It was a kind of reward. With the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, Chen Zong had this kind of understanding. It was a kind of knowledge and vision. Merging the great Tao of the world and his body into one was a breakthrough in the path of body refining. His long hair was like a sky full of stars. Each strand of hair carried incredible power. In fact, Chen Zong was certain that even a single strand of his hair would contain shocking power, and would be considered a shocking treasure even to demigods. Chen Zong circulated his strength slightly, and suddenly, a shocking rumbling sound rang out from within his body. It was as if countless thunderbolts were rumbling. Shocking power filled his entire body, making Chen Zong feel as if he could crush mountains and break the void with a single punch. He channeled all his power. Suddenly, his long hair fluttered. Bits of starlight also spread out. The sun and moon appeared in his left and right eyes. Lines of mountains and rivers appeared on his skin. It was as if the earth was boundless. His blood surged like the water of a great river, mighty and mighty. Under the pumping of his heart, it provided his body with incredible explosive power. This was the divine body. After the path of body refining broke through to the immanent spirit realm, the great Tao would merge with the body and become one with the body. It was called the immanent spirit body, or the divine body for short. The divine body was also the biggest reliance and source of combat power in the immanent spirit realm. The so-called body refining cultivator was to refine his own body and build the strongest body. He did not rely on external objects and only relied on his own physical strength to fight infinite battles. As he clenched his fists, endless power surged and poured into his fists. Chen Zong wanted to throw it out. But Chen Zong restrained himself because he felt that once he threw it out, it would cause great damage. This was the Green Radish sect. He had no enmity with them, so he had to do this. But he did not attack. Chen Zong could feel that the power of his divine body was very strong. But what was stronger was not the power, but the defense. That's good. Chen Zong could not help but nod. The heart sword path was good at attacking, and the great Tao of the world was good at defending. With both, his ability to protect himself was even stronger. The first level of the immanent spirit realm is called the path control realm. It is to control the power of the great Tao for one's own use. With my current cultivation, I am only in the path control realm. I can only control 10% of the power of the great Tao. Chen Zong said to himself, however, my great Tao is forged by the supreme will of the great Tao. It has great potential and great power. The 10% power of the heart sword path and the great Tao of the world is definitely much stronger than the 10% power of many great Taos. In addition, my foundation is very strong. I can break through to the second or even third level faster. The power of the 10th level of the primordial sword origin technique was more than 3 times stronger than the 9th level. It was 4 times stronger. In other words, if the primordial sword origin technique's power index was 1 before, then it was now 5. The path control realm was divided into 9 levels. The improvement of each level had nothing to do with the technique, but was closely related to the fruit of the great Tao. Chen Zong observed the fruit of the heart sword path carefully. There was a faint pattern on it, which represented the first level of the path control realm. If it was the second level, there would be 2 patterns. That was the pattern of the great Tao. With my current strength, even the Cold Night sect's master Cold Night, who is in the 3rd level of the path control realm, is no match for me, Chen Zong said to himself. It was a feeling. It was also a kind of confidence. As for now, I'll choose to study the lesser ethereal technique and the like. I'll try to comprehend the ultimate profound in a short time. When the time comes, I'll be able to master 2 heavenly magical powers. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, this excitement quickly calmed down. Because Chen Zong had the memories of Swordmaster Dong Ting, there were naturally many divine abilities and martial arts in them. There were many lesser divine abilities, many greater divine abilities, and some heavenly divine abilities as well. There were also divine abilities of higher levels. However, for those in the path manipulation realm, great mystiques were the easiest to cultivate and master, followed by heavenly mystiques. As for mystiques of a higher level than heavenly mystiques, it would be too difficult for those in the path manipulation realm to cultivate them. Chen Zong began to study. Time flew, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. When Chenzong woke up, he didn't even feel the passage of time. Time flies. Chenzong couldn't help but think to himself. For Ascendant Realm experts, the concept of time was relatively less strict and clear. Young friend, there's news. Master Lulua came to find him. Please speak. Chenzong stood up and said. Master Han Yi left the Cold Night Star earlier. He's gone to the Cold Mist Star, Master Lulua said quickly. While drinking, Chenzong had a premonition that Master Han Yi wouldn't necessarily continue to stay on the Cold Night Star to wait for him to find him. He might have left, so he asked Master Lulua to help him investigate. As a veteran Ascendant Realm expert, Master Lulua naturally had his means. Today's news confirmed his guess. Master Han Yi had indeed left the Cold Night Star. In this way, he didn't have to waste time making a trip. Since he already knew that Master Han Yi had gone to the Cold Mist Star, and the Cold Mist Star wasn't very far from the Lulua Star, Chenzong bid farewell to Master Lulua and immediately set off. Seeing this, Master Lulua couldn't keep Chenzong and could only see him off. In the void escape, Chenzong steered it and increased its speed continuously. Its speed was extremely shocking. The escapee was a top-tier void flying ship. At full speed, it was far faster than a Dao Manipulation Realm cultivator. In comparison, the full speed of a low-tier void flying ship was enough to surpass the full speed of most Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators. After all, the void flying ship was developed to fly in the void and save time. Before, Chenzong had been limited by the strength of his soul and the void flaming crystal. If he drove the escapee, he could at most unleash the full speed of a mid-tier void flying ship, and the void travel would only be at the level of 1 void year. But now, he had broken through and was in the Ascension realm. His essence had been greatly improved, and he could withstand more power. With the escapee, Chenzong could fully unleash the flying speed of a high-tier void flying ship and use the void travel of 10 void years. If he overloaded it, he could use the speed of a top-tier void flying ship and unleash the true speed of the escapee. As for the void travel of 100 void years, it was very difficult, and he still had to withstand great danger. But unfortunately, Chenzong only had 2 types of void flaming crystal. One was mid-tier and the other was top-tier. Chenzong did not use the top-tier void flaming crystal this time. It was too valuable. After all, he planned to use the void travel of 1 void year to quickly rush to the Cold Mist Star. Fortunately, he had prepared some mid-tier void flaming crystals before. Now that I have stepped into the Ascension realm, it is time to find a chance to return to the Tianyuan sacred region. In the escapee, Chenzong thought to himself as he steered the ship. Thinking of this, Chenzong began to search the star map of the escapee to see if he could find the existence of the Lingwu sacred world. I appeared in the Yuan galaxy. Logically speaking, the void serpent should not have taken me too far. In other words, the Lingwu sacred world is likely to be in the Yuan galaxy. There is a void temple in the Tianyuan sacred region of the Lingwu sacred world, but I don't know if it is related to the void temple. If it is, maybe I can go through the void temple. However, Chenzong was a little worried. Although he was somewhat sure that the void temple in the Tianyuan sacred realm was related to the cosmic sector level void temple, he still had some concerns. It was normal for Chenzong to have concerns. After all, the Lingwu holy world did not appear on the star map. The star map of the top-grade void flyboat was not simple and was quite comprehensive. Since it didn't appear, there were only 2 explanations. 1. The Lingwu sacred world was very mysterious. Only a super-grade void vessel could record it. This meant that the Lingwu sacred world was even more mysterious. The other explanation was that the Lingwu sacred world was controlled by the void temple. It was controlled by the void temple and did not make it public. It was equivalent to being a private world of the Lingwu sacred world. This explanation was possible, but why was it that when he was in the Tianyuan sacred region, other than the void temple in each realm that was used for transportation, there were no other traces? He couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't understand it. In the void, there were many stars and relatively few worlds. In terms of value, a world was more valuable than a star. Living creatures lived on the surface of a star, but a world was the opposite. Living creatures lived on the inside and formed a realm of their own. Therefore, it had more potential. Compared to a star of the same level, a normal world's laws of heaven and earth would be more complete. The value of an undiscovered world was astonishing. If the Lingwu sacred world was not owned by the Void Temple, then once it was exposed, it would inevitably lead to a fight between various forces. It was not a good thing for the Lingwu sacred world. It was very likely that people would be plunged into misery and suffering. In this case, I have to find a time to go back to the Yuan galaxy and explore it. If it really doesn't work, then I'll go to the Void Temple, Chenzong thought to himself. He sat down and made this decision after careful consideration. As for now, of course, he would first go after Master Hanyi of the Cold Night sect. He had forced him to become his disciple and even wanted to steal the escapee. Damn it, after that, he would first go to the Heavenly Palace of Will and then return to the Yuan galaxy to find the Lingwu sacred world. The Cold Mist Star and the Cold Night Star were only one word apart, but they were one grade apart. They were both mid-level stars. After Master Hanyi left the Cold Night Star, his first stop was the Cold Mist Star. Of course, because he did not have a void-flying ship, he had to travel on his own, which took him a lot of time. Fortunately, he was a third revolution Dao controlling realm master and was quite good at speed. In addition, he traveled day and night without stopping, so he arrived in just 10 days. With my strength, I'll definitely be able to join a force in a galaxy. At the very least, I'll be able to become an elder. After landing on the Cold Mist Star, Master Hanyi thought to himself. He had already thought of this when he was hurrying on. Originally, he was the ancestor of the Cold Night sect. How comfortable it was. Of course, he did not plan to join other forces. Of course, he would gain some, but also lose some. But now, he was afraid. If that genius came to find him, he would be killed if he had no one to rely on. But if he joined a powerful force, it would be different. He remembered that there was a branch of a galactic family on the Cold Mist Star. Through this branch, he could enter the main family and become an elder. If it was a galactic realm force, it would be very difficult for him to enter with his ability. When Chenzong arrived at the Cold Mist Star on the evanescent ship, he naturally had to go through a verification. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter. Of course, if he tried to force his way in, the consequences would be very serious. He would be attacked by the formation. Chenzong showed his Ascension Realm cultivation base, and his identity was that of a rogue cultivator. For a moment, it caused a great commotion. This news quickly spread to the branch of the Han family, a galactic realm force. A rogue cultivator at the Ascension Realm? In the Han family branch, the Ascension Realm master in charge received the news and immediately paid attention. Invite him here. Remember, make it grand, the Ascension Realm master said immediately. The Han family was a low-tier galactic state force that ruled this galaxy. They had a few spirit ascension experts, but not many. If there were some rogue cultivators or spirit ascension experts from small forces, the Han family would be willing to recruit them to increase the family's power. Of course, there was a price to pay, but compared to the benefits, the price was acceptable. After all, there was no gain without effort. Especially rogue cultivators, they were even rarer. Right after that, the Ascension Realm master of the Han family received another report. What? The ancestor of the Cold Night sect of the Cold Night Star has come to visit? Yeah, please come in. The Ascension Realm master of the Han family couldn't help but frown, pondering. What was going on? He had already known that the ancestor of the Cold Night sect, Master Hanyi, had entered the Cold Mist Star. However, it wasn't strange for such a famous Ascension Realm master to come here. Thus, he didn't pay attention to him. As long as he didn't cause any damage on the Cold Mist Star, it was fine. But now, 2 Ascension Realm masters had entered the Cold Mist Star, and Master Hanyi had come to visit. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was something going to happen, or some treasure had appeared on the Cold Mist Star? However, he hadn't received any news yet. Thus, he asked Master Hanyi to come in and talk. Perhaps he could find out the reason. Soon, Master Hanyi came in. Please don't blame me for my sudden visit, Master Han Wu. Master Hanyi clasps his hands in greeting. Master Han Wu's strength is much higher than his. You're a guest. Please take a seat. Master Han Wu gestured with his hand. He didn't exchange any pleasantries. After all, they weren't familiar with each other, and it was the first time they met. But I don't know why Master Han Yi has come here. Master Han Wu, I've been cultivating until now, but I'm only at the third transformation of the Tao manipulation realm. I don't know when I can break through to the fourth transformation. After thinking about it, I've decided to join a powerful force and become an elder. I'll contribute some strength and get some benefits. Perhaps I'll have a chance to break through to the fourth transformation of the Tao manipulation realm. After thinking about it, I think this Han family is the most suitable. Master Han Yi concealed part of his reason, but he also revealed part of it. Hearing this, Master Han Wu immediately narrowed his eyes, but didn't say anything. He vaguely remembered that the Han family had once invited Master Han Yi, but the other party had refused at that time. Of course, that was then, and this was now. The other party's reason was indeed considered. Master Han Yi, I don't have this right. I can only report this matter to the main family and let them decide. Master Han Wu pondered for a moment before answering. That's how it should be. Master Han Yi seemed to be easy to talk to. When will you leave for the main family? You want to go too? Master Han Wu was surprised. Master, you don't need to be surprised. I've admired the Han family for a long time. I used to think too highly of myself, so I refused the invitation. But now that I understand, I want to join the Han family as soon as possible and work for it. Master Han Yi spoke very smoothly. In that case, I'll make some arrangements first. We should be able to leave in 10 days. Master Han Wu didn't think too much. No matter what the other party was thinking, when they reached the main family, it would naturally be exposed. At that time, the main family would decide what to do. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Master Han Yi immediately showed a smile. He expected that it wouldn't be easy for that person to break through to the spirit realm. Even if he did, it wouldn't be easy for him to find him. So, he could be at ease. At the same time, Chenzong also received an invitation. The Han family, the force in charge of this galaxy. A thought flashed through Chenzong's mind. He immediately decided to go to the Han family's branch. After all, if he wanted to find Master Han Yi, he would have to spend a lot of time searching the cold mist star by himself. However, if he could get the Han family's help, he might be able to find him in a short time, which would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. Of course, Chenzong also understood that he couldn't let the Han family help him for no reason. He would have to pay some price. Chenzong could accept the price that was within his range. When Master Han Wu saw Chenzong, he was startled and surprised. So young, too young. This was what Master Han Wu thought. Indeed, Chenzong didn't look old. At least, compared to him, he was much younger. How could such a young eminent realm cultivator be an independent cultivator? Master Han Wu's first reaction was disbelief. He didn't believe that the other party was an independent cultivator. If the other party was really an independent cultivator, it could only mean one thing: the other party had a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break through to the imminent realm at such a young age. Although some people in the void looked very young, they were actually old monsters. However, Master Han Wu thought he had good eyesight. He could more or less tell whether the person in front of him was really young or not. Greetings, Master Han Wu. Chenzong bowed to Master Han Wu. Those in the Tao manipulation realm could only be called Master. As for the title of immortal, only those who had surpassed the Tao manipulation realm were qualified. Of course, not everyone in the Tao manipulation realm had the title of Master. For example, Chenzong didn't. How should I address you? Master Han Wu asked while returning the bow. My name is Chenzong. Chenzong reported his name. I came this time because I need the Han family's help. I will pay the corresponding price. Paying the corresponding price was equivalent to a deal. There was no need to owe a favor. Chenzong's straightforwardness surprised Master Han Wu, but he quickly reacted. What help do you need? Ancestor Han Yi of the Cold Night sect should have arrived on planet Han Wu. I need the Han family's intelligence to find out where Master Han Wu is, Chenzong said unhurriedly. Ancestor Han Yi, upon hearing these words, Master Han Wu's expression froze. It seems that Master Han Yi already knows of Ancestor Han Ye's arrival. Perhaps, you also know where he is at this moment. Please tell me. Chen Zong instantly caught the change in Master Han Wu's expression. With his extraordinary keen perception, Chen Zong immediately deduced that Master Han Wu knew where Ancestor Han Yi was. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he was born with knowledge. It was as if he would be able to glean some information just by looking at the change in the other party's expression. Furthermore, Chen Zong was also able to tell that the other party's cultivation level was at the fourth transition of the Dao manipulation realm. Furthermore, he was confident that he would be able to defeat his opponent if he gave it his all. However, it was a little different from when he saw Master Lu Luo. When Chen Zong saw Master Liu Luo, who had just entered the second stage, he felt that he could defeat him with a single strike. However, when it came to the fourth stage Master Han Wu, Chen Zong could only tell that he could defeat him. He couldn't be more specific about how many strikes he would need to make. In comparison, it was much more vague. Chen Zong could not help but guess that perhaps there was a limit to the perception ability that came from the Heartsword principle. The limit should be directly related to the difference in cultivation between him and his target. As for whether it was true or not, it still needed to be verified, but it should be close to the mark. I wonder what enmity you have with Master Han Yi? Master Han Wu asked instead of answering directly. After all, Master Han Yi had said that he would serve the Han clan. A third transition Dao manipulation realm expert was not low to the Han clan. Life and death, Chen Zong's two words were very indifferent, but it caused Master Han Wu's expression to change drastically. It involved life and death, and was no small matter. Since you already know the whereabouts of Ancestor Han Yi, please tell me. This is good for both you and me. Chen Zong's tone was neither slow nor fast, neither high nor low, but it caused Master Han Wu's pupils to shrink to the size of needles, and he was somewhat angry. This young man was clearly threatening him. He was an elder of the Han clan, a fourth transition Dao manipulation realm expert. How could he be threatened by the other party? Sorry, I don't know. I won't see you out. Although Master Han Wu did not lose his rationality in his anger, he still made a rather bad decision. Taking a deep look at Master Han Wu, Chen Zong did not speak anymore, but turned and left. Although he said he left, he did not actually leave, because the other party's attitude made Chen Zong certain that Master Han Wu must have known about Ancestor Han Ye's arrival, and even had contact with him. Then, this Ancestor Han Wu was somewhat likely to be here. After pretending to be far away from the Han clan and out of the Han clan's surveillance, Chen Zong concealed all of his aura, and took a roundabout way to avoid all of the Han clan's surveillance. Although the cold mist star was under the control of the Han family, which had eyes and ears everywhere, a spirit realm expert wasn't an ordinary spirit realm expert. When they wanted to hide themselves, it would be hard for them to perform. Even if they could find them, it would take a long time. In the Han clan's branch. Master Han Yi, your words can't be trusted. Master Han Wu stared at Ancestor Han Yi with a cold and solemn expression. There was some anger in his eyes. Why do you say that, Master? Ancestor Han Yi did not know that Chen Zong had come. Master Han Wu briefly explained the matter, and Ancestor Han Ye's expression changed greatly, and his whole body trembled. How could it be? How could it be? He broke through to the divine realms so quickly, it was unbelievable. Moreover, he had quickly chased him here, and was very accurate. Master, I'm sure that this boy has just broken through, and his cultivation is only at the first turn of the Dao manipulation realm. Ancestor Han Yi quickly calmed down, rolled his eyes, and immediately said, moreover, this boy should be a rogue cultivator, but to be able to break through to the divine realm so quickly, he must have had a great adventure. What are you trying to say? Master Han Wu asked knowingly. Master, you're at the fourth turn of the Dao manipulation realm, and I'm at the third turn. If we join forces, we'll be safe. At that time, we might be able to have a taste of a great opportunity. Ancestor Han Ye's words were full of temptation, and immediately, Master Han Wu's heart wavered. Indeed, if the two of them joined forces to deal with the first turn of the Dao manipulation realm, no matter how outstanding the other party was, they could take him down. At the level of the Dao manipulation realm, the difference between the first turn was very obvious, and more than twice. Even if the other party was considered a genius in the Tao manipulation realm, and might be able to fight across levels, he was estimated to be at the second turn of the Tao manipulation realm at most. At most, he would be able to resist a third turn of the Tao manipulation realm, and that would be very shocking. If the two of them joined forces and made some preparations, it would be a sure thing. For a moment, Master Han Wu was very tempted. Since that's the case, let's make a good plan, said Master Han Wu. Ancestor Han Yi smiled. If that was the case, he should be able to solve this problem. He would have no more worries. No need to plan, I'm right here. Chen Zong's voice rang out, and at the same time, his figure appeared in the hall. Ancestor Han Yi and Master Han Wu were both shocked. They never thought that the other party would be hiding here. When did you get here? Master Han Wu's face darkened as he questioned sternly. Just in time to hear your plan. Chen Zong smiled slightly. After his cultivation had broken through to the divine ascension realm, Chen Zong had lost the caution he had in the past, as if he had released his natural instinct, and was even more compatible with the mysteries of the heart sword Tao. Come, let me see how a third turn of the Tao manipulation realm and a fourth turn of the Tao manipulation realm can suppress me when they join forces. Chen Zong smiled, and there was a hint of wildness in his sharp eyes. Third turn of the Tao manipulation realm, fourth turn of the Tao manipulation realm, so what? He didn't feel much pressure at all. However, he could also use it to test his sword, and test his current level of strength. Ever since he had broken through to the Tao manipulation realm, he had not really fought. A mere ancestor Han Yi was probably not enough to fight him. With the addition of a fourth turn of the Tao manipulation realm, Master Han Wu, perhaps, he could have some fun. With a clench of his right hand, sword light gushed out, and the extreme heart formless sword immediately condensed, and an astonishing sword pressure spread out, landing on Ancestor Han Yi and Master Han Wu. Suppression, the shocking pressure instantly caused the two's expressions to change. Without any hesitation, Ancestor Han Yi and Master Han Wu immediately attacked. They opened their arms, and immediately, a dark night appeared behind them, quickly spreading out as if covering the sky and the sun. Around Master Han Wu's body, layers of cold mist were also surging and swirling violently. Immediately, Ancestor Han Yi struck out with his palm, which turned into a dark night palm print, striking down from the sky. As for Master Han Wu's finger, it seemed as if it was undulating in the water. The force of his finger condensed an extremely cold fog, and instantly shot out through the air. This was a great divine ability. As a veteran Tao manipulation realm expert, they would more or less master a great divine ability, or at least one of them. The two of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they used great divine abilities with shocking power. However, Chen Zong did not have the slightest fear, and instead revealed a hint of a smile. He waved his sword, and slashed. This was the sword of heart refinement. This sword was created by Chen Zong himself. Based on the Heart Sutra, the heart sword was compatible with the heart sword Tao. As Chen Zong's cultivation base rose, the power of this sword rose rapidly as well. From the level of a small mystic art, it transformed into a major mystic art. At the same time, the extreme heart faceless sword, a natal divine weapon, also rose to the level of the illuminating realm, and its power increased greatly, and was even more compatible with Chen Zong's own power. This sword was extremely powerful. This sword first slashed the dark night palm print, and then collided with Master Han Wu's finger force, and both sides dissipated. Ancestor Frosty Knight and Master Han Wu were greatly shocked. How was this possible? A mere first revolution Tao manipulation realm expert could actually fight against the two of them together. Was this really an itinerant cultivator? Even the true disciples of some powerful star sector level forces could not do this. Master Han Wu could not help but feel a little regretful, but it was impossible to stop halfway. He could only fight and suppress the other party. Full combat power, an extremely shocking and terrifying aura exploded, and Tao power surged. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky gathered, and endless power of heaven and earth was drawn. Night fell, covering all directions, and cold fog rolled and spread, covering the sky and earth. What's going on? Is there a battle? For a moment, many people were alarmed. Fortunately, Master Han Wu lived in an independent place, far away from the rest of the Han family branch. Otherwise, the explosion just now would have affected many people and killed them. Sorry, I was too busy today. I didn't realize until Lu Sa reminded me. I haven't updated the second chapter yet. Above the cold mist star, streaks of sword light surged as if they were wreaking havoc in all directions, tearing and shattering the dark night and cold mist. Numerous black palm prints condensed out of thin air and struck down from the sky. They were like black five-fingered mountains, yet they also seemed to be able to shatter mountains and collapse the earth. Their power was shocking to the extreme, and it was as if they had robbed everyone of their vision and hearing. As the layers of cold fog fluctuated, they condensed into many long black spears that were hidden under the night sky. Their auras seemed to have merged into one with the night sky, bursting forth with extremely astonishing prowess. It was as if they could penetrate through everything. When they hit their targets, they would release a large amount of chilling intent that would freeze them up. In the sky, the power of heaven and earth surged. Guided by the power of Tao, it burst out with astonishing power, as if a natural disaster had descended. Once an imminent deity realm cultivator made a move, it would definitely shake the world. If it was on a star or within a world, the damage it would cause would be shocking. Many people on the ground looked terrified as they trembled all over. They were afraid that they would be affected by that terrifying power and turn into ashes at any moment. Master Han Wu's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that they, a third revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator and a fourth revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator, would be unable to take down a first revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator in a short time. If you have the guts, go fight in the void. Master Han Wu's voice entered Chen Zong's ears. Immediately, his entire body seemed to transform into a cold mist spear, shooting straight into the sky. Master Han Ye's figure also moves, and he immediately rushes up into the sky, heading straight for the void. Chen Zong smiled slightly. He didn't make a move, but his figure flashed in an instant, transforming into a sword light that directly broke through the sky and chased after him. The reason why Master Han Wu wanted to fight in the void was that he was afraid of causing too much damage to the cold mist star and causing too many casualties. Even if he could win in the end, it was still a responsibility. After all, the cold mist star was under his management. Tao manipulation realm cultivators were extremely fast. Not long after, 3 figures rushed out of the cold mist star and into the void. What was drawn here was the aura of the void. It was a kind of powerful aura that only the spirit realm warriors could control. Therefore, the spirit realm warriors could burst out the maximum fighting capacity in the void, which was better than in the stars. Fight, Chen Zong's fighting spirit was boiling and his blood was boiling. 2 opponents with higher cultivation than him in the Tao manipulation realm. Of course, he had to go all out. Both of them had been in the path manipulation realm for many years. Since their cultivation progressed slowly, they naturally sought other means to increase their strength. Their methods were very experienced. It would be difficult to deal with him if he used a great divine ability in conjunction with a few lesser divine abilities. But the difficulty was relative. Let me try out my new sword move. Chen Zong smiled. Immediately, the sword light in his hand shone brightly. The moment he swung his sword, the sword light instantly split into small dots and shot out like a storm. Great divine ability sword technique, first level of the rainstorm sword technique, rain across the sky. Chen Zong had found this sword technique from the memories of the Eastern Court sword master. He had comprehended it and cultivated it for a while. It was very easy for him to cultivate it to the first level. In terms of classification, it belonged to the Eastern Court sword mountain stream. However, the normal rainstorm sword technique condensed sword aura into raindrops. Chen Zong was a little different. He used the characteristics of the extreme heart formless sword to condense sword light into raindrops. In terms of power at the same level, Chen Zong's rain across the sky was more powerful. As the sword was swung, the rain across the sky attacked. Chen Zong did not stop and immediately performed the second sword move. This sword move was different from the rain across the sky. It was a golden light that pierced through the void and blasted out. It was the great divine ability sword technique of the Dongting sword mountain gold stream. The third sword move roared with sword light. The fourth sword move spread out like a raging fire in the void. The fifth sword move turned into wild thunder and bombarded the void as if it could shatter everything. These were all the great divine ability sword techniques and sword moves of the Dongting sword mountain stream. With the memories of the Dongting sword master, Chenzong easily grasped the first level in a short time. The expressions of Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu changed greatly. They did not expect this person to be able to perform so many great divine ability sword techniques. They were incomparably jealous. It should be known that even Master Han Wu had only mastered 2 great divine abilities. He could not help but be jealous. This person's opportunity was too amazing. In a row, Chenzong performed 10 different great divine ability sword techniques. They were the great divine ability sword techniques of the Dongting Sword Mountain Stream. Of course, Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu did not recognize them. After all, the Dongting Sword Mountain was not located in the central void. The 10 different great divine ability sword techniques were just Chenzong's trial moves. Although their power was impressive, they were not enough to kill the 2. They were only suppressed for a while by the continuous flow of sword moves. Although the heart refinement sword technique had been raised to the great divine ability level, there was still a limit. Chenzong's purpose in practicing other sword techniques was to enrich his sword Dao foundation. The memories of the Dongting sword master were of great help to him. Try this move of mine again. A smear of scarlet appeared in Chenzong's eyes. When he looked over, Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu immediately shuddered for no reason. It was as if a shocking chill had emerged from the depths of their hearts. Chenzong brandished his sword and attacked. The sword light turned crimson in an instant, as if dyed with blood. Great divine ability sword technique of the Dongting Sword Mountain Stream of Massacre Dao Academy, blood flow of 1,000 li. It was only one move, only one sword move, but its killing intent was extremely shocking. When the sword struck out, blood flowed like a river, surging and spreading through the void. It was as if countless corpses were floating on the surface, as if they'd devoured thousands of living beings. Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu only felt their bodies go cold to the extreme, extremely horrified. Chenzong had poured all of his strength into this attack. As for the secret art, to tell the truth, he hadn't cultivated it yet. That secret art could no longer keep up with Chenzong's strength. Blood flowed for 1,000 miles. When the sword struck out, it shook Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu's hearts and minds. It was the ultimate killing intent. Chenzong's killing intent was shocking. All of it converged into the sword, and the power it erupted with was incomparably terrifying. Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu were drowned in an instant. The next move will send you on your way. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Chenzong's eyes flashed with cold light as he brandished his sword again. Great divine ability sword technique of the Destruction Dao Academy, Destruction of the Ages. Kill. The swordsmanship of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain was indeed very powerful. Chenzong also had the memories and experience of the Eastern Court Sword Master. In addition to his own extraordinary perception and the amazing power of the Extreme Heart Faceless Sword, the power he could unleash was even more powerful than the original version. Kill. Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu screamed in agony. Stop. I'm an elder of the Han family. If you kill me, the Han family won't let the matter rest, Master Han Wu hurriedly shouted in terror. He was afraid from the bottom of his heart. Although he sometimes felt that it was difficult to improve his cultivation and that he couldn't see any hope, it was always better to be alive. He could still enjoy life. On Master Han Wu, he was the ruler of the Cold Mist planet. He ruled over countless people and enjoyed countless resources. Therefore, he didn't want to die. However, Chenzong didn't seem to hear him. Since they'd conspired with Master Han Yi to deal with him, they were enemies. If he had the power, he would naturally eliminate them. Everything else was just empty talk. With killing intent in his heart, Chenzong naturally wouldn't hold back, nor would he give the 2 any chance. Kill directly. The Han family won't let you go. Master Han Wu seemed to be cursing Chenzong before he died. As for Master Han Yi, he was a little weaker and didn't have any last words because he died directly. The Han family, then come. Chenzong didn't think much of it. The Han family was the ruler of this galaxy. A low-level galaxy state force might be very strong, but now, if he wanted to escape, he could do it. With a wave of his hand, Chenzong took away the storage rings of the 2 Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators. He quickly took out the evanescent and immediately set off. Because of the lack of high-level void flaming crystals, the evanescent speed could only reach the level of a mid-level void flying ship, but it was still very fast. Moreover, Chenzong could use void travel. On the evanescent, Chenzong checked the storage rings of the 2 Dao manipulation realm cultivators. The void coins inside added up to about 500,000, most of which were Master Han Wu's. A Dao manipulation realm cultivator's wealth was a little too little. However, the other things were also valuable. Chenzong estimated that they added up to more than 1 million void coins. Void coins were never too much. On one hand, they could be used to buy things useful to oneself. On the other hand, they could be used to assist in cultivation. I need to buy some high-level void flaming crystals and replenish some mid-level void flaming crystals. Chenzong thought to himself and immediately opened the star map. He couldn't go to the stars anymore because he killed Master Han Wu. He believed that the Han family would soon find out. Once he entered a star that could sell high-level void flaming crystals, it would be at least a mid-level star. If the formation was activated, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Then, the best choice was the City of Suppressing World. There wouldn't be any formations outside the City of Suppressing World. Relatively speaking, it was easier to get in and out. So where was the closest City of Suppressing World? Chenzong searched on the star map and soon found it. Void travel. Using void travel, Chenzong soon arrived at a City of Suppressing World. It was the first City of Suppressing World in this galaxy. After entering the city, he quickly sold the wealth of Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu. It didn't matter even if he lost some of it. He only wanted to exchange it for void coins as soon as possible. Next, Chenzong bought the void flaming crystals. Mid-level void flaming crystals cost 1,000 void coins each. High-level void flaming crystals cost 10,000 void coins. Chenzong's wealth added up to about 1,100,000 void coins. He kept 100,000 as backup and used all of his 1 million to buy the void flaming crystals. Chenzong was speechless to find that it wasn't enough. His wealth was far from enough. He couldn't replenish mid-level void flaming crystals. He could only buy high-level void flaming crystals, and there were only 100 of them. 100 high-level void flaming crystals were only enough for 10-year void travel. Fortunately, he had bought 300 mid-level void flaming crystals before. Now, he had used less than 100 of them. He had 200 left, which could last for a while. The cold light star was the main star of the Han family. It was surrounded by a great formation, and the cold air was terrifying. He dared to kill the elders of the Han family. This is unforgivable. The master of the Han family was furious. Master, this monster has left the First World Suppression City and is flying out of the galaxy. We must take action as soon as possible, said an elder. Although the Han family was a galactic force, they didn't have many spirit realm warriors in their family. There were less than 10 of them. Some of them had been sent to guard other important planets. About half of them stayed in the main family. The Grand Elder has gone to intercept him. As soon as the master finished, he calmed down. The Grand Elder is going to take action himself? The elder was surprised and then happy. The void was vast and boundless. In the distance, countless stars were shining and twinkling. The void in this area was extremely calm, like the surface of a lake. Suddenly, a ripple appeared. In a flash, it turned into a ripple and quickly spread out. Then, it turned into a raging wave, surging and surging in all directions. A spaceship emerged from the center of the ripple, as if it was passing through the water surface. The evanescent spaceship, it was the evanescent spaceship that had just finished another year of traveling through the void. It had arrived at the edge of this galaxy. Next, it would rush out of this galaxy and enter the void between the galaxies. After reaching another galaxy, it would continue to move forward until it reached the Heavenly Palace. No doubt, it was a long road. However, it couldn't stop Chenzong from making up his mind. In the void zone, because of the special environment, they couldn't use the void travel. They could only rely on speed to fly. Thus, the high-level and super-level void flaming crystals were very important. This time, it would be the last time they would use the void travel in this galaxy. Chenzong suddenly realized that there was a figure standing in front of him. That figure was standing in the void. It was an elder in a black robe. He was motionless, with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. However, as soon as he saw him through the evanescent spaceship, Chenzong felt a strong sense of danger. He was no match for him, he wasn't a match for Lin Fan at all. That godlike feeling told him that the person before him was extremely strong, far stronger than him. He wasn't a match for him at all. Once they fought, he estimated that he wouldn't have much power to resist, and would be defeated in an instant. The memories and experiences of the Sword Master of Dongting allowed Chenzong to judge that the black-robed elder was at least at the pinnacle of the Path Defense realm, or even beyond it. You have the guts to kill my Han clan's elder, but you don't have the guts to stand in front of this old man? The old man's closed eyes suddenly opened. In just an instant, divine light seemed to bloom from his eyes, piercing through the void. In an instant, it seemed to pass through the escape ship and directly forced its way into Chenzong's spirit sea. Chenzong only felt his spirit sea tremble, and his soul seemed to tremble as well. An indescribable panic emerged from the depths of his soul and spread out. But in an instant, Chenzong recovered. That feeling was just an illusion. It was not real. Of course, if he couldn't resist it, it would become real. After all, the other party was really an elite that surpassed the Path Defense realm. He was at an even higher level, the Yuan Underworld realm. The gap between the Path Defense realm and the Yuan Underworld realm was extremely obvious. Even though Chenzong could challenge those above his level, Chenzong estimated that he could only fight against a standard 5th Revolution Dao defense realm. As for a 6th Revolution Dao defense realm, it was hard to say if he had yet to encounter one. However, the gap between him and the Yuan Underworld realm was absolute. He had never imagined that he would have to face a Yuan Underworld realm expert after just breaking through to the Path Defense realm. However, Chenzong had actually been mentally prepared when he had killed the Han clan's elder. A Nebula-grade faction didn't just have some Path Defense realm experts, but at least one Yuan Underworld realm expert. However, Chenzong still didn't hold back, because he had something to rely on. The escape ship was his barrier to the Yuan Underworld realm. Without hesitation, Chenzong stuffed the high-grade flaming void crystal into the furnace and activated the escape ship's main cannon to lock onto the other party. The void cannon fired using the energy of the high-grade flaming void crystal was very powerful. Once it hit, it would be enough to blast a Yuan Underworld realm expert to death. However, the prerequisite was that the other party wasn't a fixed target that could be attacked freely. Therefore, the void cannon fire was usually used to attack extremely large targets or targets that were difficult to dodge. However, Chenzong wanted to use it to break through the obstruction of a Yuan Underworld realm elite. With a loud boom, a silver radiance tore through the void like a sharp sword and shot directly at the Han clan's Grand Elder. The Han clan's Grand Elder's expression changed immediately. He only felt that the silver radiance was enough to blast him to pieces in an instant. Furthermore, its speed was extremely fast. However, a Yuan Underworld powerhouse had condensed a primordial spirit and was more sensitive to everything. Thus, the moment the cannon fired, he quickly executed his movement technique and dodged, leaving behind a lifelike figure that was blasted to smithereens. The aftermath, which had almost brushed past him, immediately shocked the Han clan's Grand Elder. It's at least a high-grade flying ship. The Han clan's Grand Elder was shocked. Although he had previously known that the other party had purchased a high-grade flaming void crystal, he hadn't dared to make such a direct guess. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was astonished. The value of a high-grade void flying ship was astonishing. Even the entire Han clan didn't possess one. Even he, the Han clan's Grand Elder, only possessed a mid-grade void flying ship. In an instant, the Han clan's Grand Elder's mind was completely active. A high-grade void flying ship. Furthermore, according to the information he had, this person was just an itinerant elite who had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Although there weren't many itinerant elite cultivators, they still existed and there was nothing suspicious about it. Even though this fortuitous encounter was somewhat unimaginable. After using the cannon to blast away the other party's obstruction, Chenzong used the high-grade flaming void crystal to speed up the escape ship and activated the high-grade defensive barrier to rush forward. The flying speed of a mid-grade void flying ship was comparable to a Yuan Underworld realm elite or even slightly faster. As for the flying speed of a high-grade void flying ship, it was needless to say. If Chen Zong was willing to use a top-grade flaming void crystal, then its speed would be even more astonishing. However, the value of a top-grade flaming void crystal was astonishing and its quantity was very limited. Most importantly, it was difficult to purchase. The highest-grade flaming void crystal that Chen Zong had purchased in the Suppressing World City was only a high-grade one and the quantity was very limited. If he wanted to purchase a top-grade flaming void crystal, he would at least have to go to a high-grade trading star to have any hope. A high-grade trading star would definitely have one. Considering all these factors, Chen Zong could only save up for now. It was charging forward recklessly, given the strength and speed of the escape ship, as well as the high-grade defensive barrier. Even a Yuan Underworld Realm elite would have their bones broken if they were hit head-on. The Han clan's Grand Elder didn't dare take it head-on and could only avoid it. In an instant, the flying ship, which had been slowly increasing in speed, swept past him and kept moving forward at an astonishing speed. "Stop right there." The Han family Grand Elder was furious. He immediately took out the mid-grade void flying ship and pushed its speed to the maximum as he chased after the escape ship. In fact, he even began to fire the void cannon. The cannon blasted out and directly hit the fleeing void. However, the power of the mid-grade void flying ship's cannons was limited. When they bombarded the escape ship, they were blocked by the defensive barrier and were not damaged at all. In the end, they could only watch as the escape ship quickly flew away and rushed out of the range of the star system into the void. "Han family, remember that I will be back soon." Chen Zong's voice also traveled through the void and reached the Han family Grand Elder's ears. He wasn't flustered, exasperated, or furious. He was just calm. It was as if he was talking about a very simple matter, as light as clouds and light as the wind. However, this calm tone made the Han family Grand Elder burn with rage. He wished he could destroy everything. At the same time, he didn't know why, but deep in his heart, there seemed to be a trace of fear. It was as if the Han family had provoked a strong enemy that they shouldn't have. However, now that things had come to this, he could only accept it. Furthermore, he was a Yuan Underworld. There was a huge gap between the Dao controlling realm and the Yuan Underworld realm. Even if the other party was talented and had a fortuitous encounter, it would still be very difficult for him to break through to the Yuan Underworld realm. The escape ship rushed out of the star system ruled by the Han family and rushed into the void. The void was dark and gloomy. There was no wind, no light, and nothing. There wasn't even any void Yuan-Chi there. There seemed to be no memory of how the void had appeared in Sword Master Dong Ting's memories. In short, this was the gap between galaxies, and between star fields. In most cases, the void wasn't dangerous. However, because it was impossible to travel through the void, it would take a long time to cross it. Sometimes, some unpredictable dangers would appear in the void, which was very terrifying. Chen Zong let the escape ship fly at the speed of a high-grade void flying ship while he cultivated quietly. The lesser evasion technique, lesser ethereal transformation technique, and lesser concealment technique could be fused into the heaven mystic ability, the greater void escape technique, which was very mysterious. The lesser space-fixing eye, lesser void prying eye, and lesser void piercing eye could also be fused into the heaven mystic ability, the greater refined void god eye. Its power was equally shocking. If he could master these two heaven mystic abilities, his overall strength would definitely increase significantly. He hoped that after crossing the void, he would be able to master the 6 heaven mystic abilities. At the very least, he had to master 3 of them before fusing them into a heaven mystic ability. After the Han family's Grand Elder returned, he immediately asked the family head to spread a message. The message was that Chen Zong had a fortuitous encounter and had at least a high-grade void flying ship. When the news spread, it quickly spread to the surrounding star systems and more people knew about it. No matter what, they had to get rid of the other party to prevent future trouble. It was this decisiveness and caution that had allowed the Han family to stand tall for so many years without falling. Although it was a pity that they couldn't obtain the high-grade void flying ship or the other party's fortuitous encounter, it was best to put the other party in the teeth of the storm. Chen Zong, who was still flying in the void, didn't know that the news about him had already spread to the surrounding star systems. Many experts were also on the move, preparing to capture him and obtain his so-called fortuitous encounter. The nothingness belts between galaxies were usually not very vast. However, to some extent, the existence of the nothingness belt was equivalent to a mark of separation between galaxies, a kind of buffer zone. After all, regardless of the size of a galaxy, there was a central point, an extremely huge star or something like that. Therefore, galaxies all had an inward force. If the distance between galaxies was too close, the two forces would conflict and then collide, causing the stars of the galaxy to collide and collapse, resulting in an astonishing void disaster. Therefore, the existence of the nothingness belt was very necessary. With the speed of the high-grade void flying ship, Qianzong crossed the nothingness belt in just a few days and entered the next galaxy, the Shadowhunter galaxy. Galaxies also had differences in size. The Shadowhunter galaxy was slightly larger than the galaxy ruled by the Han family. It was the main galaxy of the mid-grade star system level force, the Shadowhunter sect. As soon as he entered the Shadowhunter galaxy, Qianzong immediately opened the star map to search for trade stars and so on, especially the high-grade ones. Qianzong planned to sell some things to earn void coins and then buy more void flaming crystals to reserve power for the void flying ship. Qianzong did not know that the Han family had already spread information about him to the surrounding galaxies. Naturally, the Shadowhunter galaxy also knew about it. Therefore, a group of mighty prowess cultivators had already taken action to search for Qianzong's whereabouts. Not to mention other things, just a high-grade void flying ship's value was very shocking. The escapee continued to fly, heading towards a suppressing world city that he had found on the star map. Because the trading star was too far away, he would first go to the suppressing world city to sell some things and buy some void flaming crystals as backup before making other plans. Perhaps I should change the way I address you, Qianzong muttered to himself on the escapee as if he had a sudden inspiration. Although Qianzong did not know that the Han family had leaked information about him, causing many mighty prowess cultivators to act like sharks that smelled blood, Qianzong realized that he might encounter great danger later. Even with the void flying ship, Qianzong did not have much confidence. After all, he could not stay on the void flying ship forever unless he had enough void flaming crystals. But obviously, he didn't. Therefore, it was necessary to leave the void. Leaving the void would mean losing the protection of the void. Although the strength of a first rotation down manipulation realm could withstand many void disasters, it was still not enough to dominate the void. Even Yuan underworld powerhouses couldn't traverse the void. Only sovereigns were truly qualified to roam the void. Of course, there weren't many sovereigns in the entire void. Regardless, he was still only at the path manipulation realm. While he had strength, he had yet to reach the level where he could run amok. The Dao manipulation realm could only be said to be the level where one was truly qualified to step into the void. That's the void ship in the image, right? It really did come. When the Han family spread the news, they also spread the images of Qianzong and the escape ship. This made it easier for others to find Qianzong. Now, before the escapee had even reached its destination, World Suppression City, it had already been targeted. In an instant, these people began to take action. Qianzong immediately felt like he was being watched. It was a strange feeling. Am I being watched again? Inside the escape ship, Qianzong frowned slightly. The idea of temporarily hiding his identity had just arisen, but he had been targeted before he could carry it out. His plan couldn't keep up with the changes. It seemed like he couldn't go to World Suppression City. Otherwise, he might fall into a tight encirclement. At that time, it would be more than 10 times more difficult to escape. The Han family. A cold light flashed in Qianzong's eyes. If Qianzong hadn't felt surprised or annoyed that he was being hunted down by the Han family because he had killed an elder of the Han family, now Qianzong was furious with the Han family. In the future, he had to make a trip there and make the Han family pay the price they deserved. This was because other than the Han family's information, it was impossible for him to be targeted. After all, he wasn't familiar with the place and didn't have any connections. That godly feeling told Qianzong that he was being targeted, and it was definitely related to the Han family. In fact, it was closely related. Finding trouble with the Han family was a matter for later. As for now, it was better to escape as soon as possible. A mysterious sense of crisis was growing stronger. This meant that there was more than one person targeting him. Among them, there might be experts that he couldn't resist. This was really, Chen Zong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had just broken through to the Dao manipulation realm and thought that he was in high spirits. He didn't expect that he would be hunted down again just because he killed a rank 3 and rank 4 Dao manipulation realm expert. Speaking of which, he seemed to be used to it. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had faced countless pursuits. As for himself, he had escaped from the pursuits time and time again. Moreover, he had forged an extraordinary ability and tempered an extremely tenacious will. Then, this time, it should be the same. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile. If others saw this, they might think that he was crazy. Facing the covetous and pursuit of many experts, he could still show such an expression. He was really abnormal. Boom! Boom! In an instant, void cannons bombarded from all directions. However, some of them didn't hit the escapee because it was very fast. Some of them hit the escapee by coincidence but were blocked by the protective shield of the escapee without any damage. A high-grade void flying ship. It is indeed a high-grade void flying ship. For a moment, these people revealed greedy expressions. These people were all Dao manipulation realm experts from various forces in the Shadowhunter galaxy. There were also experts from the Shadowhunter sect among them. A high-grade void flying ship. Even I don't have one. The strongest expert of the Shadowhunter sect, a Yuan underworld expert even stronger than the Han family's supreme elder, flew through the void at an astonishing speed and kept chasing. The Shadowhunter sect's ability could transform into a shadow and shuttle through the surface of the void at an astonishing speed. Unfortunately, the speed of a high-grade void flying ship was still not something that a Yuan underworld expert could compare to. Therefore, the pursuit and interception were all shaken off by the escapee and couldn't catch up at all. Inside the escapee, Chen Zong was deep in thought. Perhaps it was time to use the transcendent grade void flaming crystal. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. In that case, he could only activate the 10-year void travel. As for the 100-year void travel, Chen Zong could barely bear the burden of the instantaneous load given the current strength of his spirit. However, he would probably fall into a coma, which wasn't good. For now, the 10-year void travel should be enough. Ripples spread out and the escapee quickly disappeared into the depths of the void under the pursuit of everyone. The pursuers couldn't catch up and could only be furious. Not long after, the escapee appeared in the distance, but it was still within the Shadowhunter galaxy. The Shadowhunter galaxy was much larger than the Han family's galaxy. In order to avoid trouble, Chen Zong could only reluctantly consume another 10 high-grade void flaming crystals and activate the 10-year void travel again. Just like that, he rushed out of the Shadowhunter galaxy and entered the void belt between galaxies. After the Shadowhunter galaxy was the Flying Shadow Galaxy, which was also a galaxy ruled by the Shadowhunter sect. Therefore, he could only reluctantly consume high-grade void flaming crystals. 1 galaxy, 2 galaxies, 3 galaxies, 4 galaxies. When he entered the 5th galaxy, there weren't many high-grade void flaming crystals left, and there were more mid-grade void flaming crystals left. However, if he continued to activate the void travel, he wouldn't be able to last for long. Moreover, Chen Zong also found out that the escapee had obviously been targeted. He didn't know if it was still the same in the 5th galaxy. For safety's sake, Chen Zong put away the escapee before he rushed out of the void belt. He stared at the twinkling starlight in front of him. That was the next galaxy, and also the 6th galaxy he had to reach and pass through. For safety's sake, Chen Zong also took out a silver mask and put it on. At least, it would cover his appearance and make it harder for him to be found. Although it couldn't compare to the escapee, it was still much faster than an ordinary first-rotation Dao manipulation realm cultivator. Then, let me try the mystery of the great escapee technique, Chen Zong said to himself. His figure seemed to sway in an instant, as if he was in a trance. Then, his originally fast speed increased by more than 10 times. However, Chen Zong also found that his strength was constantly being consumed much faster than usual. As expected, for a Dao manipulation realm cultivator, especially one at the first rotation Dao manipulation realm, the consumption of heavenly mystique was still very shocking. Great mystique was just right for a Dao manipulation realm cultivator. As for heavenly mystique, it should be used as an explosive method. Not long after, Xianxia entered the galaxy alone. He didn't encounter any interceptions or pursuit, so he was much safer. The 10th level of the primordial sword origin technique was constantly circulating, constantly absorbing the void chi to recover his strength, but he felt that he couldn't keep up. However, it was enough for the time being. He first observed and checked the situation. If he wasn't being pursued, then he could use the escape again. Xianxia operated the primordial sword origin technique with all his strength as he flew. This was the edge of the galaxy, and there were relatively few stars. The place was also relatively remote, as if it was deserted. Xianxia decided to stop. He continued to absorb the void yuan qi to recover his energy until he was fully recovered. Let's try the other aspect of the great escape technique, Xianxia said to himself, his eyes flashing. The great escape technique was an extraordinary heavenly mystique. It had two mysteries. One of the mysteries was naturally to fly like a movement technique, which allowed one to move at an extremely fast speed. The other was similar to the void shuttle's ability to travel through the void. Originally, the Yekong Venerable's purpose in creating the Great Escape technique was to use himself to travel through the void. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bright light, and then his arms shook, grabbing and slashing forward. As if tearing the void apart, layers of ripples spread out. Xianxia also took a step forward, disappearing into the void. A strange feeling immediately surrounded him. In the black steel galaxy, Xianxia was moving at full speed and did not feel like he was being watched. But this speed was much slower than driving the escapee. Xianxia wanted to take out the escapee many times, but he was a little hesitant. Another point was that the escapee did not have many void flaming crystals left. He did not have many void coins left. He had to get a lot of wealth first, at least millions of void coins, to buy hundreds of high-grade void flaming crystals to support him for a while. After that, he would probably have to get another batch. After all, there were several starfields between the Will Heavenly Palace and the starfield he was in. Xianxia's current location was considered to be the edge of the Black Steel Galaxy, and there were relatively few people. Numerous pitch-black meteorites were suspended in the void, motionless. Such meteorite belts were very common. Xianxia's figure flashed, and he immediately passed through the meteorite belt, flying forward. This meteorite belt was quite wide, and it was scattered randomly without any pattern. Flying and flying, suddenly, Xianxia felt a sense of fear. A black light tore through the void like a crescent moon, silently killing. Xianxia's body was instantly cut by the several hundred-meter-long black light. Not only did it cut Xianxia's body, but it also split a huge meteorite dozens of meters away. The meteorite was cut in two, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. It silently separated to two sides. Immediately, a huge black meteorite with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters stretched out in an instant, turning into a huge figure. The figure was pitch black, and its surface was covered with circular patterns, one on top of another. It looked mysterious. Its body was like a python, and the front half of the body looked thicker, as if it was wearing a pitch-black armor. It had a pair of mantis-like claws, and the several hundred-meter-long black crescent moon seemed to be the attack of these claws. Its power was astonishing. Xianxia's figure appeared thousands of meters away, and he stared with lingering fear, his face solemn. Void Beast, that huge meteorite was a void beast in disguise. The outer appearances of void beasts were not necessarily the same. For example, the void beast before him was several thousand meters long. It had a python-like body, but it had a mantis-like hooked blade. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. The presence it gave off was extremely powerful and terrifying, as if it could sweep up terrifying storms of destruction and slaughter. The memories of the sword master of Dongting flashed through Xianxia's mind, and he immediately knew what the void beast before him was. Mantis blade giant snake, it was a very appropriate name and one of the more common types of void beasts in the void. Different types of void beasts had different temperaments. Some void beasts were more gentle and would never take the initiative to attack other living beings. However, some void beasts were extremely aggressive, and the mantis blade giant snake was one of them. The mantis blade giant snake sensed that it had not killed the little creature, so it immediately attacked again, its two blades slashing through the air. Chen Zong's expression changed, and he hurriedly used the Great Void Escape technique, exploding with shocking speed to retreat. Chen Zong's intuition told him that this mantis blade giant snake was very, very strong, and he was definitely no match for it. The result of this battle was very likely that he would die. This was because the mantis blade giant snake's strength was far superior to his. However, he could be sure that the mantis blade giant snake's level was still equivalent to the Dao manipulation realm. The strength of void beasts was categorized differently from that of cultivators. It was categorized according to their growth stage. Infant void beasts were stronger than most demigod-grade beings, but not as strong as Dao manipulation realm beings. Adult void beasts were stronger than most Dao manipulation realm beings, but not as strong as Yuan underworld beings. Adult void beasts, on the other hand, were stronger than most Yuan underworld beings. Above the adult void beasts were the complete void beasts and the ultimate void beasts. If further divided, each growth stage was further divided into two levels, Earth grade and Heaven grade. For example, infant Earth grade beasts were stronger than most demigod grade beings, but there were still powerful demigod grade beings who could match or even kill them. If it was an infant Heaven grade beast, there were very few demigod grade cultivators who could match it, let alone kill it. Similarly, Earth grade void beasts were stronger than most Dao manipulation realm beings, but there were still powerful Dao manipulation realm beings who could match or even kill them. This void beast before him was in its adult form, and it seemed to be Earth grade. The value of a fully grown void behemoth is astonishing, Lin Feng said with a smile. As Chen Zong rapidly retreated, he thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly as a bold idea popped up in his mind. Kill this void beast. If he killed this void beast and sold it, he would be able to get at least a few million void dollars. He would have the first fortune to buy high-grade void flaming crystals. Earth-grade void beasts did not give him the feeling of being annihilated like he was facing a Yuan underworld being. Let's give it a try then. The extreme heart phaseless sword appeared and instantly split into 10,000 sword lights. 10,000 swords in origin, without hesitation, Chen Zong used his strongest attack. 10,000 sword lights lined up in an orderly manner and cut across the void, heading straight for the mantis blade giant snake. This was the sword that Chen Zong had used to fight against the Supreme Tribulation. Its power was shocking and overwhelming. The mantis blade giant snake was not slow, but it was not a void beast that excelled in speed. On the contrary, it excelled in strength. Due to its huge size, there was no way it could dodge. All of them hit, however, Chen Zong's expression changed. The 10,000 sword lights did not cause any damage to the mantis blade giant snake. Instead, they were blocked by its hooks. The hooks were extremely hard and were the toughest part of the mantis blade giant snake's body. Under Chen Zong's control, the sword lights condensed again and pierced through the hooks, heading straight for the mantis blade giant snake's body. The sword lights hit the armor on its body and produced a dull sound. At the same time, countless sparks flew. There was still no obvious damage. Due to the shocking characteristics of the Genesis sword origin technique, it only caused a few scratches and was unable to continue. The difference in strength was too great. Moreover, a void beast like the mantis blade giant snake had shocking defensive capabilities. The pitch-black cross-shaped sword lights tore through the void and struck Chen Zong. His hair stood on end as a sense of imminent danger swept over him, almost drowning him. Great Void Evasion Technique. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately used the Great Void Evasion Technique. His body disappeared into the void and traveled through it. Of course, the Great Void Evasion Technique used with his current cultivation could not compare to the void travel of the void flying boat. It could not even cover 1/10 of the distance, let alone a void year. Not even a single day had passed. In less than a breath's time, Chen Zong appeared 100,000 meters away. Of course, he could go further, but the energy consumption would increase. Even the burden on his body would increase. The further he went, the greater the burden. If Chen Zong had not broken through to the imminent God realm at the same time, he would not have been able to travel so far in such a short time. Traveling 100,000 meters in a breath's time, he had increased the distance between him and the mantis blade giant snake. However, it was impossible for him to escape. Although the mantis blade giant snake was not good at speed, its speed was still incomparable to Chen Zong's. 100,000 meters was covered in just a few breaths' time. Without hesitation, Chenzong took out the escapee and entered it. He activated the mid-level protective shield and charged the mid-level void cannon. Lock on. At the same time, the mantis blade giant snake was approaching rapidly. Slash, the two pitch-black blades streaked across the void, bringing with them a 100-meter-long black light as they slashed the escapee. In an instant, the escapee's protective shield shook, but it did not break. Instead, countless ripples spread out. When they were being chased, Chenzong had chosen to activate the high-grade protective shield when facing the bombardment of the void flying ship because he wasn't sure whether the other party's void flying ship was high-grade or not. If it was, the middle-grade protective shield wouldn't be able to withstand the high-grade bombardment at all. However, the mantis blade giant snake was in its growth stage and had not yet reached the Yuan underworld stage. The mid-level void cannon's protective shield was enough to block it. Retreat. In an instant, after being slashed, Chenzong steered the escapee and retreated rapidly. Its speed was astonishing, much faster than the mantis blade giant snake's. This was the speed of a mid-level void cannon, which was also the speed of a Yuan underworld powerhouse. As the distance between them increased, the void cannon's charge was also completed. Lock on. With a loud boom, a silver divine radiance shot out like a sword light. It was extremely fast and blasted towards the mantis blade giant snake as if it had shattered the vacuum. The unique characteristic of a void beast was its large size. Because of this, its physique was extremely tyrannical and its defense was astonishing. Furthermore, it was extremely proficient in both strength and speed. It was very terrifying. In short, void beasts had almost no weaknesses. If one had to point out a weakness, it would be in the aspect of the soul. It was relatively weak. Of course, it was only relatively weak. It was indeed inferior to those with powerful souls, but it was still considered normal. However, there was another point. Void beasts in their growth stage did not have the powerful senses of a Yuan underworld powerhouse who had condensed a Yuan spirit. Therefore, it was simply difficult for them to dodge the mid-level void cannon's attack. The cannon hit its target directly. This cannon was at least 10 meters thick and directly blasted the mantis blade giant snake's huge body, breaking through its astonishing defense. Penetrate. The mid-level void cannon's attack directly broke through the mantis blade giant snake's tough skin and blasted into its body, causing it to explode and cause damage. However, the mantis blade giant snake's body was huge. It was at least a few thousand meters long and its vitality was extremely vigorous. This kind of injury was not fatal. Instead, it angered the mantis blade giant snake. The cannon's attack did not kill the mantis blade giant snake. Chenzong was extremely calm as he watched the enraged mantis blade giant snake charge towards him. With such a huge body and no powerful senses, it was the best target if it could dodge in advance. Chenzong's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes glowed as he stared at the mantis blade giant snake through the void cannon and charged the void cannon again. Mid-level cannon's attack. At the same time, the void cannon maintained the same speed and distance as the mantis blade giant snake under Chenzong's precise control. The void was boundless, but there were still traces of shocking aura fluctuations that slowly dissipated. A humongous body that was thousands of meters long was suspended in the void, motionless. It was a giant beast, a void beast. There were 3 10-meter-long puncture wounds on its body, and the most fatal one was on its head. The mantis blade giant snake was dead. Chenzong put away the evanescent ship and stood in front of the mantis blade giant snake's body. At such a close distance, it was like standing at the foot of a mountain. There was an indescribable sense of awe. Moreover, even in death, the mantis blade giant snake still emitted shocking aura fluctuations that surged and suppressed in all directions, making Chenzong feel a shocking pressure. An ordinary First Revolution Dao manipulation realm cultivator wouldn't have been able to stand still and would have had to retreat. Void beasts are full of treasures, but the most valuable part is their beast crystals, Chenzong said to himself. He didn't need Sword Master Dong Ting's memories to understand this. Only mature void beasts could condense beast crystals, which were the condensation of the essence of the void beast spirit. Besides the beast crystals, the skin, shell, limbs, and so on of the void beasts were all shockingly valuable. The least valuable part was the void beast's flesh, but that was only in comparison. After all, some void beasts' flesh couldn't be eaten because it was poisonous and so on. However, some void beasts' flesh could be eaten and contained decent power, which was somewhat beneficial to cultivators. Coincidentally, the mantis blade giant snake's flesh could be eaten, which was somewhat helpful even to Dao manipulation realm cultivators. The best way to sell it was naturally to sell the entire mantis blade giant snake. However, when Qinzong's consciousness seeped into the mantis blade giant snake's body, he discovered that there seemed to be something in the mantis blade giant snake's body that was constantly emitting shocking radiation. With the extreme heart phaseless sword in hand, he cut along the wound. Fortunately, the mantis blade giant snake's skin had softened a lot after its death. Otherwise, Qinzong reckoned that it would have been difficult to cut it open. For times, the mantis blade giant snake had used up 40 mid-tier flaming void crystals after 4 blasts. The mantis blade giant snake was still in its growth stage and had yet to reach the Yuan underworld stage. If a Yuan underworld cultivator was hit by a single blast without any defensive treasures, they would most likely die. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured and on the verge of death. 2 blasts would kill them instantly. Of course, if they had some kind of treasure, they would be able to withstand the bombardment. However, the mantis blade giant snake was equivalent to the path manipulation realm, yet it took 4 shots to kill it. That was because 2 shots had hit the giant beast's head, directly destroying it and killing it. After all, the most outstanding thing about a void beast was its huge size and astonishing vitality. It was at least 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than a cultivator of the same level. It was extremely difficult to kill. If this was a mature mantis blade giant snake, Qinzong estimated that it would be difficult to kill it with a mid-tier cannon. Even if it could be killed, he didn't know how many mid-tier flaming void crystals it would take. However, when he thought about it, 40 mid-tier flaming void crystals in exchange for a void beast that was worth millions of void dollars was still very worth it. Millions of void dollars were enough to buy thousands of mid-tier flaming void crystals. His sword principal field was released and immediately covered 100 meters. It was much larger than the previous 10 meters. Qinzong could clearly feel the trajectory of the sword principal field. Following the trajectory of the sword principal field, it was much easier for him to cut it. Before long, Qinzong had cut open the mantis blade giant snake and took out the object that was radiating a mysterious power. It was an irregular sphere that was at least a meter in size. It looked like a stone, but also like steel. The material was very special. Waves of power that didn't seem very strong but was very tenacious was constantly radiating from it. This power seemed to have a kind of scorching heat that was different from flames. This scorching heat had a somewhat corrosive power, as if it could invade and corrode everything. With the memory of Sword Master Dongting, Qinzong quickly recognized what this object was. He couldn't help but be very excited. A star core. Qinzong seemed to be growling. That excited growl was something that only he could hear clearly. He never thought that there would be a star core in the mantis blade giant snake's body. Involuntarily, Qinzong quickly connected the dots. Perhaps this mantis blade giant snake was lucky enough to devour a star core when it was a baby. With the power that was constantly radiating from the star core, it kept growing and quickly became an adult. The radiation of a star core was harmful to most cultivators. If anyone below the imminent god realm was hit by the radiation, the consequences would be very serious. They could easily be crippled. If someone in the path manipulation realm came into contact with it, as long as it wasn't for long, they could use their own power to expel it as soon as they left. However, if it was for too long, they would still be damaged. Of course, some special cultivators, such as those with unique physiques or bloodlines, or those who practiced special cultivation methods, were not afraid of the radiation from the star core. Some of them could even use the power of the star core to cultivate. As for void beasts, they were naturally not afraid of the radiation of a star core. It could be said that void beasts could devour and absorb most of the power for their own use, allowing them to grow faster. The mantis blade giant snake was considered lucky. It had devoured a star core. If it consumed all the power of the star core, it would definitely be able to break through and become an adult. When that happened, most Yuan underworld cultivators wouldn't be a match for it. If Qinzong encountered it, he might not even be able to dodge at the beginning. he might be killed right away. Based on the intensity of the radiation, this star core should have come from a low-level star. Furthermore, this is only a small part of it, Chenzong said to himself. Of course, this was only a small part of Sword Master Dongding's massive memory. The star core of a low-level star wouldn't be so small. It would be at least 10 meters in size and basically round. This 1-meter star core wasn't round. Furthermore, if it was a complete low-level star core, it would have been depleted from 10 meters to only 1 meter in size. This meant that the mantis blade giant snake was at least an adult. If that massive power was converted, it would be equivalent to a cultivation level higher than the Yuan underworld. However, due to the huge size of a void beast and its astonishing vitality, the power required to grow was correspondingly many times greater. Chenzong remembered that in Sword Master Dongding's memory, a few mystique cultivation techniques in the Stellar Dao College seemed to require a star core. If one had a star core, it would be much easier to cultivate those mystique cultivation techniques. However, other than using it for cultivation, a star core could also be sold at a shocking price. Chenzong estimated that this piece of star core was definitely worth more than the mantis blade giant snake. Another point was that the star core provided an astonishing amount of continuous and stable energy. If it replaced the burning void crystal, it would be enough to allow the void flying ship to fly for a very, very long time. Chenzong would definitely not be willing to sell it. Then, should he use it as a mystique cultivation technique or as a source of energy for the escaped void? That was a choice. If it was the latter, then he could immediately take out the escaped void and quickly rush to the Will Heavenly Palace. Keep it first. Chenzong quickly got to work. After keeping the star core, he finished dissecting the mantis blade giant snake. Although selling it after dissecting it would not be as valuable as selling it as a whole, no one would be able to detect the existence of the star core, which would cause unnecessary trouble. The most valuable part was the giant beast crystal, followed by the mantis blade giant snake's giant hooked blades, then the shell of the upper body, the skin of the lower body, and the tendons and bones in the body. As for the meat, Chenzong planned to keep it as his own food. Sword Master Dongting had eaten the mantis blade giant snake's meat many years ago and had mastered a few techniques to prepare it. It seemed to be quite delicious and had some benefits for his body. After dissecting it and quickly storing it in the Nine Heavens ring, Chenzong made a decision. He took out the escaped void and opened the star map to quickly search. The Black Steel Galaxy was a very large galaxy. In this galaxy, there was a high-level trading star. Chenzong's goal was naturally to go to the high-level trading star to sell the mantis blade giant snake's materials and buy some flaming void crystals as a reserve. Because he had a star core with him now, even if he encountered any danger, he could just use the star core to continuously release the energy of high-level flaming void crystals, allowing him to break through layers of blockades and quickly escape. If it was not for the fact that he had to consider his soul's endurance, the star core could even release the energy of a supra-level flaming void crystal. This was the advantage of using the star core as a source of energy. In an instant, the escaped void locked onto its destination and quickly moved. Its speed kept increasing and soon reached the speed of a mid-level void flying ship. Then, when the speed reached the limit of a mid-level void flying ship, it activated the 1-year level void travel. After repeating this a few times, Chenzong saw a huge star that slowly rotated in the void. That star was surrounded by balls of starlight. The starlight was dazzling as it slowly rotated around the high-level star. It was a void formation. This was a high-level star. It was a star that focused on trade and was very prosperous. The manager of this star was the Triple Black Gold Gate, a star sector-level force. However, it was only a manager and was not fully in control. As a trading star, there was naturally no need to verify the identity of the visitor. Therefore, Chenzong easily entered the star and quickly landed. Time was precious. Chenzong was not in the mood to sightsee. Instead, he went straight to the main point and headed towards a prosperous city. He found a large trading company, took out the mantis blade giant snake's materials and began to sell them. After some bargaining, the price was finally settled at 3.5 million void dollars. If it was a complete mantis blade giant snake, it would probably be worth more than 4 million void dollars. However, Chenzong did not pay with void dollars. Instead, he let the other party pay with flaming void crystals. 500 mid-level flaming void crystals and 300 high-level flaming void crystals. During the conversation, Chenzong casually mentioned that the elders in the sect had asked him to sell this void beast and buy a bunch of flaming void crystals. This way, he could avoid some trouble. Otherwise, if others were to think that he was only a first transition Dao manipulation realm cultivator buying mid-level or even high-level void flaming crystals, it was very likely that he owned a mid-level or even high-level void flying ship. It would be easy to be coveted and cause unnecessary trouble. Killing the mantis blade giant snake, obtaining its star core, and selling the body parts of the void beast in exchange for flaming void crystals was the true beginning of Chenzong's long journey. The escapee kept flying, maintaining the speed of a high-grade void flying ship, which was faster than a Yuan underworld powerhouse. It was like a dark golden bolt of lightning, low-key and luxurious as it flew through the void and disappeared in a flash. When the opportunity was right, Chenzong would activate the 10-year void travel. 300 high-grade flaming void crystals were enough to support the escapee to perform 30 10-year void travel, shortening the journey by 300 void years. 300 void years sounded like a lot, but in fact, there were some large star domains that a Dao manipulation realm expert might not be able to traverse in 300 void years. Of course, the flying speed of a high-grade void flying ship was astonishing. 300 void years was enough to traverse more than one star domain, or even two. As for the mid-grade flaming void crystals, they were used as backups. When the escapee finished a void travel and entered a stable state of flight, Chenzong took out the star core and cultivated some mystic arts of the East Court Sword Mountain Star Dao Academy. He only ended his comprehension and put away the star core when he was about to enter the next void travel. This was because he had to be fully focused every time he went through a void travel to bear the burden of entering the depths of the void. Fortunately, his soul and physique were strong enough. If it had been any other Dao manipulation realm expert, it would have been very difficult to activate the 10-year void travel. The burden would have been astonishing. How could they be like him, who could bear it completely? Such a journey was undoubtedly lonely because it was too far. They had to cross several star domains before they could hope to reach the star domain where the Will Sky Palace was located. However, Chenzong didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed it very much. He cultivated as he hurried along. Occasionally, he would stop when he gained something and leave the escapee to test his moves in the void. He treated it as a kind of entertainment and rest during the journey. Sometimes, he would also drink and eat meat in the escapee. The wine was the 1,000 grass brew that Master Lulua had given him, and the meat was the mantis blade giant snake. Both were delicious and beneficial to him. Chenzong slowly improved on the foundation of the first revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. His chi refinement and body refinement went hand in hand as he continuously charged towards the second revolution. However, the imminent deity realm was even more shocking. Just look at Guru Lulua, who had been in the first revolution Dao manipulation realm for 500 years but still hadn't broken through. If not for finding a suitable opportunity, it would probably take another few hundred years to break through. Of course, Guru Luluo's talent and potential were limited. Chenzong did not know how to do it, but he was also unable to quickly raise his cultivation to the second transition after breaking through. It would take some time. In addition to traveling and cultivating, Chenzong also encountered some dangers. For example, the experts who were fighting fiercely in the void were extremely powerful. When the aftermath spread out, Chenzong felt that he was facing a disaster. Fortunately, he was inside the spaceship and had activated the high-grade protective barrier in time. Even so, the high-grade protective barrier could only withstand a few shockwaves before shattering. Luckily, the high-grade defensive barrier had bought some time for the escapee, allowing it to quickly leave. Thinking about it, Chenzong still felt his heart palpitate. Only then did he realize that even with the evasive spaceship, he wasn't absolutely safe in this void. The two powerhouses fighting fiercely had surpassed the Yuanming realm, but they were too far away to accurately judge. In short, they were terrifying powerhouses who could bring about a life-threatening crisis in the escapee. In addition, Chenzong also encountered a mature heaven-grade void beast that was extremely terrifying. Even with the escapee and the high-grade void flaming crystal, Chenzong found that even the escapee couldn't do anything to the other party after dealing with it for a while. After all, a mature void beast was more than 10,000 meters in size and was very astonishing. Its defensive power and vitality far surpassed that of a mature void beast. The bombardment of mid-grade void cannons hardly caused any damage to its body, only leaving a faint mark that quickly disappeared. The bombardment of high-grade void cannons could indeed cause damage, but 2 or 3 cannons wouldn't be able to kill it unless they hit its head. However, the speed of this mature void beast was astonishing. It was like a ghost and was even harder to lock onto. Its attacks were so shocking that only the high-grade protective barrier could withstand them. Overall, Chenzong wasn't very confident that he could kill it, so he used the speed of a high-grade void beast to escape and then used void travel to leave. The value of a mature heaven-grade void beast was astonishing. It was worth at least tens of millions of void coins. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough to kill it. Even with the escapee, the success rate wasn't more than 20%. There was an 80% chance that he would lose and the escapee might be damaged. The value of the escapee wasn't something a mature void beast could compare to. After weighing the pros and cons, Chenzong gave up on hunting it. After that, Chenzong encountered another group of star bandits who were plundering and sealed off a part of the void. After the void was sealed, it was impossible to use void travel. That star bandit obviously had his eyes on the escapee. Helpless, Chenzong could only pilot the escapee to deal with the star bandit and start a fierce battle. Fortunately, that group of star bandits only had 1 mid-grade void ship and 2 low-grade void flying boats. In addition, most of the star bandits were at the demigod level, and there were 3 at the imminent realm. Moreover, all of them were at the Dao manipulation realm. Chenzong piloted the escapee and directly fired high-grade void cannons, breaking the opponent's mid-grade void ship's protective barrier and also the 2 low-grade void flying boats' protective barriers. The 3 void ships all suffered different degrees of damage. After that, the 3 imminent realm cultivators surrounded and attacked. They used their movement techniques and were very agile, constantly moving at high speed, making it difficult for the escapee to lock onto them. However, these 3 imminent realm cultivators were all at the Dao manipulation realm. One was at the first revolution of the Dao manipulation realm, one was at the second revolution of the Dao manipulation realm, and the most powerful one was at the 4th revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. With such strength, even if they joined forces, Chenzong was not afraid. 1 against 3, Chenzong struck the 3 Dao manipulation realm cultivators with 1 sword and started a fierce battle. When the other party realized that Chenzong was only at the first revolution of the Dao manipulation realm, they were very happy. However, they could not be happy because they were suppressed and were at a disadvantage in the first exchange. Chenzong used these 3 Dao manipulation realm cultivators as test subjects and directly used a sword technique of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain Stellar Dao Academy that was cultivated with the Stellar Core as the source of power. The Great Refined Star Sweeping Secret Sword Technique. This was an extremely powerful sword technique divine power of the Stellar Dao Academy. It was also a very special divine power sword technique because it could be considered a mystic technique divine power. Hence, it was called a secret sword, which was equivalent to the combination of sword technique and mystic technique. The level of the Great Refined Starry Sky Secret Sword Technique was very high. Just the first level alone was at the level of a great technique, and the second level was at the level of a heavenly technique. With the memories and experience of the Eastern Court Sword Master, coupled with Chenzong's superb comprehension, and the help of the Stellar Core, Chenzong mastered the first level of the Great Refined Starry Sky Secret Sword Technique in a short time and started to grasp the second level. In this way, Chenzong had mastered 2 heavenly techniques. He raised his sword, and the sword light became extremely bright in an instant. It was as if countless starlight gathered from all directions and merged into a dazzling star. Starry Sky Secret Sword Technique. The 3 Dao manipulation realm cultivators were immediately suppressed by a shocking pressure. For a moment, they felt that they could not move, as if they were suppressed by the power of a star. This was the power of the Great Refined Starry Sky Secret Sword Technique. The attack of the sword directly killed the 3 Dao manipulation realm cultivators, and their bodies were torn into pieces. Chenzong could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he sensed the power he had consumed. The consumption of heavenly god arts was still very shocking. Using it with his cultivation of the first cycle of the Tao manipulation realm had directly consumed 30% of his power. However, its power was also very shocking. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. 2 low-level void ships and a mid-level void ship. Although damaged, they were still valuable. In addition, there was the wealth of the Star Bandits, especially the wealth of the 3 Tao manipulation realm cultivators, who were worth more than 1,000,000 void coins. Just like that, Chen Zong continued to travel across the star field as he cultivated and experienced dangers. He would also head to some high-grade trade planets to sell some resources and exchange them for void coins to purchase high-grade flaming void crystals. In this way, Chen Zong did not consume the power of the stellar core. He crossed several star fields and finally reached the Sacred Heart Star Field. The Sacred Heart Star Field was not the star field where the Will Heavenly Palace was located, but it was adjacent to the Great Heavenly Heart Star Field. In other words, as long as he crossed the Sacred Heart Star Field and the void belt between star fields, Chen Zong would be able to enter the Great Heavenly Heart Star Field and go to the Will Heavenly Palace. Close, finally, he was very close. For a moment, Chen Zong felt an indescribable excitement. However, when Chen Zong drove the escapee to the edge of the Sacred Heart Star Field and was about to enter the void belt between the Sacred Heart Star Field and the Great Heavenly Heart Star Field, an accident happened. As a result, Chen Zong had to land on a star closest to the void belt. This was only a low-level star, and there were usually few people. Although there were cultivators, they were not very strong. The most powerful one was at the second tier of the demigod realm, and there were no imminent god realm cultivators. But now, there were more cultivators gathered, and they were all in the imminent god realm. Soon, Chen Zong found out that there was a crisis in the void belt between the Sacred Heart Star Field and the Great Heavenly Heart Star Field. A disaster that occurred once in 1,000 years had appeared in the void belt, and the degree of danger was very high. If a low-level void spaceship entered, it would be destroyed immediately. As for a mid-level void spaceship, it would not be able to last for long. Only a high-level void spaceship had the ability to withstand it, but it had to keep the protective shield open. In this way, the consumption of high-level void flaming crystals would be very high. The void belt between star fields was very vast, and with the speed of a high-level void spaceship, it would take at least half a month to cross it. That was under the condition that there was no danger and everything was calm. If there was a disaster, the time would be extended. Very soon, Chen Zong inquired about the news clearly. There were hundreds of imminent spirit realm cultivators gathered here. Most of them were in the Tao manipulation realm, but a few of them were in the Yuan underworld realm. Everyone was waiting for the natural disaster of the void belt to pass by so that they could pass through it. But the news made them despair. According to the investigation of the experts, this natural disaster of the void would last for at least 10 years. 10 years. Chen Zong couldn't help but frown. 10 years. That was 10 void years, which was equivalent to 100 years in the Tianyuan sacred region. This was too long for him. It should be known that it had taken him several months to rush here from the edge of the central void. In other words, it was equivalent to several years in the Tianyuan sacred region. After rushing to the Will Heavenly Palace and becoming a disciple, he might have to stay there for a period of time. It would still take a lot of time. After that, he would have to find the way back to the Tianyuan sacred region, which would also take a lot of time. For no reason, Chen Zong felt a sense of panic from the depths of his heart. He was afraid that by the time he returned to the Tianyuan sacred region, everything would have changed. He was afraid that by the time he returned to the eastern continent of the Kanglin world, it would be difficult to see his father. Maybe I can pass through it myself, Chen Zong thought to himself. He had the void escape. Although he didn't have many high-tier flaming void crystals left, he still had the star core to use. He had cultivated the mystic arts of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain Star Dao Academy and hadn't consumed much of the star core's power. He should be able to cross the natural disaster of the void belt. In the worst-case scenario, he still had top-tier flaming void crystals to use. With the strength of his soul, he should be able to support the void escape to the speed of a top-tier void escape for a period of time. Of course, the best thing was to wait and see if there were any top-tier void escape ships to cross, but it would probably be very difficult. If it was a top-tier void escape ship, it would be more or less dangerous. Everyone. Suddenly, someone spoke. The voice spread all around and fell into everyone's ears. It was a Yuan underworld powerhouse. According to the observation and prediction of a lord, it is finally confirmed that the natural disaster of the void belt will last for at least 10 years, or even longer. I think, is there anyone who isn't willing to wait here for 10 years or even decades? Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. I have a high-grade void flying ship. However, I don't have enough high-grade flaming void crystals. I'm afraid I won't be able to cross the void belt. Is there anyone amongst you who is in a hurry to cross the void zone and has a stockpile of high-grade flaming void crystals? Perhaps we can work together. The Yuan underworld powerhouse smiled. 9 spots, 100 high-grade flaming void crystals per spot. Without a doubt, this was a very good idea. If they gathered some high-grade void flaming crystals and used them to power only one high-grade void flying boat, they might be able to cross the void belt in the face of natural disasters. Chenzong was also tempted. Of course, he still had a few dozen high-grade flaming void crystals. However, Chenzong did not say anything, nor did he make any statement. Instead, he was thinking. The other party was a Yuan underworld powerhouse. If the other party harbored evil intentions while on the flying boat, he would not be a match for the other party and would be suppressed in an instant. In particular, if he directly took out a few dozen high-grade flaming void crystals, he could not guarantee that it would not arouse suspicion. To a certain extent, if he possessed high-grade flaming void crystals, people would suspect that he had a high-grade void flying ship. Or perhaps, even if he did not have a high-grade void flying ship, he would definitely have many treasures and the like. In short, this method had a certain degree of danger. Chenzong pondered and waited. He wanted to see if anyone else would respond. Sure enough, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who were anxious to cross the void belt. There were quite a few people. I have 100 high-grade flaming void crystals. A powerful Tao-controlling realm powerhouse said, as if he did not care if others knew that he possessed high-grade flaming void crystals. Chenzong also discovered that everyone's expressions were not particularly surprised, especially the Yuan underworld powerhouse. Chenzong observed and sensed that there was nothing unusual about him. I don't have many flaming void crystals. I only have 50 pieces. I don't know if that's enough, another Tao-controlling realm powerhouse said with a smile. In the end, there were a total of 9 people, including the Yuan underworld powerhouse. 8 of them could take out 100 high-grade flaming void crystals, while the least could take out 50 high-grade flaming void crystals. In total, they had over 600 high-grade flaming void crystals, which were worth more than $6 million void dollars. However, according to the Yuan underworld powerhouse's request, everyone had to take out 100 high-grade flaming void crystals. Those who did not have enough would have to pay void dollars to make up for the price of 100 high-grade flaming void crystals. There is one last spot. Is there anyone? The Yuan underworld powerhouse asked again. A void flying ship could carry 10 people. Of course, if they squeezed, 1 or 2 more people would not be a problem. Chenzong's thoughts turned quickly. Besides the owner of the void flying ship, who was a Yuan underworld powerhouse, the other 8 people were all at the Tao-controlling realm. Of course, there were also differences in their levels. Chenzong realized that this seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. It seemed like he had been overthinking things. What was going on? Could it be that the 8 Tao-controlling realm powerhouses all had high-grade void flying ships? Otherwise, why would they have stockpiled high-grade flaming void crystals? Generally speaking, people would not pay attention to things that they had no use for, let alone stockpile them. Of course, there were exceptions if they had obtained them due to certain circumstances. However, it couldn't be that all 8 of them were exceptions. While pondering this, Chenzong also searched the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting and found relevant memories. It turned out that those who did not own a high-grade void flying ship would not stock up on high-grade void flaming crystals in some smaller places. However, in some larger star domains, as long as one's own financial resources allowed, they would stock up on them. This was because one could not predict what kind of situation they would encounter when they went out. They might need the help of others or join forces with others to use a higher-grade void flying ship. At that time, void dollars would not be so useful anymore. What was really useful was the flaming void crystals. Therefore, some eminent God realm powerhouses with good family backgrounds or great financial resources would usually stockpile some flaming void crystals. Most of them were low-grade and mid-grade, but some high-grade ones were also necessary. After all, the flaming void crystals were valuable. Even if they needed money, they could sell them quickly. Chen Zong could not help but realize that Sword Master Dong Ting's memories were too vast. He had only digested a small part of them. If he wanted to digest all of them, he would have to spend dozens of years going through them carefully. Otherwise, if he encountered any situation, it would be the best way to guide him and search for it faster. Since this was the case, Chen Zong was relieved. As expected, when one had a certain level of strength, one still needed to go out and travel. In addition to improving one's cultivation and strength, one also needed to broaden one's knowledge and vision. One would not be a frog at the bottom of a well who knew nothing. I have 60 high-grade flaming void crystals. I wonder if it's enough? Chen Zong asked. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Chen Zong. 60 pieces. The Yuan underworld powerhouse pondered for a moment. If we gather them all together, there should be enough high-grade flaming void crystals. However, you still have to pay me 400,000 void coins. Chen Zong also realized that the Yuan underworld powerhouse's tone when speaking to the Dao manipulation realm powerhouse wasn't that high and mighty. Instead, it seemed to be more like an equal. Was this the difference between a large star domain and a small star domain? In a large star domain, there were more eminent God realm powerhouses and they were more powerful in all aspects. Yuan underworld powerhouses were also not as rare as in a small star domain. Chen Zong frowned slightly and immediately revealed an awkward expression. I still have 200,000 void coins. I will use 200 mid-grade flaming void crystals to make up for the difference. How about that? The Yuan underworld powerhouse frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Fine, I'll count you in. The other 8 people also smiled as if relieved of a heavy burden. Is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, we will set off now. The Yuan underworld powerhouse swept his gaze across them with a smile. There was nothing else to prepare. The Yuan underworld powerhouse took out a flying boat that was dark red in color and had smooth lines. It looked like a shuttle. The 10 of them entered the flying boat and immediately started flying towards the void under the watchful eyes of the other eminent God realms. As for the other eminent God realms, they could only wait and hope that the void disaster would pass as soon as possible. The owner of the flying boat, the Yuan underworld powerhouse, was called Iron Hand Spiritual Master. He had introduced himself. As for the other 9 people, some of them closed their eyes and remained motionless, ignoring everything that was happening outside. Some of them also introduced themselves simply. Brother Chen Zong, may I know which faction you come from? A round-faced young man sitting not far from Chen Zong asked with a smile. The faction I come from is not worth mentioning. Chen Zong smiled. The other party had no intention of getting to the bottom of the matter. They were just chatting. Brother Chen, you are too humble. The round-faced young man smiled. His name was Wang Kuan, and he was a genius from a nebula-grade family in the Sacred Heart Star region. I intend to make a trip to the Intent Sky Palace and see if I can pass the Intent Sky Palace's Intent Sky Palace. If I can pass it, I can become a core disciple of the Intent Sky Palace. Chen Zong's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked casually, is the Intent Sky Palace very difficult to pass? It is said that it is, but I haven't tried it yet. Wang Kuan shrugged and smiled. What about you, Brother Chen? What are you going to do in the Great Sky Heart Star region? The same as you. Chen Zong smiled. However, the truth was that he didn't know what the Intent Sky Palace was before this. Oh, that's great. We can go together. Wang Kuan was delighted. However, his cultivation base was much higher than Chen Zong's. He was at the 3rd Revolution Dao manipulation realm. When the others heard their conversation, some of them still had their eyes closed, while others looked interested. The dark red void ship officially entered the nothingness zone. The nothingness zone was originally a special zone without wind, light, or shadow. It was a stretch of nothingness that didn't even contain any yuan qi. However, the current nothingness zone was different from the nothingness Chen Zong had seen many times before. It was no longer calm and without any aura. Instead, it surged with an extremely terrifying aura. Countless streams of turbulence turned into dark gales that blew out from unknown corners and swept past. It was filled with a terrifying aura that could destroy everything in its path. Streaks of dark lightning were born in the storm, constantly colliding, dissipating, splitting, or becoming stronger and more violent. Even though they were inside the high-grade void ship and had the protection of the high-grade void ship, everyone still felt a sense of trepidation. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. The dark gales and dark lightning were extremely powerful and full of destruction. If they were hit, everyone would die. Even the Yuan demon powerhouse would be the same. He wouldn't be able to withstand it and would directly turn into ashes. However, it was unknown whether a third-level spirit ascension powerhouse could withstand it. Chen Zong guessed that it would be possible. Otherwise, the high-grade void ship wouldn't be able to cross it. The dark red void ship maintained a steady speed and didn't increase its speed to the maximum. Furthermore, they couldn't travel through the void in the nothingness zone. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Now, they could only hope that the void ship could cross the nothingness zone. Otherwise, given their strength, they wouldn't be able to last long if they were exposed in the nothingness zone. Of course, if that really happened, Chen Zong still had some tricks up his sleeve, which was the evasive vessel and the star core. He just hoped that such a time wouldn't come. Iron Hand's spiritual master didn't chat with everyone. Instead, he wholeheartedly steered the dark red void ship with a solemn expression. Although the high-grade void ship's protective shield was enough to withstand the bombardment of the heavenly calamity, it would break if it was bombarded too many times in a short period of time. Another point is that when the protective shield is activated, it will continue to consume energy. If it is not attacked, the energy consumption will be very small. However, when it is attacked, the energy consumption will increase. Moreover, if the attack intensity and frequency of the attack is high, there is a possibility that the protective shield will be broken. Once the protective shield was broken, the hull of the void flyboat would be directly attacked. Therefore, Iron Hand Daoist had to focus all his attention on steering the airship, trying his best to avoid those storms and lightning bolts to avoid being attacked. In an instant, everyone felt the flying boat shake violently. It was as if an extremely terrifying aura had spread out, causing everyone to tense up. The feeling of imminent disaster also spread out. 3 breaths later, the aura dissipated, and the flying boat's vibration also calmed down. Just now, he had suffered from the heavenly calamity's attacks. They were too concentrated and too fast, so he couldn't avoid them for a while. Fine beads of sweat could be seen on Daoist Iron Hand's forehead. It could be seen that the situation just now was very dangerous. Of course, those who weren't directly piloting the flying boat didn't feel as strongly as Iron Hand Daoist. Iron Hand Daoist was a Yuan underworld powerhouse, so piloting a high-tier void flyboat wasn't difficult for him at all. Although they would occasionally encounter attacks from the heavenly calamity during the process, and there would be some violent jolts, they would ultimately survive. Every violent jolt would make everyone's faces turn solemn and even slightly pale. It was too frightening, too exciting. That feeling. Fear and trepidation, they were afraid that the void flyboat would be torn apart and destroyed. If that happened, everyone would die and be turned into ashes by the heavenly calamity. Unfortunately, no one was willing to wait for 10 years or even longer. If they didn't want to wait, they would have to endure a certain amount of danger. It was the same principle as seeking riches and honor in danger. Normally, any Ascension Realm cultivator piloting the void flyboat could fly for a long time. Sometimes, when they felt tired, they could even let the void flyboat fly in a straight line on its own while they took a break. After all, piloting the void flyboat for a long time consumed a lot of spiritual consciousness and was also a burden on the mind. Therefore, Iron Hand Daoist couldn't hold on for 3 days. He had to concentrate on piloting the flying boat and pay attention to all movements outside the boat at all times. If he sensed danger in advance, he had to eliminate it and adjust the flying route to avoid it. Once there was a sudden danger, he had to quickly explode and evade. The consumption of spiritual consciousness and mind was more than 10 times higher than usual. The result of not being able to hold on was that someone else had to be replaced. Otherwise, if the void flyboat was allowed to fly on its own, it was very likely that it would crash into the astral wind lightning and suffer its terrifying attacks. There was no choice but to replace someone else. The 9 of them were all in the Dao manipulation realm, but the one with the highest cultivation base was at the 9th revolution Dao manipulation realm. The one with the lowest cultivation base was Qinzong at the 1st revolution Dao manipulation realm. Generally speaking, the 9th revolution Dao manipulation realm's spiritual consciousness and mind were stronger. Unfortunately, the 9th revolution Dao manipulation realm cultivator had almost exhausted all his strength and could only hold on for less than half a day. During this time, he had encountered 3 extremely dangerous crises. If someone else was replaced, it would be even worse and the duration would be even shorter. Helpless, Iron Hand Taoist, who had just recovered part of his spiritual consciousness and mind, could only stop his meditation and pilot the flying boat again. This time, however, he could only hold on for a day before his face turned pale. Only then did everyone realize that they had been a little careless before and hadn't been so considerate. In particular, the Yuan underworld Iron Hand Taoist had taken things for granted. However, there was no other way. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. It was extremely rare for natural disasters to appear in the void zone. Iron Hand Taoist couldn't hold on anymore and had to replace someone else. The consumption of spiritual consciousness and mind was more difficult to recover, especially the mind, which was even more difficult to recover. After almost one round, it was Qinzong's turn. However, Qinzong was only at the 1st revolution Dao manipulation realm, so no one had much hope. After all, Wang Kuan, who was at the 3rd revolution, had only held on for a little more than 2 hours. His face was deathly pale and he was overdrawn. They couldn't count on him for at least 2 or 3 days. It would be good enough if Qinzong could hold on for an hour. Iron Hand Taoist would be able to recover a little more spiritual consciousness and mind in an hour and hold on for a little longer. Moreover, everyone had their doubts. After all, it was common sense that the lower one's cultivation, the weaker their spiritual consciousness and mind. When piloting the flying boat, their perception of the outside world would also be weaker and it would be easier to encounter danger. Of course, this was better than letting the flying boat fly on its own. "Brother Chen, it's up to you," Wang Kuan said with a pale face. Iron Hand Taoist's spiritual consciousness and mind were strong, so it had consumed 10 times the usual amount to hold on for 3 days. However, Wang Kuan's consumption wasn't just 10 times the usual amount. After all, he was at a lower level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to hold on for more than 2 hours. It should be known that an ordinary Dao manipulation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to carry the 10th grade through the void, but they could barely withstand the normal flight of a high-grade flying boat. Because of this, the consumption would be much more intense and they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Even a 9th revolution Dao manipulation realm cultivator would only be able to hold on for half a day before reaching their limit. Qinzong smiled at Wang Kuan. His expression was calm and there wasn't the slightest bit of embarrassment on his face. It made people feel that he was full of confidence. Was he bluffing? He couldn't care less. He just wanted to be able to hold on for an hour. A 1st revolution Dao manipulation realm cultivator holding on for an hour. No matter how he thought about it, it was a little risky. Everyone was even mentally prepared for the flying boat to be attacked a few times. They only hoped that those attacks wouldn't break the protective shield of the flying boat. Otherwise, they would all die. The feeling of putting their lives in the hands of others was very dangerous and terrible, but there was no other way. No one had expected such a situation. The degree of danger was beyond imagination. It could only be said that everyone hadn't thought it through at the time. This was also because they had never encountered such a situation before. Many times, if you didn't experience something, you wouldn't have the corresponding experience at all. When you encountered it for the first time, it was inevitable that all kinds of situations would occur. Even though Qinzong had the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, the latter had never encountered such a situation when he was relatively weak. When he encountered it later, he was very strong. He didn't need the flying boat at all. He could cross the natural disaster on his own. Of course, the natural disasters in the void were also divided into levels. Some natural disasters in the void were so strong that even dominators would be frightened when they appeared. Young friend, if you can't hold on, don't force yourself. The Iron Hand spiritual master's temperament was considered good. He opened his eyes and said to Chenzong, but his face was still pale. It was a sign that he had exhausted too much of his mental strength and had yet to recover. I was born with a strong mental strength. Chenzong smiled and truly accepted the control of the flying boat. As soon as he took over, Chenzong's consciousness and mental strength spread out. It passed through the control core of the flying boat and spread throughout the flying boat. Then, it radiated in all directions. Chenzong realized that piloting this void-flying ship seemed to be easier than piloting the escapee. Even if he piloted the escapee, he could at most unleash the power of a high-class void-flying ship. However, the escapee was a top-class void-flying ship after all. There was a difference between the two. With a strong soul and mental strength, Chenzong quickly got the hang of it. It was easy for him to control the flying boat. Soon, Chenzong discovered that a massive black wind was gathering in front of him and sweeping towards him. With a thought, he controlled the void-flying boat to quickly avoid it. It swept past him by a hair's breadth, but he wasn't affected at all. Chenzong's expression was extremely calm. His eyes flickered incessantly. In a state of absolute calmness, he controlled the void-flying boat as if it were his own arm. Time passed slowly. Everyone was very nervous at first, but gradually, they didn't feel any vibration. Chenzong didn't seem to be affected at all. His body was stable, and he didn't seem to show any signs of collapsing. Everyone slowly closed their eyes in exhaustion and recovered their mental strength. Some even unconsciously fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the Iron Hand spiritual master woke up. As soon as he woke up, he found that his mental strength had recovered a lot. Based on this, at least a day had passed. Immediately, he was shocked. Who was controlling the flying boat now? At a glance, his eyes widened. He was dumbfounded and his face was full of shock. Chenzong. In the airship, Iron Hand's spiritual master stared at Chenzong, his heart in turmoil. Yes, a day had indeed passed. During this time, no one had taken over, and only Chenzong had been driving the airship. A first revolution Dao manipulation realm expert was more outstanding than a ninth revolution Dao manipulation realm expert. What kind of concept was this? Moreover, Iron Hand's spiritual master had not felt any turbulence during this time. What did this mean? It meant that the airship had not encountered any attacks during this day. Could it be that the void disaster was over? No. Iron Hand's spiritual master released his divine sense, and could clearly feel that there were still terrifying dark gales roaring in the void outside the airship, as well as terrifying dark lightning wreaked havoc. Wind and thunder intertwined, extremely terrifying. In the perception of his divine sense, a ball of extremely shocking wind and thunder swept over. The gales roared as they constantly advanced, mixed with countless black lightning bolts wreaking havoc, as if they could destroy everything. Iron Hand's spiritual master's expression changed greatly, and his heart palpitated greatly. In an instant, it seemed that he had become the one driving the airship, and there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to dodge, dodge, dodge. However, he was not the one driving the airship. In just an instant, when that ball of terrifying dark wind and thunder swept over and was about to hit the airship was as agile as a fish in the water or a sparrow in the air, as if it had come alive in an instant. Iron Hand's spiritual master felt that the airship seemed to have come alive, as if it had a spirit of its own. Like a kite in the wind, it drifted away under that ball of terrifying wind and thunder. It was as if the airship had lost its weight at that moment, and was like a feather. Dodged, it was an understatement. Iron Hand's spiritual master could not help but widen his eyes. If it had been him, although he could have dodged, he definitely would not have been able to do it so gracefully and calmly. And this was done by a young man in the first revolution Dao manipulation realm. Unbelievable. Spiritual master, I can probably hold on for about 2 more hours. Chenzong's voice entered Iron Hand Daoist's ears. He was reminding Iron Hand Daoist to make full use of these 2 hours to recover as much as possible so that he could replace Chenzong when the time came. Okay. Iron Hand's sage hurriedly responded and closed his eyes again. However, the shock in his heart was still there and was difficult to disperse. Taking a deep breath, the Iron Hand Daoist finally adjusted himself and regained his composure, accelerating the recovery of his mind and spiritual sense. 2 hours passed quickly. The Iron Hand Immortal and Chenzong took over. They saw that Chenzong's face was pale, and deep exhaustion could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Have a good rest. I can hold on for a while. The Iron Hand Immortal's attitude towards Chenzong became more and more amiable. Chenzong nodded and sat down immediately, beginning to recover his divine sense and mind. In fact, Chenzong had not reached the point of exhaustion. Be it his consciousness or his mind, he still had some left. Of course, he could not compare to the Iron Hand spiritual master, but he was better than most Tao manipulation realm cultivators. After all, the difference between the Tao manipulation realm and the Yuan underworld realm was very obvious. In the Yuan underworld realm, one would condense a primordial spirit, so one's spiritual consciousness and mind would have obvious improvements. However, although Chenzong was not as good as the Iron Hand spiritual master in terms of quantity, he had his own unique and exquisite application. This was something that the Iron Hand spiritual master could not compare to. The reason why Chenzong had to pretend to be exhausted was to avoid causing too much shock. Otherwise, he could still hold on for more than half a day. The Iron Hand spiritual master's consciousness had recovered to 50%, while his mind had recovered to 30%. In this way, he could still hold on for about a day without any problem. After that, it was the 9th Revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator's turn, but he could not hold on for as long as before. However, when it was Wang Kuan's turn, he still looked pale. Clearly, he had not recovered. Let me do it. Chenzong opened his eyes. I was born with a strong mind, so I can recover faster. Previously, when they heard Chenzong say this, they did not believe him. How strong could a person be if they were born with a strong mental state? But this time, when they heard Chenzong say this again, their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. They were very envious. He was really strong, not just ordinarily strong. They secretly guessed that this person's background must be very high. He was at least from a galactic force. Chenzong steered the void-flying boat again. This time, he was a little more relaxed. The others also took the opportunity to observe for a moment and found that this person was indeed very surprising. He seemed to be born to be a master of flying boats. Thus, they felt relieved and went to meditate. As he steered the void-flying boat forward, Chenzong sensed in advance that a huge dark storm was coming. It was like a hurricane that swept across heaven and earth, mixed with dense dark lightning, wreaking havoc like dragons and snakes. That kind of terrifying power made Chenzong shudder with fear and trepidation. Dodge, he must dodge. In an instant, under Chenzong's stewardship, the void-flying boat brushed past him. However, in that instant, Chenzong showed an extremely shocked expression. Because in that instant when the void-flying boat brushed past him, Chenzong vaguely saw a figure. A figure in the center of the dark storm. Countless dark lightning bolts raged and bombarded from all directions, as if they were going to smash the figure into pieces, but they were all blocked. I didn't see wrong. Chenzong thought to himself. That scene just now was definitely not his illusion. There really was a figure in the storm and lightning. Some memories of Sword Master Dongting surfaced, making Chenzong even more certain that what he saw was real. For many practitioners, the void natural disaster was a disaster, a catastrophe that they did not dare to touch. However, for some special experts, it was a training ground. Some experts would indeed use the power of the void natural disaster to train themselves. Collecting his thoughts, Chenzong also calmed down and continued to steer the void-flying boat forward. Taking turns again and again, only Chenzong remained calm. Chenzong did not exhaust his mind every time, and his recovery speed was several times faster than the others. This was Chenzong's advantage. After 20 days, the void-flying boat finally crossed the void belt and approached the Great Sky Heart Star area. Everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They were close, they were about to enter the Great Sky Heart Star area, as long as there were no more accidents. Fortunately, there were no accidents, and the void-flying boat flew steadily into the Great Sky Heart Star area. At this point, everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. At least, they were safe and did not have to be on tenterhooks like before. Thinking about how they had spent the previous 20 days in fear, it was fortunate that Chenzong had been there. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to hold on until now. For a moment, everyone was very grateful to Chenzong. Of course, this gratitude was shown on the surface, but it was hard to say whether it was true in their hearts. Since they had entered the Great Sky Heart Star area, this part of the journey was considered to be over. On the nearest star, the void flying boat landed and everyone got off. Everyone, I'll take my leave. Little brother Chenzong, fortunately, you turned the tide this time. Otherwise, I don't know if we could have made it. Thank you. The Ninth Revolution Tao controlling realm middle-aged man smiled and looked around, then looked at Chenzong and said. His appearance gave people the impression that he was somewhat simple and honest. Finally, the Ninth Revolution Tao controlling realm man grinned at Chenzong, waved his hand, and turned to leave. The others also took their leave. Little friend, if you're not in a hurry, why don't you wait for a few months? When I'm done, I'll send you to the Heart Palace. Iron Hand Spiritual Master said to Chenzong. On one hand, it was because of Chenzong's previous performance that made him feel grateful. On the other hand, he wanted to be on good terms with Chenzong. A genius with a strong mind would have a bright future. Perhaps there was a high chance that he could pass the new concept test of the Heart Palace and become a true disciple of the Heart Palace. At that time, his status would rise. Thank you for your kindness, Spiritual Master, but I'm indeed in a hurry. Chenzong smiled. This was the truth, not that Chenzong was unreasonable. Otherwise, Chenzong wouldn't have to take the risk to cross the void belt. After all, if it was only a dozen days or a month, he could take it slow, but a few months was a little too long. That's good. Then I wish you success and become a true disciple of the Heart Palace. Although Iron Hand Spiritual Master was a little disappointed, he still smiled. Thank you, Spiritual Master. Chenzong cupped his fists and turned to leave. Wang Kuan also left with him. Brother Chen, I have a mid-grade void flying ship and a lot of mid-grade void flaming crystals. If we continue to travel through the void, we should be able to reach the Heart Palace in a month. Wang Kuan smiled. If Chenzong took out the void escape, the speed would be even faster. Unfortunately, Chenzong didn't have any more high-grade void flaming crystals or void coins. If he used star cores as energy, it would be possible, but it was too extravagant. It was just a matter of time. Good, I also have some mid-grade void flaming crystals in reserve. Chenzong smiled. The two of them went together. Soon, the mid-grade void flying ship speed reached the maximum and they started to travel through the void. The Great Heart Starfield was very vast. In the entire void, it was one of the largest starfields, even more than 10 times larger than some of the smaller ones. However, Chenzong and Wang Kuan had a lot of mid-grade void flaming crystals in reserve. After a year of continuous travel, the distance was constantly shortened. In particular, the two of them took turns to steer the ship. There was no need for them to stop at all. One star after another was left behind by the void flying ship. The void flying ship continued to move forward, passing through one star system after another. In fact, most of the time was spent traveling through the void. Fortunately, the void between star systems was relatively short. Otherwise, it would take even longer. If he were to exclude the void belts, it would only take him about 10 days to reach the Heavenly Palace's star system. The Heart Star System, this was the central star system of the Great Heart Starfield. It was also the star system where the Heart Palace was located. Chenzong knew a lot about the Heart Palace. Of course, this was because of the memories of Swordmaster Dong Ting. Unlike other major powers, the Heart Palace wasn't located on a star. Instead, it was located in a huge world. In the heart of Heaven Galaxy, a huge black and white sphere was suspended in the void. It seemed to be motionless, but it was constantly rotating. It was just that the naked eye could not capture it. Brother Chen, we've arrived at the black and white world. Wang Kuan looked at the black and white sphere excitedly. The black and white world, the world ruled by the Heavenly Palace, was also a world that belonged to the Heavenly Palace. Of course, the black and white world was vast and boundless. Other than the Heavenly Palace, there were also other forces. Layer by layer, they formed the black and white world sect, nation, family, and so on. The mid-grade void ship kept approaching the black and white world. Finally, they entered the upper world of the black and white world. Chenzong was born in the Kanglan world and entered the Lingwu sacred world. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the world. For example, in the Tianyuan sacred world of the Lingwu sacred world, there was a layer of astral wind, heavenly fire, heavenly thunder, and so on that formed a protective layer. But now, as soon as they entered the black and white world, Chenzong was shocked. After passing through the boundary that seemed to exist yet not exist, the boundary between the world and the void, what one would see was a stretch of nothingness, or rather, the void. This was the void that belonged to the world. A world that contained the void. How shocking was that? Chenzong and Wang Kuan fell into a state of shock. The memories of Sword Master Dong Ting kept surging with information about the world. Like the stars, the world was also divided into high and low levels. The secondary world corresponded to the low-level stars. The small world corresponded to the mid-level stars. The medium world corresponded to the high-level stars. The great world corresponded to the top-level stars. The primary world corresponded to the super-level stars. Above the super-level stars, there was a type of star called the ancient star. It was a star that was even more powerful than the super-level stars. Similarly, above the primary world, there was a type of world called the primary world. Swordmaster Dong Ting was a sovereign rank expert, so he naturally knew a lot about the various forces in the void. Therefore, from the memories of Swordmaster Dong Ting, Chenzong knew that the black and white world where the Will Heavenly Palace was located was the primary world. It was an incomparably high-end world, and also the highest existence in the void. Although there was a corresponding level between the stars and the world, in reality, the world was slightly higher than the stars. This was because the laws of a world of the same level were often more complete and clearer than the laws of a star. Chenzong also had the memories of the Eternal Battle Fort. Sword Master Dong Ting also had the memories of the Eternal Battle Fort, which made Chenzong realize that the Eternal Battle Fort, which had been transformed from a star, was, strictly speaking, not the whole Eternal Battle Fort. It was only a part of it. That was because it had been transformed from a high-grade star. The real Eternal Battle Fort was transformed from an ancient star and surrounded by 9 high-grade stars. Only then would the Eternal Battle Fort be complete. That was the true face of the Eternal Battle Fort. The original realm also had another name, the Lesser Void Realm. This meant that the original realm was like a miniature version of the void. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. This part of the void was also very vast, and there were many stars floating in it. Of course, the size of these stars could not be compared to the stars in the greater void outside. The largest one was only 1/10 the size of a low-grade star, and most of them were only 1/100th the size. There seemed to be another saying that the void was formed by the continuous expansion and evolution of the original realm. Of course, this was only a saying. Currently, the only known original realm in the void was the black and white world, so there was no way to determine. In the black and white world, the lesser void realm naturally could not be compared to the greater void outside. Before long, Wang Kuan's mid-grade void flying ship passed through the lesser void realm and arrived at the Heavenly Thunder Layer. The Heavenly Thunder Layer was full of thunder and lightning. It was very terrifying. Chenzong felt his scalp go numb as soon as he sensed it. The power was so strong that it could blast away Manipulation Realm expert into pieces. Thinking back to the Heavenly Thunder Layer in the Tianyuan Sacred Domain, some powerful half-step Supreme Saints could resist it. The gap between a half-step Supreme Saint and a Wei Manipulation Realm expert was huge. It was not a difference of 1,000 or 10,000 times, but an immeasurable gap. At this moment, Chenzong was driving Wang Kuan's void flying ship and gradually approaching the Heavenly Thunder Layer. His expression was cold, but Wang Kuan looked nervous. This was because he was not very sure if the mid-grade void flying ship could withstand the raging thunderbolts of the Heavenly Thunder Layer. Based on his perception, the thunderbolts were really very terrifying. The mid-grade protective shield was activated to its maximum limit. As soon as it came into contact with the thunderbolts of the Heavenly Thunder Layer, the protective shield was constantly bombarded and surged. The mid-grade void flaming crystal was constantly consumed, but it still held on. The Heavenly Thunder is almost as strong as the attack of a Yuan underworld elite. Chenzong thought to himself. The protective shield of the mid-grade void flying ship could generally withstand a portion of the attacks of Yuan underworld elites, but the attacks of a few stronger Yuan underworld elites had a chance of breaking through the protective shield of the mid-grade void flying ship. A Yuan underworld elite was many times stronger than a Wei manipulation realm expert. This was the tyrannical aspect of the original realm. As such, it was really not easy to enter the black and white boundary. The mid-grade void flying ship could only barely withstand the thunderbolts by activating the protective shield to its maximum limit. If the protective shield was not activated to its maximum limit, it would not be able to withstand the thunderbolts at all. Furthermore, the consumption of the mid-grade void flaming crystal was extremely shocking. What Qinzong did not know was that this was the heavenly thunder layer in a calm state after the cycle. If the heavenly thunder layer in a violent state had been circulated, only the protective shield of the high-grade void flying ship could withstand it. It could only be said that he and Wang Kuan were quite lucky. With such a protective shield, it would be very difficult for someone to attack the black and white boundary even if they wanted to. Qinzong even activated his sword Dao domain to envelop the void flying ship and enhance the defensive capabilities of the void flying ship to a certain extent. Finally, the void flying ship passed through the heavenly thunder layer and entered the heavenly fire layer. The heavenly fire layer was a little weaker than the heavenly thunder layer, but it was still very terrifying and could still burn an ordinary Yuan underworld elite to death. There were not many mid-grade void flaming crystals left. Qinzong's expression was grave, but Wang Kuan was so nervous that he almost suffocated. Finally, they passed through the heavenly fire layer and entered the heavenly wind layer. The power of the wind in the heavenly wind layer was a little weaker, but even so, it could still blow a lot of Yuan underworld elites to death. Charge! The moment the protective shield shattered, a terrifying gust of wind blew directly on the void flying ship, causing it to shake violently as if it was about to disintegrate. At the critical moment, Qinzong released his sword Dao domain to the maximum and resisted part of the wind to a certain extent. His face was pale. Finally, the void flying ship rushed out of the heavenly wind layer and flew down shakily. The mid-grade void flaming crystals had been exhausted and the speed of the void flying ship's descent was getting faster and faster. Of course, Qinzong and Wang Kuan could still rush out of the void flying ship. Once the void flying ship fell, it would shatter. The value of a mid-grade void flying ship was not low. If it was damaged, Wang Kuan's loss would not be small. I still have low-grade void flaming crystals. Just as Qinzong was about to consider whether to use the star core, Wang Kuan said as he took out a few low-grade void flaming crystals. The void flying ship stabilized and slowly descended. The void flying ship landed on a mountain top. The two of them quickly walked out of the void flying ship and turned their heads to look. Their expressions changed drastically. They saw that the void flying ship was covered in scratches. Each scratch was at least as deep as a palm and densely packed with crisscrossing sword marks. It was a scene of devastation. The two of them couldn't help but gasp. The mid-grade void flying ship's strength was astonishing, but it had actually been cut to such a state. If it had been left for any longer, it might have been directly torn apart. It was too horrifying and exciting. Qinzong quickly regained his composure. Wang Kuan also quickly regained his composure. However, it was still very painful. But then again, it was only superficial damage. It could be repaired, and it would not cost too much. If it had been internal damage, it would have been really costly. Fortunately, they had finally entered the black and white boundary. It was really thrilling. Of course, if they had enough mid-grade void flaming crystals, they could indeed use them to break through the three layers of wind, fire, and thunder. However, Wang Kuan and Qinzong's mid-grade void flaming crystals were obviously not enough. Brother Chen, we have to rely on ourselves to go to the heavenly palace of will. Wang Kuan smiled and put away the void flying ship. Let's go. Qinzong nodded and directly flew into the sky. Mid-level flaming void crystals had been used up. Wang Kuan probably had some low-level flaming void crystals in reserve, but there shouldn't be many. The speed of a low-level void flying vessel wouldn't be much faster than a Dao manipulation realm cultivator. It was more suitable for traveling in the void. Now that they had entered a world, the two of them would be enough to travel directly. Only now did Qinzong have the mind to feel the surrounding yuan qi and rules of the world. The yuan qi of the world was incomparably rich. Although it was not the void yuan qi, when combined, it was not inferior to the void yuan qi at all. In other words, there was no difference between cultivating in the immanent God realm in this world and cultivating in the void. In addition, the rules of the world here were very sophisticated and perfect, not much inferior to those in the void. Compared to it, the Tianyuan sacred territory felt like a dilapidated thatched cottage in a remote village compared to a magnificent imperial palace. Chenzong estimated that the complete Lingwu sacred world was at most a small world. However, after it was broken, it had fallen to the point that it was not even comparable to a secondary world. That was why it was in such a sorry state. However, whether that was the case or not, he could not be sure. He would only know after he returned. Chenzong and Wang Kuan used their speed and flew in the air as fast as lightning. However, their speed could not be compared to in the void. They were limited by the rules of the world here. This was because in the black and white world, it was impossible to fly in the air if one was not at the immanent God realm. Even a powerful demigod realm cultivator could not. Although it was their first time in the black and white world, Sword Master Dong Ting had been here before. Based on some of Sword Master Dong Ting's memories and his own observation, Chenzong adjusted the direction and kept flying forward with Wang Kuan. If they kept flying in this direction, there was hope for them to reach the heavenly palace of will. However, after a period of time, Chenzong and Wang Kuan realized that things were not as simple as they had thought. When Sword Master Dong Ting came, he had already become a sovereign realm expert. How fast was his speed? Naturally, it was easy for him to reach it. Although the Will Heavenly Palace was the most powerful force in the void, there wasn't much information about it in the outside world. Even information about the black and white world was rarely leaked to the outside world. Wang Kuan wanted to challenge the will of heart and become a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Naturally, he would collect information about the black and white world and the Will Heavenly Palace in advance. However, the results were minimal. Chenzong had the memories of Swordmaster Dong Ting in his mind. However, the Swordmaster had only entered the black and white world after reaching the Sovereign Realm. He had challenged the Sovereign Realm powerhouses of the Will Heavenly Palace and lost miserably. Swordmaster Dong Ting was in high spirits when he came. He naturally didn't care about anything else. As soon as he entered the black and white world, he went straight to the Will Heavenly Palace to issue a challenge. After his defeat, he left dejectedly and didn't pay attention to the black and white world. Therefore, Chenzong's understanding of the black and white world and the Will Heavenly Palace was very shallow. The result of two people with shallow understanding of each other acting together was that they were at a loss. If they hadn't miscalculated the time, the two had been flying non-stop for a month. During this time, they had flown over mountains, rivers, forests, valleys, and some gathering places. However, they still hadn't seen the Will Heavenly Palace. Even if a Tao controlling realm powerhouse's speed was limited here and couldn't compare to when they were in the void, they could still fly for a long time. In the end, the two of them decided that it would be best to find a place where people gathered first and inquire about the situation. Otherwise, they didn't know how long it would take to reach the Will Heavenly Palace. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as they thought. The two of them landed outside a huge city and stepped into the city. This made Chenzong feel like he was in a trance. It was as if he had returned to the Tianyuan sacred realm. The atmosphere was very similar. Of course, there were many cultivators in the city. Demigods and demigods were everywhere. Chenzong's super keen senses could even capture the aura of some imminent divinity powerhouses. Although there weren't many, there were still 2 or 3 who should be in the Tao controlling realm. As expected of the world where the Will Heavenly Palace was located. Just by randomly finding a city of a large scale, he could already sense the presence of some Tao controlling realm powerhouses. The original realm, it was truly extraordinary. Chenzong and Wang Kuan went their separate ways. First of all, they paid attention to the news of the Will Heavenly Palace. Their goal was to join the Will Heavenly Palace and become a disciple, especially true disciple. Although there wasn't much information about the Will Heavenly Palace in the outside world, the Sacred Heart Starfield and the Great Sky Heart Starfield knew more about it. For example, there was another way to become a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace other than to become a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. That was the Heart Intent Realm. Will Heavenly Palace. There was no aged disciple Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Palace. After spending a few days and a considerable amount of void coins, Chenzong and Wang Kuan finally managed to gather some information about the Heavenly Will Palace. Will Heavenly Palace. 1. Will Heavenly Palace was located in the Divine Heart Mountain, which was in the center of the black and white world. Third, outside the Divine Heart Mountain, there was a Heart Sea. The Heart Sea was constantly changing. Those who were not from the Will Heavenly Palace could not cross it. Only at certain times, when the Heart Sea was relatively calm, could one cross it. Of course, there was a certain danger. At the same time, it was inevitable that they also learned some other information about the black and white world. For example, there were many sect, nation, and family in the black and white world. Excluding the Will Heavenly Palace, the most powerful ones were the 4 great sect, a few powerful ancient families, and the 3 great dynasties of the various nations. But whether it was the 3 great dynasties, the ancient clans, or the 4 great sect, none of them could compare to the Will Heavenly Palace. It was for this reason that the Will Heavenly Palace was revered as a holy land. As for the strength of the 4 major sects, Chenzong also made some inquiries. They didn't seem weak. If placed in the void outside, they would be at least a cosmic system state force. As for whether they were stronger, there wasn't enough information, so he couldn't tell. But Chenzong had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. As long as he could reach the Will Heavenly Palace and become its disciple, he could slowly learn about the rest. Right now, he had to make the Heavenly Will Palace his top priority. Only then would he be able to focus on the trifles. The 2 of them even spent a lot of void coins to buy a map. From where we are, we still need to cross 4 mountain ranges, 2 large lakes, a forest, and 7 nations. Chenzong and Wang Kuan were speechless after looking at the map. After careful calculation, it was indeed the shortest and most direct route. But at the same time, it was also the most dangerous. The 7 countries could be directly crossed, so it wasn't a big deal. The 2 lakes and the forest could also be crossed by flying. On the other hand, one of the 4 mountain ranges was the largest mountain range in the black and white world. It spanned almost half of the black and white world, and there were countless demonic beasts residing there. There were also many demonic beasts equivalent to the Divine Ascension realm. There were even many demonic beasts more powerful than the Path Manipulation realm. Crossing such a mountain range was extremely dangerous. It was very likely that they would attract powerful demonic beasts. It might be better if it was only a Dao Manipulation realm demonic beast, but if it was a Yuanming realm demonic beast or even stronger, the 2 of them would be finished. Therefore, the route had to be changed again. How could it be changed? Of course, they had to gather more information before they could make a decision. The 2 of them had no choice but to move again. Chenzong also calmed down and realized that he was a little impatient. Ever since he entered the black and white world and learned that the Will Heavenly Palace was not far away, he had lost his usual calmness and rational judgment. He had become a little eager for quick success. However, Chenzong was not annoyed. After all, the Will Heavenly Palace did have a special meaning to him. The initial change of heart, there was also the inheritance of the One Heart Sutra. Even Chenzong suspected that the Heart Sword Seal was related to the Will Heavenly Palace. Compared to the Eternal Battle Fort, Chenzong felt that his fate with the Will Heavenly Palace was deeper. Therefore, the closer they were to the Will Heavenly Palace, the more excited Chenzong became. He lost his usual calmness and became a little impatient. But now that he realized this, Chenzong took a few deep breaths and adjusted himself, allowing himself to return to his usual calm state. As soon as he regained his calm state, Chenzong's mind became extremely clear and his train of thought became extremely clear. To collect more and more complete information, one must first sharpen one's tools to do a good job. Then, they combined the various information collected by the 2 of them to get rid of the impurities and preserve the essence to formulate the best route. Throughout the entire process, Wang Kuan was in a dazed state because he felt that Chenzong seemed to have become a completely different person. Chenzong's eyes flickered with a bright light and revealed unparalleled confidence, as if he was in control of everything. Every word from his mouth carried a kind of incomparable confidence, which made Wang Kuan unable to help but feel convinced. So much so that he could not say all the words he had been thinking about before, because compared to the route set by Qinzong's words, it was too rough. Admirable, extremely admirable. Brother Chen, I realized that meeting you is my greatest luck on this trip. Wang Kuan could not help but say affectionately. Let's go. I hope this route is correct. Qinzong smiled. This route was a combination of all the information the two of them had collected, and after many deductions, it was the shortest and safest route they had determined. Of course, the journey was long, and there were also some unknown variables. Sometimes, the plan could not keep up with the changes and so on. Therefore, they dared not say that it was 100% correct. However, if they did not encounter any unexpected situations, Qinzong could confidently say that this route was the best. As for unexpected situations, it was not within his control. Even if he was an expert in the sovereign realm, he could not control unexpected situations. He could only deal with them and adapt according to the situation. I believe in you. Wang Kuan seemed to be more confident than Qinzong, because Qinzong's flawless plan gave him great confidence. After the two of them identified the direction, they immediately left the city and flew into the air again, which immediately caused a lot of surprise. After all, an expert in the imminent god realm would not appear in front of people casually. Especially, he was at the spirit realm at such a young age. Only the strong forces could have such a person. The sky was vast, and the white clouds were thousands of miles long. At first glance, it seemed to be boundless. It was unbelievably vast. Qinzong and Wang Kuan flew across the sky as fast as lightning, constantly flying on the predetermined route. 7 countries, 4 mountain ranges, 2 big lakes, and 1 forest, no matter which one it was, they were all very vast. It would take a lot of time to fly across them. In particular, they were not closely connected to each other, and there was a long gap between them, like a buffer zone. Time passed slowly. When their strength was exhausted to a certain extent, the two of them either slowed down their flying speed and let their strength recover slowly, or they directly stopped to rest and let their strength recover quickly before continuing their journey. This kind of life was undoubtedly boring. However, because they had a goal in their hearts, the two of them were full of motivation and did not feel bored at all. When they first entered the black and white world, Wang Kuan thought that his cultivation was higher and his speed would be faster. Later, he found that even if Qinzong's cultivation was lower than his speed was not inferior to his. Now that they were flying for a long distance, his endurance was also not inferior to his. He really did not know which force this monster came from. He was indeed like a monster. His mind was shockingly strong. His cultivation was 2 ranks lower than his, but his speed and endurance were not inferior to his. In any case, he was also considered a top genius. The other party was much more talented than him. If he was not a monster, what was he? 1 forest, 2 lakes, 4 mountain ranges, and 7 kingdoms. With the best route, Qinzong and Wang Kuan spent almost a year. Of course, this was the world year, which was different from the void year. Qinzong also realized the superiority of the world year over the stars. Time, 1 void year was equivalent to 10 world years. However, in a world as powerful as the original realm, even though it was not as good as the void, under 10 times the time difference, with the same talent, the cultivation efficiency would be higher than in the void. The flow of time inside and outside the world was very mysterious. One could only understand it if they experienced it personally. However, Qinzong did not know what kind of mystery it was. Even Sword Master Dong Ting did not know what it was. Time was more mysterious than space. It was unfathomable. Even Dominator Realm experts could not understand it. This was also the reason why every time a new world was discovered, there would be a huge fight and a storm of blood. It was because if one obtained a world, they would obtain convenience and resources. If it was a secondary world, a small world, or a low-level world, it would be used to cultivate the younger generation, which was below the ascending god realm. If it was a medium world, it would be helpful for the cultivation of ascending god realm experts. As for the great world and the main world, it was needless to say. In the void, there was a saying that although there were many stars, there were few worlds. Although the two of them continued to travel and followed the best route, they still encountered some accidents when they flew over the edge of the 4 mountain ranges. They had to change their route and lengthen the distance. As a result, the time was even longer. 1 year, it took them a world year to cross such a long distance. Thinking about it, Chenzong and Wang Kuan were shocked. In the beginning, the two of them flew on their own. After a while, they felt that it was too slow. After using the last of their void coins to buy some mid-level void flaming crystals, they used Wang Kuan's mid-level void flying boat to fly. Even so, it took them a world year. If they flew on their own, the time would probably be several times longer. A world year was enough for them to fly around a high-level star several times. As for the top star, Chenzong was not sure, let alone the superstar and ancient star. In addition, the place where he and Wang Kuan landed was not at the edge of the world year. It was closer to the center of the world year. Otherwise, the time spent would be much longer. In this way, the black and white world year was too big. In the center of the black and white world, there was an extremely tiny, dust-like, lofty and majestic mountain. The mountain was faintly discernible, as if it existed in this world, but also as if it was drifting outside the world, not entering the void. It was incomparably mysterious. The surroundings of the mountain seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. The fog was very illusory and gave off a mysterious feeling. At the edge of the faintly discernible illusory mountain, there was a huge lake shrouded in fog. The lake world year, the world year. Endless fog shrouded the sea. Amidst the waves, there was a strange feeling, as if there was some kind of terrifying danger and danger hidden within. At this moment, there was a gathering place outside the world year. It was not bustling, but it had all kinds of basic facilities. The gathering place was built temporarily. It was a temporary resting place for those who planned to cross the Heart Sea to the Sacred Heart Mountain. After all, they were waiting for the Heart Sea to enter a stable period before they could cross it. However, it was hard to say when it would enter the stable period. They could only wait patiently. Currently, there were already over 100 people gathered in this messy gathering place. Some of them were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Some of them were in high spirits. Some of them were alone, meditating with their eyes closed. Most of these people were young. There were both men and women. However, there were also a few who looked older. For example, there was a man hiding on a rock in the distance. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He looked a little lonely and had a long saber by his side. At this moment, a golden light bloomed in the distant sky. It seemed to be accompanied by music. The light was like a heavenly flower. It attracted everyone's attention. They were shocked when they looked over. Under the illumination of the sky full of flowers and golden light, a magnificent golden chariot pulled by 7 tall and strong golden dragon-scaled serpent horses continuously flew through the sky. The wheels were rolling, and there seemed to be a rumbling sound that resounded throughout the world. A few people could be vaguely seen sitting inside the golden carriage with its 2 sides hollowed out. A young man wearing a golden flood dragon robe. Beside him were a few women. They seemed to be flirting with each other. Who is that? Why is it so grand? In the gathering place, there were people who frowned. The golden dragon-scaled flood horses were a rare breed. Their bloodline was noble and their value was shocking. It was impossible for ordinary forces to have them. No, it should be said that only those powerful forces were qualified to have them. To be able to have 7 golden dragon-scaled flood horses pull a carriage, that person's identity was terrifying. 7 golden dragon-scaled flood horses pulling the carriage. The decorative patterns on the carriage are also unusual. This person must be a noble of the dynasty. Someone more knowledgeable said. Coming from that direction, he must be a member of the royal family of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty. Oh, even a member of the royal family of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty is here. So what? The 3 great dynasties might be strong, but they're nothing compared to the Heavenly Will Palace. There was a tinge of jealousy in his words. It was obvious that he was envious and jealous, so it turned into a look of disdain. But what he said was the truth. The 3 dynasties were indeed the strongest powers in the black and white world, but even if they were to combine their strengths, they were still far from the Will Heavenly Palace. Even if the 3 dynasties, for sect, and several ancient clans combined, they still couldn't compare to the Will Heavenly Palace. In the black and white world, only the Heavenly Palace had sovereigns, and more than one at that. The other top forces didn't have any sovereigns. Of course, there was also a huge gap in resources. This was also why so many geniuses wanted to become a disciple of the Heavenly Palace. To have 7 golden dragon-scaled flood horses pulling a carriage with several beauties inside, there is one person from the Imperial Dragon Dynasty who fits the bill. Is it that Chen who calls himself the Flower Prince? It should be him. The discussion gradually died down. The golden carriage was getting closer and closer. If they continued talking, the person involved would definitely hear it. It was inappropriate to talk about it in front of others, especially when the other party had a shocking background and was very strong. The 7 golden dragon-scaled flood horses landed, and the golden carriage landed on the side. It didn't enter the gathering place, as if it didn't want to. The person inside the carriage didn't appear either. However, everyone heard a leisurely voice that carried an indescribable sense of superiority. None of them are to my liking. The one who spoke was the self-proclaimed Flower Prince, Chen. His tone carried a bit of disdain. Sir, when it comes to looks, who in the world can compare to you? A woman smiled coquettishly as she picked up a purple grape with her slender fingers. Her movements were as gentle as a willow branch, and she put it into Chen's mouth. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone was at least at the demigod level, and a small number of them were at the Tao controlling realm. Naturally, they heard it clearly. However, the other party didn't mention any names. Moreover, the other party's identity was indeed not something they could compare to. They could only endure it. It was rumored that the Flower Prince, Chen, cared about appearances the most. He would despise anyone or anything that didn't look good. At this moment, a flying boat flew over from afar. That's the void boat, right? Isn't it a little too shabby? The surface of the void boat was covered with tear marks. They were densely packed and crisscrossed. It was a ghastly sight, as if it had been picked out from a garbage dump. In short, no matter how one looked at it, it was so shabby. What the hell is that? It's polluting my pure eyes. In the carriage, Chen's face was full of disdain and disdain. After a glance, he hurriedly turned his head away, as if his eyes had really been polluted. The flying boat landed, and 2 figures stepped out of the flying boat. Everyone took a few glances and didn't find anything special. Moreover, the void boat was too shabby. They didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, some people looked down on it. The people who had arrived were Chenzong and Wang Kuan. Chenzong and Wang Kuan glanced at the crowd and didn't pay much attention. After all, if the 2 of them could come here, so could others. But what surprised Chenzong was that among the more than 100 people, there were more than a dozen at the spirit conduit and Tao controlling realm. Except for the down-and-out middle-aged man, the rest were all young people. If they were in the void, they would all be geniuses. This is the Heart Sea. It's really strange. Wang Kuan stared at the constantly changing fog in front of him. The feeling of the strange clouds made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Chenzong didn't answer, but his face was somewhat dignified. He frowned slightly. As he stared, he felt that the strange clouds were changing. There seemed to be something strange inside, but he couldn't explain it clearly. Chenzong even had an impulse to explore it. If he wanted to explore it, he naturally had to enter it himself. But Chenzong wasn't sure, not at all. The Heart Sea was difficult to cross. This was also one of the things Chenzong learned when he searched for information about the Heart Heavenly Palace. Even if a Yuan demon powerhouse entered the Heart Sea that hadn't entered a calm period, he would most likely suffer. However, if it was a disciple of the Heart Heavenly Palace, even if he was only at the first revolution of the Tao controlling realm, he could come and go freely in the Heart Sea. So now, he could only wait until the Heart Sea's cycle reached a calm period before he set out. The Heart Sea was constantly fluctuating and unpredictable. Chenzong and Wang Kuan settled down in this gathering place for the time being, waiting for the Heart Sea to calm down before crossing. Time passed slowly, and more people came from afar. Chenzong was a relatively quiet person. When facing strangers, unless there was a special situation, he would not take the initiative to talk to them. Wang Kuan, on the other hand, was different. He had a warmer personality and was somewhat tactful. Back on the void-flying ship, it was Wang Kuan who took the initiative to talk to Chen Zong to make friends. Therefore, Wang Kuan was very quiet. He quickly struck up a conversation with the others and learned more information before sharing it with Chen Zong. Other than Chen Zong and Wang Kuan, the other people who came were all born and raised in the black and white world. As for those who came from outside the black and white world, there were relatively few. There might not be one in 10 years. Of course, according to the saying, it was better not to come, but sometimes it was better to come. In addition, Wang Kuan also found out the identities of the people present. It had to be said that Wang Kuan was very talented in this aspect. For example, the person who had been staying in the golden carriage and playing with the beauties was a member of the royal family of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty, one of the 3 dynasties. He was the most valued son of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty's esteemed prince, Hui Chen, who called himself the flower-picking prince. He was dissolute and liked beautiful things the most. He often looked down on ordinary people and things. It was the first time Chen Zong had heard of such a person. He was a little surprised, but he did not pay too much attention to it. As for the others, most of them came from good backgrounds. Only a few came from ordinary backgrounds, or were simply itinerant cultivators. For example, the destitute middle-aged man who sat alone on the side was a lone cultivator. He didn't seem to be young, and his cultivation wasn't very high. At least among the people present, he was only at the 2nd rotation of the Dao manipulation realm. As time passed, more people came. There were the younger generation, and there were also elders with Dao manipulation realm cultivation. After all, the test of the heart intent heavenly palace was not restricted by gender, background, or age. As long as one could pass it, no matter if one was a 3-year-old child or an old man, one would be qualified to become a true disciple of the heart intent heavenly palace. Knowing this, Chen Zong was secretly amazed. After all the forces and sect that he had come into contact with before had an age limit for recruiting disciples. Generally, the younger the better. There were even some forces that had to verify their background when recruiting disciples. Only those who had a clean background and had never cultivated any obvious techniques were qualified to become their disciples. Of course, this was done to prevent the spies of other forces from sneaking into the sect and coveting the sect's martial arts, cultivation methods, or other things. In the end, the sect would suffer losses and so on. The younger they were, the more uncertain their temperament was. Even their intelligence was not as good as an adult's, and their worldview had not been completely molded. This way, they could be better nurtured. Loyalty to the sect was more in line with the interests of the sect, and they would contribute to the sect's growth and inheritance. But the test of the heart intent heavenly palace seemed to be doing the opposite. Chen Zong guessed that the heart intent heavenly palace must have some mysteries that he did not know of. Otherwise, it would not be so free of restrictions. As for what mysteries there were, he might be able to understand it when he tried it himself. Now, he was meditating while waiting for the heart intent heavenly palace to calm down. Gradually, more than a month had passed, and the number of people in the temporary gathering place increased from more than 100 to more than 300, and it was still increasing. Boom boom boom, in the distance, there were bursts of violent roars. Everyone looked up and saw dust and smoke billowing. Powerful auras swept out wantonly, as if to destroy and shatter everything. There were people fighting, and it was a battle between experts of the path manipulation realm. They were constantly approaching. The attacks of experts of the path manipulation realm were shocking and destructive. Once a battle broke out, it would be very shocking. However, Chen Zong also realized that the black and white world was the original realm. The laws of heaven and earth were extremely perfect and powerful. Correspondingly, the strength of the space was also greatly increased, and the hardness of the rocks and sand was also very shocking. It could be said that if a branch from the black and white world was taken to the Tianyuan sacred realm, no one would be able to destroy it. It could be regarded as a sacred item or a divine item. Therefore, although the battle between the two experts of the path manipulation realm was not small, the damage done to the surroundings was actually very limited. Everyone could also see clearly that the two sides of the battle were a young man in red armor. He had a resolute face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked very masculine, and there was a blazing aura rising around him. It was like the aura of the sun, constantly fluctuating and emitting shocking light and heat. The young man held a halberd in his hand. When the halberd swept through the air, shocking power erupted, as if it could shatter mountains. His opponent was a young man in a blue robe. He looked somewhat feminine and held a thin sword. The sword in his hand was light and tough. When he held the sword in his hand, it was like the wind brushing against a willow tree. It was like a gurgling stream, just the opposite of the young man in red armor. So it's the first disciple of the Scarlet Sun sect, Xianxia, and the first disciple of the Huishui Palace, Ruoshui Jian. The Scarlet Sun sect and the Huishui Palace are old rivals. So are Xianxia and Ruoshui Jian. Once they meet, it will be a fierce battle. But until now, there hasn't been a clear winner. The battle was intense, and they kept coming over. Ruoshui Jian's chi shot out like a gurgling stream. The Xianxi's halberd swept through the air, and every strike seemed to be able to shatter mountains. Xianxia and Ruoshui Jian stopped when they got close to the gathering place. The two snorted coldly and did not say anything. Instead, they dispersed. It could be seen that the two of them had fought many times without a clear winner. Although they would fight every time they met, just like their daily quarrel, they would not go berserk. Chenzong sized them up. Both Xianxia and Ruoshui Jian's cultivation were not weak. They were at the second revolution of the Tao controlling realm. To have such cultivation at such a young age was indeed quite shocking. Of course, in terms of true strength, Chenzong believed that he was better than them. Even if it was 2 against 1, he would still be able to win. Of course, Chenzong would not really attack. After all, there was no enmity between them. It was not worth it. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this time, many more people came. As a result, the number of people had reached more than 500. Among them, there were more than 30 in the Tao controlling realm. Most of them were younger and belonged to the younger generation. A few of them were older and looked middle-aged or elderly. As for the rest, they were all at the demigod realm. With Wang Kuan's help, Chenzong learned about these people's backgrounds and so on. There were only 2 or 3 of them with the best backgrounds. One of them was the playboy Hui Chen. The other was a woman from the He clan, one of the 5 ancient clans. Her face was covered with a white veil, and her figure was light and graceful. The last one was a true disciple from the Gu Dao sect, one of the 4 major sections. At this moment, a large ship appeared in the sea of consciousness that was filled with strange waves and clouds. A ship? Why is there a ship? While everyone was still in shock, the large ship steadily rushed out of the fog and stopped at the edge of the Heart Sea. The scattered light emitted from it repelled the fog. A figure appeared. It was a young man in green. Everyone, I am a true disciple of the Heart Heavenly Palace. I have come here to guide those below the imminent deity realm to the Heavenly Palace for the examination. Please come on board, the young man in green said with a smile. His smile was subtle, but it seemed to be magnified in everyone's hearts. All of a sudden, everyone was excited, especially those at the demigod level. They were actually here to try their luck. They had always heard that the Heart Heavenly Palace would show up with a ship, and some people had indeed seen it. They didn't expect that they would be so lucky to encounter it. Soon, hundreds of demigod-level cultivators had boarded the ship. As for everyone, the Heart Sea will return to a calm state in a month. At that time, you can cross the sea on your own. I hope that everyone can successfully cross the sea and climb the mountain to become a true disciple of the Heart Heavenly Palace. The green-clothed man glanced at everyone and smiled as he spoke. He immediately turned around and the extradite boat began to move. It once again disappeared into the fog. Only 30 or so Tao manipulation realm cultivators remained, exchanging glances with each other. Then, all of them smiled. In a month, the Heart Sea would return to a calm state. At that time, everyone could cross the sea and climb the mountain. Cross the sea and climb the mountain to become a true disciple of the Heart Heavenly Palace. Chenzong was thinking about the words of the man in green. According to the information he had received, only by overcoming the will of heart could one become a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, regardless of one's status, gender, age, and so on. However, according to the green-robed man, it was as if he had crossed the sea and climbed a mountain to become a true disciple of the will of heart. This statement was a little different. Of course, it could also be that he was thinking too much. Everything would be clear soon. Waiting without a goal was no doubt torturous, but waiting with a goal was different. It was full of vitality. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time continued to pass, and more people came. On the 15th day, which was half a month, the heart sea finally surged violently. The fog surged like a raging tide, attracting everyone's attention. The violent fluctuations were very violent, like a tsunami. It was so shocking that everyone's expression turned grave. Xianxia was sure that if they rashly entered the heart sea under such circumstances, they would be in a miserable state. Such an intense situation lasted for about an hour before it began to gradually weaken and disappear. After another hour, it returned to its original state. However, it did not stop. Instead, it continued to weaken and became increasingly calm. The fog also seemed to be becoming increasingly faint. Could it be that the heart sea was going to return to a calm state? Everyone's eyes lit up. Some waited for half a year, and some waited for a month or 2. Finally, the heart sea returned to a calm state. They could finally cross the sea. The sea of heart calmed down, and the wind was calm. All the mist seemed to have disappeared. They could clearly see the end of the sea of heart. It was a mountain. A mountain shrouded in endless mist. The mountain was as small as a mustard seed, but it was as majestic as a star, standing for eternity. The Sacred Heart Mountain, the Sacred Heart Heavenly Palace was on that mountain. In other words, the Sacred Heart Mountain represented the Sacred Heart Heavenly Palace. A group of people gazed at it, their eyes blazing. Let's go. The Sacred Heart Heavenly Palace, I'm coming. One by one, they either let out a long howl, smiled faintly, or remained silent. However, all of them took a step forward. Flying, treading on the water, Xianxia took a step forward. The moment he stepped into the sea of heart, he immediately felt an inexplicable force appear, directly falling on his body, making him unable to fly. His body fell, his feet treading on the water. The moment his feet stepped on the water, they slightly trembled, creating circles of ripples. He didn't sink into the water. Just like Xianxia, the others also did the same. Treading on the water. When their feet landed, layers of ripples constantly spread out. More than 40 spirit realm warriors kept moving forward. Some were fast, some were slow. Gradually, the distance between them was widened. 4 people were in the front. The flower-pinching young master, who was so handsome that even women would be envious of him, wore a flowery robe. His entire body exuded a faintly discernible floral fragrance. His figure was vigorous and lithe, and when his footsteps landed, ripples spread out like blooming flowers. His postures were varied, and he was extremely beautiful. It felt like he was strolling in a field of flowers. There was an indescribable pleasure, as if he was walking in a field of flowers with many beauties. His movements were light, and he wore a smile on his face. He was indeed full of indescribable charm, the charm to women. It was likely that most women would be attracted to him if they saw him like this. They might even be addicted to him. He was indeed worthy of his title as the flower-picking prince. The woman with a white veil on her face from the He clan, one of the 5 great ancient clans, had a light body. When she treaded on the water, there was an indescribable beauty. It was different from the playboy's beauty. That kind of beauty belonged to a woman, and it was like a crane stretching its slender legs to tread on the water. It was extremely light and agile. Looking at it, the woman from the He clan was like a fairy-like white crane, graceful and light. The third one was a true disciple of the Gu Dao sect, one of the 4 great sects. His robe. The 4th person was a tall man. He wore battle armor and looked like a general on the battlefield. As he walked, the sound of wind and thunder surged. It was as if a dragon and a tiger were following him. His aura was extremely shocking. It was as if he had charged on the battlefield without any regrets. He pressed forward courageously as if he could break through everything. This person was also from the Imperial Dragon Dynasty. He was the son of a general of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty. He was a natural-born general. These 4 people took the lead and continued to move forward, pulling away from the others. They were at the front. The second row gradually became clear. There were a total of 10 people, and the rest were in the third row. "Brother Chen, it's time for us to show our strength." Wang Kuan smiled. His aura suddenly shook, and his speed suddenly increased. No matter what, he was a genius in the void. How could he be defeated by the geniuses of the black and white world? Moreover, his cultivation was not inferior to theirs, but was on par with theirs. Yes, the cultivation of the 4 people was at the third transformation of the path manipulation realm. Then let's see what Brother Wang can do. Chen Zong smiled at Wang Kuan's back, but he still stayed in the third row. It was not that Chen Zong could not be faster, but that there was no need. After crossing the Sea of Heart, they still had to climb the mountain. It was not a big deal to compete for a while. Moreover, Chen Zong instinctively felt that the Sea of Heart should not be crossed so easily. This feeling came from the Heart Sword path. When approaching the Heavenly Palace of Heart, Chen Zong felt that his Heart Sword path seemed to be more active than usual. And when he stepped into the Sea of Heart, this feeling of activity became more obvious. Now, Chen Zong was carefully experiencing this feeling. It was very strange. It was as if the Heart Sword path had been awakened from a deep sleep. Of course, the Heart Sword path was not asleep before. It was just a metaphor to describe the state of the Heart Sword path. Not long after, Wang Kuan crossed the second row and stepped into the first row, moving forward side by side with the 4 people. Where there were people, there was competition. Seeing Wang Kuan rush up, the 4 people did not say anything, but secretly encouraged him and slowly increased their speed. At this time, something strange happened. When the Petal Pluck Prince's foot landed on the ground, ripples spread out like a blooming flower. An illusory figure seemed to spread out from the ripples and entered the Petal Pluck Prince's body in an instant. In that instant, the charming smile on the flower-pinching prince's face froze and became somewhat stiff. Then, it became somewhat strange, as if he was having a strange dream. His speed suddenly decreased, and his footsteps became crooked. The flower-plucking prince was not alone. The others were the same. Their expressions became strange, as if they were in a strange dream. Some of them were even laughing so hard that they were drooling. Not only did their expressions become strange, but they also slowed down and their footsteps became crooked. However, Chen Zong also noticed that although a few of them had strange expressions, they would occasionally frown as if they were resisting something. At the same time, Chen Zong also felt that something seemed to be spreading out from under his feet and entering his mind. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a strange shadow that had entered Chen Zong's mind and stirred it. It seemed to want to magnify something in Chen Zong's heart without limit or pull him into some strange illusion. The others were basically affected, but Chen Zong was not. This was because when the strange shadow entered Chen Zong's mind and prepared to stir up trouble, it was unable to shake Chen Zong's mind. It only caused a slight ripple. These ripples caused Chen Zong to see faint traces of illusions, but it was not affected. In a palace on the sacred mountain, there were 3 people. In front of them was a round mirror that clearly showed a group of people crossing the sacred sea. "I don't know if anyone can cross the sacred mountain and enter our heavenly palace this time." One of the 3 laughed. "I think at least half of them will fall into the water." The second person looked calm and confident. Once they fell into the water, they naturally failed to cross the sacred sea and had no chance to enter the heavenly palace. The Heart Realm, the Heart Realm. Everyone knows that those who pass the Heart Realm test can become true disciples of our heavenly palace, but they don't know that when they step into the sacred sea, they are already undergoing the Heart Realm test. The third person said slowly. If those people heard this, they would be very surprised. It turned out that the sacred sea was part of the Heart Realm test. We didn't know it at that time. We didn't understand it until we passed the Heart Realm test. Senior brothers, look. That person is not confused by the ghost of the sacred sea. One of them pointed to Chen Zong in the round mirror. The 3 people suddenly stared with their eyes wide open, their faces full of surprise. That's impossible. The ghost of the sacred sea can stimulate the smallest desires in the heart and magnify them infinitely. No matter how strong a person's heart realm is, they will still be affected. The 3 of them continued to observe. Gradually, they became more and more certain that this person wasn't affected by the ghost of the sacred sea. Who was this person? How could he be immune to the ghost of the sacred sea? This was no small matter. As true disciples of the Heavenly Palace, the three of them had the responsibility to consider everything for the Heavenly Palace. Without hesitation, they summoned the elder. In less than 3 breaths of time, a figure appeared out of thin air and appeared in the middle of the palace. The 3 true disciples hurriedly reported. This elder looked like a middle-aged man. His eyes narrowed, and his pupils seemed to turn. There seemed to be a layer of divine light brewing within them, as if he could see through all mysteries. After a dozen breaths of time, the divine light in the middle-aged man's eyes disappeared. This person isn't immune to the ghost of the sacred sea, but his heart realm is extremely strong. The ghost of the sacred sea can't confuse him, the middle-aged man said with interest. For someone who wasn't a disciple of the Heavenly Palace to have such a strong heart realm, it was truly shocking. Of course, there was nothing strange about it. After all, some people were born with a strong heart realm, while others were born with a strong heart realm through fortuitous encounters. There were also some who had treasures that could protect their heart realm. Of course, treasures that could protect one's heart realm were extremely rare. If one had one, it would be a stroke of luck. However, based on the elder's observation, he could tell that this person had a strong heart realm, but he couldn't tell if it was innate or acquired. But then again, those with a strong heart realm were the most suited to cultivate the heritage of the Heavenly Palace. Watch carefully, the middle-aged man said. Then, his figure faded and disappeared. Looks like we'll have another junior brother soon, one of the 3 true disciples said with a chuckle. Haha, we can't be sure about that yet. The other true disciple laughed. In the Heavenly Palace, the way of addressing one another wasn't based on the order in which one entered the sect. Instead, it was based on one's strength. Even if one entered the sect late, as long as one was strong enough, one would be able to become a senior brother. Let's wait and see. There's an 80% to 90% chance that this person will become our junior brother. As for the others, I think this one, and that one have a good chance. Those who were pointed out were 4 or 5 of them. As for the others, it meant that they didn't have high hopes for them. How difficult was it to become a disciple of the Heavenly Palace? This was especially so when one had to challenge the heart realm. It was even more difficult than becoming a true disciple. Those who were favored only had a slight chance of passing the will of heart test and becoming a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace. It wasn't a certainty. In other words, there was a high chance that they would fail to obtain the heritage of the Heavenly Palace of Will. He had to rely on himself to cross the heart sea. Outsiders couldn't interfere, help or harm him. When Xianxia passed by Wang Kuan, he saw a strange expression on Wang Kuan's face. Wang Kuan was smiling brilliantly, as though he had achieved his greatest wish. It seemed like Wang Kuan had been invaded by that strange figure. Some desire in his heart had been magnified without limit, causing him to fall into an illusion and be unable to extricate himself. Someone fell into the water with a splash. The moment he fell into the water, he immediately woke up and realized that he was being pushed by a force. The ripples were pushing him toward the sea. He couldn't resist it at all. He had failed. He had no fate with the Sky Palace this time. Of course, there was no limit to the number of times he could cross the Heart Sea. If he was confident, he could cross the Heart Sea again in the future. As for this time, that was it. Although Xianxia felt a little out of place compared to the others and that he shouldn't be so calm, he didn't think too much about it. He stepped forward and soon left the others behind. The Heart Sea wasn't very big. It was only because of the invasion of the Heart Ghost that the person crossing the Heart Sea would be affected and become infinitely long. However, Xianxia's mind was extremely tough. The invasion of the Heart Sea Ghost did not have any effect at all. At most, it would only cause some faint ripples. It could not be said to have any effect. This was also helpless. Xianxia had cultivated the Heart Change technique and the Heart Sutra. He had also grasped the Great Path Heart Sword Tao transformed from the Supreme Heart Sword intent. The strength of his mind was astonishing. Perhaps it wasn't as strong as the Yuan Underworld stage in terms of quantity, but it was stronger than many Yuan Underworld stage powerhouses in terms of tenacity. Xianxia's mind wouldn't be able to withstand the turbulent Heart Sea, but it couldn't do anything to Chenzong in a calm heart sea. Before long, Chenzong reached the end of the heart sea. With a single step, he reached the sacred heart mountain. The mountain seemed to be directly standing in the middle of the heart sea. From afar, the mountain didn't seem very tall. However, when Chenzong stepped in, he discovered that the mountain was infinitely tall, as if it was pointing to the sky. Crossing the heart sea and ascending the sacred heart mountain, Chenzong had already taken the lead and started climbing the divine mountain. The mountain seemed to be infinitely high, but Chenzong knew that it wasn't really that high. It was just a feeling that came from the bottom of his heart. It was also because of the heart sword Tao that he had such an understanding. Standing at the foot of the sacred mountain, a wonderful feeling lingered in Chenzong's mind. Inside the palace on Mind Spirit Mountain, Chenzong's body was directly illuminated by the round mirror. As for the others who were still in Mind Sea, they were ignored. Why isn't he moving? I'm not sure. Let's keep watching. The three true disciples observed. Usually, after crossing the sea of consciousness, those who stepped onto the mountain would not stand still. Instead, they would start to climb the mountain. However, if they kept climbing, they would realize that they could not reach the peak no matter how hard they tried. It was as if there was really no end. Only after becoming a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace would one be able to comprehend the mysteries behind it. However, now that Chenzong had stepped onto the divine mountain, he did not move at all. This situation was very rare. I seem to have a little impression. It seems that there was a similar record in our heavenly palace. One of the true disciples said after thinking hard. But for a moment, he could not explain it. Chenzong's figure did not move. It was as if he had taken root on the ground, but his heart was in turmoil. In the dark, Chenzong seemed to see an infinitely high mountain lying in front of him that he could not climb. Immediately, a mighty heavenly sound rang out. It seemed to come from the ninth heaven, or from the peak of the divine mountain, or from the deepest part of his heart. A world is divided into black and white. There is good and evil in one's heart. Heaven and earth are righteous, evil is awe-inspiring. Good and evil are chaotic. Since ancient times, good and evil have always been incompatible. That sound seemed to be boundless and grand, but also ancient and deep. It contained an indescribable Tao rhyme that seemed to reach the deepest part of one's heart and shake one's mind. It was like a kind of Tao song. The rhythm of the Tao rhyme fluctuated endlessly. Chenzong's whole person seemed to be integrated into it. At the same time, in the Sea of Heart, there were people falling into the water. Crossing the Sea of Heart to ascend the divine mountain to pass the test of heart was considered an unusual way to become a true disciple. The difficulty was naturally frightening. Heavenly Palace was the holy land of the black and white world. In the entire void, it was also an extremely powerful existence. It was naturally not easy to become a true disciple. Even those who entered Heavenly Palace to cultivate from a young age might not be able to smoothly pass the test to become a true disciple. For generations, the test of heart had been attempted by many people, but those who could really pass it were few and far between. This time, it was likely to be the same. Falling into the water. One by one, they fell into the water. Less than half of them were left. These people, on one hand, had strange smiles on their faces, as if they had achieved some kind of wish. On the other hand, they would frown from time to time, as if resisting the invasion of the ghost in the Sea of Heart. But the prodigy's minds were not weak. They were more resilient than most cultivators. But the invasion of the ghost in the Sea of Heart was also very shocking. It was very, very difficult to resist. One could only resist slowly and strive to regain consciousness, and continue to move forward. As long as one could cross the Sea of Heart and ascend the divine mountain, one would naturally be free from the invasion of the ghost in the Sea of Heart and regain consciousness. Of course, after ascending the divine mountain, there was another test. Of course, one had to cross the Sea of Heart first before one was qualified to consider ascending the divine mountain. At this moment, Chenzong was undergoing the test of the divine mountain. The world was divided into black and white. There was good and evil in one's heart. The ancient heavenly sound slowly rang out, constantly entering Chenzong's ears. For a moment, Chenzong fell into a kind of confusion. Good and evil, how to determine? This was like a kind of interrogation, an interrogation of one's heart. Even though Qinzong's mind was strong, for a moment, he fell into the state of being interrogated. Therefore, his body was motionless. A strong mind. Although I don't know if it's innate or acquired, but it's a good seedling. Somewhere in the Divine Mountain, the middle-aged elder from before was looking at Qinzong through a round light mirror. A faint smile appeared on his face. The normal test of the Divine Mountain was not like this. Naturally, he had increased the difficulty. After all, this was a good seedling with a strong mind. A normal test would not be difficult for him. Naturally, he had to increase the difficulty. If he could pass this test, it would be better. It was also because of this that Qinzong did not ascend the Divine Mountain. Instead, he remained motionless and fell into the interrogation. The interrogation of good and evil. The interrogation of the heart. What was good and evil? Since ancient times, there had been a conclusion. It seemed very clear. However, if one looked deeper, the boundary seemed to become blurred. Good and evil were not absolute, but relative. Everything had two sides, the good and the evil. It all depended on which side was revealed. Another point was that good and evil were also related to the outside world. When one's actions were in the interest of some people, they would think that one was good. However, if one's actions were harmful to their interests, they would naturally think that one was evil. As a result, the boundary between good and evil became even more blurred. Good and evil, a hint of confusion appeared in Qinzong's eyes. Those who were saved by him would say that he was good. However, those who were killed by him would think that he was evil. Then, how was good and evil defined? If my heart is good, then I am good. If my heart is evil, then I am evil. Good and evil exist in my heart, and they are in my mind. A kind of enlightenment and a kind of firmness suddenly rose in Qinzong's heart. Good and evil had always been on opposite sides. However, they were not so clearly opposite. They were relative. It depended on the words of others and the position of the matter. However, Qinzong believed that those were secondary and were all empty. The real good and evil lay in one's heart. If I think it's right, then it's right. Even if I am condemned by everyone, it's right. If I think it's wrong, then it's wrong. Even if everyone says it's right, it's wrong. This was bigotry, firmness, and cognition. In an instant, his mind was like a sword. As the sword light overflowed, it cut through all the confusion and confusion. Good and evil, in my heart, I will do it according to my heart. So what if it's good or evil? Qinzong smiled and took a step forward. It was as if the end of the world was close at hand. When Qinzong focused his mind, he found that he was already standing on the top of the mountain. There was a continuous palace at the top of the mountain. It seemed to be located on the top of the mountain, but also seemed to be floating on the top of the mountain. It was very mysterious. It was like a reflection, but it was also reflected in the sky. It was the first time that Qinzong had seen such a strange scene. In the beginning, Qinzong's mind once traveled in the void and entered the heavenly palace in the black and white world. He experienced the first few changes of the change of will, but at that time, it was too fast and his mind was not strong enough. Therefore, he did not see it clearly. While Qinzong was secretly amazed, the three true disciples of the heavenly palace who were observing him were all dumbfounded. In one breath, he was still standing at the foot of the mountain. In the next breath, he suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain as if he had teleported. It was as if that step had directly crossed time and space, and the end of the world was close at hand. As far as they knew, ascending the godly mountain was naturally climbing up step by step from the foot of the mountain. The divine mountain seemed to be boundless and tall, but in fact, it was not. It also had an end. Climbing to the top of the mountain was naturally equivalent to passing the test of the divine mountain. However, it was the first time that they had seen it like this. It was no wonder that the three of them were so shocked. In the Sea of Will, more people had fallen into the water. Now, there were only 8 people who were still slowly walking forward. Sometimes, there was a strange smile on their faces, and sometimes, there was a frown as they resisted the invasion of the Sea of Will. Of these 8, 2 had fallen into the water and failed. However, the other 6 had crossed the Sea of Will and climbed the divine mountain. These 6 people were the flower-pinching Prince Hui Chen, the women of the He clan of the 5 ancient families, the true disciples of the Gu Dao sect of the 4 great sects, the young man with the natural general star, Wang Kuan who came with Chen Zong, and the inconspicuous middle-aged man who carried a saber. More than 40 spirit realm experts, including Chen Zong, only 7 of them had crossed the Sea of Will and climbed the Divine Mountain. The test of the Sea of Will was extremely difficult. The difficulty of the Divine Mountain's test was not less than crossing the Sea of Will. Therefore, whether these 6 people could successfully reach the top of the Divine Mountain was still unknown. The possibility was very low. The passage was dark, and silent. It was as if his 5 senses were blocked. His eyes couldn't see, his ears couldn't hear, and his nose couldn't smell. However, Chen Zong didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort because he had a strong perception. It was a kind of hazy feeling that seemed to originate from the heart. In the haze, there seemed to be a blurry figure condensing in front of him, holding a sword and a saber. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat, feeling that he couldn't be touched. He hurriedly dodged. 1 sword, 2 sword, 3 sword, moving forward, it was as if he was walking on an endless path. From time to time, there would be figures coming at him. Chen Zong relied on his perception to evade them one by one. When he dodged the 9th figure's attack, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Zong appeared in a large hall. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man in black clothes looking at him with a smile. Not bad, not bad. As expected of someone with a strong mind. The middle-aged man clapped his hands in admiration. Chen Zong couldn't feel the slightest bit of aura from the man. Was he an ordinary person? No, he couldn't be an ordinary person if he could be here. Even though Chen Zong did not sense the slightest ripple of aura, the wondrous feeling that came from the heart sword allowed him to know that he was not a match for this person. He was not a match for this person at all. If this man wanted to kill him, one move would be enough. Chen Zong greets Senior. Chen Zong saluted with his sword. My surname is Ma. You can call me Elder Ma. From today onwards, you are a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Elder Ma smiled. Chen Zong was stunned. He was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. It didn't seem as difficult as the rumors said. On the contrary, it seemed very simple. It was just crossing the sea of consciousness, a simple step into the Divine Mountain, and then going through a trial of good and evil. In the end, his heart was the most important. After that, there was a pitch-black passage that sealed off his 5 senses, and he walked through it. Didn't they say that he had to pass the heart intent realm? Suddenly, Chen Zong recalled the words of the man in black robes. Only by crossing the sea and climbing the mountain could one become a true disciple. Could this be the so-called heart intent realm? Elder Ma seemed to see through Chen Zong's doubts. He smiled, but didn't explain much. It was true that Chen Zong had passed the trial of heart intent, but strictly speaking, he still couldn't be considered a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace. Chen Zong had many questions, but he didn't know where to start. Time and Wang's TSSest. Elder Ma, I wonder if Wang Kuan, who came with me, has passed the heart sea. Since he had thought of it, Chen Zong hurriedly asked. Elder Ma smiled when he heard this. Suddenly, he gently drew a circle in the air with his finger. The light in the circle rippled like water, directly reflecting a vivid scene. Wang Kuan was climbing the Divine Mountain. Other than Wang Kuan, there were a few others. Why don't you take a look and see which of these people can ascend the sacred mountain? Elder Ma seemed to be testing Chen Zong as he spoke with a smile that was neither fast nor slow. Chen Zong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he observed carefully. There seemed to be nothing unusual about these people. They looked calm as they continued to climb the mountain. Chen Zong couldn't see the mystery behind it. Because Chen Zong could clearly feel that he didn't move at all. It wasn't until the end, when he understood how to control good and evil, that he took a step forward and reached the top. He was different from these people. Why was he different? Chen Zong couldn't help but look at Elder Ma. However, Elder Ma still had a calm expression on his face. I can't see it. Chen Zong shook his head after watching for a while. It was his first time facing such a thing. He had no confidence at all. The sacred heart mountain was too profound and had exceeded the range of his perception. But, the chances are very small. Chen Zong said again. It was a feeling. Chenzong wasn't sure if it was accurate. At most, there won't be more than one person. Elder Ma was inwardly amazed. Was this the profoundness of a person with a strong mental state? It was similar to his judgment. Time passed. Ho Yichen stopped halfway up the mountain and couldn't take another step. Then, the disciples of the Gu Dao sect also stopped halfway up the mountain. They were only a few steps higher than Ho Yichen. Then, Wang Kuan also stopped. Then, the middle-aged man with the saber stopped. Only then did the heavenly general star stop. Only the woman of the He clan of the 5 ancient clans continued to move forward. Could it be that this person had hope of reaching the top, but not long after, the woman of the He clan also stopped. At this time, the middle-aged man who had stopped moved forward again. Although his steps were unsteady, he slowly climbed up step by step. There was an indescribable determination. Chenzong was slightly surprised. Although he didn't know what kind of test they faced, to be able to climb the mountain again after stopping, it was definitely not ordinary. He couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man in a higher light. I remember this person. Elder Ma said with a smile. This is his 3rd time here. Chenzong's heart trembled. He noticed Elder Ma's words. Heart realm. In other words, his guess was correct. Crossing the Heart Sea to reach the Divine Mountain was for the Heart Realm. Another point was that this was his 3rd time here. He was really tenacious. However, if he could pass the Heart Realm, he could become a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. It was very attractive. Perseverance and willpower. The first time, he fell into the Heart Sea. The second time, he crossed the Heart Sea, but stopped at the foot of the Divine Mountain. This is the 3rd time. I don't know if he can reach the top. Elder Ma's tone was not very concerned. It didn't matter to him. Also, it was not so easy to enter the Will Heavenly Palace. Every time the Heart Sea entered a period of calm, there would be some path manipulation realm cultivators who came to try. There were at least a dozen, and at most hundreds. This time, there were more than 40, which was not a lot. But every time, it ended in failure. There were very few cases where one person crossed the Heart Sea and reached the top. The best result was when 3 people in the same batch succeeded. But since ancient times, there were only a few cases. But this time, there was at least one person who succeeded, and it was someone with a strong mind. Just one person was enough to beat several people. Elder Ma, who had personally increased the difficulty of the tests, knew very well how strong one's mind was to be able to pass those tests. Few people in the path manipulation realm could compare. One had to know that even most of the true disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace might not be able to pass the tests in such a short time. But this person did it. And he obviously hadn't really learned the inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace. Once he did, his mind would definitely be stronger. Thinking of the inheritance, Elder Ma rubbed his chin and stared at Chenzong. Elder Ma, do you have any advice for me? Chenzong couldn't help but ask. Have you ever learned the methods of the Will Heavenly Palace? Elder Ma suddenly thought of this. Because the people of the Will Heavenly Palace would go out to train, traveling the black and white world and even the void. It was normal and not surprising that they would leave some basic inheritance. If someone got it and cultivated it successfully, it would indeed strengthen their mind. Although the people of the Will Heavenly Palace left a lot of inheritance outside, there were still many people who could get it. And after getting it, there were even fewer people who could cultivate it. In the end, even if they did, they might not be able to come to the Will Heavenly Palace. In the black and white world, the inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace was extremely rare. There were more in the void outside, but it was not easy to reach the black and white world. Just the 3 levels of heavenly lightning, heavenly fire, and heavenly wind were enough to stop countless people. With all these factors combined, there were very few people who could get the basic inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace and be lucky enough to come here and pass the test. Since ancient times, there were no more than 10. Well, if this young man had gotten the inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace, then he would be the 10th. I did get the inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace. Chenzong didn't have any intention of hiding it. His answer made Elder Ma's eyes light up. What kind of inheritance did you get? Elder Ma's tone was a little faster. I was lucky to get the first few transformations of the Change of Will and the One Heart Sutra of the One Heart True Lord. Chenzong answered truthfully. Elder Ma immediately stood up and carefully sized up Chenzong. He had a look of admiration on his face. It's expected that you got the first few transformations of the Change of Will, but you're really lucky to get the One Heart True Lord's One Heart Sutra. Elder Ma's tone was much more serious. One Heart True Lord, Chenzong was slightly stunned. In the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, the immanent spirit realm was divided into 5 levels, with the Tao manipulation realm being the lowest. Cultivators of the Path manipulation realm had always been addressed as Master, which was like a form of address. Cultivators of the Yuan underworld realm were called Sage. The 3rd level of the immanent spirit realm above the Yuan underworld realm was called True Lord. One Heart True Lord was a powerhouse of that level. The 4th level of the immanent spirit realm was called Tao Lord. The 5th level of the immanent spirit realm was called Tao Lord. Tao Lord had another name, which was Ruler. It seemed that the One Heart True Lord, who had left the One Heart Sutra inheritance in the Tianyuan sacred region, had broken through to the 4th level of the immanent spirit realm and become a Tao Lord. Chenzong also keenly noticed that Elder Ma's tone was respectful when he called the One Heart True Lord. In other words, Elder Ma was not as good as the One Heart True Lord. It's a coincidence. Chenzong smiled. It was indeed a great opportunity. If the Purgatory Ghost race had not invaded the Tianyuan sacred region and awakened the slumbering realm will, and if he had not been outstanding enough to make the realm will take the initiative to make a deal with him, he would not have been able to get the One Heart Sutra inheritance. If he had not gotten the One Heart Sutra inheritance, he might not have been able to reach this step. Thus, fate was just like this, indescribably wonderful. Since you've gotten the One Heart True Lord's One Heart Sutra inheritance, I'll send you to the One Heart True Lord's sect later, Elder Ma said after a few moments of silence. He had originally intended to take Chenzong as a disciple. After all, a person with a strong mind had great potential to be nurtured. It would be greatly beneficial to him to take him in. Little Rice Dumpling finally found a master. Wang Kuan failed and stopped at the Sacred Heart Mountain, unable to reach the Heavenly Will Palace. At Chenzong's request, Elder Ma brought Wang Kuan to meet with Chenzong. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Wang Kuan congratulated Chenzong after knowing that he had passed the Sacred Mountain and had a chance to become a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace. Unfortunately, he failed to reach the Sacred Mountain and had no fate with the Heavenly Will Palace. Chenzong didn't know what to say. Brother Chen, there's no need to worry. Since I'm here, I'm prepared to fail. Wang Kuan smiled. Besides, the Heavenly Will Palace doesn't forbid repeated attempts. Even if I fail this time, I'll try again until I succeed. One had to admit that Wang Kuan had a strong will in his heart. That was good too. I hope you can succeed next time. Chenzong smiled. Thank you. Wang Kuan smiled and left. Those who weren't from the Heavenly Will Palace had to stay. Wang Kuan didn't go far. His goal was to join the Heavenly Will Palace and become a true disciple. Although he failed, there was still a chance. Thus, Wang Kuan began to explore the black and white world. Due to the circulation of the Heart Sea, although the pattern was not fixed, at least after a period of calm, there would not be a second period of calm in a short period of time. During this period of time, Wang Kuan would not wait outside the Heart Sea. Even if he waited, he would not be able to ascend the sacred mountain. Only by traveling the world, sharpening one's Tao heart, strengthening one's body and mind would there be hope. Other than Chenzong, there was another person who succeeded. It was the middle-aged man with the saber. Although it was difficult, he still managed to reach the top. Trying 3 times is not bad. You can be a reserved true disciple. Whether you can become a true disciple or not depends on your future performance. Elder Ma smiled. Chenzong heard it too. Reserved true disciple, it seemed that things weren't as simple as he thought. Now, I'll take you to see the Heart Tao Sovereign. Elder Ma smiled. With a wave of his hand, it was as if heaven and earth had been swapped. Chenzong felt as if his vision had been plunged into darkness, but at the same time, he felt as if he had suddenly seen light. This was in front of another palace. Elder Ma Shuwen of the Outer Palace greets the Heart Holy Woman. I have something to report. Elder Ma stood in front of the palace and bowed. However, not a single sound came from within the palace. "Come in." After a long while, a faintly discernible voice sounded directly in Elder Ma's heart. However, Chenzong was completely unaware of it. "Let's go," Elder Ma said to Chenzong immediately. Following Elder Ma, Chenzong also walked into the palace. A unique aura spread out, as if it went straight into the depths of Chenzong's heart. The Heart Sutra started to run on its own without his control. In an instant, Chenzong felt as if he had become one with the aura of the palace. Vaguely, Chenzong seemed to hear some surprised voices, which instantly woke him up. "Elder Ma, who is this junior?" Although he did not see the person, he heard the voice first. The voice seemed to be drifting, but also extremely condensed. It went straight to the heart. "My lord, this junior is Chenzong. He has just crossed the Heart Sea. The ghosts in the Heart Sea could not do anything to him. He has also gone through the Divine Mountain's interrogation and the Lightless Path. He is a new successor disciple." Elder Ma replied respectfully. There was a lot of information in it, which made Chenzong ponder carefully. Crossing the Heart Sea, Divine Mountain's interrogation, Lightless Path, it seemed that apart from crossing the Heart Sea, the down-and-out middle-aged man was different from him. However, Elder Ma also said that the down-and-out middle-aged man was a reserved successor disciple, while he was a new successor disciple. A person who was born with a strong mind. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking. Replying to the Tao Sovereign, it's hard to say whether or not he was born with a strong will. However, he did receive the first few transformations of our Heavenly Will Palace, as well as the inheritance of the Tao Sovereign's One Heart Sutra. As soon as Elder Ma finished speaking, a figure appeared before the two of them. This person was dressed in a loose black and silver robe. He did not look like an old man, but looked to be in his 40s. His expression was calm, and under the loose black and silver robe, his body did not seem to exist. It was very strange. The moment this person appeared, a glint flashed across his eyes on his indifferent face. Soon after, a crack opened between his brows and a ray of golden light shot out. That golden light instantly swept past Chenzong. Chenzong felt as if he was seen through, and the speed of the One Heart Mantra increased. There is indeed the One Heart Mantra and the Hearting Treasure Robe. The vertical crack between the eyebrows of the One Heart Holy Man closed, and his tone was neither fast nor slow. "Many years ago, I once traveled the void and left behind a few inheritances. Since you were able to receive them, it can be said that you are fated with me. But where did you receive them?" The One Heart Holy Man's words made Chenzong's heart skip a beat. Previously, he thought of coming to the Heavenly Palace of Will first, and then looking for the Tianyuan Sacred Region, which was also the Lingwu Sacred World. He thought of all kinds of possibilities, and even thought of looking for the Void Temple. But now he thought of one thing. Since the One Heart Holy Man, who was now the One Heart Holy Man, had left the One Heart Mantra in the Tianyuan Sacred Region, he must have been to the Tianyuan Sacred Region, which was also known as the Lingwu Sacred World. If that was the case, if he wanted to go back, he could ask the One Heart Holy Man for help. In reply to the One Heart Holy Man, "I came from the Lingwu Sacred World." Chenzong replied honestly as he stared at the One Heart Holy Man to see his reaction. The Lingwu Sacred World. The One Heart Holy Man frowned when he heard this, as if he was deep in thought. After all, he had lived for many years, experienced many things, and traveled to many places in the void. His memory was too vast. If it was something that left a deep impression on him, or something that happened recently, he could easily recall it. However, if it was something that happened a long time ago, or something that was not particularly important, he had to think about it first. This was a very normal thing to do, especially for cultivators who had lived for a long time and experienced more things. Chenzong was not in a hurry, and Elder Ma stood by the side without saying anything. After a while, the One Heart Holy Man relaxed his brows and said, "The Lingwu Sacred World, I have some impression of it. It is only a secondary world, and has some potential. I once cultivated in that world for a few years, and gained some enlightenment. Hence, I left behind the One Heart Mantra and a Heart Seal Robe as a reward." As he said, the One Heart Holy Man looked at Chenzong again and smiled. "I did not expect that someone in that world could obtain the opportunity inheritance that I left behind, and cultivated successfully, stepped into the void, and came to the black and white world. You really have a great affinity with the heavenly palace of will. The One Heart Mantra is a skill that I created after comprehending the 33 levels of will. It can be considered as a unique skill of my lineage. The One Heart Holy Man stared at Chenzong, and his gaze was solemn and serious. Since you can obtain the One Heart Mantra, and cultivate it successfully, and come before me, you have a great affinity with me. He paused for a moment. I would like to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? The One Heart Holy Man said at last. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat, and Elder Ma was slightly shocked. Perhaps this new disciple Chenzong did not know the name of the One Heart Holy Man, but he was very clear about it. To be valued by the One Heart Holy Man and to take the initiative to take him as his disciple, what an honor. If it were him, he would immediately take him as his master without hesitation. Now that he saw that Chenzong was not moving, and seemed to be thinking, he was very angry and anxious. However, he could not make the decision for Chenzong. The cultivation of the heavenly palace of will depended on one's heart, and it depended on fate. If he refused, it would mean that Chenzong was not fated to be the One Heart Holy Man Chenzong was thinking. Taking a master was not a child's play. Since he started cultivating, he had received guidance from some people, and there were some who wanted to take him as their disciple. Some of them had good intentions, and some of them had bad intentions. He had also taken others as his master. When Chenzong had received the inheritance of the change of will, a thought had been born in the depths of his heart, a thought that had been hidden in the depths of his heart. That was to enter the Will Heavenly Palace, and take the master of the Will Heavenly Palace as his master. After that, he received the One Heart Mantra inheritance, and now, he was facing the creator of the One Heart Holy Man. It was indeed fate. To take him as his disciple, Chenzong found that there was no resistance in his heart. On the contrary, there was a feeling of anticipation. Disciple Chenzong pays his respects to master. In an instant, everything became clear. Chenzong did not hesitate and bowed down directly. Congratulations, holy man, for taking in a good disciple. Elder Ma quickly smiled. Rise. You are now the fifth true disciple of the One Heart Holy Man. The wholehearted holy man's face was also full of smiles, as if he was overjoyed. His wide sleeves fluttered even though there was no wind. My heavenly palace has a rule. After becoming a successor disciple, you have to go out and experience the world. You can only be bestowed with a title when you return. Chenzong nodded. He did not know what a title was. After all, he had just joined the Will Heavenly Palace. You have just joined the Will Heavenly Palace, so you don't know much about the Heavenly Palace. But don't worry, there are not many rules here. You will understand soon. The One Heart Holy Man smiled. Holy man, young friend, I will take my leave first. Elder Ma was tactful. Since he had already taken Chenzong as his master, the rest of the time belonged to the master and disciple. It was not appropriate for him to stay any longer. Chenzong bowed to Elder Ma, and the latter left. Only Chenzong and the One Heart Holy Man were left in the palace. Disciple, follow me. The single-hearted holy man waved his wide sleeves and swept up Chenzong. In an instant, he appeared at the peak of a mountain in the next breath. Looking down, there was only a vast sea of clouds. There was nothing else. Chenzong was very surprised and found it hard to understand. Could this be the peak of the Divine Heart Mountain? But he felt that it was not. It was strange. Sit. The One Heart Holy Man pointed and a futon appeared on the peak. Sometimes, what you see may not be the truth. The One Heart Holy Man seemed to know Chenzong's surprise and said with a smile. He did not have the cold look he had when they first met. Chenzong did not know what to say. He realized that after coming to the Will Heavenly Palace, there were many things that he could not see through. It was as if his heart was covered by a layer of fog, but he did not have a bad feeling. Let me tell you the secret of this cultivation art. The Will Heavenly Palace was unparalleled. To the outside world, becoming a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single bound. However, it wasn't as simple as the outside world thought. There were actually differences between the so-called true inheritances. Preparatory true disciples, true disciples, titled true disciples, there were 3 levels. In order to become a true disciple, one had to achieve the goal set by the heavenly palace within a set period of time. As for becoming a titled true disciple, it wasn't easy either. The difficulty was even higher. Since he was accepted as a disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, he would naturally tell Chenzong all sorts of information about the Will Heavenly Palace. The Will Heavenly Palace was a collective name. It was located on the Will Heavenly Mountain. The Will Heavenly Mountain was extremely mysterious. It existed in this world, but also in the void. It was as small as a mustard seed, but also as small as a world of its own. The palace that Chenzong saw floating on top of the mountain was also an illusion. In short, the Will Heavenly Palace was beyond imagination. With Chenzong's current realm and cultivation, he couldn't see through it. The current Will Heavenly Palace was divided into 5 palaces: Will Palace, Heart Chin Palace, Heart Ju Palace, Heart Burning Palace, and Heart Palace. Heart Will Palace, Heart Chin Palace, and Heart Ju Palace were the first 3 palaces of the Will Heavenly Palace. Of course, the oldest one was the foundation of the Will Heavenly Palace. As for Heart Chin Palace and Heart Ju Palace, they were established after the Will Heavenly Palace. As for Heart Burning Palace and Heart Palace, they were established after the Will Heavenly Palace. Of the 5 palaces, Heart Palace was established the shortest. To be able to establish a new palace within the Will Heavenly Palace was no small matter. After all, the Will Heavenly Palace had existed for countless years and had given birth to many experts. However, up until now, there were only 5 palaces. The foundation of the Will Heavenly Palace was the Will 33-layered heavens. Any disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace was qualified to cultivate the Will 33-layered heavens. According to the Heart Holy Man, the Will 33-layered heavens was the foundation, or rather, the main cultivation art of the Will Heavenly Palace. Only after reaching a certain level of mastery in the will one be able to cultivate the other cultivation arts of the Will Heavenly Palace. As for the cultivation techniques of the other 4 palaces, they were all self-created with the Heart 33 heavens as the foundation. Only with the Heart 33 heavens as the foundation could they display their might. Gradually, Chenzong also learned from some information that those who could create meridians, establish Tao, and open palaces were extraordinary. It was no wonder that Elder Ma looked so envious when Xianxia Tao Master proposed to accept him as a disciple. Of course, Chenzong still didn't fully understand the mystery, and wholehearted Tao Master wouldn't say too much. He just told Chenzong the basic situation that he should know. Most of the true disciples were temporarily listed under the Palace of Will, but they were not considered true disciples of the Palace of Will. Only those with titles were qualified to become true disciples of the Palace of Will. Of course, if those disciples were chosen by the other 4 palaces and were willing, they could also become true disciples. It was a pity that the cultivation techniques of the other 4 palaces were much more difficult than the Heart 33 heavens. If they couldn't cultivate it, they wouldn't be able to enter the other 4 palaces. In the Heart Peace Palace, other than the Palace Master Xian Tao Master, there weren't any elders or protectors. There were only 5 true disciples, and one of them was Chenzong. Xian Tao Master brought Chenzong into a secret palace in the depths of the Heart Peace Palace. There was nothing else in the secret palace other than 5 lamps that were burning. One of the lights was at the top, and the second row had 4 lights. This is the heart light. Xian Tao Master smiled and said, every true disciple of the Heavenly Palace has to light up a heart light. If the heart light doesn't extinguish, the person won't die. In other words, if the heart light was extinguished, the person would die and his soul would disperse. Use your mind to light up the heart light. Xian Tao Master said to Chenzong and took out a lightless lamp. Chenzong tried to mobilize the power of his mind and infuse it into the lightless lamp. In an instant, a flame ignited, and as the light flickered, it illuminated the surroundings. Chenzong felt that there was a faint connection between him and the heart light. It seemed weak, but it was very tenacious. When the light was extinguished, the person would die. In this way, Chenzong was a true disciple of the Heart Peace Palace. Take these and cultivate well. Xian Tao Master took out 3 pieces of spiritual jade of inheritance and handed them to Chenzong. Master. Chenzong took the spiritual jade of inheritance and said at the same time, I was born in the Lingwu holy world. Due to an accident, I wandered into the void and couldn't find my way back. Master, you've been to the Lingwu Holy World before. Do you still remember? Lingwu Holy World. The Xian Tao Master frowned slightly and pondered again. He said, it's been a long time. I need to think about it. If I remember, I'll tell you. For now, accept the basic inheritance of the Heart Peace Palace and cultivate well. Thank you for your trouble, Master. Chenzong bowed. As the fifth disciple of the Heart Peace Palace, Chenzong naturally had his own palace. The palace was very big, but he was the only one in it. It was a little lonely. However, the Heart Peace Palace was like this. Taking out 3 pieces of spiritual jade of inheritance, Chenzong began to accept the inheritance. The content of the first piece of spiritual jade of inheritance was the 33 heavens of will, the foundation of the Heart Peace Palace. Chenzong had obtained the first few heavens, or rather the first few transformations. The last few transformations were deduced by himself. Using them, he comprehended the Heart Sword Tao Will. Later on, it evolved into the Heart Sword Tao Will, which was closely related to the change of will. Chenzong also wanted to compare it with the transformations he created. He found that the change of will he created was too simple. At least, compared to the inheritance of the Heart Peace Palace. Chenzong had obtained the first few transformations and had also cultivated them. But now that he had obtained the complete transformation of will, the 33 heavens of will, Chenzong knew that he was still lacking. The 33 heavens of will was a cultivation technique. It was also called a cultivation technique or divine ability. For example, his Taichu sword energy technique was also a divine ability when he reached the spirit realm. Divine ability was a general term. It was also divided into cultivation techniques, martial arts, secret techniques, and so on. It represented a kind of level. Divine abilities were divided into high and low levels. The 33 heavens of will was a top divine ability. Cultivating it below the spirit realm and cultivating it above the spirit realm were 2 different concepts. In the spirit realm, 1 heart palace would be condensed after each heavenly layer was cultivated. When all the heavenly layers were cultivated, there would be 33 heart palaces. Cultivating the 33 layers of mind could calm one's mind. Every time one condensed a heart palace, one's mind would be strengthened. It could also provide one's mind with an extra layer of protection. It could also accommodate a divine power. Once the divine power was absorbed into the heart palace, it would be nourished by the heart palace. It would cultivate on its own and constantly improve its level. Moreover, when it was used, it would be accompanied by the power of the heart palace, making it even more powerful. Chenzong was astonished. Cultivating divine abilities in the spirit realm wasn't an endless process. Every divine ability involved one's spirit, chi, spirit, soul, and the Great Way. It had its own burden and upper limit. In addition, cultivating divine abilities also required time and energy. Thus, cultivators wouldn't cultivate divine abilities carelessly. They wouldn't cultivate divine abilities whenever they saw one. Instead, they would choose one. Otherwise, once they had cultivated many divine abilities and reached the upper limit, they would encounter a divine ability that they were satisfied with. However, they couldn't cultivate it because of the upper limit. No doubt, it would be very painful. At that time, of course, there were ways to solve it. They could either disperse some divine abilities or merge them. The former was harmful to the cultivator, while the latter was extremely difficult. However, if they cultivated the 33 heavens of will, they could condense 33 heart palaces. Not only could it strengthen the mind, but it could also further protect the mind. At the same time, it could also create more space for carrying divine abilities. The 33 heavens of will was just one divine ability, but it could carry 33 kinds of divine abilities. The more Chenzong thought about it, the more shocked he was. What a divine ability! It was truly an amazing divine ability. Even the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting didn't contain such a profound divine ability. Chenzong also felt that he was lucky to be able to inherit such a profound divine ability. No wonder the Will Heavenly Palace was the strongest faction in the void. With such a divine ability, it meant that they could master more divine abilities than others. Moreover, they could cultivate it on their own without needing to waste time and energy. Moreover, with the support of the Heart Palace, the divine ability would be even stronger. It could also strengthen and protect the mind. Zong didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence could create such an amazing divine ability. Now that he had obtained such an amazing divine ability, it was also his good fortune. He should cultivate it well. Calming his mind, Zong didn't immediately cultivate the 33 heavens of will. Instead, he took out the second spiritual jade of inheritance to receive the inheritance. The inheritance recorded in this spiritual jade was a universal divine ability of the Will Heavenly Palace. The so-called universal divine ability was a divine ability that any spirit realm warrior of the Will Heavenly Palace could cultivate. There weren't many common divine abilities recorded in the second legacy spirit jade, only a few. However, after Zong read through them, a smile appeared on his face. The first divine ability was called Heart Flame. When there was fire in one's heart, it would burn. When the heart flame was strong, it would erupt with anger. When people were angry, they would erupt with greater strength and speed than usual. Therefore, this heart flame was a divine ability. After mastering it and activating it, it would allow one's strength and speed to be stronger than usual, thus increasing one's strength. In order to cultivate the flame of heart, one must first cultivate the 33 layered heavens of heart to a certain level. Only then would one be able to remain calm after using the flame of heart. Otherwise, one would be blinded by the anger of the flame of heart, lose all sense of reason, and turn into a mad demon. In the end, one's mind would be burned to death. Heart flame was a divine ability, but it didn't have a grade. Its power was closely related to the 33 layered heavens of heart. The more profound the cultivation of the 33 layered heavens of heart was, the more heart palaces were built, and the more heart palaces were built. After using heart flame, the more obvious the increase would be. The second universal divine ability was called Mind Lock. Mind Lock, as the name suggested, was to use the power of the mind to form a chain. After using it, it could lock the opponent's mind. If the opponent's mind was different from his own, he would be locked. If the opponent's mind was similar to his own, he would also be affected. This was when the opponent didn't have any means to resist. Once the mind was affected, the strength would also be affected, which would be fatal in a fight. The third universal divine ability was called Mind Slash. The fourth universal ability of the second legacy spiritual jade was called Mind Perception. Vision, smell, hearing, taste, touch, and so on were all inherent human abilities. It was just that some people were stronger than others. However, as one cultivated, one's 5 senses would continue to be strengthened. Similarly, among cultivators, some people's 5 senses were sharper than others, while others were slower. Outside of the 5 senses, there was also the 6th sense, also known as the 6th sense. The heart perception of the heavenly palace of will could be considered as the 7th sense. Mastering the heart perception of the heavenly palace of will would enhance one's 5 senses, making them sharper and more sensitive. It could also affect the 6th sense, making it sharper as well. On top of that, the heart perception could replace one's eyes and consciousness, allowing one to grasp one's surroundings to a shocking degree. Zong felt that the heart perception was similar to the heart's eye that he had comprehended before, but it was more complete and profound. Heart Flame, Heart Lock, Heart Slash, Heart Perception, these 4 abilities were the 4 universal abilities of the Will Heavenly Palace. The other abilities of a higher level were all related to them. In other words, they were all created based on the 4 universal abilities. These 4 abilities were also the oldest abilities of the Will Heavenly Palace, along with the Will 33 layered skies. They were the foundation of everything. As such, the 4 universal abilities and the Will 33 layered skies were also known as the 5 foundation abilities of the Will Heavenly Palace. They might not be the strongest abilities of the Will Heavenly Palace, but they were the most basic. They were passed down from generation to generation, and were constantly perfected. There was no way to replace them. Any true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace would be able to cultivate all 5 of the foundation abilities. However, if one wanted to cultivate more of the Will Heavenly Palace's abilities, they would have to join the various palaces. Of the 5, the Will Heavenly Palace was the most orthodox and the easiest to enter. Of the 5 palaces, the Will Heavenly Palace had the fewest members. Including the Palace Master, the Will Heavenly Lord, there were only 6 of them. First, the time required to open the palaces was relatively shorter. Second, the Will Heavenly Lord's heavenly palace was much more difficult. The second piece of spiritual jade also contained the information left behind by the one-hearted holy man. It mentioned that the 33 heavens of heart was a must cultivate. As for the 4 universal abhijnas, it was not required to master all of them. This was because it was not something that could be mastered just because one wanted to. For example, some disciples might have an easy time cultivating the heart flame, but it would be difficult for them to cultivate other things. It was very difficult and filled with difficulties. It would take a lot of time, but it would be difficult for them to achieve great results. The one-hearted holy man suggested that after Chenzong condensed his heart palace, he should try to see which common abhijna was easier to cultivate and focus on that one. However, Chenzong was not in a hurry to start cultivating. Instead, he took out the third heritage spiritual jade. The third inheritance spiritual jade was the one-heart Tao inheritance of one-heart palace. Heart Sutra. At the beginning, Chenzong was very clear that it was the Heart Sutra that he had cultivated. However, Chenzong soon found that the Heart Sutra that he had obtained and cultivated at that time was only a small part of it, and it was the most basic part of it. It was like the introductory chapter of One Heart Tao. Back then, the One Heart True Lord had left behind this introductory chapter inheritance to see if there was a fated person who could obtain and cultivate it, and then come to the Heart Heavenly Palace. By chance, Chenzong had obtained it and successfully cultivated it. He had even come here. Fate was just so ingenious. It was as if it was destined that Chenzong would become a member of the Heart Heavenly Palace. Moreover, he would increase the number of members of the Heart Heavenly Palace and become the 5th successor disciple. The Heart Sutra that Chenzong obtained previously was only the introductory chapter. The content after that was even more profound and difficult to cultivate. This was because the introductory chapter of the Heart Sutra cultivation was to divide the mind. The intention of this Heart Sutra was to control all thoughts with one heart. With one heart, I can control all thoughts with one heart. When Chenzong read on carefully, he was extremely excited. Creating a technique like the One Heart Tao and One Heart Sutra was really amazing. Its profoundness was indescribable, and Chenzong felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. Multitasking. Chenzong could do it, but the most he could do was multitasking. That way, it would not affect his concentration. However, the One Heart Sutra's one heart controlling all thoughts was extremely profound. When cultivated to the extreme, one would be able to control all thoughts with one heart. It was like using one heart to control all thoughts, and not simply dividing the mind to apply them. It was like one person becoming 10,000 people, and could think of 10,000 different questions. Thinking about it, Chenzong felt a chill down his spine. At the same time, he felt an indescribable excitement. There was only one inheritance in the third spiritual jade, and that was the complete One Heart Sutra. However, this One Heart Sutra was the One Heart Tao of One Heart Palace, and encompassed everything. As for the rest, according to the information left behind by the One Heart Holy Man, Chenzong could search for it in the Hall of Secrets of the Heart Heavenly Palace. The Heart Heavenly Palace had collected many supernatural powers. Some were collected from the outside world, and some were self-created. However, none of them were the true inheritance of the Heart Heavenly Palace. Anyone in the Heart Heavenly Palace was qualified to cultivate them. Master, is really amazing to be able to create such a brilliant technique like the One Heart Sutra. After receiving the inheritance, Chenzong couldn't help but exhale. His heart was full of shock and admiration. It was really amazing. Now, I'll cultivate the 33 layers of heart first, Chenzong said to himself. Although he had cultivated the first few changes before, that was in the past. The real 33 layers of heart was suitable for the spirit realm to cultivate. The 33 layers of heart was similar to the Taichu sword energy technique, both of which were cultivation techniques. However, each cultivation technique could only be cultivated in one. Cultivating more than one cultivation technique would conflict with each other. Of course, there were exceptions. Some special people or cultivation techniques could be cultivated at the same time. The cultivation techniques of the Heart Heavenly Palace were all special. Even if one had mastered other cultivation techniques, they could still cultivate the cultivation techniques of the Heart Heavenly Palace. With the previous experience, Chenzong quickly entered the state of cultivation. Inside his body, outside his heart, streams of qi turned from invisible to tangible. They slowly condensed, shuttled, circled, and intertwined. That was the power of the mind. The power of the mind was formless, colorless, and tasteless. It couldn't be seen or touched. It was one of the most unpredictable powers. As for the cultivation of the 33 layers of heart, one must first sense the power of the mind, then control it and condense it to build the heart heavenly palace. If one couldn't control the power of the mind, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the 33 layers of heart. To Chenzong, condensing the power of the mind wasn't difficult at all. It was as easy as eating or drinking. Chenzong usually paid attention to the sensing of the power of the mind. The power of the mind condensed into a tangible substance and quickly condensed. A simple outline of a palace was formed. As his mental strength continued to flow in, a simple palace was being built continuously, like a pile of bricks and tiles. It became increasingly clear and vivid. The first layer of the heart heavenly palace. Condensed, however, it wasn't condensed enough. It was only at the initial stage. It still needed to be condensed slowly. Only when it was completely condensed, could the second heart heavenly palace be condensed. When the first heart heavenly palace was initially condensed, Chenzong had a wonderful feeling. It was as if his mind had a home. It was like a prodigal son returning home. It was like a drifting boat entering a calm harbor. Most of the power of the mind that had been consumed to build the heart heavenly palace was quickly recovering. To build the heart heavenly palace, one had to use one's own power of the mind as nutrients. Naturally, it would be consumed when it became like bricks. However, as long as the origin of the mind wasn't damaged, it could be recovered. Now that the first heart heavenly palace was completed, Chenzong let the origin of the mind enter the heart heavenly palace. The power of the mind that had been consumed was quickly recovered at a speed 10% faster than usual. Originally, Chenzong's power of the mind had recovered faster than many path-controlling realm experts. Now that it was 10% faster, it was even more astonishing. After the power of the mind recovered, it could be used to continue building the heart heavenly palace. It could be further perfected until it was completed. As for the second heart heavenly palace, there were usually two ways to cultivate it. One was to start building the second heart heavenly palace after the first one was built. However, it was more difficult to build. The other method was to wait until the first heart heavenly palace was completed and couldn't be improved any further before building the second heart heavenly palace. The difficulty would be much lower than the first method. Chenzong chose the second method. Next, Chenzong wasn't in a hurry to cultivate other methods. Instead, he focused on the cultivation of the 33 heavens of the heart heavenly palace. He wanted to build the first heart heavenly palace to completion and condense it to the extreme. The 33 heavens of the heart heavenly palace was the foundation. Only by building the foundation could he have a very solid and stable foundation. Time passed slowly. Chenzong didn't think much and immersed himself in the building of the heart heavenly palace. As for wholehearted Tao Master, he didn't just brush off Chenzong. Instead, he was really slowly searching for the memories of the past. After all, it had been a long time. Those memories had faded and he needed to recall them carefully. Moreover, Chenzong needed a clearer and more accurate route and direction. As his master, he had to do his best. 10 days after Chenzong entered the heart heavenly palace and was listed as the 5th successor disciple, the first heart heavenly palace was finally built to the extreme. It looked completely solid and emitted a layer of sparkling and translucent jade-like halo. It was very charming. Every detail was very clear and perfect. There wasn't the slightest feeling of roughness or carelessness. This was the heart heavenly palace that Chenzong had painstakingly built. The first heart heavenly palace was finally completed. My power of the mind as a whole has strengthened by 10%. Chenzong's eyes couldn't help but light up. It was very difficult to strengthen the power of the mind. He was also affected by the heart sword seal. After going through countless life and death situations, the fusion of souls, the cultivation of the heart heavenly chant, and the comprehension of the origin of the world. Only then did his mind break through the limit bit by bit and improve until today, surpassing the level of most Tao manipulation realm experts. At this level, it wasn't so easy to go further. Unless there was a significant breakthrough in his cultivation realm. But now, his cultivation was still in the first rotation of the Tao manipulation realm, but his mind had been strengthened by 10%. It was undoubtedly amazing. The difficulty of forging the second heart palace was indeed much higher than the first heart palace, but it was not difficult for Chenzong. Firstly, Chenzong's mind was very strong. Secondly, the first heart palace was completed. Another 10 days passed and Chenzong successfully completed the second heart palace. Now, he was starting on the third heart palace. After another 10 days, Chenzong completed the third heart palace. However, Chenzong did not continue to cultivate the 33 heavens of mind. Instead, he began to cultivate the heart flame superpower. Once he started cultivating, Chenzong felt like a fish in water. In just a few days, he reached the entry level of the heart flame superpower. Using the power of his mind as the fire seed, he condensed a small flame. The flame was light red, like a candle flame. Now, I'll try the mystery of the heart palace, Chenzong said to himself. With a thought, the small flame floated and entered the first heart palace. In the heart palace, Chenzong's mind-spirit origin had already moved out of the heart palace. It was in the 3 heart palaces and was enveloped by the light emitted by the 3 heart palaces. It was also stabilized, strengthened, and protected. When the heart flame entered the first heart palace, it trembled slightly. It was as though a breeze had blown past, swaying gently. As it swayed, it seemed to have become even more vigorous. Strands of formless aura surrounded the heart flame. When Chenzong sensed it carefully, he had a very strange feeling. The heart flame was condensing on its own, as if it was cultivating and comprehending on its own. Of course, there was still a difference in efficiency compared to wholeheartedly comprehending and cultivating. Feeling it carefully, it was about 10%. This was very amazing. After all, it was equivalent to comprehending and cultivating all the time. The overall efficiency was not much worse than wholeheartedly comprehending and cultivating. After all, it was impossible for him to put all his thoughts and energy into cultivating. In that case, there are 2 more heart palaces. I'll try the other 3 superpowers. Chenzong said to himself, his eyes shining. In the end, when Chenzong tried Heart Lock, he found that it was difficult to get started. Then, he tried Heart Slash, but it was also difficult to get started. Of course, if one was willing to spend a lot of time and energy, they might be able to get started. However, Chenzong gave up on that for the time being. Instead, he tried Mind Perception, and he succeeded. The illusory eye formed by the heart perception was light green in color. It had an indescribable depth and loftiness, like the divine firmament and the 9 underworlds. The moment the mind perception god eye formed, Chenzong felt a unique cool energy spread out and fused with his 5 senses, slowly nourishing and strengthening them. Even his senses were strengthened. Chenzong sent the heart perception god eye into his second heart palace so that he could slowly comprehend, cultivate, and condense it. In the following cultivation, Chenzong decided to practice the Heart Sutra. He had already cultivated the rudimentary chapter of the Heart Sutra, so it should be easier for him to cultivate it. And if he could get started with the Heart Sutra, just like the heart flame and mind perception, he could send it into the heart palace of the 33 heavens of the heart and cultivate it on his own, saving him a lot of time. As long as he got started, the heart palace could help him cultivate. It was like using a cheat. The Heart Sutra was divided into 5 realms, 5 layers. First layer, heart and mind. Second layer, heart and mind 10 intense. Third layer, heart and mind 100 intense. Fourth layer, heart and mind 1000 intense. Fifth layer, heart and mind 10 intense. However, of the 5 realms of the Heart Sutra, only the first 4 layers existed. As for the 5th layer, it was still a theory and had not yet been created. Chenzong began to cultivate the first layer. Heart and mind, it was very easy to understand and also relatively easy to cultivate. The so-called heart and mind meant that one was completely focused. There was nothing else. It represented incomparable focus, extreme focus, a focus that required one to pour everything into it. Focus, anyone could do it, but extreme focus, and for a long period of time at all times, was extremely difficult. Most people could only maintain extreme focus for a short period of time. Moreover, they needed some time to prepare first. Once the heart and mind was mastered, one could enter the state of extreme focus in an instant. As long as the power of the mind was not exhausted or removed by oneself, one could always maintain the state of extreme focus. The state of extreme focus had great benefits, whether it was comprehending, cultivating, or fighting. Chenzong found that the state of heart and mind was similar to the state of freedom, but there were also differences. Until now, Chenzong had gradually gained more experience, especially after he had obtained the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting. After slowly sorting them out, he understood one thing. The state of freedom was not something that all the skyprides of the void could master, because it was a secret technique that belonged to the eternal battle fort. Previously, he had thought that it was a unique state that anyone could comprehend. However, he had misunderstood. Only the disciples of the eternal battle fort could master it. After all, from what he knew, the skyprides who came to the eternal battle fort with their consciousness had first found an opportunity, passed the test of the opportunity, and mastered the state of freedom. Only then could they obtain the opportunity and come to the eternal battle fort with their consciousness. Chenzong found that mastering the secret of the state of freedom would allow him to better master the state of heart and mind. Moreover, he had already mastered the introductory chapter of the heart and mind, so it was not difficult for him to cultivate the state of heart and mind. Chenzong was very interested in this cultivation technique that had the same name as his first move of the heart and mind sword. In just 3 days, Chenzong had mastered the first level of the heart and mind sword and reached the introductory level. However, Chenzong was disappointed to find that the heart and mind sword could not be placed in the heart palace, because the heart and mind sword was also a cultivation technique. The cultivation technique could not be placed in the heart palace to comprehend and cultivate. It was a flaw of the heart palace. However, everyone was willing to accept such a flaw. Unfortunately, only the disciples of the heart palace were qualified. Master summoned him. Chenzong immediately left the palace and went to the heart and mind palace. Disciple, I thought about it for a while and finally remembered. However, it has been too long and I am not very sure. I can only give you the general direction. You still need to find it yourself, Heart Holy Master said and handed Chenzong a compass. There were dots on it, like stars. Chenzong recognized it at a glance. It was an astrolabe. The star atlas was used by the void spaceship, while the astrolabe was used by cultivators to record the position of the star world in the void and so on. Both the star atlas and the astrolabe were valuable. Moreover, the astrolabe was relatively rare and expensive. Thank you, Master. Chenzong took the astrolabe and bowed to express his sincere gratitude. How has your cultivation been in the past month? Heart Holy Master asked. The astrolabe was valuable, but it depended on who it was used to. For Heart Holy Master, it was nothing. Master, I have built 3 heart palaces. I have mastered the heart fire and heart perception, and the first level of the heart and mind sword. Chenzong answered honestly. Of course, Chenzong did not know what this meant. Or rather, what kind of cultivation speed was this? The single-hearted holy man had been calm and collected at first, but when he heard Chenzong's words, his eyes widened. He stared at Chenzong with a look that said, "Don't try to fool me. I'm not that easy to fool." In an instant, Heart Holy Master returned to his calm and unfathomable self, as if the shock was just an illusion. Well, this is not bad. But remember, you cannot be impatient. Heart Holy Master said meaningfully, the corners of his eyes twitching. The cultivation of the heavenly palace is closely related to the mind. If you are not careful, you may develop an inner demon. If the inner demon appears, it will be a life and death crisis. Hearing Heart Holy Master's words, Chenzong's expression turned serious. Inner demon. Instinctively, Chenzong felt that this inner demon might be the drawback of the heavenly palace. While cultivating the mind and strengthening it, it may also develop an inner demon. If you rush for quick success, the inner demon will appear and endanger yourself. You don't have to worry. As long as you have a good foundation, it will be hard for the inner demon to appear. Heart Holy Master changed the topic. I will remember Master's teachings. Chenzong replied respectfully. Little did he know that at this moment, Heart Holy Master was extremely surprised and happy, because he seemed to have taken in an amazing disciple. Was this the ability of someone with a strong mental state? But his third direct disciple was also born with a strong mind, but his cultivation speed was not as fast. Heart Holy Master was still worried, but he still checked on Chenzong and found that his foundation was extremely solid and stable. It was very shocking. He was completely relieved, but the shock in his heart was even more intense. Heart Palace had an amazing disciple. He did not expect the opportunity left behind by Heart Holy Master to be so amazing. Of course, this was only for now. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. He could only say that he had the potential. Maybe Master's wish will be fulfilled. Heart Holy Master thought and then looked at Chenzong. Disciple, when are you going to return to your original world? Master, if I can leave now, then I will leave now. Chenzong did not hesitate. He had to go back as soon as possible and settle things as soon as possible. Heart Heavenly Palace was very attractive to him. That's good, go early and come back early. Now, you are in the best period to build your foundation. Heart Holy Master nodded. I will take my leave. Chenzong was also a man of action. He left as soon as he said he would. He was ready to use the Star Core and drive the Void Escape to leave the black and white world quickly. He would then travel through the void again and again to leave the central void and head to the eastern void. Because he came from the eastern void. Wait. Heart Holy Master stopped Chenzong. I will open the Great Void Shift Formation and send you to the eastern void. Hearing this, Chenzong was pleasantly surprised. Great Void Shift Formation, it was recorded in the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting. It was an extremely advanced void shift formation that could travel through the void for long distances. If he directly used the Great Void Shift Formation to return to the eastern void, it would only take a few breaths of time. It would save him a lot of time. Chenzong stood in the center of the Great Void Shift Formation that was covered with dense and mysterious formation patterns. Heart Holy Master activated the formation. The formation started to operate and countless formation patterns lit up. Innumerable talismans condensed and flew in the air. They circled around and quickly shrank from the outside to the inside. In an instant, the dense formation patterns and talismans wrapped Chenzong. In the next breath, they shrank to a point and disappeared into the depths of the void. After killing the snake and a chicken, he could make a pot of dragon and phoenix soup. As the Great Void Shift Formation was activated, its mysterious and unpredictable power was added to Chenzong's body. Chenzong seemed to be compressed into a speck of void dust and directly escaped into the void. Protected by the power of the formation, he was able to travel a long distance through the void. The power consumed by this kind of void transference was extremely shocking. Even if Chenzong released all the power of the Star Core fragment he possessed, it would be of no help. However, for Wholehearted Tao Master, the huge amount of energy consumed to activate the Great Void Shift Formation was completely within his ability. But this time, there seemed to be an accident. The power consumption of the formation was beyond his imagination. Wholehearted Tao Master could not help but look solemn. Such a situation always meant an unforeseen event, and unforeseen events were usually not good. If he was not careful, his new disciple with outstanding talent was likely to be turned into void dust and die. However, Wholehearted Tao Master's strength was astonishing, and there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that his disciple was lucky enough to survive this crisis. At the moment of the Great Void Shift, Chenzong was still conscious. He could clearly feel an indescribable mystery. A sudden change occurred. The motionless heart sword seal once again burst forth with an astonishing devouring power, constantly devouring the power of the surroundings. The power of the Great Void Shift was constantly being devoured and replenished, causing the power of the formation to be consumed at an even faster rate. When the heart sword seal was constantly devouring the power of the Great Void Shift Formation, in the void space at the bottom of the Heart Divine Mountain of Will Heavenly Palace, the broken long sword trembled slightly and emitted countless sword chi. Immediately, light flashed around the broken sword, and chains of the Great Tao appeared. The chains tightly bound the sword, and the trembling of the broken sword gradually calmed down. However, a wisp of black aura, extremely fine, spread out from the broken sword. Escorted by a streak of sword chi, it directly tore through the void space and disappeared in an instant. In the eastern void, in a stretch of void space, there was nothing around except for the twinkling stars in the distance. Suddenly, a dot of light escaped from the depths of the void and spread out in an instant. Countless runes mixed with talismans revolved around it like chains, revealing a figure. When the chains gradually faded and disappeared, the figure completely solidified. It was Chenzong. Chenzong glanced around and then took out the astrolabe. He checked it with his divine sense and found that he was indeed in the eastern void. How long had it been? Even though he wasn't sure, it should have been a very short period of time. From the heavenly palace in the black and white world, he had traversed through the boundless void and crossed an immeasurable distance to arrive at the eastern void. If he were to pilot the void vessel, even if he could unleash the speed and void travel of a top-grade void vessel, it would still take a lot of time. Through the astrolabe, Chenzong made a comparison. His master, wholehearted holy man, had already marked out the possible locations of the Lingwu holy world. All Chenzong had to do was to approach the marked location and search for it himself. However, there was still a considerable distance between his current location and the marked location. The Great Void Teleportation Formation directly sent him from the center of the central void to the eastern void, but it could not carry out a precise location. Taking out the void vessel, Chenzong entered the void vessel and set the final destination according to the astrolabe. Then, he took out the star core fragment and stuffed it directly into the furnace. Because there were no more high-grade flaming void crystals, not even mid-grade ones. Moreover, there were no more void coins. He had no choice but to use the star core. While piloting the void vessel, Chenzong cultivated the 33 heavens of will and built the fourth heart palace. Of the 3 completed heart palaces, one contained the heart flame theurgy, one contained the heart perception theurgy, and the last contained the great void escape theurgy. As for the great refining secret sword technique and the great refining void god eye, Chenzong had already learned the basics. However, it was not so easy to further improve his realm. If he cultivated by himself, it would probably take a lot of time and energy. However, if he could build a few more heart palaces and put a bunch of theurgies into them, he could cultivate by himself. The overall cultivation efficiency would not be much worse than if he cultivated by himself. Therefore, building the heart palace was the foundation. Chenzong also found that after the trip to the heart palace, there were more things he needed to cultivate. To a certain extent, it could be seen that the strength of the heart palace was in the later stages. The cultivation in the early stages was more difficult and slow, and its strength was relatively less outstanding. However, once the cultivation reached the later stages, its power would gradually be revealed and would become stronger. This was also the reason why the heart palace could dominate the void and claim to be number 1. No one dared to compete with them. Of course, Chenzong was not an orthodox disciple of the heart palace. He was different from the disciples who entered the heart palace at a young age. The difficulty of building the fourth heart palace was far greater than the previous 3. Even with Chenzong's ability, it was difficult to build it in a short time. It's because my cultivation is too low. Chenzong could not help but think. The first revolution of the Tao control realm was indeed the lowest level in the spirit realm. When the heart palace master heard that such a cultivation could build 3 heart palaces and achieve great success, his shock was indescribable. However, he did not say it out loud. Chenzong also did not communicate with the other true disciples of the heart palace, so he did not know what it meant. Although it was difficult to build the fourth heart palace, Chenzong still made progress bit by bit. However, it would take a lot of time to reach the entry level. This was also because Chenzong was distracted by driving the escapee. Chenzong found that it was easier to fly at the maximum speed of the high-grade void flying ship than before. This was because he had built 3 heart palaces. His mind was invisibly stronger, so the upper limit of his load was higher. Extreme flying and void travel. The escapee was constantly approaching its destination. However, it was still far away and would take a lot of time. Time passed slowly. During this time, Chenzong also encountered some interceptions. However, Chenzong did not want to waste time and directly drove the escapee to get rid of them. The third level of the spirit realm was called the Transcendent Realm. The maximum speed of the high-grade void flying ship was faster than some Transcendent Realm cultivators. Transcendent realm cultivators were called perfected lords. In the void, they were powerhouses who could oversee a region. Think about the Yuan sect, which sat on 2 galaxies, but it was unknown if their strongest powerhouse had reached the transcendent realm. In short, there were very few transcendent realm powerhouses in the nebula-grade forces. Only in the nebula-grade forces would there be more transcendent realm powerhouses. As for Tao Venerables, there were no such existences in the lower nebula-grade forces. Such powerhouses would not appear if there was no need. As for Tao Manipulation Realm and Yuan Underworld Realm powerhouses, they simply could not chase after the escapee. Of course, if he was not in a hurry, Chenzong might have flown out of the escapee and fought with those Tao Manipulation Realm powerhouses. After all, his current strength was definitely stronger than before. The location marked by the wholehearted Tao Venerate on the astrolabe was within the Yuan galaxy. This was not much different from Chenzong's guess. However, the scope of a galaxy was very vast. Even though Chenzong's cultivation had reached the Tao Manipulation Realm, it was still the same. The power of that star core was indeed very astonishing. It was at least equivalent to thousands of high-grade void flaming crystals, or even better. Crossing one galaxy after another, they crossed one nebula after another. The void was divided into 5 directions: east, west, north, south, and central. Each direction was very vast and contained many nebulas. For example, there were dozens of nebulas in the eastern void. Some of these nebulas were ruled by powerful forces, but some were more chaotic and did not have a clear ruler. The route that Chenzong had chosen was the shortest and safest after taking into account all the factors involved. Time passed slowly. When Chenzong completed the initial condensation of the 4th Heart Palace, the escapee had also flown through the nebula and officially entered the Yuan galaxy. Returning to the Yuan galaxy once again, Chenzong felt a little emotional. Back then, when he fought with Heavenly God Gong, he was swallowed by the void behemoth Black Serpent. Using the power of the Eternal Heaven and Earth token, he temporarily gained the power of the immanent deity realm. By chance, he went to the second city of Suppressing World and found a relatively safe place to stay. He got some opportunities in the nebula and his foundation became more solid and his strength increased. Therefore, Chenzong still had some feelings for the second city of Suppressing World in the Yuan galaxy. In addition, some people in the second city of Suppressing World had helped him a lot. In theory, since he had returned to the Yuan galaxy, he should make a trip to the second city of Suppressing World. However, after thinking about it, Chenzong decided not to go for the time being. Everything would wait until he returned to the Tianyuan Sacred Realm and left there. After making up his mind, Chenzong did not adjust the route of the voyage. He continued to fly quickly and activated the void travel again. The second city of Suppressing World was also left behind. Not long after, the escapee flew past the place where Chenzong had boarded the heavy vanguard and continued to fly forward. After a while, Chenzong was slightly startled. Through the escapee, he saw a figure outside. It was a giant black serpent that was thousands of meters long. It was swimming in the nebula. It's it. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed. The giant black serpent was the giant serpent that had swallowed him in one bite. When he saw the giant serpent again, Chenzong felt a little emotional. Of course, Chenzong did not hate the giant serpent. The giant serpent was a void behemoth. Void behemoths were born without human emotions. They advocated natural selection, especially snake-type void behemoths. It was in their nature to swallow him. In addition, he was able to obtain these opportunities because he had been swallowed by the giant serpent. Although he did not hate it and felt a little emotional, Chenzong still stopped the escapee, appeared directly, and quickly flew toward the giant serpent. No matter what, he had almost died in the past because of the giant serpent. Therefore, this grudge had to be resolved so that his mind could be clear. The flesh and blood of the void beast was also a great supplement. It was only right for him to bring some gifts back if he wanted to return. As for the mantis blade giant serpent's flesh, Chenzong had already eaten it clean. Leaving home at a young age, who can tell if I'm male or female when I'm old? Fight, Chenzong and the void beast black snake began a battle. A great battle, but Chenzong soon discovered that the black snake's strength was obviously not as strong as the mantis blade snake that was killed by the evanescent. Even so, the black snake's strength was not weak. After all, it was at the earth rank. Ordinary Dao manipulation realm cultivators between the first and third rank were probably no match for it. Although Chenzong's cultivation was only at the first rank, his strength was so strong that ordinary fifth-rank cultivators were no match for him. However, the void beast's body was huge, and its body was tough. Its defense was shocking, and it had unparalleled strength and vitality. Even if one was stronger than it, it would be very difficult to defeat it. After a round of probing, Chenzong burst out with all his strength. He raised his sword, and starlight shone in all directions. A shocking pressure spread out, suppressing everything. Heaven Mystique, great refining star across space secret sword, the inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace did not have any direct attack martial arts. They were all cultivation methods and mystiques. Moreover, the two mystiques that Chenzong had learned, Heart Flame, were of the amplification type, and Heart Perception was of the perception type. Neither of them had direct attack power. The refined star across space sword slashed down. The void beast black snake was immediately suppressed by the domineering sword, and it kept roaring in resistance. However, the power of the sword was very strong. It directly injured it but did not kill it. Back then, Chenzong used the Eternal Heaven and Earth token to temporarily burst out the power of the Dao manipulation realm. It was relatively easy to break the body of the giant snake from the inside, and that power was not weak. After being broken from the inside, the giant snake suffered more serious injuries, which also affected its speed. That was why Chenzong was able to successfully escape. Otherwise, the giant snake at its peak would be very scary. It's not dead. Looking at the injured and bleeding giant snake, Chenzong frowned slightly. He was shocked by the void beast's shocking vitality. Then, I'll try the amplification of Heart Flame. In an instant, the flame in his heart surged and the small flame became intense. It burned fiercely like a raging inferno that could burn everything. A shocking anger suddenly erupted, as if it wanted to swallow Chenzong's rationality. But in an instant, the anger was restrained and could not affect Chenzong at all. However, Chenzong could clearly feel waves of power surging from the depths of his soul and body. That power seemed to be limitless. First layer of strength, double strength, triple strength, a total of 3 layers of power emerged, causing Chenzong's overall strength to increase by 30%. Compared to the absolute breaking secret technique, a 30% increase was still not as good. However, the absolute breaking secret technique was only a minor divine ability, so it could no longer increase his strength. In addition, the strength of the heart fire was closely related to the cultivation level of the 33-layered heavens of will. Its potential was astonishing. If he could cultivate all of them and forge 33 heart palaces, he would be able to increase his strength by 33 levels, which was 33%, more than 3 times. Furthermore, the increase in cultivation level would not weaken the amplification of the heart flame. The stronger he was, the stronger he was. Let's try this sword. Chenzong's eyes shot out shocking starlight, as if they were about to explode. He raised his sword, and endless starlight surged. Secret Sword of the Colossal Shatterer. This was similar to the Secret Sword of the Colossal Shatterer, one of the few great secret swords of the Starry Dao College. However, the Colossal Shatterer focused on suppression, while the Secret Sword of the Colossal Shatterer focused on destructive power. The sword slashed down, and the starlight instantly exploded, landing on the giant snake's body. It was like a star exploding, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. This sword focused on destructive power, and with the amplification of the heart fire, its power was even stronger. However, it still did not kill the giant snake. The third sword, Triple Heart Flame, the power of the Taichu sword origin body, Secret Sword of the Colossal Shatterer, it was even more powerful, and the sword slashed down as if it could destroy stars. The giant snake finally died. Looking at the giant body, Chenzong finally heaved a sigh of relief. Void beasts were really terrifying. Fortunately, this giant snake was much weaker than the mantis blade giant snake. Otherwise, he would not be its match, and he would have to use the escape key to kill it. After the heart fire recovered, Chenzong felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. That was because he had used up a lot of his mental strength. However, compared to the side effects of the Secret Sword of the Colossal Shatterer, the side effects of the heart fire were obviously smaller, and the duration was longer. It was not instantaneous. With a slight smile, Chenzong put away the giant snake's body and quickly returned to the escapee. This battle was very intense, but it did not last long. It ended in less than 15 minutes. Naturally, Chenzong also obtained a giant beast crystal. The giant snake's tendons were also very valuable, and the snake's skin was also very valuable. Its flesh and blood contained rich power, and it was more or less beneficial to those in the illuminating god realm, let alone those below it. Now, it was time to start searching for the Lingwu sacred world. He opened the astrolabe. It seemed that he was not far away. Chenzong began to search continuously. However, the Lingwu sacred world seemed to be very secretive. Otherwise, it would have been found long ago. The target location given by the wholehearted Holy Master was not so precise. It was just a general area, which was not small. Time passed slowly. 10 days passed. Chenzong searched carefully, as if he was searching every inch of the area, but he still did not find it. Another 10 days passed, and he still did not find it. Chenzong could not help but feel a little uneasy. Could it be that the location given by the master was wrong? Of course, it was not that the wholehearted Holy Master deliberately gave him the wrong location, but that even he did not remember it clearly. It was just a general idea, and there might be a deviation. In the void, a slight deviation would bring about a huge difference. However, things had already come to this point. Chenzong was also very helpless. He had no choice but to continue searching. He would spend more time trying. If he still could not find it, perhaps he could only go to the Void Temple to try his luck. However, it was not that easy to go to the Void Temple, because the Void Temple was not in the Eastern Void. It was in the Northern Void. If he wanted to go to the Void Temple, he would have to spend a lot of time without the Great Void Shift formation. Looking for the Void Temple was a follow-up plan. As for now, he would spend more time looking for it. Search and see. Time passed slowly. Another 10 days passed. Chenzong still did not find it, but he was not anxious or discouraged. His mind became more and more calm. Another half a month passed. Chenzong felt a surge of Tao power in his body. It was the Tao power of the Heart Sword principle. He hurriedly stopped searching and calmed down to carefully comprehend it. In the Spirit Sea, the second pattern on the sword light of the Heart Sword principle slowly condensed and formed. Second turn of the Tao manipulation realm. He did not expect that he would unexpectedly break through to the second turn of the Tao manipulation realm before he found the Lingwu sacred world. For a time, even his divine consciousness became more powerful. However, in terms of body refining, he did not break through the great Tao of the world. After stabilizing, Chenzong continued to search. Because of the breakthrough in his cultivation, his divine consciousness became stronger, and his sixth senses became sharper. Similarly, his perception of the void improved a lot. Carefully sensing, every inch of the void was searched by Chenzong. He did not miss anything. As time passed, Chenzong searched more and more places. The area marked by wholehearted Tao Master became smaller and smaller. If he still could not find the remaining areas, Chenzong might really have to consider leaving and going to the Void Temple. Even with Chenzong's improved state of mind after the breakthrough, he could not help but feel a little nervous. After taking a deep breath, Chenzong rested for a while and started to search again. As he searched, an indescribable feeling emerged from the depths of his heart. It was very subtle, but also very clear. Chenzong could clearly feel it. Chenzong raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. This feeling seemed to be that he was about to find the Lingwu sacred world. Sure enough, under Chenzong's efforts, after a quarter of an hour, he saw a vague outline. It was difficult to find without approaching within a certain range. Even if it was discovered accidentally, it might be overlooked. This world seemed to be able to camouflage itself. It was also because Chenzong came from the Lingwu sacred world that he had a faint connection with the Lingwu sacred world. That was why he could sense it after approaching. Looking at the familiar outline that he had not seen for a long time, Chenzong finally showed a sincere smile from the depths of his heart. Finally, he found it. His hard work was not in vain. The Lingwu sacred world, I'm back. Without immersing himself in emotions, Chenzong moved and quickly approached. Then, he arrived at the edge of the void outside the Lingwu sacred world. The next moment, his figure flashed and he officially entered the Lingwu sacred world. As soon as he entered, Chenzong first felt a repulsive force, but that repulsive force disappeared in an instant. It seemed that the force had sensed Chenzong's identity, or it could be said that it had sensed the aura that belonged to the Lingwu sacred world on Chenzong's body. Chenzong also sensed that the power fluctuation was the power of the Lingwu sacred world. There would be a repulsion towards outsiders. Chenzong guessed that this repulsion might be caused by the will of the world itself. After all, when he entered the black and white world, he did not encounter any repulsion. Heavenly thunder layer, heavenly thunder rolled and lightning flashed across the sky, like a sea of lightning surging endlessly. This kind of thunder power was many times weaker than the heavenly thunder layer of the black and white world. It was simply indescribable. However, Chenzong had a very familiar feeling. In the past, when he was still relatively weak, he had gone back and forth to the heavenly thunder layer many times. At first, it was more difficult, but in the end, the heavenly thunder layer did not affect him at all. As for now, the heavenly thunder layer naturally could not do anything to him. With a complicated feeling like a wanderer returning home, Chenzong entered the heavenly thunder layer alone. The thunder rolled, but it could not do anything to Chenzong. Chenzong could also feel that the power of the heavenly thunder layer had increased by a lot compared to the past, at least by several times. Without the cultivation of the demigod level, it was very difficult to move freely in the heavenly thunder layer. From the high-level half-step great sage level to the demigod level, it was almost a qualitative improvement. Chenzong remembered very clearly that when he left, the Tianyuan sacred domain, or rather, the Lingwu sacred world, was broken and incomplete. Because of this, other than those supreme saints who had not appeared in the world for a long time, the strongest were 9-star half-step supreme saints, and there were not many of them. All of this was because of the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth. However, when he left, the will of the world was gradually recovering, and the rules of heaven and earth were becoming more and more perfect. It had been many years since he left the Tianyuan sacred domain. It was less than 100 years, but it was more than a few decades. After a few decades, he did not know if the will of the world had completely recovered to its original level, which was equivalent to the level of a secondary world of a low-level planet. If it recovered to its previous level, it would be different from before. After passing through the heavenly thunder layer, Chenzong quickly passed through the heavenly fire layer, and then the astral wind layer, and saw a blue sky and white clouds. Compared to the black and white world, the Tianyuan sacred domain was undoubtedly countless times worse. After all, the complete Lingwu sacred world was only a secondary world, while the black and white world was the original world, and there were several levels in between, such as a minor world, a medium world, a major world, and a primary world. The gap between each level was very shocking. The Qi of Heaven and Earth. Chenzong carefully sensed that the Qi of Heaven and Earth had increased a lot compared to when he left. Such an environment was more conducive to cultivation. Chenzong did not look for Xianxia, because Xianxia had already left the Tianyuan sacred domain and entered the void. Yes, a few years ago, Xianxia, who had slaughtered countless demons in the void battlefield, had finally broken through to the Dao manipulation realm with tyrannical power. As soon as he broke through to the Dao manipulation realm, Xianxia left alone and entered the void to find the sword tomb left behind by the Nirvana Sword Master. The Nirvana Sword Master. Before, Chenzong did not understand the meaning, but now he understood that it was a sword master. If it was before, Chenzong might have been very shocked, but now, Chenzong had obtained the memories of the Dongting Sword Master, and had also become the successor of the Will Heavenly Palace, so it was not that shocking. Although Xianxia was his clone, in fact, he was an independent entity with his own personality and opportunity. Naturally, he would walk his own path. But the void was too big, and Chenzong could not sense Xianxia's existence. Similarly, Xianxia could not sense the existence of Chenzong. Xianxia went off in search of his own lucky chance. As his main body, Chenzong was genuinely happy. Standing quietly in the void, Chenzong's thoughts swirled and intertwined. It was here that he had continued to grow stronger. He had defeated many powerful enemies and survived many crises. In the end, he had accidentally left Tianyuan sacred region. Now, decades had passed and he was finally back. A traveler returned of his home. Before returning, Chenzong seemed to have thought about a lot of things. However, after returning, he actually felt at a loss for a moment. There was a trace of hesitation. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. First, he would go to the Shura sect to have a look. After all, it was the ancient Shura king's last wish, and he had put in a lot of effort into it. Then, he would visit some of his good friends. Also, there was the tomb of the heavenly god Gong. He had promised to toast the heavenly god Gong with wine. Also, he would fulfill the Heart Sword Saint's last wish, and at the same time, pay a visit to the great saints in the Tianyuan sacred domain. After calming down, Chenzong found that there were still many things he had to do. Then, he would complete them one by one, and there was no need to prioritize. He released his consciousness and directly swept it out, covering a very vast area. Chenzong carefully identified and compared with his memories, and finally confirmed where he was. Carefully sensing, he could also sense the existence of the bewildering light realm and the bewildering light sea. With a thought, Chenzong directly appeared on the bewildering light island. Unexpectedly, there were a few people on the bewildering light island. However, Chenzong did not pay attention to them, and directly appeared in the highest mystery world, and flew in the direction of the Shura sect. Chenzong's purpose was to see how the Shura sect was developing, and that was enough. Therefore, he did not appear. The Shura sect was developing very well now, and was the strongest force in the territory of Tailuo City. The sect leader and the original few elders had greatly improved their cultivation and strength, and all of them had reached the level of a half-step great saint. In short, the Shura sect's development was indeed on the right track in the past few decades. In this way, Chenzong had truly fulfilled one of his wishes, and silently left. The Shura sect now had its own path of development, and there was no need for him to contribute. Back then, he and Xianxia had contributed greatly to the invasion of the Purgatory ghost race, and many people knew that he and Xianxia had a close relationship with the Shura sect. Only a few decades had passed, and no matter how forgetful they were, they would not forget. Therefore, no one dared to provoke the Shura sect now. The first goal was accomplished, and the second goal was naturally to find the grave of the heavenly god Gong, or where he was buried after his death, and so on. The best targets to look for were those who had witnessed the battle back then, and Chenzong still remembered some of those people. The heavenly god Gong has disappeared. After finding out the news, Chenzong could not help but frown, and he was full of doubts. Back then, his sword of heart refinement was very powerful, and the heavenly god Gong should have died after being split in half by his sword. However, those who wanted to collect the heavenly god Gong's corpse to build a large tomb saw with their own eyes that the heavenly god Gong's corpse turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared. Dozens of years had passed, but he had not appeared, and there was no news of him. Could it be related to the will of the world? Chenzong could not help but guess. Unfortunately, the will of the world did not have any reaction to his return. Chenzong also tried to communicate with it, but to no avail, and he did not receive any response. Perhaps the heavenly god Gong is not really dead. Chenzong could not help but guess. If the heavenly god Gong is not really dead, then where did he go? Will there be a chance to meet him in the future? If they meet again, what will happen? Many thoughts flashed through Chenzong's mind, but Chenzong did not pursue the matter, because there was no way to find out. In that case, I will return to the Shenyuan world to take a look. After muttering to himself, Chenzong moved and disappeared. With the power of the bewildering light realm, he first appeared in the 10,000 crack sword scar to observe it. In the past, Chenzong felt that the sword chi in the 10,000 crack sword scar was very shocking and mysterious, and it was the best place to comprehend the sword Dao. However, looking at it now, it was no longer as powerful, stunning, and majestic as before. With a flash, Chenzong appeared at the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar, and an extremely powerful 10,000 crack sword intent suddenly burst out, turning into a sword ray that cut across the sky. In a trance, Chenzong seemed to see a middle-aged man in green holding a sharp sword. His eyes were disdainful, and his shocking sword intent was earth-shattering, as if it could tear apart everything. Immediately, that disdainful and sharp gaze seemed to pierce through layers of space and time as it stared at him. From that pair of eyes, Chenzong felt a kind of determination to press forward, cut through everything, and die 100 times without regret. The sword was out, a wisp of green sword ray instantly tore through the sky, as if it also tore through layers of space and time, and attacked Chenzong. As the sword ray attacked, the figure of the middle-aged man in green also quickly dissipated, turning into bits of green light that scattered in the void. In an instant, Chenzong looked solemn, and the extreme heart-faceless sword also appeared in his hand, and he slashed with it. The two swords collided in an instant. Chenzong seemed to feel an astonishing power that could tear everything apart. It was as if it wanted to tear his sword apart, tear his arm apart, tear his body, and even tear his soul apart. That was the power of the 10,000 cracks sword intent. In the next breath, everything collapsed. It collapsed under Chenzong's sword. Chenzong stood still in the void with his sword in hand, and carefully reflected on it. That sword was a sword that cut through space and time. Chenzong also felt the power of that sword, and felt the level of strength of the 10,000 cracks sword king back then. That strength should be at the level of the second transformation Dao manipulation realm. Of course, because it was too long ago, and it was not the real body, but only a remnant of the will, it was difficult to judge clearly. But it should be about the same. Unfortunately, the 10,000 cracks sword king died in battle because of the invasion of the demon army in the void. Chenzong's figure flashed, and he left. The next step was to return to the Xianyuan world. Back then, when he left the Xianyuan world, he encountered an assassin, and it was probably related to Chu Wangshi of the Xianyuan dynasty. And that master Xianyuan, who wanted to deceive and force him to give up the spot of the Lingwu sacred land. If it were not for the help of the immortal profound warrior, he was afraid that he would have lost the opportunity of the Lingwu sacred land. Ever since he started cultivating, any opportunity that he obtained would have a great effect on his growth. If he lacked any one of them, it would affect his growth. Therefore, when he tried to seize the opportunity of the Lingwu sacred land back then, it was equivalent to cutting off his cultivation path. He had to repay this debt. At the same time, he also wanted to see what Master Xianyuan was capable of, and see what level the supreme saint experts in the Lingwu sacred world were at now. How was it compared to the Dao manipulation realm in the void? Strength was the foundation. With more strength, Chenzong's confidence increased a lot. The 80,000-mile sunken bone abyss was terrifying and extremely dangerous to Chenzong back then, but now Chenzong crossed it directly. The bone beast appeared and then condensed into a 100-meter-long bone beast. Back then, even Chenzong did not want to face it head-on. Then, as if it sensed the threat from Chenzong, it continued to fuse into a 1,000-meter-long bone beast. Its power had reached the level of a half-step supreme saint. But to Chenzong, it was nothing. He could destroy it with a flick of his finger. In an instant, as if something in the sunken bone abyss was angered, a terrifying roar sounded, and in the rolling fog, a huge bone claw suddenly appeared out of thin air and fell directly. This bone claw was surrounded by endless death chi, and its power was so terrifying that it made Chenzong feel a sense of danger. But it was only a sense of danger. He did not draw his sword, but only pointed a finger, and a wisp of sword chi broke through the air, instantly shooting toward the huge bone claw. Author's note: I'm adding a chapter to the Alliance Leader's Fairy Under the Moonlight. As though it had been angered by Chenzong, an extremely frightening roar that seemed to have originated from the death prison sounded. Endless grayish aura swept out from all directions like a storm, majestically covering the sky. Bones, countless skeletons broke out of the ground and surged toward the bone claw. They were like thousands of streams returning to their origin, completely fusing with the bone claw. The trajectory was mysterious, causing Chenzong's expression to change slightly. A mysterious feeling appeared in his heart, as if it contained some kind of law between heaven and earth. Vaguely, Chenzong seemed to have grasped something, as if some inspiration was about to burst out. However, the bone claw, which seemed to be covered with layers of armor, struck down again. This strike had reached the level of the path manipulation realm. It was extremely powerful and shocking. Chenzong was sure that the bone claw would not have been so powerful decades ago. The reason why it was so powerful now was probably related to the awakening and rapid recovery of the will of the world. Sword light flashed and starlight gathered, covering the sky and suppressing the earth. The secret sword of the great refinement of stars. In an instant, the sword light was like a huge star, exuding unparalleled power and suppressing everything. The supreme power descended. Although the bone claw was powerful, it was not strong enough. Under the suppression, it suddenly trembled and could not move. In the next moment, it cracked inch by inch. Wail, roar, it seemed to have a trace of fear. In the end, it slowly returned to silence. It seemed that the will of the sinking bone abyss was afraid. Since it was afraid, Chenzong did not intend to continue the chase. In a flash, Chenzong flew past the sinking bone abyss and into the Xianyuan world's airspace at the fastest speed possible. The moment he entered the mystic origin world, Chenzong stood motionless. Various thoughts and scenes constantly flashed through his mind. The Xianyuan world should be his second stop after entering the Tianyuan sacred realm. It was also the place where he really rose to prominence in the Tianyuan sacred realm. This place carried many of his memories. Back then, each and every one of his opponents were more outstanding and stronger than him. Now, they had all been overtaken by him. He wondered what level they were at now. Was he a half-step great sage, demigod rank? Dozens of years ago, there were no other demigods in the Tianyuan sacred realm other than himself, Xianxia, and the heavenly god Gong. However, the current Tianyuan sacred realm was very different after the awakening and recovery of the world will. In the highest mystery realm, Chenzong could sense some demigod rank auras. Chenzong didn't have the slightest intention of looking for those people because he didn't have much of a friendship with them. With another move, Chenzong flew toward the royal family of the Xianyuan dynasty. He appeared directly above the royal family, and his powerful divine senses swept out. Find Venerable Master Xianyuan. Decades had passed and the world had changed. Chenzong didn't know if Master Xianyuan was still alive. He scanned the area with his spiritual perception, but he did not find Venerable Master Xianyuan. Instead, he found Xianxia. His aura had reached the demigod rank. He was a powerhouse of the Xianyuan dynasty and a person of great authority. But, so what? Looking at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, Xianxia furrowed his brows in anger. The increase in his cultivation didn't improve his temperament. Instead, it magnified the tyrannical nature of his heart. Who are you? Xianxia's eyes flashed with killing intent. We haven't seen each other for dozens of years, don't you recognize me? Chenzong smiled faintly. When I went to the sunken bone abyss, you were the one who hired assassins to kill me, right? It's you. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Chenzong knew that the three assassins from back then were related to Xianxia. Since that was the case, there was no need to talk nonsense. With a single thought, a beam of sword chi shot out from the void without any form of movement. Extremely fast, it was so fast that even the first stage demigod rank Xianxia didn't notice it. Before he could say anything, his forehead was pierced, and he died. Xianxia opened his mouth and eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe that he was killed just like that. Then, a tyrannical will exploded, and a figure condensed on his body. Chenzong recognized it at a glance. It was Venerable Master Xianyuan. As expected, Venerable Master Xianyuan had left something on Xianxia's body. Who are you? How dare you kill this Lord's disciple? Venerable Master Xianyuan's will stared at Chenzong with killing intent. I'll wait for you. Chenzong didn't answer the question. Venerable Master Xianyuan's will turned cold, and in the next breath, it shattered. At the same time, outside the Xianyuan world, Venerable Master Xianyuan, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. How dare you kill this Lord's disciple? No matter who you are, you won't be able to escape death. Venerable Master Xianyuan's body turned faint. He was confident, after all, he was a supreme great saint. Moreover, the changes in Tianyuan's sacred region were very obvious in the past few decades. The benefits it brought were very shocking, and his cultivation and strength had increased significantly. Not long after, Chenzong sensed Venerable Master Xianyuan's aura. In the sky, Chenzong quietly waited for Venerable Master Xianyuan's arrival. After the aura, Venerable Master Xianyuan's tyrannical aura locked onto Chenzong from afar. Why did you kill my disciple? Venerable Master Xianyuan felt that the person in front of him looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, he didn't think that it was Chenzong. After all, it had only been a few decades. Under his guidance and the changes in the world, his disciple, the crown prince, had only reached the demigod rank. He deserved to die. Chenzong replied calmly. Do you know that he was my last disciple? Venerable Master Xianyuan was furious. He was so angry that it seemed as if he wanted to burn Chenzong to ashes. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Back then, you tried to steal my opportunity. I'll return the favor with a sword. Chenzong wasn't affected by Venerable Master Xuanyuan's anger at all. He said calmly with a smile. Venerable Master Xianyuan didn't attack immediately because he couldn't see through Chenzong. Now that he heard Chenzong's words, he looked at Chenzong more carefully. The more he looked, the more confused he became. Chenzong didn't say anything. Sword light flashed as the extreme heart phaseless sword gathered in his hand. He swung the sword light broke through the air in an instant. In just an instant, the sword light flashed in front of Venerable Master Xianyuan. A cold light pierced through the air. The world under the sword light seemed to fall into darkness. All light was swallowed up. This was an extremely terrifying sword. It was a sword that made his heart tremble. The crisis and despair of death surged from the depths of his heart. However, Venerable Master Xianyuan had cultivated for many years and lived for many years. His heart was extremely tough. He instantly unleashed all his power. Rumble, a feeling of the world being turned upside down surged. Endless chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and rushed into his body. In an instant, Venerable Master Xianyuan seemed to have controlled the chi of heaven and earth. Chenzong couldn't control it at all. However, it still couldn't affect Chenzong's sword. This was an ultimate sword. It was a sword that could pierce the moon and shatter the stars. It was as if nothing in the world could block this sword. Piercing, tearing, Venerable Master Xianyuan realized that all his means, all his strength, and all his defenses couldn't block it. When the darkness retreated, the sword light also disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. Chenzong's face was filled with disappointment. Venerable Master Xianyuan couldn't even block his sword. From his opponent's outburst, Chenzong had already sensed that Venerable Master Xuanyuan's cultivation was at the first transformation Dao manipulation realm. However, his strength wasn't very high. He was only at the first transformation Dao manipulation realm. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Chenzong's mind. Previously, the Tianyuan sacred realm was a broken secondary world. Naturally, it was difficult to reach the demigod realm. Even the supreme saints were affected. Not only was it difficult to improve their cultivation, but they were also restricted. They couldn't easily attack. Even if they attacked, they could only use a small part of their strength. Otherwise, Chenzong's opportunity would have been taken away. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until Shantian Divine General appeared. With the awakening of the world will and the restoration of the world, the suppression of the Supreme Saint realm naturally disappeared. He could start to cultivate and improve himself. However, a secondary world was a secondary world. Even if it was restored to a complete secondary world, it was still limited. Decades had passed, and Venerable Master Xianyuan was still at the first transformation Dao manipulation realm. It would probably take him a long time to break through to the second transformation Dao manipulation realm. Unless he dared to risk entering the void to look for opportunities. However, the void was very dangerous. Even a Dao manipulation realm cultivator could be killed. You. Venerable Master Xuanyuan's entire body trembled. He could only feel a wisp of sword chi swimming around in his body. Everywhere it passed, he felt like he was being dismembered. His strength was scattered, and he couldn't gather it. He didn't die, nor was he seriously injured. However, that wisp of sword chi was so strong that Venerable Master Xianyuan couldn't expel it at all. In other words, his strength was temporarily crippled. Not killing him was worse than killing him. The current Venerable Master Xianyuan was only a little better than the ordinary cultivators. That was all. Not killing Venerable Master Xianyuan was punishing him. Chenzong also planned to get some information from Venerable Master Xianyuan. For example, information about other supreme saints and so on. Being afraid of death, Venerable Master Xianyuan naturally cooperated and told him all he knew. This way, Chenzong would have a more direct understanding of the supreme saints in Tianyuan's sacred realm. Before the ancient war, there were some supreme saints in Tianyuan's sacred realm. They weren't weak. After all, the Lingwu sacred realm was still very intact. However, after the ancient war, the world was broken and gradually declined. Venerable Master Xianyuan had only broken through at that time. However, it wasn't complete. After the breakthrough, he only had the realm but not the power. He hadn't recovered until now. In addition, there were also some so-called great sage stage experts who were not complete great sage stage experts. Do you know anything about Hongyan Bladesha? Chenzong asked finally. Hongyan Bladesha? Venerable Master Xianyuan was shocked. He immediately shook his head. Hongyan Bladesha was a supreme saint before the ancient war. Before the ancient war, she seemed to have left the Lingwu sacred realm. She hasn't returned yet. There's no news about her. Second update, one update at night, Hongyan Bladesha, it was the supreme saint who had killed the Heart Sword Saint back then. He had a deep relationship with the Heart Sword Saint and could be considered a friend of life and death. The Heart Sword Saint's last wish was to question why Hongyan Saber Slaughter suddenly attacked him and killed him back then. But now, the Hongyan Bladesha was not in the Tianyuan sacred domain and was not even in the Lingwu sacred world. Chenzong naturally could not fulfill the Heart Sword Saint's last wish. He could only enter the void and investigate. But the void was vast and there were countless cultivators. It would take a long time to find the Hongyan Bladesha. But since Chenzong had already benefited from the Heart Sword Seal, it meant that he had benefited from the Heart Sword Saint first. Naturally, he had to fulfill the Heart Sword Saint's last wish. That strand of sword chi would not kill Sage Xianyuan and would not exist forever. It would only last for 1,000 years. Within 1,000 years, Sage Xianyuan would not be able to use his own strength and would be constantly attacked by the sword chi. He would be in great pain. This was the punishment that Chenzong had given him. After all, his opportunity had not been taken away and he had not been hurt. 1,000 years of torture was enough. If you want revenge after 1,000 years, come to the void, Chenzong smiled at Sage Xianyuan. But I will not keep my sword then. No, no, no. Sage Xianyuan hurriedly waved his hand. It had only been a few decades and Yi Futian had already surpassed him and become so strong. If another 1,000 years passed, he would not be able to make any progress while Yi Futian could continue to cultivate. Yi Futian's talent was amazing and would only become stronger. By then, he would know better than now that he would be seeking his own death if he wanted revenge. Moreover, he had thought that he would be crippled. He did not expect that there would be a time limit of 1,000 years. Although he would be tortured by the sword chi for 1,000 years, it was better than having no hope. He just had to endure the 1,000 years. Perhaps it would be more difficult than he had imagined, but there was always hope. Chenzong no longer paid any attention to Master Xianyuan. He could tell that Master Xianyuan had no intention of revenge. He did not have the guts to do so. Even if he recovered 100 years later, he might not have the guts to leave the Lingwu holy world and enter the void. After leaving, Chenzong went to the barracks of the Tianxian army to look for Xiantian Divine General. Unfortunately, he was not there. Thus, Chenzong once again stepped into the void battleground of the Xianyuan dynasty. Chenzong was quite familiar with this place. After staying for a while, he found Immortal General Xiantian and thanked him for his help back then. Then, he had a discussion with him. Divine General Xiantian's heart was filled with indescribable shock. It had only been a few decades, but the little guy from back then had grown so much. When he learned that Chenzong had defeated Venerable Master Xianyuan with a single strike, the shock in his heart reached its peak. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. Naturally, Divine General Xiantian was curious about Chenzong's experience. Chenzong did not deliberately hide it and told him part of it. Divine General Xiantian was amazed by how vast and wonderful the void was. It's a pity that I have to stay here. Otherwise, I would enter the void to have a look and have a try. Divine General Xiantian laughed in high spirits. Venerable Master Xianyuan could not compare with his lofty sentiments and wisdom. At the end of the conversation, Divine General Xiantian wanted to see Chenzong's strength. Chenzong certainly did not refuse. However, he did not act recklessly, because Divine General Xianxia was only in the first rotation of the Tao controlling realm. In the end, Chenzong gave Divine General Xianxia the flesh of the void behemoth black snake, which was of great benefit to him. After that, Chenzong went to see his former comrades in the same team. Unfortunately, only 2 of them were still alive. He gave them some flesh of the void behemoth black snake. After taking it, they could strengthen themselves and increase their strength. It was better than many divine elixirs, and there were no side effects. For a half-step great saint, the flesh of the black snake was amazing. The last person Chenzong went to was Killer Master. Killer Master was wearing a mask and was very mysterious. Back then, Killer Master had helped him a lot, but he did not have enough ability to repay him. Now, he could. The Killer Master still looked the same as he did back then. However, his cultivation and strength were much stronger than before. Level 1 of the demigod level, Killer Master was very talented. Now that the will of the world had recovered, the rules of heaven and earth and the chi of heaven and earth had been perfected and restored over the past few decades, which was of great benefit to cultivators. The more talented one was, the greater the benefit. It was reasonable that Killer Master could reach the first level of the demigod level after several decades. Back then, Chenzong was also curious about what kind of face Killer Master had under his mask. Now, he was still curious. So, Chenzong opened his mind perception. The mind perception was very mysterious. The face behind Killer Master's mask was completely presented in Chenzong's heart. Without saying anything else, Chenzong exchanged a few words with Killer Master. Then, he took out 2 things and gave them to Killer Master. The first was the flesh of the void behemoth black snake. It weighed 5,000 kilograms, which was enough for Killer Master to eat for a long time. It was also enough to strengthen Killer Master's body, improve his cultivation, and enhance his strength. Of course, for a black snake that was thousands of meters long, even if the bones, organs, and skin were removed, the remaining flesh would weigh at least 5,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms was nothing. The other was a divine weapon, an external divine weapon. Among the more than 200 divine weapons that Chenzong had obtained, Chenzong had specially left it behind. It was a sharp weapon of good quality, suitable for Killer Master to use. As long as he refined that divine weapon, Killer Master's strength would increase by several times. It was very obvious. The Killer Master had never expected that he would receive such a shocking return after he had only thought highly of Lin Fan back then. To him, there were so many benefits that he could not reject it. In the end, Chenzong gave Killer Master 50,000 kilograms of the void behemoth black snake's flesh. After all, he had been in the Divine Xian army in the past. They had fought together and experienced life and death together. Chenzong also hoped that the Divine Xian army could become stronger. If the flesh of the void behemoth black snake was used well, it was enough to raise the overall strength of the Divine Xian army to a whole new level. As for the Tianqian army, it was too big. Even if Chenzong took out all the flesh of the void behemoth black snake, it would still not be enough. Chenzong planned to leave a portion to bring back to Blue Wave's world and distribute it to others. Therefore, he did not give it to the Tianqian army. It's time to leave, Chenzong thought. He bid farewell to Killer Master and Shantian Divine General and left the void battleground. Before returning to Blue Wave's world, Chenzong still had 2 places to visit. One was Baiyun Mountain. Baiyun Mountain for thousands of years. Baiyun Mountain was located in the 4 great upper regions, outside of Tianyuan Sacred Region. Chenzong realized that the barrier between Tianyuan Sacred Region and the 4 great upper regions seemed to be slowly disappearing. At this rate, the barrier might completely disappear in another 100 years. Baiyun Mountain. Senior Sister Yu. After flying out of the barrier, Chenzong's speed was astonishing. As he muttered to himself, some images flashed through his mind. He could not help but smile. I wonder how Senior Sister Yu is after so many years. Is she well? What cultivation level has she reached? Second Revolution Tao controlling realm. Chenzong's speed was extremely fast. Before long, he saw a tall mountain surrounded by countless white clouds standing on the ground. Even though the barrier between the Tianyuan sacred realm and the outer realm still existed and had not completely disappeared, the outer realm had also benefited greatly over the past few decades as the will of the world had awakened and recovered. The overall level of cultivation had increased by a level. In the past, there were very few half-step great saints in the 4 great upper regions. However, there were many half-step great saints now. Chenzong could sense that there were more than a dozen half-step great saint auras on Baiyun Mountain. Among them, 4 auras were very familiar. They were the 4 Tao Lords. Of course, the 4 Tao Lords of Baiyun Mountain were much weaker than the real Tao Lords. After all, the real Tao Lords were the dominators of the void. In Chenzong's eyes, Baiyun Mountain was infinitely tall. However, it did not seem like much now. This was because Chenzong had already seen many tall mountains that were far taller than Baiyun Mountain. Their auras were incomparably shocking. However, Baiyun Mountain made Chenzong feel a little warm. After restraining his aura, he condensed a white cloud and floated into Baiyun Mountain leisurely. Chenzong went straight to Tao Lord Huanyun. After seeing Chenzong again for less than 100 years, Tao Lord Huanyun realized that Chenzong was unfathomable. He could not see through him at all. To Chenzong, the past few decades felt like a very, very long time. This was because he had experienced too much. Countless memories filled his mind. Of course, his feelings were different. From Tao Lord Huanyun, Chenzong also learned that the changes in the past few decades had affected him greatly. If he waited until the barrier disappeared, the impact would only be greater. Similarly, Chenzong also shared some of his experiences. However, his experiences in the void were too distant. To Tao Lord Huanyun, Chenzong only shared some of his experiences in the Tianyuan sacred region. What's your cultivation level now? Tao Lord Huanyun could not help but ask curiously, half-step. Great sage or stronger? To Tao Lord Huanyun's knowledge, a half-step great sage was very strong. After all, apart from the Tianyuan sacred region, there were no demigod experts in the outer regions. Stronger, Chenzong said with a smile. Tao Lord Huanyun could not help but gasp. Then, he laughed heartily. He was very happy. Tao Lord, where's senior sister Yunyanxin? Did she go out to train? Chenzong did not sense Yunyanxin's aura in Baiyun Mountain, so he asked. Yunyanxin. Decades ago, after the great changes in the world, she went out to train and disappeared. Tao Lord Huanyun could not help but sigh. At that moment, it was as if thunder rumbled in his mind, causing Chenzong to be momentarily dazed. Images flashed through his mind. The first time they met, when they became fellow disciples of Baiyun Mountain, and when they helped each other during training. He did not expect that when he returned this time, he could not find her. Moreover, there was no news of her. He did not know how she was after decades. Was she dead, or did something happen? I also used the power of Baiyun Mountain to search for her, but I couldn't find her. Tao Lord Huanyun could not help but sigh. Yunyanxin was a very talented disciple. Stars filled the sky and gradually disappeared at dawn. The golden rays of the morning sun shone from the eastern horizon and rose slowly. A figure stood at the peak of the mountain. When a ray of golden light shone on his face, his eyes that were in a daze and deep in thought trembled slightly. It was as if he had come back to life and regained his liveliness. One night, Chenzong stood at the peak of the mountain for an entire night. He was a little confused because he heard that senior sister Yu had disappeared for decades and could not be found. This confusion came so suddenly and so unexpected. That night, Chenzong recalled all kinds of things in the past. Although his time with Yunyanxin was short, he did not expect that his memory would be so deep. It turned out that a faint trace had been left in his heart unknowingly. That trace did not disappear with the passage of time. Instead, it settled down and became a dusty memory. Now, it was as if it had been unsealed and was gurgling like water. It originated from the heart-sword principle and the deepest feeling in his heart. Chenzong judged that Yunyanxin was still alive, but he did not know where she was. Chenzong also asked White Cloud Mountain to search further and even offered a reward. Whoever could find Yunyanxin's whereabouts would be rewarded with 50 kilograms of divine beast flesh. The so-called divine beast flesh naturally referred to the flesh of the void giant black serpent. To the cultivators of the 4 great upper regions, it was worthy of being called a divine beast. Of course, they would not understand if they were told what a void giant black serpent was, and Chenzong would not explain in detail. The two words divine beast were enough to make them extremely moved. Therefore, when the news spread, the four great upper regions all took action. If they still could not find Xianxia, it could only mean that she was no longer in the four great upper regions. After Chenzong met the four great path masters of White Cloud Mountain, he also left them with tens of thousands of kilograms of black serpent's flesh. This was enough to raise their cultivation and strength by a lot. It could also raise the overall strength of White Cloud Mountain by more than a level. This was also the last gift that Chenzong had given to him when he joined Mount Baiyun. His next stop was naturally to return to the Floating Cloud region, one of the 36 lower regions. The Blue Cloud sect was the sect that his soul had descended into the Lingwu sacred world. The sect that he had entered back then was also his starting point. In addition, she was the older sister of this body at that time. First, he looked for his elder sister. Now that several decades had passed, his elder sister was no longer suitable for cultivation. However, with the Blue Cloud sect's secret protection, she was able to pass her days peacefully without any disasters or illnesses. Moreover, she had many children and grandchildren. Xianxia, who looked old but was still healthy, was stunned when she saw Chenzong. You. Xianxia's eyes seemed to become blurry. Her body, which was still healthy, instantly stood up and couldn't help but tremble. Elder sister. Seeing Xianxia again after several decades, an indescribable feeling spread from the bottom of his heart. You. Are you little brother? Xianxia's voice was trembling and her eyes were blurred. You really are little brother. Several decades, since Chenzong left several decades ago, Xianxia had never seen him again. Although she had married a good man and had given birth to a pair of filial children, and after her children got married, they also gave birth to a few cute grandchildren. Her family was happy, and there were no disasters or illnesses. Her life was simple and happy. However, there was always a trace of regret in Xianxia's heart, a deep regret. That was her younger brother, Chenzong. This trace of regret didn't dissipate with the passage of time. On the contrary, it settled down and slowly accumulated. Until now, after several decades, she saw her younger brother again, as if she was in a dream. Xianxia cried and laughed at the same time. Chenzong's eyes were also wet unconsciously. The siblings naturally needed to have a good talk, especially Xianxia, who had a lot to say. Xianxia spoke, and Chenzong listened. Time passed slowly. After that, Xianxia also introduced her husband to Chenzong. She also called her children and grandchildren to visit Chenzong. After all, Chenzong was their elder, and they all had to call him uncle. Xianxia's children were surprised to see a person younger than them call him uncle. However, they also knew that their mother did say that she had a younger brother who was a cultivator with amazing talent. He had entered one of those extremely powerful sects years ago. Moreover, they also heard that powerful cultivators could prolong their lives and stay young. This time, Chenzong didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stayed for about half a month. Naturally, Chenzong also gave his sister's family some simple benefits. Although they were simple benefits, they were enough to prolong their lives and strengthen their bodies. It was no problem for them to live for hundreds of years without any disasters or illnesses. It was very easy. As for his sister's grandchildren, of course, they also received benefits. If they stepped on the path of cultivation, they could more or less be regarded as geniuses. Chenzong set off for the Blue Cloud sect and left some benefits for them. Firstly, he had once cultivated in the Blue Cloud sect. Secondly, he wanted to repay them for secretly protecting his sister all these years. Everything was done. In this world, he had basically done what he needed to do. It's time to return to the Blue Waves world, Chenzong thought. It was impossible to return to the Blue Waves world with his current strength. However, he had the Heart Sword Seal. He mobilized his power and poured it into the Heart Sword Seal. Suddenly, the Heart Sword Seal trembled slightly and emitted light. Then, following Chenzong's will, it slashed like a heavenly sword and split open a world passage that led directly to the Blue Waves world. Chenzong moved and immediately stepped into the passage. In the past, he had always been passive in traveling. This time, however, he was actively traveling. This kind of feeling was very wonderful. Chenzong couldn't help but be immersed in it. In particular, Chenzong had mastered the heavenly magical Great Void Evasion technique. He could travel through the void, so his comprehension was even more profound. In an instant, the mysteries of the void became even clearer. The mysteries of the Great Void Escape technique were also further comprehended by Chenzong. Previously, Chenzong had only comprehended the heavenly magical Great Void Evasion technique to the entry level. Even if he put it in his heart palace to comprehend and cultivate, the improvement in a short period of time was very limited. But now, Chenzong had a kind of feeling that the speed of improvement of his Great Void Evasion technique had sped up. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could reach the small success level. The gap between the entry level and the small success level should be very big. Not long after, Chenzong stepped out of the world passage and saw a barrier. That barrier had already been torn apart by the power of the Heartsword seal. Chenzong stepped out, crossed that barrier, and directly entered the Blue Waves world. The moment Chenzong entered the Blue Waves world, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly emerged. The sky instantly darkened as if there were countless pitch-black lightning spreading out. Destruction, an earth-shattering aura of great destruction was born in an instant and quickly spread out. For a moment, everyone in the entire world felt a kind of heart palpitating and panic for no reason. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Especially for those with higher cultivation, the more clearly they felt it. It was as if a catastrophe was coming. It was as if everything was going to break. Everything was going to turn into nothingness and completely disappear. Destruction, 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 everything was going to break and return to nothingness. Appearing in the Blue Waves world, Chenzong had yet to look around when he felt the drastic changes in the world. With a slightly solemn expression, Chenzong hurriedly restrained his aura. He even sealed it very thoroughly. In just an instant, the world that had undergone drastic changes as if the end of the world was coming also slightly paused. Gradually, that extremely terrifying aura of destruction also faded, and the dark clouds in the sky also gradually dispersed. That feeling of a catastrophe also dissipated along with it. As expected, Chenzong couldn't help but secretly say. The Blue Waves world was inferior to the Lingwu Holy World. In terms of level, it was far from reaching the subworld level of the world in the void. It could only be regarded as a half-subworld level. Such a world naturally couldn't withstand the arrival of a powerhouse of the path-controlling realm. Fortunately, Chenzong was very special. He could seal all his power and all his aura so that it wouldn't leak out in the slightest. Otherwise, this Blue Waves world would be heading towards destruction. Chenzong wasn't here to cause destruction. Naturally, he couldn't let the Blue Waves world be destroyed. Now that so many years had passed, he didn't know how his old friend was doing. With a thought, Chenzong immediately took a step forward. In an instant, layers of ripples spread out in the void. Chenzong's body directly disappeared into the ripples. When he appeared, he was already 10,000 meters away. Crossing 10,000 meters in one step was nothing for Chenzong at full speed. It was insignificant. However, the Blue Waves world was ultimately not strong enough. In this place, if Chenzong were to fly, he simply couldn't display the speed of 10,000 meters in an instant. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he couldn't because it would cause great damage to this world. Fortunately, the Great Void Evasion technique could be used here. Of course, he couldn't erupt with his full strength. He could only use a small part of his power. The consumption was very low, and it wouldn't damage this world. One step was 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters was 10 steps. As Chenzong walked 10,000 meters in one step, he turned his head and pondered. Taiyuan Heaven Sect, Unhindered Sword Sect, these were all sects that he had once joined. He should go take a look and leave some benefits for them. Of course, the benefits couldn't be too excessive. If it was too excessive, it wouldn't be a blessing but a disaster. He would first go to the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. As for the Earth Demon Abyss, Chenzong didn't pay attention to it. In the past, he had already done his best. Now, the matters of this world should be handled by the people of this world. Moreover, in less than 100 years, the vitality of the Earth Demon clan had been greatly damaged. It wouldn't be so easy to recover. After leaving some benefits, Qianzong quickly left and went straight to the Unhindered Sword sect. Similarly, after leaving some benefits for the Unhindered Sword sect, Qianzong's footsteps didn't stop. Next, it was time for his first master, the Marquis of Linshan. However, when he left, the Marquis of Linshan was already greatly valued by the dynasty. Presumably, his position was even higher now. As his first master, Qianzong had enough respect for the Marquis of Linshan. Returning this time, he had to pay a visit. Some of my friends said that they were a little dizzy after reading yesterday's update because they had forgotten the previous plot. They said that they wanted to read it again from the beginning. Their spirit is commendable. Some of them said that they remembered the notes of the Six Paths very well. In fact, the Six Paths had forgotten it too. They had to flip through it to find out. Marquis Linshan was now Lord Linshan. He had a high position and was above everyone else. When he saw Qianzong again, Lord Linshan was first in a trance, then he sighed with emotion. Senior sister Guan Yunxi was not young, but because of her cultivation, she did not look old. However, time had left traces on her face. Compared with her playful appearance in the past, Guan Yunxi was more mature and charming. Seeing Qianzong again, and such a young Qianzong, it was as if time had not left any traces on him. Guan Yunxi was indescribably envious, but that was all. She could not help but feel a little excited. Decades had passed, but Guan Yunxi was still unmarried. This was also a headache for Lord Linshan. After staying for a day, Qianzong left some resources for Lord Linshan's master and senior sister Guan Yunxi that would be helpful for their cultivation and so on. Then, he left impatiently. Because the eastern continent was in sight. Qianzong had changed his body, and the bloodline of this body was no longer related to the eastern continent. In fact, it was not even related to the Blue Waves world. However, the brand that originated from the depths of his soul made Qianzong fit in with this world. The brand in the depths of his soul surpassed his bloodline. The eastern continent. Father. Aunt. Sister. Senior sister, those were the things that he cared about in the depths of his heart. After bidding farewell to his master and senior sister, Qianzong immediately left. The desire and urgency in his heart made Qianzong directly perform the Great Void Evasion technique. He traveled 10,000 meters in one step. I wonder what level this junior brother of yours has reached. Looking at Qianzong's disappearing figure, Lord Linshan let out a long sigh. He felt a little melancholy, but also a little proud. Guan Yunxi did not answer. Looking at Qianzong's disappearing figure, she felt lost. Her eyes also unconsciously dimmed. Lord Linshan understood his daughter's thoughts, but unfortunately, they were not fated to be together. Moreover, they couldn't keep up. It was a familiar mountain. Qianzong remembered that the first time he had crossed this mountain, he had been attacked by danger, and had had no choice but to risk his life. He had only barely made it through and stepped into a new world. Now that he thought about it, it felt as if it was just yesterday, but also as if it was a lifetime ago. Qianzong couldn't help but smile. The memories of his youth were like a drop of sweet dew when he recalled them now. There was a feeling of endless aftertaste. Only old people like to reminisce about the past. Am I old? Qianzong couldn't help but touch his face. He was still young, handsome, and extraordinary. Of course, Qianzong looked young, but for ordinary people, he was indeed very old. After all, he had lived for at least 100 years. Homesick, Qianzong's heart was a little uneasy, and even a little scared. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his father. Only, he took a deep breath. That breath rolled up an astonishing and mighty storm. When he calmed down, Qianzong stepped out again. The Eastern Land, Qianzong's return that year established the stability of the Eastern Land and allowed the Qin family to gradually develop. He wondered if the Qin family was even more prosperous now. In fact, Qianzong didn't care whether the Qin family was more prosperous or not. He only cared about the few people in his heart. The Qin family mansion had been expanded several times. Now, it was many times more spacious. Today, the Qin family mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Red lanterns were hung high, and the atmosphere was very festive. Guests came in an endless stream, and they all came with betrothal gifts. The sect leader of the true martial sect and the 10 great elders sent 10 boxes of jewelry, 10 manuals, pills. Wow, it's the sect leader of the true martial sect and the 10 great elders. Of course, it's the Qin family, the #1 family in the Eastern land. There were many people who came to congratulate the Qin family, but there were also many people who came to watch the fun. Because the Qin family would hold a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights, anyone could come and drink to their heart's content. As for the troublemakers, there was no one because the Qin family was now the #1 family in the Eastern land. In the beginning, there weren't many people, but as time passed, the number of people kept increasing. Now, there were more than a dozen true martial realm experts and dozens of training realm experts. In addition, the Qin family and the true martial sect had a very good relationship, and the true martial sect was the #1 sect in the Eastern land. The alliance of the #1 family and the #1 sect had completely suppressed the Eastern land. Even if there were some rascals, they didn't dare to have any ideas about the Qin family and the true martial sect. Especially now, on a joyous day, who would dare to cause trouble? It was purely because they were tired of living. Needless to say, the Qin family had the famous Rakshasa sword Qin Chuyun and the Qin family's supreme elder Qin Jingtang. It was said that they were super experts who had surpassed the true martial realm. At this moment, a young man in a white robe was walking slowly. Looking at the Qin family mansion, which was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, he revealed a smile. Chen Zong's divine sense swept across and found a few familiar auras. In the next moment, the figure disappeared like a phantom. Hey, where did he go? The person next to him rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. There was clearly a person in front of him just now. How did he suddenly disappear? Who is it? The companion next to him also stared and said, "You must be seeing things." No, there was clearly a white-robed man just now. Chen Zong seemed to have entered a no-man's land. People came and went, bustling, but no one could discover him. In the deepest part of the Qin family mansion, there was a small courtyard that was equivalent to the Qin family's forbidden area. It was as if it existed independently of the Qin family mansion. Over the years, the Qin family had undergone several renovations and expansions, but they were all outward expansion. That small courtyard was still the same as it was more than 100 years ago because it bore the weight of longing. In the courtyard, there were 3 people surrounding it. Due to the passage of time and frequent wiping, it had become incomparably smooth. Of the 3 people, one was an old man with white hair, but his complexion was ruddy. His eyes were bright and peaceful, and he seemed to be full of energy. The other was an old woman with a cloud bun. Her complexion was also ruddy, and her skin was like a baby's. Not only were her eyes bright, but they also contained traces of sharpness. The third was also an old woman. She looked even older than the second, as if she was even older. However, if you heard them speak, you would be very surprised. "Father, Aunt Yun, have some tea," the old woman said to the old man and the old woman with a cloud bun after pouring tea. Her tone was respectful. "Lanner, you drink too," the old man said with a smile, his face full of kindness. Qin Jingtang, Qin Chuyun, Qin Lan, today was the joyous day of the Qin family's current patriarch's son, and also the joyous day of the 3 juniors. However, the 3 of them did not go out because that junior was several generations away from them. Let the juniors of the Qin family have fun. As the oldest and most senior members of the Qin family, the 3 of them were unwilling to join in, but they also felt happy in their hearts. Because generation after generation, Qinzong not only continued to pass down the legacy, but also became stronger. Even if there came a day when their lifespan was up and they had to leave, the Qin family would have enough power to protect themselves and protect the Qin family's descendants to live and work in peace. "Father, Sister Yun, Lan." A call suddenly sounded and entered the ears of the 3 people. That voice was somewhat familiar, as if it had penetrated the distant space and awakened the deepest memories in their hearts. Chen Jingtang could not help but tremble. The teacup in his hand shook, and the tea spilled. The scalding tea fell on the back of his hand, but he did not notice it at all. "Did you hear that?" Chen Jingtang looked at Chen Chuyun and Chen Lan. did you hear that? He thought that it was an auditory hallucination. Chen Shuyun was also very excited, but Qianlan was puzzled. Is it an auditory hallucination caused by the longing in my heart? Chen Shuyun thought to himself. Immediately, he was stunned because a white-robed figure appeared in front of the table. His eyes were like stars, and he was extraordinarily handsome. That young face seemed to be filled with a layer of divine light, and his temperament was unique. And that face gave them a very familiar feeling. For a moment, their eyes were in a trance, as if they had seen through hundreds of years and seen the appearance of the past again. You are Zhong Er. Chen Jingtang trembled all over, and tears flowed down his old face. Qianlan also widened her eyes in shock. Chen Zong, his own brother, Chen Zong. It had to be said that Chen Zong's sudden return had an indescribable impact on Chen Jingtang, Chen Shuyun, and Qianlan. After the excitement, they slowly calmed down, but the joy in their hearts was still surging. Chen Zong was the same. His emotions were surging, and it was difficult to calm down. That was the joy and emotion that came from the deepest part of his heart. Because his aunt did not have any talent for cultivation, she passed away a few decades ago. On the other hand, elder sister Chen Chuyun's talent was considered quite good in the eastern continent, and with a large amount of resources and guidance from Chen Zong, she had successfully broken through to the true martial realm more than 10 years ago and stepped into the first layer of the transcendent realm, the extreme mortal stage. As for his father, Chen Jingtang, he also successfully broke through a few years ago and entered the extreme mortal realm. For the eastern continent, the extreme mortal realm was an invincible existence. His younger sister, Qianlan, was slightly weaker. She was still in the true martial realm, the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm. However, it was not easy for her to break through to the extreme mortal realm, so she looked older. If she could not break through, she probably did not have many years left to live. But now that Chen Zong had returned, he naturally would not let them die so early. Before returning, Chen Zong decided to stay at home for a while. The cultivation of the 33 heavens of will had nothing to do with the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and had nothing to do with the laws of heaven and earth. It was closely related to one's mind. Therefore, there was no difference between cultivating in the eastern continent and cultivating in the Lingwu holy world. Chen Zong stayed at home, but he did not pay attention to the other members of the Chen family. After all, they had nothing to do with him. As for the true martial sect, Chen Zong did not care about them at all. First, he helped his father, elder sister, and younger sister recuperate their vitality. Chen Zong had a lot of spoils of war, some of which were useless to those above the half-step Great Saint realm, but were very useful to those in the transcendent realm. It was not difficult to extend one's lifespan and regain one's youth. As a result, Chen Jingtang returned to his 40s, and Chen Shuyun returned to her 30s. Both of their cultivations had also improved significantly. As for Qianlan, her cultivation had broken through to the extreme mortal realm, and she returned to her 30s. Now, with their cultivations and the lifespan that they had consumed, they could live up to 1,000 years. Father, elder sister, Xiaolan, today I will take you to travel the world. Chen Zong said with a smile. It could be said that he had fulfilled a wish that he had in the past. Stepping on mountains and rivers, crossing rivers, the vast world was under their feet, and the beautiful mountains and rivers were in their eyes. After spending more than half a year, Chen Zong took his father Chen Jingtang, clan elder sister Chen Shuyun, and little sister Qianlan to practically travel all over the Blue Waves world. They experienced the local customs and saw the world. Unknowingly, it was also a kind of cultivation. After half a year, they often ate the flesh of the giant snake to nourish their bodies. Although the three of them did not deliberately cultivate their bodies, their physiques became several times stronger. Their cultivation also improved further, and their lifespan also continued to increase unknowingly. Chen Zong hoped that they could live longer and better. Therefore, other than increasing their lifespan, he would also give them some pointers that pointed directly to their essence. This allowed them to use their strength in an even more meticulous manner, allowing them to obtain an extremely significant increase in their strength. After half a year, Chen Zong took the three of them back to the eastern land. For a moment, the three of them were silent. They felt that the time to say goodbye had come. Father, Sister Yun, little Lan, cultivate well. Maybe we will meet again one day. Zong was very reluctant to part with them, but he also knew that it was time to say goodbye. Half a year was enough for him to take his family to travel the world. Now, the three of them had lived for more than 1,000 years, but 1,000 years was only equivalent to 100 years in the void. After reaching the spirit realm, 100 years in the void was actually nothing. The next time he came back, he did not know how many years it would be. If the three of them continued to cultivate, they could break through and continue to increase their lifespan. Maybe they would have a chance to meet again. You have to be careful this time. Chen Jingtang reminded him. Zong was brought up by Chen Jingtang since he was a child. He was both a father and a mother. Naturally, he would be very worried. Father, don't worry. Zong said with a smile. Then, he knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Jingtang. He stood up, turned around, and disappeared into the void. Looking at the place where Zong disappeared, the three of them were speechless for a long time. Perhaps after this trip, they would never have the chance to meet again. Zong rubbed his red eyes. The reluctance in his heart gradually disappeared, and he slowly regained his composure. Now that this matter was over, it was time to leave. All of a sudden, Zong looked up at the sky. His pupils constricted as if he could see through the void. With a slight movement of his body, he soared into the sky. Zong could feel that the Blue Waves world seemed to be facing a crisis of extinction. Although her wish had been fulfilled, and the crisis of Blue Waves world should be resisted by them, her father and the others were still alive. They were still here, and the crisis of extinction was very likely to affect them. Since he hadn't left yet, he might as well do his last bit. Soon, Zong rushed out of the Blue Waves world and entered the void. This was because the feeling of crisis came from the void. Looking into the distance, Zong indeed saw a black shadow approaching at an astonishing speed. The demonic fortress. That black shadow was a fortress of the demonic void. It was only one fortress, but the demonic void was evil and powerful. Even if it was only one fortress, once it invaded the Blue Waves world, the people of the Blue Waves world would be in a terrible situation and completely exterminated. According to her perception, there was no God realm demonic void inside the demonic fortress. In other words, there was only a spirit realm demonic void. It was easy to deal with. Using her fingers as a sword, she slashed the void. Slash, in a split second, the sword light flashed and disappeared into the void as if it had disappeared. Tens of thousands of meters away, the approaching demonic fortress slightly trembled. In the next moment, it was cut open from the middle. Countless sword chi burst out from the demonic fortress, directly piercing, tearing, and shattering the demonic fortress. All the demonic void were killed in an instant. Zong observed for a while, but didn't find any other demonic fortresses. Perhaps, this was just an accident. As for those demonic void that he had seen in the Earth Demon Abyss, they weren't very strong. Returning to the Blue Waves world, Zong once again activated the power of the Heartsword seal, opened the world passage, and stepped out, disappearing. As for whether this Blue Waves world would encounter other dangers, Zong didn't care. The world was like people. It had its own ups and downs. External forces could interfere, but it wasn't a good thing if they interfered too much. Crossing again, the mystery of the Great Void Evasion technique became more profound. When Zong returned to the Lingwu Holy World, he immediately felt that the Great Void Evasion technique had broken through and reached the small success stage. The cultivation of heavenly magical powers was very difficult for the path-controlling realm. It was relatively easy to get started, but it was more difficult to reach the small success stage. As for the large success stage, it was almost hopeless. The stronger and higher the magical power, the more it needed to be carried by oneself. This time, reaching the small success stage of the Great Void Evasion technique was an unexpected surprise. In addition, after returning to the Blue Waves world and seeing his loved ones, Zong's fourth heart palace was also forged to the large success stage. Moreover, the fifth heart palace was also initially forged. The further he went, the harder it was to forge the heart palace. Another point was that because he had brought his loved ones to travel the world, the great Tao of the world had been unknowingly perfected. As a result, His body refinement had also broken through and reached the level equivalent to the second transition of the path-controlling realm. Of course, the ascending realm was a general term. The ascending realm of qi refinement had its own division, and the ascending realm of body refinement also had its own division. Because the cultivation system was different, the names were also different. The ascending realm of body refinement was equivalent to the path-controlling realm, and the corresponding realm was the divine body. In other words, Chenzong's current cultivation was at the second transition of the path-controlling realm and the second transformation of the divine body realm. In other words, this time, he had used some time to fulfill his wish. It wasn't a waste of time, but an unexpected gain. This was also an unexpected surprise. After returning to the Lingwu Holy World, Chenzong immediately made a trip to White Cloud Mountain. There was still no news of Yunyanqin. Perhaps he has already entered the void. Based on an indescribable deep level of perception in his heart, if that was the case, perhaps he would meet him in the void at some point. However, the void was vast and boundless, and it was hard to say. After bidding farewell to White Cloud Mountain, Chenzong returned to the Tianyuan sacred domain. This time, he didn't directly step into the void, but instead entered the void battleground of the Xianyuan dynasty. Chenzong wanted to give it a try. Previously, he had gone back and forth several times, but he had never seen the demons of the void. It was as if the void battleground didn't exist, but perhaps it was on the other side. Now that all his wishes had been fulfilled, he could enter the void and pursue the great Tao wholeheartedly. In this way, he would start from the void battleground. Back then, Xianxia had also directly killed his way out of the void battleground. The void battleground of the highest profundity realm had actually been broken through by Xianxia. As a result, countless demons of the void had been killed and injured, and the strength of their invasion had decreased a lot, to less than 10% of their usual strength. This had greatly relieved the pressure on the highest profundity realm. In fact, Chenzong also had a slight intention of competing with Xianxia across the void, breaking through the void battleground and slaughtering countless demons. The battle between the original body and the doppelganger had already begun the moment the doppelganger appeared. Through the void passage, Chenzong once again stepped into the void battleground of the Xianyuan world. At this very moment, the fiendish demon army of the void was launching a massive attack. The Xiantian army was naturally going all out. After obtaining the giant snake's flesh, the Xiantian army was naturally stronger. It was an extremely fierce battle. In this battle, even a god-level void demon was sent out, and it was fighting fiercely with the Xiantian divine general. In the void, the battle was extremely fierce. When Chenzong arrived, he was not in a hurry to take action, but first observed. Based on the current situation, the Xiantian army was not at a disadvantage. Of course, there were casualties on both sides of the void demon army. But not long after, there was a sudden change. Another void demon army attacked, and immediately put the Xiantian army in danger. After obtaining the external divine weapon and refining it, as well as the void demon black snake's flesh, the killer master's cultivation and strength had more than doubled. He had killed many demons, but now he was surrounded. In an instant, a sword qi pierced through the air and circled around, directly killing all the void demons around him. Chenzong stepped into the battlefield. He did not draw his sword, but countless sword qi continuously shot out. Each streak of sword qi would kill hundreds of void demons as easily as chopping vegetables and melons. The void demons that had just gained the upper hand had lost tens of thousands of their lives in just a few breaths. Massacre, it was a one-sided massacre. Unless it was a god-level void demon, no one could resist Chenzong's sword qi. Kill, 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 kill all of them. Chenzong's attack directly resolved the crisis of the Xiantian army. For a moment, the soldiers of the Xiantian army were stunned. How powerful was this person? He had killed so many void demons by himself. It was terrifying to the extreme. To Chenzong, it was a very carefree feeling. He did not need to hold back and could kill to his heart's content. He also used it to cultivate the legacy sword technique of the Massacre Dao College of the East Court Sword Mountain. It was a sword technique that focused on killing. It was a sword technique that condensed murderous intent. The stronger the murderous intent, the easier it was to cultivate the sword technique, and its power would also be more tyrannical and terrifying. This time around, there were hundreds of thousands of demons in the void. However, under Chen Zong's sword qi, they were like a hot knife through butter, unable to resist at all. Kill, kill, kill. 100,000, 200,000, Chen Zong's murderous intent accumulated more and more, but soon, it seemed to have disappeared. Chen Zong kept condensing it. 300,000, the soldiers of the Xiantian army were all reduced to spectators. They only felt that the battlefield was filled with endless sword qi, and each sword qi was extremely terrifying. The Xiantian divine general and the god-level void demon, who were fighting fiercely in the sky, also noticed it. The Xiantian divine general was overjoyed, but the god-level void demon was furious. However, it could not get rid of the Xiantian divine general. It didn't take long for Chen Zong to slaughter hundreds of thousands of nefarious void devils. Even the nefarious void devil fortresses were completely destroyed. Chen Zong looked up and fixed his gaze on the god-level void demon that was fighting with the Xiantian divine general. He moved and took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared behind the void demon. A bit of sword qi pierced through the air like a cold glint. The moment the god-level evil void demon sensed it, it was immediately pierced between its eyebrows. The terrifying sword qi instantly invaded its body and wreaked havoc. Even though the god-level evil void demon's physique was extremely strong and its vitality was incomparably tenacious, it was of no use. The Xiantian divine general was very shocked. This god-level evil void demon was very tyrannical. He could barely contend with it, and this was under the condition that his strength had increased after consuming the black snake's flesh. However, Chen Zong killed it with just a finger and a sword qi. This god-level evil void demon was indeed very strong to the Xiantian divine general, but it was nothing to Chen Zong. It was only at the first revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. He could have killed it before, let alone now that his cultivation had reached the second revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. If this evil void demon had the strength of a sixth revolution of the Dao manipulation realm, it might have been able to fight him. Killing this deity realm void devil was a piece of cake for him. After saying that to the Xiantian divine general, Chen Zong stepped into the void and quickly left. Chen Zong intended to try the minor success stage of the Great Void Escape technique. He took a step and when he reappeared, he was 200,000 meters away. He had used up a lot of his strength, almost 60%. Chen Zong couldn't help but be shocked. Sure enough, heavenly mystiques couldn't be used casually. The consumption was too terrifying, especially when the heavenly mystique was at a higher level. Although it was stronger, the consumption was more astonishing. Only the Yuanming realm could freely bear the consumption of heavenly mystiques. Chen Zong took out the evanescent, placed it in his heart core, opened the star map, and did a little search. This place was still within the Yuan star system. It was set as the second city of world suppression. The evanescent began to fly. As for Chen Zong, he first recovered the power he had used up and then cultivated. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, all that was left was to pursue the great Tao. This way, there was no need to be as urgent as before. He didn't have to chase after time and hurry on his way. To him, cultivation was the most important thing right now. He had to improve himself. Therefore, there was no difference whether he was in a hurry or not because he could cultivate properly. In fact, to a certain extent, not being in a rush would allow one's state of mind to be calmer and more relaxed, which was more beneficial to one's cultivation. In the fourth heart palace, Chen Zong placed the divine ability Great Refining Void God Eyes. He felt that this heavenly sacred art would be of great help to him. As for now, Chen Zong was practicing the first level of the Heart Sutra. The cultivation of the Heart Sutra was also quite interesting. One could enter the corresponding state of the Heart Sutra and use it to comprehend and cultivate other martial arts. In this way, while comprehending and cultivating other martial arts, one could also refine the Heart Sutra. What Chen Zong was learning now was one of the inherited sword techniques of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain Slaughter Dao Academy, the Great Slaughter Blood Prison Secret Sword. This was a divine ability sword technique on the same level as the Great Refining Starry Sky Secret Sword technique. This time, after killing hundreds of thousands of void demons, Chen Zong had accumulated a huge amount of murderous aura. He could use it to cultivate properly. With the memories and experience of the Eastern Court Sword Master, superb comprehension, and a huge amount of murderous aura, Chenzong also found that under the Heart Sutra state, his comprehension and cultivation efficiency increased by about 10%. A 10% increase was undoubtedly very shocking. It was a huge improvement. The escapee flew towards the target on its own. Chenzong cultivated wholeheartedly. During this time, he did not encounter any danger. The escapee was also constantly approaching the second world suppression city. In the escapee, the murderous aura around Chenzong constantly surged and turned into traces of blood red. It was like a blood-red hell, as if it could slaughter all living things. It was extremely frightening and terrifying. It was as if there were countless mournful cries, like the roars of evil spirits. It was soul-stirring and extremely frightening. In the next moment, the blood-red color instantly converged. The great slaughtering blood prison had finally been cultivated to the second level of entry, which was the entry level of heaven's superpower. Now, I have accumulated enough. It is time to continue to create my own sword technique, Chenzong thought to himself. A sword technique obtained from others was still someone else's sword technique. Only a sword technique created by oneself was the most suitable for oneself. Moreover, because of the special nature of the life divine weapon, the extreme heart phaseless sword, it was closely related to Chenzong's life. The sword technique that Chenzong wanted to create would be able to fully unleash the power of himself and the extreme heart phaseless sword. 10,000 swords in one. That was what he had used before, but Chenzong was very clear that it was just a rough application. Even if he constantly collided and improved under the divine tribulation, it still did not reach a level that he was satisfied with. The real 10,000 swords in one should be able to completely control it. At this moment, he had not reached that level yet. Once again entering the single-minded state, Chenzong began to comprehend. With a solid foundation and a huge accumulation of swordsmanship, countless mysteries kept flashing in his mind. It was as if there were figures performing all kinds of exquisite swordsmanship. In Chenzong's vision, 10,000 swords in one should be a sword technique that integrated the essence of all sword techniques into one. It should be a sword technique that integrated countless mysteries of sword principle. Of course, it was very difficult to reach that level. It was indescribably difficult. However, there must always be a starting point, like a foundation, to build a skyscraper. 10,000 swords in one. From this name, one could see Chenzong's ambition and the superb idea that Chenzong had for this sword technique. The first move, was often the beginning of a sword technique. It belonged to the foundation and was very important, because it was related to the mysteries of the subsequent moves. Chenzong was very cautious. He repeatedly thought about it. When his mind was exhausted, he recovered his mind. When his mind recovered, he entered the single-minded state again and continued to comprehend. Over and over again, little by little, the first level of the single-minded Heart Sutra was constantly improved. At this speed, it would not take long for him to reach the small success. The escapee was very fast, flying at the speed of a high-grade void-flying boat. Gradually, the outline of the second world suppressing city appeared in front of him. The first move of 10,000 swords in one also gradually took shape. The first move was the foundation. It was very important, but it was also a move that was relatively easy to create. Chenzong did not specially think of a name for this move. He directly called it 10,000 swords in one. As for the whole sword technique, he named it 10,000 swords in one technique. Chenzong felt that creating this move was not the limit. He could continue to improve it. They arrived at the second world suppressing city. Without much emotion, Chenzong put away the escapee and flew into the second world suppressing city, heading directly to the city master's mansion. There were two strong auras in the city master's mansion. They were the auras of two spirit realm experts. The two auras were quite familiar. One was the city master of the second world suppressing city, Su Luan, the disciple of the unitary sect. The other aura was the old man who followed Su Luan. Both of them were in the path controlling realm. Chenzong also emitted a trace of aura, pouring into the city master's mansion. It immediately surprised Su Luan and the old man. There were usually spirit realm experts in the second world suppressing city, but they were relatively few. The most important thing was that this trace of aura was familiar to Su Luan. A figure suddenly flashed in his mind. A name jumped out, but he could not believe it. When Su Wan saw Chenzong, he was extremely shocked. Path-controlling realm, Chenzong was already in the path-controlling realm. It was incredible. It had only been a few years since Chenzong entered the Dongting Sword Mountain. But thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, the Dongting Sword Mountain was very powerful. It was many times stronger than the Unitary sect. It was simply an incomparable giant. Chenzong was also very talented. It was normal for him to break through to the spirit realm after cultivating in the Dongting Sword Mountain. However, there was a rumor not long ago that the Dongting Sword Mountain had fallen apart. Congratulations! You have finally broken through to the spirit realm. You are qualified to be listed among the experts in the void. Su Wan thought and quickly smiled. It's all thanks to Brother Su. Chenzong smiled and said. Su Wan's aura was restrained, but Chenzong could still feel that Su Wan's cultivation was the same as his. They were both in the second turn of the path-controlling realm. But that divine feeling told him that Su Wan was not his opponent. If he fought with his full strength, one sword was enough to defeat or even kill Su Wan. That was the gap. Haha, I am very curious about the Dongting Sword Mountain. I wonder if you can clear my doubts. Su Wan smiled and welcomed Chenzong into the city master's mansion. Seeing Chenzong and feeling Chenzong's aura, the old man was shocked. How long had it been? At that time, Chenzong had just entered the first level of the devil prison. At that time, he was still in the first level of the demigod realm. Now, he was already in the path-controlling realm. Chenzong could also see that the old man's cultivation was higher than Su Wan's. He was in the third turn of the path-controlling realm. However, his strength might not be stronger than Su Wan. After all, Su Wan's talent was not bad. He was stronger than the old man. Su Wan was curious about the Dongting Sword Mountain. Chenzong also told him part of it, but not too much. He only told him the basic structure and so on, which made Su Wan amazed. In the Yuan sect, the younger generation of the spirit realm was the godson, surpassing the true disciple. But in a powerful force like the Dongting Sword Mountain, the younger generation of the spirit realm was still the true disciple. This was also the gap between strength and foundation. I heard that something happened to the Dongting Sword Mountain and it fell apart. I was worried about you. It seems that the news was false. Su Wan suddenly sighed. I don't know who spread the news. Who dares to frame the Dongting Sword Mountain like this? Aren't they afraid of the Sword Mountain's anger? Chenzong's expression didn't change, but he was secretly shocked. He didn't expect the Dongting Sword Mountain to be in turmoil so soon after the death of the Dongting Sword Master. A force like the Dongting Sword Mountain was originally supported by the Dongting Sword Master alone. Although the headmasters of the 4 major Dao colleges were also very powerful, in the end they did not sincerely submit to him. In the memories of the Dongting Sword Master, the 4 of them had been subdued. Now that the Dongting Sword Master had died, they all felt it and naturally wouldn't continue to stay in the Dongting Sword Mountain. Once the headmasters of the 4 major Dao colleges left and the enemy knew the truth of the Dongting Sword Master's death, the Dongting Sword Mountain couldn't withstand it. It was natural for it to fall apart. Repaying kindness with kindness, repaying resentment with resentment, it was a joyful thing. The escapee quickly left the second world-suppressing city and flew towards a mid-level star. Chenzong was in the escapee, and Su Wan was also accompanying him. Su Wan was very surprised. He did not expect that Chenzong actually had a high-level void flying boat. As expected, it looked much better than his mid-level void flying boat. Envy, Su Wan's heart was indeed filled with unspeakable envy. Previously, Chenzong still needed to look up to him. Now, Chenzong seemed to have the momentum to make him look up to him. But fortunately, Su Wan's mentality was good. He had long expected that sooner or later, Chenzong would rise and surpass him. Therefore, he quickly adjusted and did not feel unfair or jealous. The speed of a high-level void flying boat is really fast. Su Wan sighed secretly. He was able to buy a mid-level void flying boat not only because of his wealth. Under the amazing speed of the escapee, the Mountain River Star was approaching. The Mountain River Star was a mid-level star, the main star of the Chu family, a high-level star rank force. That year, Xianxia had targeted him many times. He had even used the spring rain house to hire assassins to cripple him. After that, a spirit realm warrior from the Chu family had failed to recruit him. Instead, he had tried to kill him. Luckily, Sulwan had found him in time. Although he was fine, the grudge between him and the Chu family did exist. At that time, he was not strong enough to seek justice for himself. But now, he could. From Sulwan, Chenzong learned that the strongest expert of the Chu family was the Grand Elder of the Chu family, who was a 7th transformation Dao controlling realm expert. In addition, the Chu family had 4 other Dao controlling realm experts, but they had not reached the 7th transformation Dao controlling realm. They were 5th transformation, 3rd transformation, 2nd transformation, and 1st transformation. The person who had his arm cut off by Sulwan and fled in panic was a 1st transformation Dao controlling realm expert. Chenzong was not afraid of 1st transformation, 2nd transformation, 3rd transformation, and 5th transformation. Even if it was a 7th transformation, Chenzong dared to fight head-on. However, the mountain river star of the Chu family was surrounded by a mountain river great array. That was a great void array. Even if it was the lowest level great void array, once it was activated, it would still have a shocking power. Of course, that kind of power would not be able to block the bombardment of the evanescent ship. It was because of this that Chenzong would go. However, Sulwan didn't know Chenzong's ability and insisted on going. This was because Sulwan was the city lord of the 2nd city of Suppressing World. He was also the godson of the Yuan sect. No matter what, the Chu family didn't dare to offend him. With Sulwan accompanying him, even if something unexpected happened, Chenzong would be fine. Knowing Sulwan's thoughts, Chenzong didn't say he was very strong. That would be too much of a blow to Sulwan. He could only let Sulwan go with him. With Sulwan accompanying him, things were indeed much more convenient. He revealed his identity and directly entered the mountain river planet, heading toward the Chu family. This time, Chenzong came to settle his grudge with the Chu family. However, there were many ways to settle grudges. It didn't necessarily have to be a life and death battle. With Sulwan's name, the two directly entered the Chu family and received the highest level of welcome. Other than the 7th cycle Dao controlling realm Grand Elder who didn't show up, the other 4 Dao controlling realm cultivators all showed up. Last time, the 1st cycle Dao controlling realm cultivator had an arm cut off by Sulwan. The Chu family was warned by Sulwan. At this moment, even if they had a lot of resentment and dissatisfaction in their hearts, they couldn't show it. They had to greet with a smile. There was no other way. Sulwan was the godson of the Yuan sect. He was also a Dao controlling realm cultivator. His talent was unparalleled in the Chu family. The Chu family had to bow their heads. Chu family, do you still remember me? Sulwan didn't speak, but Chenzong spoke. He was the leader of this trip, and Sulwan came with him. For a moment, the gazes of the Chu family's 4 Dao controlling realm cultivators all fell on Chenzong's face. Previously, Chenzong had restrained his aura and didn't have a strong sense of presence. In addition, Sulwan's identity and strength made the Chu family pay more attention to him, so much so that they ignored Chenzong. Now that they heard Chenzong's words, they immediately looked over and were slightly surprised. Because of Xianxia, everyone in the Chu family had seen Chenzong's appearance. There were clear images and pictures. However, they couldn't be sure at the moment. It's you, the 1st cycle Dao controlling realm cultivator said in a serious voice. A trace of unforgettable hatred flashed in his eyes. He remembered very clearly that back then, he was ordered to go to the 2nd world suppressing city to recruit this person. In the end, he was rejected. When he was about to suppress him by force, Sulwan attacked and cut off one of his arms. If he hadn't fled quickly and decisively, and Sulwan was still far away, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape. At that time, it wouldn't have just been a matter of one of his arms being cut off. Even with the Chu family's resources, the arm had grown back. However, it wasn't as useful as before. Of course, it would take a lot of time to recover to its previous level. He hated Sulwan, but he didn't dare to show it. However, he didn't have so many scruples when hating a cultivator who wasn't even in the spirit realm. So what if the other party was a genius? As long as he hadn't broken through to the spirit realm, he was nothing. It seems that you recognized me. Zong smiled slightly, not caring about the hatred in the other's eyes. In Zong's view, the 4 Dao controlling realm cultivators of the Chu family were no match for him. As long as he used his full strength, one sword strike would be enough to severely injure or even kill them. Perhaps only the Grand Elder of the 7th Transformation Dao controlling realm was qualified to be his opponent. However, he wasn't present. The Chu family has harmed me many times. This time, it's time to settle the score. Zong didn't have the slightest bit of politeness and said very directly. After all, he wasn't here as a guest, nor was he here to make friends with the Chu family. He was here to settle the grudges. Su Luan, is this what you want? The 5th Transformation Dao controlling realm cultivator of the Chu family remained calm. His gaze swept past Zong's face and landed on Su Luan's face. He asked in a serious voice. No, I'm just here to be a witness. Su Luan smiled slightly. However, I'll give you a suggestion. If Brother Chen has any requests, you'd better agree. It won't be bad for the Chu family. Su Luan's words immediately caused the expressions of the Chu family members to change greatly. They also noticed how Su Luan addressed Zong. Brother Chen, how could this kind of address be used casually? If they weren't related by blood, how could a divine realm cultivator call a demigod realm cultivator brother, especially when the age difference wasn't that big? Of course, Su Luan's age was older than Zong. What request do you have? The 5th Transformation Dao controlling realm cultivator of the Chu family didn't think that Su Luan was bluffing. He stared at Zong and asked in a serious tone. 10 million void coins, and we'll settle the score. Zong smiled slightly. The expressions of the 4 Dao controlling realm cultivators of the Chu family changed greatly. 10 million void coins, what kind of wealth was that? Su Luan's expression was as usual. This was something she had discussed with Zong on the way here. This number was indeed very shocking, but the Chu family could take it out. Simply put, the Chu family could take out 10 million void coins, but it would hurt them greatly. 10 million, it could be said that the Chu family was stuck at the juncture. And 10 million void coins was enough for Zong to buy 1,000 high-grade void flaming crystals, which could be used on the escape ship. After all, the power of the star core wasn't endless. 3 million at most. The 5th Transformation Dao controlling realm cultivator of the Chu family said directly, his tone was unquestionable. 3 million void coins was also a huge amount of wealth for the Chu family, but it wouldn't hurt them greatly. 3 million, Zong smiled coldly. 12 million. Su Luan showed a trace of astonishment. 10 million was enough to hurt the Chu family. If 2 million was added, the Chu family would be in an even more difficult position. Hearing Zong's words, the Chu family people's heads jumped, the veins on their foreheads bulging. From 10 million to 12 million, although the Chu family wouldn't give it, it was still very unpleasant and infuriating. Su Luan, you shouldn't interfere in this matter. Although the Chu family didn't want to offend Su Luan, they had their own principles. If the Chu family didn't go overboard, I wouldn't interfere. Su Luan said with a smile. He knew that Zong's current cultivation wasn't any lower than his, and he even had a divine life weapon. Zong's strength was absolutely not weak. He could even fight against the Chu clan's 3rd cycle Dao controlling realm. More importantly, Zong was still very young, and represented endless potential. In the end, we still have to fight. Zong smiled slightly, and in an instant, the aura that was restrained burst out in an instant. An extremely shocking sword pressure also descended out of thin air, directly suppressing the 4 Dao controlling realm cultivators of the Chu family. Sword pressure, it was an astonishing sword pressure, an extremely tyrannical sword pressure, and an extremely terrifying power. The 1st Transformation Dao controlling realm cultivator's expression changed drastically. He only felt that his body was unable to move, as if he was suppressed by a giant sword. An incomparably vigorous and sharp sword seemed to be piercing through and crushing him. The 2nd Transformation Dao controlling realm cultivator also felt the same, and was unable to move under Zong's sword pressure. As for the 3rd Transformation Dao controlling realm cultivator, it was a little better, but he also felt the shocking pressure, and his entire body felt as if it was directly split open. Only the fifth transformation Dao controlling realm cultivator could withstand the suppression of Chen Zong's sword pressure. But the power of this sword pressure made his expression solemn, and he felt as if he was facing the pressure of a circulating Dao controlling realm cultivator. At the same time that the sword pressure was emitted, Chen Zong's second transformation Dao controlling realm cultivation was also clearly displayed, and it made their hearts sink. It seemed that this person was only at the demigod realm before, but now, he was at the second transformation Dao controlling realm. What did this mean? It meant that he was an extremely shocking genius. Of course, if not, he would not have been accepted as a disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain. The fifth transformation Dao controlling realm cultivator of the Chu family's expression changed, and he finally said, "The Chu family is willing to pay 13 million as compensation to you, sir. We are even now." The other party's talent and origin made him not dare to act rashly. The Eastern Court Sword Mountain. What a tyrannical existence. Even now, there were rumors that the Eastern Court Sword Mountain was in internal strife and had fallen apart. But a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, and it was not something that a star-level force like the Chu family could compare with. After thinking about it, they had to compromise. Otherwise, even if they killed the other party here, it would be very disadvantageous to the Chu family in the end. 10 million became 13 million. To Chen Zong, it was a pleasant surprise, but to Chu family, it was a huge loss. Taking out 10 million void coins was already a huge loss to Chu family, not to mention an extra 3 million. Also, the extra 3 million was decided by Chu family's rank 5 Dao controlling realm expert. Why, spending money to buy safety? If they couldn't kill, they would fight. Even if they won, they would have to pay a huge price, and they would be remembered by the other party. With the other party's talent, maybe after 100 years, when his cultivation was higher and stronger, Chu family wouldn't be able to stop him. For Chu family's development, they had to end the grudge. How to end it? The best way was to pay the corresponding price and admit defeat. Humiliation, unwillingness, anger. So what? Being weak was a sin. To many lone cultivators or small factions, Chu family was indeed strong, but to Yuan sect, Chu family was weak. Strength and weakness were always opposite, unless one had absolute power. For example, becoming a Dao Lord. Dominator-level experts had absolute power. Even if they were defeated, it was hard to kill them. Unless they were like Dong Ting Sword Master, who overestimated himself and tried to steal a small part of the Sword Dao's origin, and suffered a backlash and died. Chen Zong's luck was very bad, and he planned to use True Spirit to take over his body, and ended up with his Dao disappearing. Compared to the depressed and sullen Chu family, Chen Zong and Su Luan left with smiles on their faces. On the escape ship, Chen Zong took out 3 million void coins to give to Su Luan. No matter what, Su Luan's following saved him a lot of effort. It was impossible for Su Luan to not be moved by 3 million void coins. It wasn't easy for him to earn 3 million void coins. But Su Luan refused. "Brother Chen, if you feel like you owe me, why don't you do me a favor?" Su Luan said. In the past, Chen Zong was still sub-god level. Although Su Luan treated him as an equal, the gap was still there. But now, Chen Zong wasn't inferior to Su Luan at all. Su Luan even felt that Chen Zong's strength might surpass him. This was the true meaning of equality. Of course, at first, Su Luan thought highly of Chen Zong because he wanted to befriend Chen Zong and ask Chen Zong for help in the future. However, he didn't expect Chen Zong to improve so quickly. "Brother Su, please speak." Chen Zong knew why Su Luan thought highly of him in the beginning. Of course, this was normal. Other than family, there was no such thing as love or hate for no reason. The friendship between friends at the beginning was either because they hit it off or because they thought highly of each other. The friendship between friends did not exist at the beginning. Instead, it deepened as they slowly came into contact with each other and recognized each other. Su Luan was a good person, and Chen Zong approved of him. When a friend needed help, he naturally had to lend a helping hand. Even if he didn't have to sacrifice himself, at least he had to contribute to the best of his ability. The Godson competition of the unitary sect has reached its final stage. Su Luan explained to Chen Zong. The unitary sect had a sect master, 2 deputy sect masters and 3 palace masters. Among them, the sect master was a Yuan underworld powerhouse. As for the deputy sect masters and palace masters, they were all at the Dao manipulation realm. After all, the unitary sect was just a low-level nebula-grade force. When Qinzong realized this, he was slightly startled. The unitary sect, which had been extremely tyrannical in his eyes, was just SOSO now. Of course, this didn't mean that Qinzong was stronger than the unitary sect. However, with the evanescent vessel in hand and sufficient power, the unitary sect couldn't do anything to him. The unitary sect had 6 godson, all of whom were at the spirit ascension or Dao manipulation realm. As godson, they were naturally candidates for the position of sect master, deputy sect master and palace master. However, whether they would become palace master and control a palace, deputy sect master and surpass the palace master, or sect master and control the entire unitary sect would depend on the godson's ability. The godson competition had always been a tradition of the unitary sect. The palace master, deputy sect master and sect master of any generation were all like this. Of course, the godson competition was only a preparation and would not really succeed the position. They had to wait until their cultivation base had increased to a sufficient level, which was at least the 7th revolution Dao manipulation realm, before they were qualified to succeed the position and become the new palace master, deputy sect master or even sect master. As for the previous generation's palace master, deputy sect master and sect master, they had 2 choices after abdicating. They could either enter seclusion for a long time and cultivate wholeheartedly or leave the unitary sect and enter the void to travel and find opportunities to improve themselves. This time, the godson competition had reached its final stage. At present, the 6 godsons' assessment results were almost evenly matched. There was a difference, but it wasn't big. After all, none of them were simple. This was the final competition that would affect the final results. The final competition was for the 6 godson to obtain a treasure from the outside world within the 10-year time limit. There were no restrictions on what treasure it was, but it had to be a useful treasure. The final result of the competition would be based on the value of the treasure. 10 years wasn't considered long, but it wasn't short either. After all, it was a void year. There were still 2 years left before the end of the time limit. Su Luan was constantly collecting information and looking for treasures of higher value. The premise was that he had a chance of obtaining them. In the end, he chose 3 targets. One of his targets was a fruit guarded by a Yuan underworld star beast on a high-grade star. However, although the value of that fruit was very high, it was simply impossible to obtain it with a Yuan underworld star beast guarding it. After thinking about it, Su Luan knew that he simply couldn't obtain that fruit on his own. Of course, the godson competition allowed external aid, but he didn't have the ability to get a Yuan underworld powerhouse to help him. Thus, he could only choose another target. The other target was relatively uncertain. It was a void secret realm that Su Luan had spent a lot of money to purchase information about. He had personally entered it once, but it was full of danger. He couldn't go deep with his own strength. If he hadn't withdrawn in time, he might have died inside. Although he hadn't gone deep, Su Luan had indeed obtained some treasures, which made him look forward to it even more. Originally, he had planned to bring his old servant, who was a 3rd revolution Dao controlling realm old man, with him. He hadn't expected Qinzong to come. He realized that Qinzong wasn't weak and might even surpass him. Thus, he planned to ask Qinzong for help. Perhaps the 2 of them could join forces and explore more and obtain more valuable treasures. If it really didn't work, then he could only settle for the next target. The 3rd target was the easiest to obtain, but it would be very difficult to achieve the best results. Qinzong agreed to Su Luan's invitation without hesitation. Immediately, the void escape adjusted its direction. Now, Qinzong had a huge sum of 13 million void coins on him. Of course, he had to first buy a batch of high-level and mid-level void crystals as a reserve. There was still some power left in the star core, which could be used to cultivate the sword path theurgy of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain Stellar Dao Academy. It didn't take long for Qinzong to successfully purchase 1,000 pieces of high-grade flaming void crystals and 1,000 pieces of mid-grade flaming void crystals from a high-grade trade star. He also had 2 million void coins left for reserve. He activated the speed limit of the high-level void flying ship and then used the 10-year void travel. It only took a 10-year void travel and a few days of flying at the maximum speed of the high-level void flying ship to arrive at the void secret realm. There were secret realms in the world and stars. Some were natural, some were man-made. There were also secret realms in the void. Similarly, some mystic realms were artificially created, while others existed naturally. He didn't know what kind of secret realm Sulwan found. Any secret realm that hadn't been developed had shocking value. Of course, it also contained shocking danger. It's here. Sulwan remembered very clearly. Soon, they found the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance was set up by Sulwan and was hidden. However, Sulwan's expression changed slightly. Brother Chen, the seal I set up has been touched. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. This meant that someone else knew about this place and had even entered the secret realm. Who had entered, it wasn't clear. It was unknown, and unknown could mean uncertain danger. Enter. Chen Zong didn't hesitate. Enter. Sulwan's tone was firm. Without hesitation, the two moved and immediately stepped into the secret realm. Their figures seemed to sink into the depths of the void and disappeared. This feeling was different from the void travel, but there was a similar feeling. Keeping their minds clear, Chen Zong and Sulwan landed one after another. The ground under their feet seemed to be the ground, but it also didn't seem to be. It seemed to be formed by countless auras. It was very strange. There was a very hard feeling, but there was also a soft feeling. It was like stepping on steel, but also like stepping on cotton. This strange feeling made Chen Zong and Sulwan very vigilant. Especially Chen Zong. It was his first time here, so he needed some time to adapt. However, Chen Zong's ability to adapt had always been very outstanding. In less than 10 breaths, he had completely adapted. This made Sulwan very surprised. If one couldn't adapt to the environment here, it would make it difficult to use one's strength. Once they encountered danger, they would be caught off guard. When Sulwan entered for the first time, she encountered such a situation. She originally planned to let Chen Zong experience it personally after entering and then tell him. She didn't expect that before she said anything, Chen Zong had adapted in less than 10 breaths. It was really shocking. This couldn't help but give Sulwan even greater confidence. Perhaps this time, it was really possible to enter the depths of the secret realm and find amazing treasures. Then, she would be able to compete with the other 5 godsons and obtain the best result, directly obtaining the qualification to be the founder of a Yuan sect. With a deep expectation, Sulwan began to lead the way, following the route they walked last time. On the side, Sulwan also paid attention to the traces. Whether the person who entered followed this route or another route, whether the traces were relatively new or old, these could be used as a judgment. The voice was sharp and shrill. The moment it was heard by Chen Zong and Sulwan, 2 thin black lights had already shot towards them from the side. A creepy feeling swept over them, making Sulwan feel cold all over. Brother Chen, be careful. Sulwan quickly shouted as he dodged. The first time he entered, he was ambushed. At that time, he barely managed to avoid it, but this time, it was much better. Chen Zong had been warned by Sulwan before. Plus, Chen Zong's perception was better than Sulwan's, so his reaction was even faster. Therefore, he reacted even faster and dodged the black light. He had a calm feeling. His eyes were sharp as he looked at where the black light came from. It was darkness. Even with Chen Zong's amazing eyesight, he could only see a blur. As for Sulwan, all he could see was darkness. Although it was hard to see with his eyes, Chen Zong could still catch it. Because of heart perception. Heart perception, the universal ability of Will Heavenly Palace, seemed simple, but it was unfathomable. Under heart perception, everything within 10,000 meters was clearly sensed by Chen Zong. The person who attacked them in the dark was naturally caught by Chen Zong. His body moved. The sword light was eerie as it instantly broke through the air. It was silent. Extremely fast, Sulwan only felt that there seemed to be an eerie light flashing in front of his eyes, then it returned to nothingness. He saw Chen Zong's left hand grab at the air. A figure flew out from the darkness and landed in front of the two. It had the shape of a human, but it was not a human. Its body was covered in pitch-black scales. Compared to a human, its body was much taller and stronger. The structure of its body was beautiful, and it was filled with astonishing power. Its 10 fingers were like sharp claws, and the tips were extremely sharp, as if they contained a little bit of black cold light. This was a foreign race. It existed in the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting. The so-called alien race referred to the races other than the human race, the star beasts, and the void beasts. The void was vast and mysterious. It also gave birth to and inhabited countless creatures. These creatures were made up of many races. Of course, in the eyes of the human race, they were not part of the human race. Most of the outsiders didn't live in human territories. Instead, they had their own airspace. To put it simply, the east, west, north, south, and central voids were divided into the 5 major voids, which were only for the human race's territory. There was a small portion that didn't belong to the outsiders and was called the outer void by the human race. Naturally, the human race's territory was called the inner void. For example, the ancient Shura clan that Xianxia had inherited the divine Wraith Azura battle technique was one of the alien races in the void. In the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, there were at least a few hundred alien races in the void. It was possible that some of them had not been discovered. The ancient Shura clan was one of the most powerful alien clans. Their combat strength was amazing, and they could be ranked in the top 10 of the alien clans. As for the alien in front of him, Chenzong carefully searched Sword Master Dong Ting's memories to see if he had seen him before. After all, Sword Master Dong Ting was a Dominator rank expert. He had lived for many years and had seen many things. Not long after, Chenzong found information similar to the alien in front of him. After confirming it several times, he was certain. This is the Black Scale Clan, a branch of the Sacred Scale Clan. Their black scales are tough and have excellent defense. They can be used to make divine armors. Chenzong retrieved Sword Master Dong Ting's memories and said slowly, the Black Scale Clan is agile and fast. They are good at explosive attacks. The tips of their fingers can shoot out black needles. Once hit, they will lose all their strength. Su Luan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. How did Chenzong know so much? The void was vast and filled with countless mysteries. No one knew everything about it. Normally, it was cultivators who cultivated and traveled while increasing their knowledge, constantly accumulating their knowledge. A truly brilliant cultivator was never someone with a brain full of muscles. They also needed to have profound knowledge. Otherwise, when they encountered a situation, they would be confused and unable to make a judgment. Sometimes, it was inevitable that they would miss a good opportunity and even lead themselves to death. Su Luan thought that she was older and more knowledgeable. After all, Chenzong was a cultivator from a remote star. The time he spent in the void could not be compared to her. But what was going on now? She could only confirm that this was an alien clan, but he could say the name of the alien clan and all kinds of information. The difference, Su Luan could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that not only was her talent not as good as his, even her knowledge was not as good. Then, Chenzong showed off his peerless skinning skills. The Black Scale Clan scales were good materials to make divine armors. Even if he did not need it, he could sell it and get a lot of void coins. Void coins were very useful. They could be used to cultivate, buy void flaming crystals, and other treasures. It was the real currency in the void. In just a few breaths, Chenzong peeled off the Black Scale Clan scales and said to Su Luan with a smile, "Brother Su, I'll keep it first. After we leave, I'll exchange it for void coins and divide it equally." Su Luan shook her head and said, "This Black Scale Clan's member was killed by you. It should be yours." Chenzong did not say much. This kind of distribution was undoubtedly the easiest. Whoever killed the Black Scale Clan's member would get it. If they attacked together, then they would divide it. As for whether it was cruel or not, Chenzong did not think so. Alien clans were not humans. Although they had intelligence and their civilization inheritance, they were not humans. Similarly, the majority of the foreign races had the same attitude towards the human race. Some of them would even slaughter the human race like livestock and treat them as food. Since there's a black scale clan here, maybe it's the habitat of a black scale clan. Chen Zong smiled and said, if that's the case, we'll probably have a good harvest this time. The scale armor of the black scale clan was indeed valuable, but that was only relatively speaking. Unless there were hundreds or even thousands of scale armors, it would be of great help to Su Luan in the Godson competition. A flame spread out and instantly burned the skinned black scale clan's member into ashes. This flame was the mysterious fire of heaven that Chen Zong had mastered. Now that it had broken through, it had become a godly fire. Of course, it was the lowest level godly fire. Its power was very limited. It did not have any effect on Chen Zong's strength, but it was good for destroying corpses. As Chen Zong had guessed, this secret realm was a habitat of the Black Scale Clan. In addition to the Black Scale Clan, Chen Zong and Su Luan also found some special ores called the Thousand Scale Stone. It was a kind of ore that was completely black and seemed to have many scales on its surface. It was also a casting material that could be integrated into the Black Scale Clan scales to make godly armors. Of course, the Thousand Scale Stone was also a cultivation resource used by the Black Scale Clan. By absorbing the power of the Thousand Scale Stone, they could improve themselves. The Void Alien clans were different from humans. Innately speaking, humans were weak and could not be compared to the alien clans. This was because most of the alien clans were born with extraordinary power, while most of the humans did not have much power at birth. They were very weak. Take the Black Scale Clan for example. The Black Scale Clan members had extraordinary power when they were born. Their level was equivalent to a human half-step great saint. When they were children, they were equivalent to a demigod. Once they reached adulthood, the Black Scale Clan members would have the power of the Dao manipulation realm. In addition to the Thousand Scale Stone, the two also found some strange herbs and fruits that were also related to the Black Scale Clan. They were the Scale Blade Grass and the Black Scale Fruit, which were necessary for the Black Scale Clan to grow stronger. They were also useful to humans. The Scale Blade Grass could be used to make weapons. As for the Black Scale Fruit, it was a kind of spiritual fruit that could be eaten directly. According to Sword Master Dong Ting's memory, the taste of the Black Scale Fruit was a little strange. Those who liked it would like it very much, and those who did not would dislike it very much. After eating the Black Scale Fruit, it could also have a strengthening effect on the body. Eating more would form a layer of Black Scale power at the bottom of the skin. After it was stimulated, it would form a layer of Black Scale power that would cover the skin and strengthen the body's defense. The Black Scale Fruit was the size of a fist, and its surface was covered with black scales. It looked very rough and very hard, like a rock. When Chen Zong and Su Luan quickly picked the Black Scale Fruit from a huge fruit tree, a group of Black Scale Clan members also approached. Anger, when this small team of 5 Black Scale tribe members saw that there was an alien picking the Black Scale Fruit that belonged to them, their anger and murderous intent surged up and exploded in an instant. Letting out a series of unknown screams and roars, the 5 Black Scale Clan members all released a shocking aura, carrying anger and terrifying killing intent as they approached. Chen Zong already knew about the appearance of the 5 Black Scale Clan members, but Su Luan was a little slower. As the 5 members of the Black Scale tribe unleashed their terrifying power, chain-like runes began to appear on their bodies. That was the symbol of the Black Scale Clan's strength. A chain pattern represented the strength of a first transition practitioner. Of the 5 Black Scale Clan members, 2 were rank 1, 2 were rank 2, and 1 was rank 3. Chen Zong had already told this information to Su Luan. Thus, Su Luan's expression changed greatly. "Brother Chen, quickly retreat." Su Luan quickly shouted. After all, 2 rank 1, 2 rank 2, and 1 rank 3 Black Scale Clan members weren't weak, they were very strong. Other clans were naturally strong, this was something that humans couldn't compare to. However, the weakness of other clans was also very obvious. Most of them were born strong and had great talent, but there was a limit. For example, the Black Scale Clan's limit was the peak of the Dao manipulation realm. If they broke through, it would be another level. Moreover, it was very difficult to break through. Comparatively speaking, it was much easier for humans to break through from the Dao manipulation realm to the Yuanming realm. Similarly, a rank 1 Black Scale Clan member would be stronger than most humans. Su Luan clearly didn't realize Chen Zong's strength correctly. no matter. Hearing Su Luan's voice, Chen Zong smiled slightly. The strongest was only rank 3, he wasn't a match at all. Attack, the extreme heart phaseless sword instantly attacked. The sword light flashed and in that instant, it directly streaked across the sky, tearing apart the dim light. Tear, pierced through, like a hot knife through butter, invincible, the sword light refracted and jumped. With one sword, it pierced through 5 members of the Black Scale tribe. Su Luan, who was using his full power to summon his divine weapon, was gathering all the power in his body and pouring it into his divine wheel that was spinning non-stop. He was ready to make a powerful attack and then immediately retreat. However, he was suddenly stunned. One sword, with just one slash, he had killed 5 of the powerful Black Scale tribe members. It was simply unbelievable. Previously, Su Luan felt that Chen Zong's current strength might have surpassed him. However, he was also confident that even if he had surpassed him, it would not be by too much. Now, he knew that Chen Zong was not only stronger than him, but also by a lot. Su Luan did not have the confidence to defeat the 3rd transition member of the Black Scale tribe. However, he could not stop Chen Zong's sword. The gap between them was huge. After being shocked, a feeling of joy suddenly emerged from Su Luan's heart. Perhaps, with Chen Zong's help, he could achieve his goal on this trip. After killing 5 members of the Black Scale tribe with one sword, Chen Zong was at ease. His sword light flashed and sword chi surrounded him. Instantly, with a very skilled and exquisite technique, he peeled off the scales of the 5 members of the Black Scale tribe. As for the corpses, he burned them with his divine fire and burned them to ashes. The 5 members of the Black Scale tribe were killed by Chen Zong. The scales belonged to Chen Zong. Su Luan was a little envious but did not say anything. His biggest goal was to obtain valuable treasures. As for other things, he would not think about them for now. If he could get them, he would get them. If he could not, it did not matter. There were hundreds of black scale fruits on the tree. However, only a few dozen were ripe. The unripe ones were worthless. Dozens of ripe black scale fruits were picked by Chen Zong and Su Luan one after another. As he did not feel any danger approaching, Chen Zong picked up a black scale fruit and bit it. The outer skin of the black scale fruit was very tough. Normal swords could not cut it at all. Even half-step Supreme Saint cultivators could not do anything to it. However, to the Spirit Realm warriors, this hardness was nothing. They could bite it open easily. There was no pulp inside, only black juice. He swallowed the juice in one gulp. It was a little spicy, a little stimulating, and seemed to have a rusty taste. All in all, Chen Zong didn't think it tasted good, but it was still acceptable. As the juice flowed down his throat, it immediately turned into waves of hot air that quickly spread out, directly surging towards his bones, muscles, and so on. After that, it entrenched and flowed between his skin. The world god physique revolved, and in an instant, Chen Zong refined and absorbed the black scale fruit juice's energy. For body refinement cultivators, this black scale fruit could be considered a pretty good body refinement divine medicine. It had the effect of assisting cultivation. After completely refining it, it could be used to improve one's body refinement cultivation. It would not form a black scale defense. However, to non-body refining cultivators, they could only absorb it and not refine it directly. Thus, a layer of black scales would form on their skin to protect them, increasing their defensive capabilities. For example, Su Luan was like this. There was no doubt that the black scale fruit was a divine medicine that could increase one's defense. It could increase one's ability to survive and protect oneself. Chen Zong ate one black scale fruit after another. As the world god physique revolved, it kept refining and absorbing, turning into nutrients. It slowly increased the world god physique's power and level, gradually approaching the third transformation. However, Su Luan had no choice. After eating 5 black scale fruits, Su Luan felt that she couldn't eat anymore. Her body had a feeling of bloating, as if she was about to be stuffed. This was because he didn't refine his body and didn't have a godly physique. His ability to absorb and digest was limited. He had to wait for a while before he could continue eating. Digesting was different from refining. Thus, seeing Chen Zong eat one black scale fruit after another without the feeling of being stuffed, Su Luan envied him from the bottom of her heart. Sigh, we're both in the second transformation Tao controlling realm. We're both in the younger generation. Why are you so much better than me? Chen Zong didn't know Su Luan's feelings and envy. She almost hated him with jealousy. It didn't take long for Chen Zong to refine all 30 black scale fruits. Chen Zong could feel that his body's strength had increased by a bit. The world god physique contained the great Tao of the world, and the great Tao of the world was transformed from the supreme Tao of the world. In essence, it belonged to the top great Tao of the void. The godly physique forged from it was much stronger than most great Tao. However, at the same time, it was more difficult to improve such a powerful godly physique. It would consume more resources. It was estimated that the 30 black scale fruits were enough to improve an ordinary godly physique from the second transformation to the peak of the second transformation. However, Chen Zong's world god physique only improved a little. The difference in foundation was too obvious. Looking at the hundreds of unripe black scale fruits, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Unfortunately, the black scale fruits could only survive and bear fruit in the black scale tribe's territory. If they were uprooted and taken away, they would get unripe black scale fruits that didn't have any value. In that case, they could only give up. Continuing forward, Chen Zong also found traces not left by the black scale tribe. It was very subtle, but under Chen Zong's perception, it couldn't hide. Brother Su, other than us, there are indeed others who have entered this place. Chen Zong transmitted his voice to Su Luan. Su Luan was shocked when she heard this. She quickly observed carefully. Indeed, she found some clues. As such, they had to be more careful because they didn't know who had entered this place. Interestingly, along the way, the two didn't find any other black scale tribe corpses. They didn't know if those who had entered earlier weren't discovered or for some other reason. However, this peace was broken not long after. As Chen Zong and Su Luan continued to go deeper and deeper, they kept getting scale blade grass and black scale fruits. Finally, they felt a violent wave coming. There was an intense battle happening in front of them. Not long after, Chen Zong and Su Luan saw a group of black scale tribe besieging a black-robed elder. The black-robed elder wasn't weak at all. His aura had reached the 5th transformation Tao manipulation realm. However, there were more than a dozen black scale tribe besieging him. A few of them were 4th transformation black scale tribe while the rest were 2nd and 3rd transformation black scale tribe. The dozen black scale tribe members cooperated with each other very well. Immediately, the 5th transformation Tao manipulation realm black-robed elder could only defend. Even if he fought back, he couldn't do much damage to the black scale tribe. Brothers, I'm the elder of a top star rank force, the Yu clan. Please help me. The black-robed elder also noticed the arrival of Chen Zong and Su Luan and quickly asked for help. The Yu clan is located in the airspace of the first suppressing world city. It's the strongest star rank force in the Yuan galaxy. Su Luan immediately transmitted her voice to Chen Zong. As a star rank force in the Yuan galaxy, they had to provide resources to the Yuan sect according to the stipulated time. What they received was the protection of the Yuan sect. Hence, since this person was from the Yu clan, and Su Luan was the godson of the Yuan sect, she had the obligation to help him. However, Su Luan alone wasn't enough. Chen Zong also made a move. However, Chen Zong didn't display his full strength. He only controlled it to be stronger than 3rd transformation realm, but not 4th transformation realm. The Yu clan elder acted as the main force. Su Luan summoned her divine weapon to restrain 2 2nd transformation black scale tribe members. Chen Zong attacked with his sword to restrain 2 3rd transformation black scale tribe members. This way, they shared some of the pressure on the Yu clan elder. Explode, kill. The Yu clan elder seized the opportunity when the black scale tribe's joint attack was broken. He directly used his full strength and unleashed a powerful attack. A black spear ray condensed and instantly pierced through the void. The power condensed and completely exploded when it hit a 4th transformation black scale tribe member. Previously, this move would be continuously weakened by the black scale tribe members working together. In the end, it couldn't cause any obvious injuries. However, now that the opportunity was grasped, it immediately dealt a heavy blow to the 4th transformation black scale tribe member. It exploded again and heavily injured another 4th transformation black scale tribe member. The third explosion directly killed the fourth transformation Black Scale Tribe member. Chen Zong effortlessly restrained the third transformation Black Scale Tribe members and even had the upper hand. However, Su Wan clearly had a hard time restraining the second transformation Black Scale Tribe members. The Yu clan elder continued to explode and finally killed all the Black Scale Tribe members. Chen Zong also killed the third transformation Black Scale Tribe members and assisted Su Wan in killing second transformation Black Scale Tribe members. The dozen Black Scale Tribe members all died. Many thanks, Dao friends. This old man is Yu clan's second elder, Yu Tianming. The black-robed old man took out pills and ate them while thanking Chen Zong and Su Wan. He looked very sincere. In order to thank you for your help, these Black Scale Tribe scales will belong to you. Chen Zong and Su Wan did not stand on ceremony and quickly took off the Black Scale Tribe scales. As for Yu Tianming, after knowing that Su Wan was a Yuan sect's disciple, he immediately relaxed. He asked the two to guard him for a while to speed up the refinement of the pills and recover his strength. Chen Zong and Su Wan did not leave. After Yu Tianming refined the pills, they started chatting. Yu Tianming had entered earlier, but it was after Su Wan entered for the first time. Su Wan wanted to know why Yu Tianming knew about this place, but Yu Tianming said he found it by coincidence. Su Wan was speechless because he spent a lot of time, energy, and money to find all kinds of information. He even personally went to find it and spent a lot of time to find the entrance to the secret realm. His luck was not as good as Yu Tianming's. Luckily, Yu Tianming found it by luck and did not leak any other information. Otherwise, there would be more competitors. Chen Zong didn't say anything and just quietly listened. Then, Yu Tianming proposed the idea of the three of them working together. Su Wan didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked Chen Zong, "Brother Chen, what do you think?" "You decide," Chen Zong replied. He was invited by Su Wan to help, not to make the decision. "Elder Yu, I need the most valuable treasure in this secret realm. If you agree, we will work together," Su Wan said with an unwavering tone. "Dao disciple Su, are you going through the final exam of the Dao disciple competition?" Yu Tianming asked. It seemed like he was well informed. "That's right," Su Wan said. Yu Tianming didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Yes, I agree. In the future, I hope Dao disciple Su can take care of my Yu clan." This mystic realm was the habitat of the Black Scale Tribe, and the Black Scale Tribe was at the Dao manipulation realm. This was because the Black Scale Tribe at the Yuan underworld realm wasn't called the Black Scale Tribe anymore. They would undergo a transformation and leave this place. This was because the Black Scale Tribe was a branch of the Sacred Scale Tribe. After continuous transformation and evolution, they would eventually become the Sacred Scale Tribe. In Sword Master Dongting's memory, the Sacred Scale Tribe was a powerful tribe at the Dao Master level. Chen Zong, Su Wan, and the Yu family elder Yu Tianming, who was at the 5th transformation Dao manipulation realm, temporarily joined forces and continued forward. However, after obtaining Su Wan's permission, Yu Tianming collected the skinned corpses of the Black Scale Tribe members. According to him, he wanted to bring them back to feed the star beasts of the Black Scale Tribe. Su Wan and Chen Zong didn't object to this. 1,000 scale stones, scale blade grass, and black scale fruits. The three of them would gain something every time they discovered them. Of course, when they encountered the Black Scale Tribe members, a battle would break out. When they encountered a 6th transformation Black Scale Tribe member, the three of them joined forces and Yu Tianming used a secret technique to finally kill him. However, the three of them were also injured and had to rest for a while. Fortunately, although this was the habitat of the Black Scale Tribe, there didn't seem to be many of them. After recovering from their injuries and strength, the three of them continued forward. After that, they didn't encounter any Black Scale Tribe members above the 5th transformation. Go deeper, the three of them joined forces and restrained their auras as they stepped into the depths of the secret realm. The Black Scale Tribe is gathering in the depths. It seems that something big is happening, Yu Tianming transmitted. No wonder there weren't many Black Scale Tribe members in the periphery and they weren't very strong. If a large number of Black Scale Tribe members were gathering in the depths, something big must have happened. What was it? The three of them immediately discussed and decided to take the risk and go deeper. Wealth came from danger. Each of them had their own life-saving methods. They restrained their auras and slowly sneaked in. Chenzong and the others also saw it. In the depths, there was a 10-meter-wide circular platform. It seemed to be an altar, and there were thousands of black scale fruits on it. After waking up, Chenzong had eaten more than 100 black scale fruits. His world-divine body was also gradually approaching the peak of the second transformation. Moreover, the thousands of black-scaled fruits were all ripe, which made Chenzong envious. If he could eat most of them, his world-divine body would definitely be upgraded to the peak of rank 2. At that time, he would be able to further understand the mysteries of the great Tao of the world and break through to rank 3, becoming even more powerful. However, Chenzong did not move. This was because there were hundreds of Black Scale Tribe members gathered around the 10-meter Black Scale altar. When the Black Scale Tribe members did not unleash their full power, their scales would not appear, so it was hard to tell which rank they were at. However, Chenzong could roughly sense it with his godly senses. Among the hundreds of people from the Black Scale Tribe, there were more than a dozen who gave Chenzong a strong sense of crisis. Chenzong estimated that these dozen or so Black Scale clansmen were all rank 7 and above. In addition, there were also some Black Scale clansmen who gave him a sense of threat. The other Black Scale clansmen were not weak either. Chenzong secretly estimated that the lowest level of the Black Scale Tribe members should not be lower than rank 4 Tao controlling realm. This was undoubtedly shocking. Once they were discovered, the three of them would be in trouble. Under the leadership of the Black Scale Tribe member, who was the tallest and strongest among them, his body was covered in pure black scales. There was even a trace of purple light flashing across his body. Hundreds of Black Scale Tribe members surrounded the Black Scale altar. They raised their hands up high with a devout look on their faces. They seemed to be chanting something. Hundreds of Black Scale clansmen were chanting together. Their voices converged into one and gradually became louder. It felt as if they were performing some kind of ritual, as if they were worshipping a god. Chenzong watched while searching the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting and the Black Scale Tribe. Finally, he found it because Sword Master Dong Ting had seen it before. This was indeed some kind of ritual, but it was not worshipping a god. The strange chanting became louder and louder. Next, the black scales on the altar glowed brightly, wrapping around thousands of ripe black scale fruits. They kept shining, and the black scale fruit in the center flew into the air. Immediately after, streams of black aura flew out from the surrounding black scale fruits and quickly spread towards the black scale fruit in the center, entering it. As it continued to absorb the aura of the surrounding black scale fruits, the black scale fruit in the center began to emit a dim light. Each scale was expanding, causing the entire black scale fruit to continue to grow. But after the other black scale fruits emitted the aura, they rapidly shrank. They did not shrink, but became dry and dim, as if they had lost their moisture. They were hollowed out. Su Wan did not understand what was going on, but she also felt that something incredible was happening. When thousands of black scale fruits became dry and shriveled, the black scale fruit in the center grew more than 10 times. From the size of a fist, it became a giant black scale fruit that was bigger than a human head. However, the chanting continued. As the giant black scale fruit spun, it emitted a black light and its color gradually changed. Traces of purple light swam within the black light and gradually grew stronger, gradually replacing the black light. The purple light flickered. Although it was a little faint, it completely replaced the black light. The aura it emitted had reached a whole new level. In that instant, Yu Tianming's eyes shone brightly, but it disappeared in a flash. The purple light began to recede, and the black scale fruit also began to shrink. As it shrank, the color of the black scales gradually changed to purple. Purple scale fruit. Chenzong's pupil shrank. If the Black Scale Tribe evolved, they would become the Purple Scale Tribe, which was equivalent to the Yuan underworld realm. The purple-scaled fruit was of a higher level than the black-scaled fruit. If the Black Scale Tribe members grew to the peak and wanted to break through, they would have to undergo a life transformation. Consuming the purple scale fruit was one of the ways. Obviously, the most powerful member of the Black Scale clan, who had a faint purple glow on his body, had already stepped on the path of transformation. However, if he wanted to truly transform, he would have to spend a lot of time on his own. If he consumed a purple scale fruit, he would be able to successfully transform in a short time and become a member of the purple scale tribe. It was no wonder that they could enter the depths so easily. Most of the powerful black scale tribe members were gathered at the altar in the depths, which was why they were able to enter unimpeded. Although Sulwan wasn't very clear, she understood that the value of the purple scale fruit was definitely very shocking. That is the purple scale fruit. It is a treasure that can allow the black scale tribe to transform. It should be the most valuable treasure here. Yu Tianming's voice rang out in Chenzong and Su Luan's ears. According to the previous agreement, the purple scale fruit belongs to Su Luan. How about this? I will make a move first and lure the black scale tribe away. This will give you an opportunity to take the purple scale fruit. Yu Tianming's way of doing things could be said to be a good example. Of course, on the way here, he was also like this. According to Su Luan's understanding, the Yu family's second elder was very good. He was one of the few good people among the cultivators. After saying this, before Chenzong and Su Luan could reply, Yu Tianming's body flashed. He instantly turned into a ray of black light and flew out. At the same time, he exploded with shocking power. With a boom, Yu Tianming also stabbed out with his spear. It was like a ray of black lightning that pierced through the sky. It violently shot out as if it had pierced through the sun and moon. The black spear continued forward as if it was going to shatter everything. The outermost black scale tribe member couldn't react in time and was instantly pierced by the spear and died. After killing a black scale tribe member with one spear, Yu Tianming didn't stupidly charge into the black scale tribe. Instead, he turned in the air and quickly flew to the side. He decisively wanted to lure the black scale tribe members away to create an opportunity for Chenzong and Su Luan. The leader of the black scale tribe members let out an angry roar. His killing intent soared. Immediately, the other black scale tribe members all moved and chased after him. However, Yu Tianming, who used his secret method, was especially powerful. Originally, Yu Tianming's strength had reached rank 5 peak stage. After using his secret method, he could be considered to have reached rank 6. After killing another 2 black scale tribe members, he killed his way out of the small encirclement. After killing 2 rank 4 and 1 rank 5 black scale tribe members, he had completely angered the black scale tribe members. More black scale tribe members erupted with shocking power and immediately chased after him. Scales coiled around him like chains. The strongest black scale tribe members had 9 scales around their bodies. They faintly flashed with traces of purple. Although it was very weak, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Most of the black scale tribe members were lured away by Yu Tianming. However, there were still a few black scale tribe members who didn't chase after him. Instead, they guarded beside the altar and waited for the purple scale fruit to be completed. Thus, Yu Tianming's sacrifice didn't have much effect. Brother Chen, that purple scale fruit is very useful to me. Can you give it to me? Su Luan's eyes shined brightly. This purple scale fruit's value was definitely very high. It would be of great use to his godson. Sure. Chenzong didn't hesitate. Although this purple scale fruit might allow his world body to reach the peak of the second transformation, it would be difficult for him to break through to the third transformation. This was because the breakthrough required him to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Tao. In addition, Chenzong had accompanied Su Luan since the beginning. The purple scale fruit should belong to Su Luan. Many thanks. Su Luan thanked him solemnly and then said, I once obtained a secret treasure that can be used multiple times. It can also be used once to resist attacks below the Yuan underworld realm for a certain period of time. I will use this secret treasure to protect myself and attract the attention of the remaining black scale tribe members. Brother Chen, do you have confidence in obtaining the purple scale fruit? Whether or not he could obtain it was still unknown, but he could only take a gamble. Now that most of the black scale tribe members had been lured away by Yu Tianming, the pressure and difficulty of the two had decreased. Su Luan took out the final protective secret treasure. After using it, the secret treasure would be destroyed. If they couldn't obtain the purple scale fruit, the loss would be shocking. I will obtain it. Chenzong's tone was very certain, which made Su Luan believe him. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Brother Chen. With a trace of joy, Su Luan's eyes flashed with determination. She exploded and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the Black Scale Tribe members. Su Luan looked like he wasn't afraid of death. His eyes shone brightly as if he was going to sacrifice himself for a cause. Of course, Su Luan wasn't seeking his own death. He still had a lot of time and a bright future ahead of him. When the power of the secret treasure was fully activated, it could withstand attacks below the Yuan demon realm for a period of time. He wanted to use this period of time to temporarily attract the attention of the Black Scale Tribe so that Chen Zong could make a move and seize the purple scale fruit. Although he didn't know what method Chen Zong would use to seize it, he was very eager and hoped that Chen Zong would succeed. Su Luan's target was the leader of the Black Scale Tribe. It was the strongest and the greatest threat. The Black Scale Tribe was furious. One foreign race had come, and now a second foreign race had appeared. They were simply courting death. For a time, the remaining Black Scale Tribe's attention was completely attracted by Su Luan. They all made a move, wanting to beat Su Luan into powder. However, Su Luan withstood a round of attacks and didn't show any signs of being killed. He wasn't even injured. The Black Scale Tribe was furious and attacked again. Their attention was completely attracted. Chen Zong made a move. Great Void Escape Technique. He took a step forward and appeared beside the altar in an instant. He reached out and grabbed the purple scale fruit. Without hesitation, he put it into the 9 heavenly rings. In the next moment, he used the Great Void Escape Technique again and quickly left. With Chen Zong's ability at the minor completion stage of the Great Void Escape Technique, he could travel a maximum distance of 200,000 meters in an instant. However, Chen Zong could also control the distance to not exceed 200,000 meters. For example, he could travel 100,000 meters or 10,000 meters. This way, the consumption of power would naturally be less. Now, the distance between him and the purple scale fruit was about 20,000 meters. With a step, he could travel through the void and directly obtain the purple scale fruit. Once again, he used the Great Void Escape Technique to travel 50,000 meters. After traveling 70,000 meters, Chen Zong still had a large portion of his power left. He took out a pill and consumed it to speed up the recovery of his power. The Black Scale Tribe was all dumbfounded. It was just a moment of carelessness, and the purple scaled fruit that he had worked so hard to successfully catalyze was actually taken away by an outsider. If not for that moment of carelessness, with the strength of the rank 9 Black Scale Tribe, they could have killed the foreign race in an instant. However, in that split second, Chen Zong successfully obtained the purple scaled fruit and quickly left. The astonishing power of the Great Void Evasion Technique was displayed vividly. Chase, without hesitation, the group of Black Scale Tribe members erupted with astonishing power and chased after him. As for Su Luan, she was instantly safe. Brother Chen is truly capable. Su Luan couldn't help but be secretly pleasantly surprised, and his heart was extremely excited. With the purple scaled fruit in hand, the next step was to escape from this secret realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to get rid of the Black Scale Tribe. This was also a difficult problem. However, he did not know how Yu Tianming was doing after luring away most of the Black Scale Tribe. Towards Yu Tianming, Su Luan's heart was filled with gratitude. After all, this secret realm was the habitat of the Black Scale Tribe. It was their territory, and they were very familiar with it. In comparison, Chen Zong was very unfamiliar with it. Hence, he quickly fell into the encirclement of the Black Scale Tribe. Sadly, Su Luan was also surrounded not far away. Chen Zong could not help but be speechless. However, in such a place, the void flying boat could not be used. No, it could still be used. As long as the protective shield was activated, it could resist the attacks of the Black Scale Tribe. With a flash, Chen Zong immediately approached Su Luan. Just as he was about to take out the void flying boat, an extremely tyrannical aura instantly flew over from afar. That aura was extremely tyrannical and shocking, reaching the rank 7 Dao controlling realm. It was Yu Tianming. Don't be alarmed, I'm here. Yu Tianming's voice also came at the same time, like rolling thunder. Still alive. Su Luan immediately let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Otherwise, he would have owed a big favor. But so what if he was alive? The powerful Black Scale tribe had already appeared in the surrounding tunnels, sealing all the tunnels. This was especially so for the Black Scale race, who was at the 9 Revolution realm. He had occupied one of the tunnels and was getting closer and closer. There was 1 rank 9 Black Scale tribe, 3 rank 8 Black Scale tribe, and 9 rank 7 Black Scale tribe. They surrounded them, as if there was no chance of survival. Both of you, quickly retreat. Yu Tianming's voice directly transmitted into Chenzong and Su Luan's ears. They saw Yu Tianming's black spear piercing through the air, instantly attacking 4 of the strongest Black Scale tribe members. The 4 Black Scale tribe members attacked and shattered the spear lights. Although they were powerful, they were only rank 7. Chenzong was inwardly shocked. Yu Tianming's strength was only rank 5 before, but after using a secret technique, he reached rank 6. Now, he was rank 7. This was a huge leap in strength. But looking at Yu Tianming's state, he seemed to be burning himself. But Chenzong was puzzled. Did he really have to burn himself for the 2 of them? Even if he was a good person, he did not have to go to this extent. This was beyond his imagination. Time passed quickly. Chenzong did not have much time to think. He saw Yu Tianming holding his spear, shooting out spear lights continuously, bursting out with a shocking aura. In an instant, the rank 9, rank 8, and rank 7 Black Scale tribe members were all covered, attracting the firepower. In the next breath, Yu Tianming's body emitted a blazing red light, like a volcano's magma that was about to erupt. His aura became stronger and stronger, filled with destruction. Boom! In the next breath, Yu Tianming's body directly exploded. An extremely terrifying force instantly exploded, spreading in all directions. The experts of the Black Scale clan who were locked on were all affected by this terrifying power. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the rank 9 Black Scale clan member. In just an instant, he was hit by the attack. His strong body could not withstand the attack of the lava-like air current, and his scales were shattered in an instant. 3 rank 8 Black Scale tribe members also had their scales torn and were injured. As for the rank 7 Black Scale tribe members, they were even more miserable. However, one of the rank 7 Black Scale tribe members was far away and was blocked by the other Black Scale tribe members. Thus, although he was also affected, his injuries were not serious. Because of Yu Tianming's warning and alertness, Chenzong and Su Luan quickly retreated. In addition, Su Luan's secret treasure was still active, so the power of the explosion did not affect the 2 of them. Seizing the opportunity, Chenzong and Su Luan quickly left, flying out of the secret realm. Su Luan also made up her mind to take care of Yu family after leaving. After all, Yu Tianming had sacrificed a lot. Chenzong's expression did not change, but his eyes were deep, as if he was thinking. When Chenzong and Su Luan quickly left, the other Black Scale tribe members hesitated. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. The only rank 7 Black Scale tribe member that was still alive suddenly stood up. A red light flashed in his eyes, and there seemed to be an evil smile on his face. Immediately after, this Black Scale tribe member's figure flashed, and his sharp claws grabbed the air, directly crushing the necks of the injured but still alive Black Scale tribe members. Originally, the 3 rank 8 Black Scale tribe members and 1 rank 9 Black Scale tribe member were only injured and not dead. After some treatment, they could survive and recover, but now they were directly killed. Chenzong and Su Luan quickly left, flying towards the entrance of the secret realm. Chenzong also took out the purple scale fruit and gave it to Su Luan. Su Luan could not help but sigh. This time, it's all thanks to Elder Yu and Brother Chen. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to obtain the purple scale fruit. This purple scale fruit's value was astonishing. It was also useful to Yuan Underworld realm powerhouses. It should be the most valuable treasure in this secret realm. Divine medicines were also divided into grades. Low-grade divine medicines corresponded to Dao Manipulation realm. Mid-grade divine medicines corresponded to Yuan Underworld realm. High-grade divine medicines corresponded to Transcendent realm. This purple scale fruit was a mutant fruit. In terms of grade, it was a mid-grade divine medicine. Moreover, ordinary mid-grade divine medicines could not be compared to it. It should be comparable to a mid-grade divine medicine. If this purple scale fruit couldn't make him stand out in the Godson competition, then there was nothing he could do. He had indeed tried his best. He even owed a great debt of gratitude. Suddenly, a strong wind sound came. From another passage, a black scale tribe member flew over. Its speed was astonishing, and it appeared in front of Chen Zong and Su Luan. Its body was surrounded by 7 scales, representing its rank 7 strength. After this rank 7 black scale tribe member blocked their path, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it sized up Chen Zong and Su Luan. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the other party. He felt that this black scale tribe member was somewhat strange. It was different from the previous black scale tribe members. However, Su Luan did not notice it. Her face was full of vigilance, and her expression was extremely solemn and bitter. The protective power of the secret treasure had been exhausted. In other words, she no longer had any trump cards to face a rank 7 Dao controlling realm expert. If Chen Zong did not have any, the two of them would only have a dead end. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Chen Zong. However, why did the black scale tribe member not attack immediately? Yu Tianming. Chen Zong suddenly spoke, startling Su Luan. What was the use of calling Elder Yu Tianming's name at this time? He had already self-destructed. However, the rank 7 black scale tribe member opposite them seemed to have moved. Its eyes trembled, and a hint of surprise appeared. That hint of surprise made Chen Zong immediately confirm it. All of this was a trap set up by you, right? Chen Zong spoke again, but he stared at the rank 7 black scale tribe member opposite them. Su Luan was shocked for a moment. She felt that her brain was not enough. How did you know? The rank 7 black scale tribe member suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse and strange, as if it was the first time he spoke. However, Su Luan's expression suddenly changed. Her scalp went numb. She felt like she was struck by lightning. Her mind was in a mess. What was going on? What was going on? Why did Brother Chen say that the rank 7 black scale tribe member was Yu Tianming, and even said something about a trap? Why did the rank 7 black scale tribe member seem to have admitted it? What was going on? Su Luan, who had always thought that she was smart and far-sighted, felt lost for the first time. Everything was out of her control. Su Luan still felt that her brain wasn't enough. Because after thinking about it, she didn't notice anything strange. The rank 7 black scale clan member called Yu Tianming did not attack immediately. It was as if he had everything under control. After all, he had already planned everything. Furthermore, with his rank 7 strength, he did not feel much pressure facing 2 rank 2 or 3 rank 3 black scale clan members. The action just now had probably used up some of their trump cards. Even if they still had trump cards, they weren't afraid. The information about the secret domain should have been sold to Brother Su through your hands. Chen Zong spoke. His tone was neither fast nor slow, but it had some certainty. Su Luan was shocked. She had been targeted before. The black scale clan member showed a mocking gaze, hinting Chen Zong to continue. When we entered here, you should have known. In other words, from the moment we entered the secret realm, all of our actions were under your control. Asking for help from us should also be part of your plan, right? The more he spoke, the clearer Chen Zong's thoughts became. After asking for help, you proposed to cooperate with us. Using your reputation as a good person, you gained Su Luan's trust. After seeing the purple scale fruit, you came out alone to attract the attention of the black scale clan and took them away. Your goal was to create a chance for us to get the purple scale fruit. But you should know that you couldn't lure all of the black scale clan away at once. At that time, we needed to use some life-saving trump cards to have any hope of getting the purple scale fruit. This way, we would use up our life-saving trump cards. Listening to this, Su Luan's heart was like a raging sea. She was shocked to the extreme. When we were being chased, we had to use up our other trump cards. After that, you appeared. You fearlessly burned yourself in exchange for more power to stop the enemy. You didn't even hesitate to self-destruct to let us escape. When he spoke up to here, Chen Zong couldn't help but reveal a wisp of a sneer, whereas, Su Luan suddenly had a feeling of being enlightened, and her entire body shuddered and seemed to become clear and bright. Too kind. In this world, there was no love or hate for no reason. Other than one's own parents, who would be willing to selflessly sacrifice their own life, that Yu Tianming had the reputation of being a good person outside. This was true. However, there were many people with good temperament, but no one was good to that extent. There wasn't any close relationship between them. They just met by chance and knew of each other's existence. Coincidentally, they had a temporary cooperation. That was all. So, who would be so selfless and be willing to sacrifice their own life to pave the way for others? Only then did Su Luan suddenly wake up and see through the fog. That's great. Yu Tianming's performance is too good. Too good or too bad, it was extreme. It was not that there were no extreme people and extreme matters, but that they were extremely rare, and that represented a kind of abnormality. While thinking, Su Luan heard Chenzong continue to speak. You should have discovered this secret realm for a while. You entered more than once. I don't know what method you used to control the body of a Black Scale clan member. Finally, you self-destructed Yu Tianming's body and your soul entered the body of this rank 7 Black Scale clan member. Wonderful, very wonderful. Yu Tianming's voice was still hoarse, but he laughed. It was just that his laughter was very strange. Hearing it, one would feel a chill down one's spine. I didn't expect the human race to have such an outstanding person like you. I can't help but be tempted. Which branch of the alien race are you from? Chenzong asked unhurriedly. You, guess. Yu Tianming seemed to be very playful. Of course, he might not be Yu Tianming himself. The real Yu Tianming had died long ago. If it wasn't for completing the plan, I would be very interested in your body. This sentence made Chenzong feel a chill. Of course, Chenzong didn't misinterpret the other party's meaning. The other party was interested in his body and wanted to take over it. I guess what you want is Su Luan's identity as the godson of the Yuan sect. Chenzong suddenly said. Immediately, the Black Scale clan member's pupils shrank. Your purpose is to take over Su Luan's body and become the godson of the Yuan sect with Su Luan's identity. Then, you can become the leader of the Yuan sect and use the Yuan sect as a springboard to control more things. You make me feel a little scared. Yu Tianming laughed strangely. His heart was indeed full of fear. There was a human with such a monstrous intelligence. In fact, he didn't know that Chenzong's intelligence hadn't reached that level. The reason why he could make such a deduction was because of the godly feeling he had after breaking through to the spirit realm and the sharpness of his 6 senses after cultivating heart awareness. Combined with some bold conjectures, even if his conjecture was wrong, there wouldn't be any loss. Carefully collecting evidence and making bold conjectures, wasn't that right? Of course, Chenzong wouldn't explain so much. Only by being mysterious could he bring more psychological pressure to the enemy. You shouldn't be the only one acting in this alien race. There are others. Where have they infiltrated? Chenzong asked again. Since ancient times, there have been alien races that have tried to invade the human race's territory. However, they all ended in failure. At least, they were defeated and retreated. At worst, they were exterminated. I advise you to retreat obediently to avoid being exterminated. Human race. Alien race. Yu Tianming laughed strangely again. It seemed to be disdainful. Chenzong's expression slightly changed. The opponent wasn't a human. Was he not an alien race? Then what was he? He couldn't figure it out. Alright, the game is over. Godson Su, will you obediently hand over your body or let me kill you first and then take over your body? Yu Tianming's gloomy eyes gazed at Su Luan. Instantly, Su Luan's expression changed greatly. His body couldn't help but tense up. Cold sweat also seeped out of his forehead. 7th transformation Tao controlling realm, this kind of strength wasn't something he could resist. He only needed one move to kill him. As for his life-saving trump card, he had already used it. Could it be that this time, he really couldn't escape? Subconsciously, Su Luan looked at Chenzong. Chenzong's expression was calm. It was as if he didn't realize the danger in front of him. It was as if he had something to rely on. Involuntarily, Su Luan's heart also calmed down a little. He didn't realize that ever since he entered this secret realm, his performance was completely inferior to Chenzong's. Unknowingly, he also had an indescribable trust in Chenzong. If Su Wan was a woman, he might have been so moved that he directly imprinted Chen Zong's figure. "Do you think you have everything under control?" Chen Zong spoke. His tone was still so calm. It was as if he wasn't facing a powerful enemy at the 7th transformation Dao controlling realm. "Oh, what else? Do you still have the ability to turn the tables?" Yu Tianming had a faint smile. His figure flashed and a claw slashed out. The killing intent was extremely shocking. It immediately filled the surroundings and made people's hair stand on end. Su Wan wasn't targeted, but he also had goosebumps all over his body in an instant. He was extremely shocked. In the face of this extremely terrifying and merciless attack, Chen Zong did not show the slightest bit of fear, nor did he show any intention of dodging. His eyes instantly brightened and shot out like a sharp sword piercing through the air with a peerless brilliance. The sword domain descended, it directly covered a radius of 100 meters. Everything was under his control. The extreme heart phaseless sword also appeared in his hand. The power of his entire body completely erupted in an instant and poured into the long sword. The sword body trembled and sword light burst out. At that moment, Su Wan seemed to see a star rising and emitting a shocking brilliance that illuminated all directions. As the star rotated, it erupted with an extremely shocking power as if it was going to shatter everything. Great Star Shatterer Secret Sword, slash, it was fine if he didn't attack, but once Chen Zong attacked, he used the Heavenly God Sword technique. Its power was extremely tyrannical. The space in the secret realm shook as if it couldn't bear it. However, Su Wan's eyes widened. He looked extremely shocked. "So, this is Brother Chen's true strength." This sentence kept flashing in Su Wan's heart. It was simply unbelievable and extremely horrifying. The opponent was at the 7th transformation of the Dao controlling realm. And Chen Zong's cultivation was only at the 2nd transformation of the Dao controlling realm. But what did he see now? Chen Zong actually used his 2nd transformation of the Dao controlling realm cultivation to fight fiercely with the 7th transformation of the Dao controlling realm. Indeed, it seemed that Chen Zong seemed to be at a disadvantage, but he didn't lose the ability to fight back. On the contrary, as the battle went on, the situation became more and more stable. Su Wan was extremely shocked. The shock in Yu Tianming's heart could only be greater. His 7th transformation of the Dao controlling realm was very strong. It wasn't something that an ordinary 7th transformation of the Dao controlling realm could compare to. However, the opponent was only at the 2nd transformation of the Dao controlling realm and could actually fight him head-on. Unbelievable. For a moment, Yu Tianming's eyes flickered as he thought about his plan. There was no doubt that such a person was definitely a top genius. He was at the top level of the human race. Then, his background must be very extraordinary. If he could seize this person's body and use him to do things, it might be more convenient for the sacred race's plan. However, this also needed to be carefully thought about. After all, he had thought about his plan for a long time. If there was a change now, he would need to spend more time to plan it properly. The sacred race's operation was only allowed to succeed and not fail. Because once they failed, they probably wouldn't have the chance to do it again. There was only one chance, and the price of failure couldn't be borne. As for now, he had to kill this person first. When the time came, he would preserve the corpse and slowly think about it. After making up his mind, Yu Tianming's attacks became more and more ruthless. He seemed to have carefully studied the characteristics of the Black Scale clan. Therefore, when he attacked, he displayed the strengths of the Black Scale clan. Fast, explosive, sharp, every attack carried the intent to kill towards Chen Zong. The strength of a 7th transformation of the Dao controlling realm was not an ordinary 7th transformation of the Dao controlling realm. The pressure he brought to Chen Zong was very strong. At first, the secret sword of the Great Star Shatterer did not injure the opponent. Chen Zong changed his strategy. He no longer used the swordsmanship that consumed a lot of energy. Instead, he used a great swordsmanship to fight the enemy. Within the secret realm, Su Wan had already retreated far away, because his strength was at the 2nd transition of the Dao manipulation realm. He might be able to fight against ordinary 3rd transition cultivators, but he would not be able to defeat them. At this moment, both sides of the battle had the strength of the 7th revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. The aftershocks were shocking, and if one was affected, they would be injured even if they didn't die. The two of them did not hold back at all in their battle. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. In an instant, Yu Tianming's sharp claws grew in size and length, emitting an extremely frightening evil aura. That aura seemed to be able to invade one's soul and corrode one's body. It was astonishingly malicious. A claw pierced through the air, leaving a clear and visible scratch mark in the air. Chen Zong had goosebumps all over his body, and he felt his blood run cold. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, that claw was suffused with black light as it tore through the air. It gave off a feeling of annihilation. It was as if that kind of power would cause his soul to scatter. A sense of crisis that originated from the depths of his heart exploded. Without hesitation, Chen Zong performed the 10,000 swords return to origin technique. First sword, return of 10,000 swords, in an instant, sword light flashed. It was as if thousands of sword chi had gathered into a single sword and slashed out. This was a sword technique created by Chen Zong himself. It was currently at the level of a great superpower, but its power was extremely shocking. Even if it was just the basics, it was still unfathomable. Su Luan, who was far away, seemed to be able to see sword lights flying through the air. In the end, they converged into one majestic ray. That ray had a vast feeling, as if it could destroy everything in the world. This was Chen Zong's self-created sword technique. It was no ordinary sword technique. It was not inferior to the secret swordsmanship of the great refinement of stars. It should be noted that Chen Zong's talent was outstanding, his comprehension was amazing, and he had accumulated profound and solid swordsmanship. Moreover, he had obtained the memory of sword master Dong Ting, which was equivalent to standing at an astonishing height. After fusing them together, he used the Heart Sutra of the Heart of Will Heavenly Palace's Heart of Will to comprehend the myriad swords of origin with all his might. In the future, it would not be impossible for it to surpass the likes of the great refinement star sweeping sword. Moreover, under Chen Zong's sword, the power of the 10,000 swords returned to origin was even greater than that of the first level of the secret sword of grand refinement, such as the secret sword of sweeping stars. The reason was simple. The 10,000 swords returned to origin was created by Chen Zong himself. It was the sword art that suited him the best and consumed the least amount of energy. To some extent, Chen Zong's display of the 1,000 returning swords meant that he had shown his true ability. Fight with what you have. Since he had created the 10,000 swords return to origin, he might as well use this strong opponent to temper himself. However, the opponent's claw was extremely evil and incomparably terrifying. The sword light paused for a moment before shattering inch by inch. Heart fire. Chen Zong muttered to himself. In an instant, the flame in his heart palace trembled and instantly became vigorous. It burned fiercely and released an astonishing power. Following that, the heart palaces shook one by one. Layers of power spread out and surged into Chen Zong's body, filling his limbs and bones. Increase, one heart palace increased his strength by 10%. 4 heart palaces increased Chen Zong's strength by 40%. The 40% increase directly increased Chen Zong's strength by a lot. At the same time, there seemed to be 4 layers of light surrounding Chen Zong's body. They were almost invisible, and the light was burning like a flame of nothingness. The power of the Tai Chu sword spirit body, the state of freedom. In this way, the power of the Tai Chu sword spirit was increased by 90%, further increasing Chen Zong's overall strength. 10,000 swords returned to origin, the second sword was unleashed. The sword light was even more majestic and mighty. It seemed like one sword, but it also seemed like 10,000 swords. It seemed like 10,000 swords, but it was also just one sword. Under this sword, Yu Tianming's claw was immediately defeated. He actually defeated my great demon god Claw. Yu Tianming was secretly shocked. Although he was limited by some reasons and couldn't fully unleash his strength, at most, he could only use about half of it. But when he used the sacred clan's martial arts, its power was still very terrifying. Yu Tianming was confident that even an ordinary 8th Revolution Dao manipulation realm cultivator would most likely be injured by his claw. But it was defeated by 2 sword moves. It was unbelievable. After defeating it with 1 sword move, Chen Zong didn't stop at all. He used his exquisite footwork and attacked again. Breaking through to the second revolution Tao manipulation realm and cultivating in the Will Heavenly Palace had indeed increased his combat strength significantly. He was certain that an ordinary 7th revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator was no longer his match. His strength could reach the 8th revolution Tao manipulation realm. Fight, 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 the shocking battle made Su Luan dumbfounded. He felt extremely shocked. He felt that this level was no longer a level that an ordinary 7th revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator could reach. Chen Zong's strength had once again refreshed his understanding. Compared to himself, if he fully unleashed his strength, he could at most kill an ordinary 3rd revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator. The gap between the 3rd revolution and the 7th revolution was shocking, not to mention the 8th revolution above the 7th revolution. Was this the gap between him and those true top geniuses? Speaking of which, to be able to break through to the Ascension realm at a relatively young age and have a 2nd revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivation base and defeat an ordinary 3rd revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator, Su Luan could be called a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to become the godson of the Yuan sect. But compared to Chen Zong, a genius like him felt like a fake. The gap was too big, so big that it made him feel despair. Su Luan even thought if he should contact Chen Zong less in the future. It wasn't that he had any opinions or dissatisfaction with Chen Zong, but he was purely afraid of being shocked and affecting his state of mind. They were clearly of the same generation, and he was even older, but the other party was so much stronger than him. Facing such a gap, who wouldn't feel despair? Su Luan, who was lamenting and sighing, was in a mess. But the battle between Chen Zong and Yu Tianming was getting more and more intense. Yu Tianming was very strong, and his power was very evil and terrifying. It was different from the Void Demon, but it was also full of shocking power. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. In that case, I can only use this body. Yu Tianming narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. Immediately, he used the Sacred Clan's secret technique to burn the life of this body in exchange for more power. As long as he burned his life, his strength would rise to the true 8th revolution level. The power of his attack would have a chance to reach the 9th revolution, and he would definitely be able to suppress his opponent. Of course, the price of burning his life was the death of this body. However, he had his eyes on Su Luan's body, and now he was also considering Chen Zong's body. As for which one he wanted, he would kill it first and keep it before slowly considering it. In any case, with the Sacred Clan's secret technique, he could complete his reincarnation within a certain period of time. A feeling of horror immediately rose in Chen Zong's heart and exploded instantly. It was a feeling of imminent disaster. Chen Zong immediately confirmed that the other party was going to use some terrifying secret technique. For some reason, Chen Zong recalled that Yu Tianming's strength had reached the 7th revolution, and that was the sign of burning his life. Was the other party going to use the same trick now? However, it should take some time to use the secret technique of burning one's life. Chen Zong closed his eyes and opened them in the next breath. In an instant, his pupils seemed to have turned into nothingness, as if a void had appeared and spread out. Heavenly Divine Ability, Great Refined Void God Eye. This was the first time Chen Zong used this heavenly divine ability. This heavenly mystique mainly targeted one's divine soul. The divine soul's attack was incomparably fast and could not be dodged. It could only be blocked. The moment Chen Zong used the Great Refined Void God Eye with all his strength, he felt his divine sense being rapidly depleted like a torrent bursting a dam. It was directly consumed by 70%. Even if there was only 30% left, it would not hinder Chen Zong from attacking. Sword Dao Domain. Suppress, Heart Fire Level 4, Taichu Sword Origin Body's Power. All the power was mobilized by Chen Zong once again. In an instant, 10,000 swords returned to origin merged with the Sword Dao Domain, and its power increased again. This made Chen Zong feel that this was the true 10,000 swords returned to origin. Kill, Yu Tianming indeed needed some time to use the secret technique of burning his life. A little time was enough. But in an instant, his divine soul suffered an impact. The Sacred Clan's divine soul was very tough and strong, surpassing that of humans of the same level. Otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully reincarnate so many times. But Chen Zong's divine soul was also very strong, surpassing that of many cultivators. Many of the foreign races could not compare to him. With the heavenly divine ability, the great refined void god eye, he could use the power of the divine soul even more thoroughly. Under the direct impact, although it did not cause any harm to Yu Tianming, it caused his divine soul to tremble for an instant. The secret technique of burning his life was immediately affected and interrupted. The consequence of the secret technique being interrupted was the backlash of the secret technique. Although the backlash was not strong, just a moment of stiffness was enough to determine life and death. Because Qinzong used all his strength, the increasingly powerful 10,000 swords returned to origin instantly attacked. Even though the rank 7 Black Scale clan's physique was strong and his scales were extremely tough, he could not block Qinzong's sword. Shattered, the rank 7 Black Scale clan's body shattered in an instant. I won. Su Luan stared with her eyes wide open. She only felt that her mind was hit hard in an instant. Suddenly, an indescribable ecstasy rushed over her, and she could not help but roar. Too excited, originally, she thought she could escape, but then she fell into a dead end. She thought she was dead for sure, but then she saw the hope of survival. The feeling of rising and falling in such a short period of time, Su Luan could say that she rarely experienced it. Moreover, it was never this intense. But the moment the rank 7 Black Scale clan's body shattered, a shadow instantly flew out from the shattered body. It was fast, extremely fast, and indescribable. In just an instant, the shadow seemed to ignore time and space, and directly rushed towards Qinzong. In an instant, it entered Qinzong's head. Qinzong was also shocked. Did the opponent target him and attempt to seize his body? This was undoubtedly very dangerous, but for no reason, Qinzong had a feeling that he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ever since Yi Futian's debut, he had encountered countless cultivators with evil intentions who had tried to take over his body. Their cultivations were all stronger than his. The most powerful one was Swordmaster Dong Ting, but he had still failed. Possession. In the beginning, Qinzong was very afraid and worried. However, as he experienced more, he did not feel much. This was because every possession ended in failure. On the contrary, he could gain a lot of benefits. Of course, this did not mean that Qinzong could ignore the possession. In the past, he had to deal with it with all his strength. This time, it was the same. After Yu Tianming's black-scaled tribe body was shattered by Qinzong's ancestral swords, his spirit turned into a shadow and escaped into Qinzong's spirit sea. As Qinzong thought about it, his consciousness also sank into the spirit sea and saw Yu Tianming's true body. Without a body to support it, the spirit was loose. After condensing, it would take the form of the true body. This way, he might be able to tell what race the other party was. However, when Qinzong saw the other party's spirit, he was slightly stunned. In the memories of Swordmaster Dong Ting, there seemed to be no race with such a body. Could it be a race that had never appeared? The divine soul that the other party had condensed had the same appearance as a human. It had a head, a body, 2 arms, and 2 legs. However, its head was longer, and its hair was thick and hard. It looked like seaweed, but also like cold snakes. It had 2 eyes, but unlike humans, the eyes of humans were horizontal, while its eyes were vertical. It looked very strange. It did not seem to have a nose. Its mouth should be very big. It curved from the left cheek to the right cheek. Just its mouth alone took up half of its face. This kind of appearance was really very strange. Moreover, it contained an indescribable feeling of evil. Just looking at it would make people have nightmares. The other party's arms were also longer than normal, especially its hands. One of them was slender, and the fingers were sharp like claws. The other hand was thicker, and the back of the hand was covered with a layer of cracked armor. Its legs were slightly bent, and it seemed to be very good at running, jumping, and exploding. Of course, because it was a spirit, it did not look as clear as a real body. He could not find it. Qinzong searched Swordmaster Dong Ting's memories and found that he could not find a race that matched the other party. Of course, Swordmaster Dong Ting wasn't omnipotent. In the blink of an eye, his opponent's slender arms reached out and turned into sharp claws, as if to tear Qinzong's spirit body into pieces. Qinzong's spiritual soul almost materialized. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and with a flash of sword light, a sword appeared in his hand. This was within the spirit sea, and he was using his soul to attack. Without the restrictions of his physical body, it felt much smoother. With one strike, Chenzong defeated his opponent's claw. Although this unknown race looked evil and terrifying, it did not have much of an advantage against Chenzong in its divine soul state. Immediately after, the moment the opponent's sharp claws were defeated, the other thick arms shook violently. 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the cracked armor covered it in an instant. Suddenly, a punch was thrown. His spirit sea also seemed to tremble at that moment. That punch was like a meteor crashing down. Its power was extremely tyrannical and shocking. It felt like it could blast everything into pieces. In fact, this unknown race's divine soul was still very powerful, but because Chenzong's divine soul was more special than most cultivators of the same level, the opponent couldn't gain the upper hand. If it was Su Luan, she would have been crushed. Divine soul had always been one of Chenzong's advantages. The battle in the spirit sea world was evenly matched at first, but then, the opponent was slowly suppressed by Chenzong, and then it became a crushing defeat. No, no, no. The unknown race also realized that he had chosen the wrong person. If he had known, he would have chosen Su Luan. Now, it was too late for regrets. Once such a top prodigy grew up, it was bound to be an obstacle to the sacred clan's plan. Evil god reincarnation. Divine soul reversal. Even if his plan failed this time, he had to kill this person. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the sacred clan's plan. Without hesitation, the unknown race used a divine soul secret technique to reverse the power of the divine soul, instantly compressing it and detonating it. If the divine soul was detonated here, it would definitely cause terrible damage to Chenzong. If the divine soul was injured, it would be very difficult to recover. It would also affect one's foundation, which would be very detrimental to one's future cultivation. The other party's desperate move was also within Chenzong's expectations, and he had a strategy to deal with it. However, when Chenzong was about to respond, a strange black shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. That black shadow seemed to be a stream of air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human figure. Its entire body was pitch black, so dark that it seemed to be void. As soon as it appeared, Xianxia felt an indescribable palpitation in his heart. It was as if this black shadow was a natural enemy, a great threat to him. The black shadow did not seem to care at all. From the human figure, it continued to expand and turned into a black net, enveloping the divine soul of the unknown race who was about to self-detonate. Then, it quickly shrank to a point. In the next breath, with a boom, the black shadow expanded like a balloon being blown up, and then quickly shriveled. The black shadow burped as if it had eaten its fill. Chenzong found that the black shadow seemed to have become more solid from its illusory state. Immediately, the black shadow condensed into a human figure, a pair of eyes emitting a ray of red light, staring at Chenzong. While Chenzong was fully on guard, the black shadow retreated in an instant. He ha 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 ha. Your body will be mine sooner or later, mine. With a burst of sharp and strange laughter, the black shadow disappeared in front of Chenzong's eyes. Only the echoes lingered, making people panic. Chenzong quickly chased after it, but he could not catch up. He searched quickly, but he could not find it either. His heart sank. It should be known that this was his divine sea, which was under his control. But now, a strange black shadow had mixed in. It also had intelligence and could eat the self-detonate soul. It was simply terrifying. This kind of strange thing existed in his divine sea. It was not a good thing. However, no matter how hard Chenzong searched, he could not find the trace of the strange black shadow. There was no trace at all. Chenzong had no choice but to give up for the time being. But in the future, he must be more careful. Maybe at any time, the strange black shadow would appear and attack his divine soul. Brother Chen? Su Luan stood not far away and watched with a dignified expression. It's done. Chenzong smiled slightly, making Su Luan breathe a sigh of relief. But Chenzong's heart was heavy. First, the unknown race. He did not know what race it was. The few words that the other party said before made Chenzong have a very bad feeling. The other party's words, what human race, foreign race, it did not sound like it was a known foreign race. The void was very big. It was normal for there to be foreign races that had not been discovered. But obviously, this unknown race did not have good intentions and seemed to be preparing to attack the human race. This was different. The other was the strange black shadow that appeared and disappeared abruptly in his spirit sea. Brother Su, after we go back, we should investigate the Yu family and see if we can find anything strange. Chen Zong temporarily suppressed the seriousness in his heart and said to Su Luan. Su Luan also realized that the matter was not simple and nodded with a serious expression. After the two of them recovered their strength, they quickly left the secret realm and sealed it again. Chen Zong also recorded the location of the secret realm on his astrolabe. After all, there were still some black scale race in this secret realm. They could continue to kill and skin them. The value was not low. Chen Zong, who was in a hurry because he did not have void coins to buy void flaming crystals, knew very well that void coins and void flaming crystals should be stored more. There were always benefits and no disadvantages. After leaving the secret realm's seal, Chen Zong took out the escape flying ship. The two of them entered, started the flying ship, and immediately left. The flying ship's speed kept increasing and finally reached the advanced level. Then, it started to travel through the void. One travel took 10 years, and they headed in the direction of the Yuan sect. With the escape flying ship, the time to reach the Yuan sect would only be much faster than Su Luan's own. In the escape flying ship, Chen Zong continued to search the divine sea. Come out. Unable to find it, Chen Zong planned to call the other party out. You can hear my voice, right? However, the divine sea was empty. There was no other sound, and no figure appeared. It was as if it could not hear him. However, Chen Zong was sure that the black shadow could hear his voice. The reason why it did not appear was that the other party did not want to appear. Was it not confident, or did it not want to pay attention? Chen Zong did not know, but he was sure that the other party would not do him any good. Since you have your eyes on me, come out and fight. Chen Zong spoke again. Is it useful to be like a coward? Even so, there was still no response. He tried again and again, but there was no response. In the end, Chen Zong could only give up again. Of course, it was only temporary. Not long after, the escape flying ship arrived at the periphery of the Yuan planet and slowly slowed down. With Su Luan's identity, the escape flying ship was not stopped and directly entered the Thousand Forms array. This time, Chen Zong could clearly feel the power of this array. It was very shocking. Most Dao manipulation realm cultivators would not be able to resist it. However, the escape flying ship should be able to resist it. With the escape flying ship, Chen Zong and Su Luan quickly landed and descended into the territory of the Yuan sect on the Yuan planet. Chen Zong and Su Luan appeared outside the flying ship. The flying ship was also put into the Nine Heavens ring by Chen Zong. It was impossible to tell the level of the escape flying ship from its appearance, so it did not attract much attention. Returning to the Yuan sect, Su Luan had an indescribable joy and excitement in her heart. She had obtained a treasure of considerable value. She was very confident that she could stand out in this godson competition and surpass the other 5 godson. Back then, when Chen Zong came to a Yuan planet, he was only at the demigod level. He was very weak for a galactic level force. The second time he came, a Yuan sect was still a Yuan sect. There shouldn't be much change. However, he was completely different. He had broken through from the demigod level to the imminent god level and reached the second transformation of the Dao controlling realm. His strength was far beyond the second transformation of the Dao controlling realm. He could even fight a 7th or 8th transformation of the Dao controlling realm. His level was different, so was his mentality. This time, he didn't have the solemnity from the last time. There was only calmness from the bottom of his heart. Even if a Yuan sect made trouble, he had enough strength to deal with it. In the worst case, he still had the escapee. In the worst case, he still had the identity of a true disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace. Now, it was different from the past. Brother Su, is Yanjin here? Chen Zong asked. Yanjin. Su Luan was a little stunned. Her face flashed with understanding. She seemed to know that Chen Zong wanted to find Yanjin. After all, Chen Zong and Yanjin didn't have any relationship. On the contrary, Yanjun tried to oppress Qinzong and interrupted Qinzong's state of comprehension. This was more or less a grudge. Qinzong's goal was to end this grudge. Let me ask. Su Luan immediately said. Soon, he got a reply. Yanjun is here. He's in a Yuan palace. A Yuan palace was the main palace of a Yuan sect. Under Su Luan's lead, the two immediately went to a Yuan palace. Qinzong was the foreign aide invited by Su Luan. Naturally, he was qualified to step into a Yuan palace. Of course, if Qinzong showed his identity, the Yuan sect's leader would have to come out and greet him. However, under normal circumstances, Qinzong didn't plan to use his background to oppress people. Because no matter how big his background was, it wasn't as important as his own strength. When there was a major conflict or grudge, he would put aside his background and scruples and kill the other party first. As for the rest, it was a matter of the future. In the past, Qinzong had encountered many opponents who were more powerful than him. However, if they were a real threat to him, he would kill them without hesitation. Background was only useful when some conflicts had not escalated to the point of being irreconcilable. Of course, Qinzong was not a pedantic person. He knew how to use his background to oppress others. Yanjun was present in the first Yuan Hall. There was also a middle-aged man whose aura had reached the 5th Revolution Dao manipulation realm. He was the external aide that Yanjun had invited. In addition, there were other spirit realm experts in a Yuan palace. Qinzong sensed that there were 2 9-turn Dao controlling realm experts and 3 8-turn Dao controlling realm experts. They were the 2 vice sect masters and the 3 palace masters of a Yuan sect. Finally, there was another godson, the godson from the mysterious palace and the foreign aide she had invited. All of them were in the Dao manipulation realm. When Su Luan and Qinzong entered, their gazes swept over and finally fell on Qinzong. However, Qinzong's aura was restrained and difficult to sense. There was a kind of secrecy that made people secretly afraid. There was no doubt that this person was in the Dao manipulation realm. However, it was impossible to tell which revolution he was in. However, to be able to be so calm in front of so many Dao manipulation realm experts, he was definitely not weak. Yanjun, however, narrowed his eyes. His face was solemn, but his heart was filled with astonishment. How long had it been, and this person was already in the Dao manipulation realm? Yanjun, you interrupted my comprehension back then. Today, I will return the favor. Qinzong's gaze swept over and looked at Yanjun as he spoke. Humph, I am not afraid of 10 swords, let alone 1. Yanjun sneered. So what if he had broken through to the Dao manipulation realm? At best, he was only in the 1st revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. He was now in the 2nd revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. His strength was comparable to an ordinary 3rd revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. However, when he said that, he caught a glimpse of a strange smile flashing across Su Luan's face. There seemed to be a trace of mockery and pity in the depths of her eyes. Yanjun did not understand what was going on. Indeed, in Su Luan's ears, Yanjun's words were really ignorant. Of course, it was also because Yanjun did not know Qinzong's true strength. If he knew Qinzong's true strength, who knew if he could still face him without changing his expression? Therefore, Su Luan felt pity. 1 sword is enough to deal with you. Qinzong smiled slightly. He did not mean to look down on Yanjun. More or less, Yanjun was also considered a genius. If he had not suppressed him and deliberately interrupted his comprehension, Qinzong would not have found trouble with him. The 2 vice sect leaders and the 3 palace lords did not say anything. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. From their point of view, as long as there was no serious injury to life or death, it did not matter. Moreover, it seemed that Yanjun had once interrupted the other party's comprehension. That was a taboo. Now, it was reasonable that the other party wanted to return the sword. Without making a move, Qinzong attacked. With a flash of sword light, he instantly broke through the air and attacked Yanjun. Qinzong did not use his full strength. Because he did not want to kill Yanjun. He only wanted to return the sword and teach him a lesson. When Qinzong attacked without warning, the moment the sword light flashed, Yanjun only felt a flash of light in front of him. It was incomparably bright and dazzling. It was like the light from the explosion of the void. It was incomparably dazzling and terrifying. An extremely strong feeling of horror suddenly spread from the deepest part of his heart and exploded in an instant. With a loud shout, Yanjin immediately used his full strength. When he was about to draw his sword, he was a step too slow. His hand had only just touched the hilt of the sword. Before he could grasp it tightly, he felt an extremely terrifying sword chi pierce through his body and explode in his body. It rapidly spread out, as if he was being sliced by 10,000 swords. It was incomparably painful and directly invaded his soul. Yanjin could not help but scream. His face was ghastly pale and his body twitched. However, he did not die. The Sword Palace Lord's figure flashed and immediately appeared beside Yanjin. He immediately reached out and grabbed Yanjin's shoulder. Under the circulation of his power, he helped Yanjin expel the sword chi that had invaded his body. The strength of a Tao-controlling realmmate was not bad. After 10 breaths, the sword chi was expelled. However, Yanjin's face was pale and his body was weak. He could faintly feel waves of tearing pain spreading in his body. "Young friend, your attack was a bit too heavy." The Sword Palace Lord's gaze was cold and sharp. A gust of awe-inspiring sword intent also spread. "Are you going to stand up for him?" Facing the awe-inspiring sword intent, Chenzong's expression did not change. Instead, he showed a smile and asked, neither too fast nor too slow. "Stop first." A vice hierarch spoke. Then, he looked at Su Luan and asked, "Su Luan, what is going on?" Su Luan immediately recounted what had happened in the past without any bias. "Since there was a grudge, today, I will return it with a sword. The grudge is settled," the vice hierarch immediately said. Then, he looked at Chenzong and asked, "Young friend, are you Chenzong who joined Dongting Sword Mountain?" Being able to defeat Yanjin with one sword meant that this person was very strong. He was at least a Tao controlling Realm 4. He was so young and so powerful. He must have a very high background. From Su Luan's words, he learned Chenzong's name and combined it together. He could immediately make a deduction. Dongting Sword Mountain was a powerful force that was far stronger than a Yuan sect. Even if there were rumors that the Dongting Sword Mountain seemed to be in a bad situation, a Yuan sect could not be compared to it. Therefore, before there was an absolute grudge, a Yuan sect could not offend Chenzong. It would not benefit a Yuan sect at all. Chenzong did not expect that the identity of Dongting Sword Mountain disciple that he did not want to admit was so useful. What if he was a true disciple of Tian Palace? After Yanjin took the pill, he gradually recovered. However, when he looked at Chenzong, there was a flicker in his eyes and a trace of undetectable fear. Of course, there was also unwillingness and so on. But so what? That sword could be considered to have ended a small grudge from back then. It was also because of Su Luan. After all, Su Luan was the godson of the Yuan sect and could be considered his friend. He had to give him some face. If Yanjin wanted to seek revenge again, he would be directly sent to hell. Without any reason, Yanjin felt a burst of cold, as if it was coming from the deepest part of his heart. However, he could not find the source. Since the grudge was settled, Chenzong did not look at Yanjin anymore. There was no need to pay too much attention to someone who could be killed with one sword. Next was the main event. It was the fight between the godson. The Yuan sect had 6 godson. They were fighting each other and had reached the final critical moment, which was the final step. Now, 3 of the godson had obtained the treasure that they thought was the most valuable. As for the other 3, they had not returned yet. However, this did not prevent them from appraising the treasure now. "I'll go first." After Yanjin took the pill to recover, he immediately took out the treasure he had obtained. It was a sword, an extraordinary sword. It was a weapon used by eminent deity powerhouses. The weapons used by eminent deity powerhouses were also divided into 5 grades. The lowest grade was a mortal artifact corresponding to the Tao controlling realm, followed by a spiritual artifact corresponding to the Yuan underworld realm, and then a divine artifact corresponding to the transcendent realm. This is a pseudo-spiritual artifact. A deputy sect master took it and studied it carefully. He was immediately shocked. There were relatively few weapons and treasures suitable for eminent deities. Not everyone had one. Some Dao-controlling realm cultivators did not have one, while some Yuan underworld realm cultivators used mortal artifacts instead of spiritual artifacts. Of course, as a nebula-grade force, the Yuan sect naturally had spiritual artifacts, but they were very few. A pseudo-spiritual artifact was very valuable. That's right. It is indeed a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Yanjun revealed a smile. It could be said that he had gone bankrupt in order to obtain this pseudo-spiritual divine tool. He had paid an extremely high price for it. Su Luan was secretly shocked, but at the same time, he was relieved. Fortunately, he had obtained Chenzong's help. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say whether he would have been able to defeat Yanjun. It was very clear now. The purple-scaled fruit was a mid-grade divine medicine that corresponded to the Yuan underworld realm. It was also a mutant fruit. Its value was definitely higher than a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Only a true spiritual artifact could compare. Thank you, Brother Chen. Su Luan raised a glass of wine, his tone was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Chenzong, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the purple scale fruit, nor would he have been able to suppress Yanjun and the other godson. Of course, the other 3 godson hadn't returned yet. It was still unknown what kind of treasures they would bring. However, Su Luan was confident that even if his purple scale fruit wasn't the most valuable, it wouldn't be the least valuable either. Even if he couldn't become a sect leader candidate, he could at least become a vice sect leader candidate. Of course, it would be best if he could become a sect leader candidate. At this point, he had already tried his best. He didn't need to think too much. Next, he should focus on cultivating and increasing his strength. After witnessing Chenzong's shocking strength, Su Luan was greatly affected. Now, he sorted out his emotions and worked hard to cultivate. Even if he couldn't be compared to Chenzong, he had to at least become stronger. Brother Su, I'm preparing to go to the secret realm again. Do you want to come with me? Chenzong raised his glass and asked after drinking it. There were still some black scale tribe living in the secret realm. Their scales were quite valuable. In addition, there were also scale blade grass and 1,000 scale stone. With his strength, entering the secret realm was equivalent to obtaining those treasures for free. Why not? No. Su Luan shook his head. He knew very well that even if he went with them, he wouldn't be a match for the black scale tribe. He could only rely on Chenzong. However, if Brother Chen wants to sell those materials, you can find a Yuan sect. The price is fair. Also, Brother Chen, you have to act fast. Soon, I plan to report the secret realm to the sect. Alright. Chenzong smiled and stood up to leave. Su Luan sent Chenzong out of a Yuan star. After the escape ship flew out of a Yuan star, its speed quickly increased to the maximum and it started to travel through space. After all, Su Luan was the one who found this secret realm. If he reported it to the sect, it would be a great contribution. Unfortunately, the fight between the Yuan sect's godsons was about taking back the treasure and not about information. Otherwise, he would have directly reported the secret realm and Su Luan would have definitely become a candidate for the sect leader. Chenzong realized how convenient it was to have the evanescent. He was very satisfied with his trip to the desolate dragon star. Therefore, he was grateful to Bai Mei and the other man who had invited him to the desolate dragon star. Unfortunately, they weren't in the Yuan star this time. They had gone to other stars to carry out missions and train themselves. They were preparing to break through to the spirit realm as soon as possible. Not long after, Chenzong arrived and entered the secret realm again. Some of the black scale fruits that had not ripened before had also ripened and could be harvested for consumption. However, there were still some black scale tribe members that had not ripened yet. Chenzong planned to kill a wave of them first and clean up all the black scale tribe members in the secret territory before coming back to see if the fruits had ripened yet. As for the ripened fruits, Chenzong ate them all and refined them. His world god body had also been upgraded, gradually approaching the peak of the second transformation. After the previous incident, the rank 9 and rank 8 black scale clansmen were all dead, only a few rank 7 black scale clansmen and some rank 6, 5, and 4 black scale clansmen survived. 10,000 swords returned to origin, a sword slashed out. However, it was combined with the sword principal field domain, which made the sword more powerful. When Qinzong had created the 10,000 swords return to origin, he hadn't thought about this. Only when he was fighting against the rank 7 Black Scale tribe members that Yu Tianming had occupied, under the pressure, he had accidentally combined the sword principal field domain and the 10,000 swords return to origin. He hadn't expected that it would be so good. It felt like he had completed the 10,000 swords return to origin. It also felt like he had found another application for the sword principal field domain. In other words, the 10,000 swords return to origin without the sword principal field domain was just an ordinary incomplete 10,000 swords return to origin. However, the 10,000 swords return to origin with the sword principal field domain was the complete 10,000 swords return to origin. The difference in power was twice. If the incomplete 10,000 swords return to origin's power was 1, then the complete 10,000 swords return to origin's power would be 2, which was even more powerful. Unfortunately, the sword principal field domain could only cover 100 meters. Beyond that, the power would drop to the ordinary level. However, it was too difficult to improve the sword principal field domain. Many Dao manipulation realm cultivators couldn't master the martial principal field domain. Even many Yuanming realm cultivators couldn't master it. However, Qinzong could master it now and reach 100 meters. It was simply amazing. Under the cover of the sword principal field domain, Qinzong was confident that he could fight against a rank 8 Dao manipulation realm cultivator when he fully unleashed his combat power. Of course, he wasn't a genius rank 8 Dao manipulation realm cultivator who could fight above their level. However, Qinzong's current cultivation was only at rank 2 Dao manipulation realm. With such strength and superb sword techniques, the Black Scale tribe was no match for him at all. If Qinzong hadn't wanted to experiment with sword moves, they would have been slaughtered long ago. Even so, it didn't take long for him to kill them all. He was familiar with skinning and taking away the remaining materials and resources that could be taken away. Immediately, Qinzong left the secret realm, because it wouldn't be long before the secret realm belonged to the unitary sect. Of course, Qinzong could also take this secret realm for himself as a true disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace, and the unitary sect wouldn't dare to have any dissatisfaction. However, this secret realm didn't have much value after losing the Black Scale tribe and so on. After the massacre, Qinzong became more proficient in the application of 10,000 swords. The creation of sword techniques had to be experienced in actual combat, especially in life and death battles, because in a life and death battle, you didn't have much time to think about what to do next. Everything was done in a flash. Therefore, combat experience and combat talent were extremely important. They could make the most effective response in the shortest time possible. Combat talent was innate and difficult to change, but combat experience could. That was to fight more often, especially in high-intensity battles and life and death battles. In this way, you could hone yourself and adapt to the situation, even turning it into an instinct. Qinzong entered the escapee and started flying, while he calmed down and slowly comprehended. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared out of nowhere and directly entered Qinzong's spirit, and was absorbed by Qinzong. This sudden piece of information contained a memory. The content of this memory instantly made Qinzong's eyes widen, but his pupils contracted instantly, and he couldn't hide the shock on his face. Evil God Tribe. Evil God Reincarnation. However, Qinzong quickly determined that these memories should be the memories of the unknown tribe that he had killed previously. Evil God Tribe. What tribe was that? It seemed that among the hundreds of foreign tribes in the void, there wasn't a tribe called the Evil God Tribe. There wasn't much information in this memory, only the name and some characteristics of that tribe. For example, the Evil God Claw and Evil God Arm reminded Qinzong of the previous battle. The Evil God Tribe's spirit body used martial arts, with a slender arm as a sharp claw and a thicker arm as a fist. However, there was no information about the origin of this Evil God Tribe. However, part of the plan was recorded in the memories of this Evil God Tribe. That was to use the method of the Evil God Reincarnation to take over the bodies of humans and try their best to become the upper echelons of the human race in various factions, wielding authority. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to summon more members of the Evil God Tribe. For example, the Evil God Tribe that he had killed had first taken over the body of a Yu clan disciple and then Yu Tianming's body. Now, they had set their sights on the Unitary sect. This was because the Unitary sect was the strongest in the Unitary star system. However, it was too difficult to directly take over the Palace Master, Vice Sect Master, and Sect Master of the Unitary sect. The possibility of failure was very high, and they wouldn't allow it. Hence, they targeted the sixth godson. Coincidentally, Sulwan was searching for information about treasures and was targeted. Coincidentally, the evil god tribe also found the Black Scale race's secret realm. Hence, the plan was formed. They would use the evil god reincarnation to take over Sulwan's body and then use Sulwan's identity to infiltrate the Unitary sect. They would then find an opportunity to come into contact with the Palace Master or Vice Sect Master and take over their bodies. Then, they would come into contact with the Sect Master and take over again. Step by step, they were incomparably vigilant. This was because failure was not allowed. Once they failed, the plan would be gone, and it would affect the evil god tribe's grand plan. If they couldn't take over the bodies of the Unitary sect's Sect Master and the others, then they would have to rely on their status as godson to obtain greater authority. Of course, the Black Scale race's secret realm was also a very important link. The Black Scale race members inside were equally important, especially their flesh and blood. After killing those Black Scale race members, they would use their flesh and blood to set up the evil god tribe's welcoming altar. This would allow the other members of the evil god tribe to descend into the secret realm. Then, they would lure the Unitary sect's disciples in and reincarnate and take over their bodies one by one. Finally, the Unitary sect would be completely infiltrated and become a stronghold for the evil god tribe. They would be able to descend on a larger scale. The information in this memory shocked Chenzong. This method was too strange. Furthermore, it seemed that no one in the Unitary star system had noticed it. Naturally, the information in the memory also mentioned other things. For example, in other star systems and so on. The evil god tribe's plan was to bloom in many places and not put all their eggs in one basket. If any of the plans failed, wouldn't they lose everything? Of course, it would be best to ensure that every plan succeeded. Only then would the evil god tribe be able to enter this place at a faster speed and develop rapidly until they occupied this void. What is the origin of the evil god tribe? Chenzong's consciousness appeared in his spirit sea and asked. Chenzong was sure that this memory did not appear out of thin air. It was given to him by that strange black shadow. After all, it was the black shadow that had swallowed the evil god tribe's self-detonating divine soul back then. Therefore, it was very reasonable for Chenzong to ask about that strange black shadow. There was nothing wrong with it. However, the black shadow did not answer. It seemed that it was unwilling to pay attention to Chenzong. Left with no choice, Chenzong could only withdraw from his consciousness. When Chenzong's consciousness withdrew, an extremely subtle and strange laughter seemed to ring out somewhere in his spirit sea. In the void escape, Chenzong carefully searched and sorted out his memories. Then, he immediately steered the void escape in the direction of the Unitary star again. The feeling that came from the bottom of his heart was that the evil god tribe was not a small matter. It was a big matter and had to be told. Within the Unitary star, the best target was undoubtedly the Unitary sect. Then, the Unitary sect would secretly spread the news to other forces and so on. End of chapter 2071. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.